The 30 chance to reduce damage by 50 is a life-saving key. Then Luo Yu's voice sounded again, asking, "Are you done absorbing?" Hearing this, he also retracted the panel, glanced at her, and didn't know how to respond. Luo Yu, on the other hand, looked at him with a surprised and flustered expression, her eyes wide, and judged. An 8th-tier variant crystal would take others 3 days and 3 nights to absorb, yet you only took 1 day and 1 night to finish. Hearing her say this, he also puffed out his chest, pointed at himself, grinned arrogantly, and said proudly, "Hee hee, because brother's talent is extraordinary." Seeing him like this, Luo Yu turned her head nonchalantly and urged calmly, "What, if you're done absorbing, then let's go. Today is the last day." Lin Shu, seeing that he was being ignored, his face darkened, and he remained standing stiffly for 5 seconds, then they left, and he still followed behind her, clutching his chest with a wounded expression, pointing at himself and asking her with a frown, "Little Yue, can't you just praise me? I worked hard too, you know." And Luo Yu frowned unhappily and shooed him away. "Get lost." Then the two stood under the city gate, one holding a long spear, arguing heatedly with Zhang Yin and the others. Zhang Yin had already clenched her fists, furious. Seeing this, Lin Shu also quickly ran towards them with a worried expression, extending his hand and asking, "Zhang Yin, what's wrong with you guys?" Seeing this, the group also looked at him, their faces grimacing, their bodies covered in injuries, and their expressions surprised. Then she revealed a joyful expression and smiled at him. Then Zhang Yin started pointing at the person holding a long spear, blocking them angrily with wide eyes, and accused him, "Big brother Lin Shu, those guys from North Academy's Class 1 are robbing us of our variant crystals." Hearing this, the person also looked at him. Then he seemed to realize something, a little surprised, while Lin Shu and Luo Yu leisurely walked towards him. He grimaced, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Then he retracted his long spear, crossed his arms, sneered, and looked at him with a frown, asking back, "You're Lin Shu, the top of the competitive tower's freshman leaderboard from South Academy's Class 10. Then he introduced himself, frowning, smiling, and looking smug. "I am Yang Hang from North Academy's Class 1, and she is Tian Zijun from North Academy's Class 1. Then he looked at the girl next to him with shoulder-length short hair, a grimace and uncomfortable expression, and holding dual blades. Then Lin Shu quickly ranked them in his mind. Second place was Zhou Kaixing, then third place Yang Hang, and fourth place Tian Zijun. Then he rubbed his chin, pursed his lips, and frowned, recalling because he was number 1. Then he muttered, "I remember now, you two were originally second and third on the competitive tower's freshman leaderboard." Then Lin Shu also honestly frowned, sneered, nodded, looked at him, and confirmed, "Now you're both being stepped on by me." Seeing this, Yang Hang's face also darkened. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, and looked at him angrily, speechless at this confidence. Then he pointed at Lin Shu's face and provoked, "The only reason you got to the top of the leaderboard was pure luck. Let's fight now and see who's really number 1. He grimaced, his face like a monkey's butt, and reconfirmed, "If you win, we'll return the variant crystals we snatched from your friends." Tian Zijun next to him also frowned, looking at them unpleasantly. Immediately after, he also released his pressure, his face grim, and held his long spear horizontally in front of him, his hands clasped tightly, confirming, "If you lose, all your variant crystals will belong to us." Tian Zijun next to him said nothing, just watched quietly. Hearing this, Lin Shu also smiled confidently, sneered, and looked at them with a frown, confirming, "HMPH, whether I lose or win, you guys don't lose a penny. Are you taking me for a fool?" he asked them. Then, while taking out his long spear, he assumed a stance and proposed a condition. "How about this? If you lose, you give us your variant crystals." Immediately after, Lin Shu and Luo Yu also started drawing a circle with their weapons. One was fire, one was ice, looking at them confidently, and made a judgment, "If you don't give them, then I can only kill you and take your things." Yang Hang could no longer bear it. Quickly, angrily, his face darkened, holding his long spear, he charged at him, shouting, "You think you can kill me?" Then the two long spears collided and the pressure from both sides radiated outwards. Seeing this, Lin Shu also smiled with interest. "You actually use a spear too, HMPH. You've successfully piqued my interest." Then Tian Zijun also quickly walked towards Luo Yu, holding her sword with both hands, and asked her back confidently, "I heard you were in South Academy's Class 1. Why did you voluntarily go to South Academy's Class 10? Could it be that you're willing to be with those scumbags?" Luo Yu also walked over calmly with her sword. Immediately after, she rushed up fiercely. Her face darkened and swung her sword at her, shouting, "Anger me and death is your only option." On the other side, Tian Zijun also extended her sword, blocking in front of her in an X shape, preparing to defend. On the other side, he stabbed at Yang Hang like a storm, catching Yang Hang off guard. Seeing this, Yang Hang also retracted his long spear and shouted out his judgment in a sorry state. "I remember you were only 4th tier when you challenged the competitive tower, but now your strength is almost at the 5th tier. What's going on?" Hearing this, he also looked at him with an undisguised sneer. He continued his fierce assault, shouting, "That's right, what about it? Aren't I leveling up fast?" Then Lin Shu asserted again, "How can trash like you compare to me?" Hearing his provocation, Yang Hang's face turned livid with rage once more, and he roared, "Damn it!" Frowning, he struggled to block with his spear, then he jumped up, frowning, and thrust his spear at Lin Shu, using the gold-level martial skill, Heaven-Shattering Quake. Lin Shu watched him calmly. Immediately after, he and the tip of his spear also thrust forward. The two spear tips collided in midair, creating a massive explosion of energy. Then Lin Shu was knocked back, his body smashing through several walls. Then from the smoke, Lin Shu's voice rang out, reminding him, "If you're already a 5th-tier martial artist, the difference in strength will be huge." Then he stood up from the smoke holding his spear, tilted his head to glance at him, and confirmed, "So this is your strength, you can't even grasp an opportunity when it's given to you." Then he swung his spear forward again, shouting his confirmation, "My turn." Immediately after, his body emitted a cold energy as he used Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Faced with this power, Yang Hang's face turned as pale as a withered leaf. His pupils contracted, his brow furrowed, filled with disbelief. Then he quickly blocked with his spear. His face dark, he gritted his teeth and held on, shouting in his mind, to be able to unleash so many spear shadows in just 1 minute. Next, the tip of his spear struck Yang Hang's shoulder, emitting a cloud of cold smoke. Yang Hang's face contorted from the frostbite, and he cried out in pain. Ah! He collapsed on the ground, his eyes finally turning red with rage, veins bulging as he roared through gritted teeth. "Damn it, how dare you trash from Class 10 hurt me!" Immediately after, a strong golden light erupted from his body, his hand still gripping his spear as he shouted with a dark face, "I'll send you to hell." Immediately after, he accelerated, using heaven-shattering quake, and charged forward with his spear. Lin Shu also thrust his spear without hesitation, using Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Immediately after, Yang Hang spun his spear to block the attack, shouting with a scowl, "The same move won't work on me." Hearing this, Lin Shu also smiled excitedly at him. Frowning, he sneered contemptuously, still holding his spear, and confirmed, "I'll switch it up for you." Immediately after, he thrust forward a huge spear shaped like a flower and shouted the move's name, Frosty Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Seeing this, Yang Hang's face filled with fear, a spear in his hand deformed by the electricity. He gritted his teeth and shouted in his mind, "Ice attribute source energy." I remember he always used fire attribute. Next, the cold began to invade Yang Hang's skin, making him shiver. Immediately after, he knelt on the ground, his face twisted in pain, his feet stiff, shouting his confusion in his mind, "The frost power is too strong, my right foot feels frozen after being hit." On the other side, Lin Shu sneered contemptuously, shouldered his spear, tilted his head to look at him, and asked, "How does it taste? I'll let you taste both ice and fire." He swung his spear in a circle, using 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, then leapt into the air. Then Yang Hang, with a grimace, gritted his teeth in a sorry state, his eyes wide as he looked up at Lin Shu, shouting in his mind, "Damn it, my right leg is frozen, I can't dodge at all." Immediately after, he supported himself with the tip of his spear, frowning, and while tightly gripping his spear, shouted, "Damn it, I can only use this move." A golden red aura quickly spread around, and immediately after, a ball of light enveloped Yang Hang, while Lin Shu's fire phoenix and long spear still charged fiercely at him. From behind, Lin Shu tilted his head, pointed at him, frowned, and sneered contemptuously, asserting, You think you can dodge my flames by wrapping yourself up? I'll turn you into beggar's chicken." Next, the move dissipated, revealing Yang Hang's sorry figure. He scowled, looked up at Lin Shu, and glared, shouting his assertion, "Damn Lin Shu, I'll tear you to pieces." At this moment, Yang Hang's body was still scorching and smoking, but his feet were frozen. Immediately after, he charged at Lin Shu with his spear, scowling and shouting his confirmation. "This move was originally meant for Zhou Kaixing from South Academy's Class 1, but it's fine to test it on you first." Immediately after, Yang Hang threw his spear forward, shouting the move's name, Secret Art, Diamond Fire Slash, and a huge pillar of fire shot towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu was a bit surprised to see this. Then Lin Shu scowled, gritting his teeth and shouting in his mind, "This aura, how could it be a secret art martial skill?" Then he judged further that if he used judgment, he might not be able to counter it. Finally, he confirmed in his mind, "I can only use this move." Thinking of this, he quickly leapt up, spun his spear in a circle, combined ice and fire, and pointed the spear at Yang Hang's incoming attack, calculating in his mind, "Let's see just how powerful this move becomes after absorbing an 8th tier ice attribute variant crystal and the red lotus fire." Then he shouted the move's name. Galaxy falls from the 9 heavens. The two spear tips collided fiercely, creating a huge explosion of power with sparks flickering in the middle, one red and one blue, one gold and one yellow clashing violently. Immediately after, Yang Hang coughed up blood and was sent flying. Lin Shu also coughed up blood and was sent flying. Then Yang Hang rolled on the ground and his classmates ran over, shouting anxiously, "Class President, Class President." Then Yang Hang still struggled to sit up, his clothes stained with blood. He frowned, stubbornly gritting his teeth and looking at Lin Shu, confirming, "I'm fine." The crowd behind was also frowning anxiously in the smoke. Yang Hang judged that this kid had some strength. Next, he looked at Tian Zijun and Luo Yu. Luo Yu was continuously attacking, while Tian Zijun could only defend. He judged that Tian Zijun was no match for Luo Yu. What a troublesome pair. Immediately after, Yang Hang pointed at the two anxiously with a scowl and shouted, "Don't mind me, go save Tian Zijun first, subdue that girl." Immediately after, that group of students also charged at Luo Yu with their weapons, startling her. At this moment, Zhang Yin and her classmates also began to hold their weapons, frowning and blocked the way angrily, shouting, "Trying to bully with numbers? No way." Seeing them, that group from Class 1 still charged forward recklessly, provoking, "You trash from South Academy's Class 10, go to hell." And Zhang Yin also charged forward without showing any weakness, shouting, "I'll fight you." Immediately after, Yang Hang assumed a fighting stance again, gritting his teeth and scowling at Lin Shu, urging, "Don't mind them, our fight isn't over yet." Then he added, "I'll let you know that even without a weapon, you trash are no match for me." Immediately after, Yang Hang threw a punch, the veins on his face bulging, using diamond martial skill, stone-shattering fist, then leapt up and charged at Lin Shu. Seeing this, Lin Shu also looked up at him, then raised his electrified fist, looked at him with his eyes, and sneered contemptuously, shouting, "Don't think you're the only one with a fist technique. I'll use Silver Storm Lightning Palm." Finally, their two fists collided fiercely, shaking the heavens and earth with electric light flashing everywhere. As soon as they made contact, the sound of electricity came from the other side. Yang Hang quickly pulled back his hand, shouting in pain, "Ah, my hand!" his face wrinkled like a monkey's butt, his eyes rolling back. Immediately after, his body was sent flying into the air by the electric current, letting out a miserable scream, and Lin Shu just coolly passed by below with a dark face. Finally, Yang Hang collapsed on the ground amidst the smoke and dust, while Lin Shu stood proudly watching him. On the other side, Tian Zijun was also surprised to have a sword held to her neck by Luo Yu. She looked down at the sword, her pupils contracting, filled with fear. Luo Yu's face was still cold as she looked at Tian Zijun. She surrendered. Luo Yu, don't kill me, I surrender. On the other side, that group of students surrounded Yang Hang, looking a bit awkward, while he lay motionless on the ground. Lin Shu glanced back at them, frowning, and confirmed with a contemptuous smile. HMPH, you lost. In front of him, Tian Zijun had a sword held to her neck by Luo Yu. Immediately after, Yang Hang also woke up, was helped up, and knelt on one knee, scowling in a sorry state, and resignedly admitted, we lost. Two classmates on both sides also scowled and supported him with worried faces. Then Lin Shu also happily looked at them, pointed at them, and reminded, a bet's a bet. Hand over all the variant crystals. He frowned, his eyes narrowed, and smiled happily. Hearing this, Yang Hang was still stubborn. He widened his eyes, frowned at Lin Shu, and shouted in dissatisfaction, impossible, we can only give you 1/3 of the variant crystals. Hearing this, his eyes also narrowed, and he confirmed with a dark face, in that case I'll just have to kill you all. Then Yang Hang also looked at Lin Shu, put his hands on the ground, prepared to enter a fighting stance, and shouted his confirmation, we can only give you 1/3. If not, we'll fight you to the death. Tian Zijun and the classmates of Class 1 also faced Lin Shu with dark, displeased, and determined faces. Yang Hang threatened again. You and Luo Yu might be fine, but what about the others? Once we start fighting, they'll definitely die. After some thought, the sun was already high in the sky. Lin Shu also reluctantly supported himself with his spear, waved his hand, and agreed. All right, 1/3 it is. On the other side, that group of people looked at him with dark faces. Next, he stared at them, seriously thinking in his mind, these people's strength is not weak. If we really fight to the death, Zhang Yin and the others will definitely die. After the agreement was reached, Tian Zijun quickly threw a backpack to him. She scowled and shouted, this is 1/3, take it. Then she asked, can we go now over here? Qin Feng also took the backpack, looked at them seriously, and did not answer, while Lin Shu nodded, frowned at them, and confirmed. Go. After the group of wounded soldiers were escorted away, Lin Shu could no longer speak. He watched their backs, and after confirming that they had left, he quickly knelt on the ground, supported himself with his spear, and spat out a mouthful of black blood with a PFFT. Then he shouted in his mind, Yang Hang's strength is indeed very strong, worthy of being a peak 5th-tier martial artist. Seeing his condition, Zhang Yin also quickly ran over and asked with concern, Big brother Lin Shu, are you okay? And he stood up, looked at them, raised his hand to wipe his face, his other hand still holding his spear. Lele looked at him in panic and shouted, Class President Yu, faced with their greetings. He only confirmed, I'm fine, just some minor injuries. Next, Lin Shu led the way while taking a sip of water, and confirmed, let's go, we have to hurry. The group of people behind him also followed. Outside the school's battleship city, an announcement rang out, North Academy's Class 1 has obtained a total of 208 5th-tier variant crystals and 10 6th-tier variant crystals for a total of 258 points. Inside, Tian Zijun waved her hand while calling for the people behind to support Yang Hang and said, take the class president to the treatment pod. I'll watch things here. She stood next to the appraiser. Immediately after, Zhou Kaixing also walked in carrying a bag of spoils with 2 more bags in his hands, and said to Tian Zijun with a contemptuous smile, oh, Yang Hang was actually beaten so badly, Tian Zijun. It seems you met a strong opponent. Hearing this, she was also startled and looked at him. Immediately after, he threw 3 bags in front of the appraiser, one hand throwing, the other on his hip, closed his eyes, and asserted arrogantly, only 258 points, not that great. Hearing this, Tian Zijun also glanced at him warily. While the appraiser saw the bags in front of him, his heart pounding. Immediately after, another announcement sounded, South Academy's Class 1 has obtained a total of 222 5th-tier variant crystals and 12 6th-tier variant crystals for a total of 280 points. The appraiser held a red variant crystal in his hand, sorting and placing them on the table. Hearing this announcement, Zhou Kaixing crossed his arms, held his head high, and looked at the angry Tian Zijun, mocking, sorry, the first place in this freshman assembly belongs to our South Academy's Class 1. He squinted his eyes, smiling contemptuously, while Tian Zijun clenched her fist, wishing she could punch him to death, and shouted in dissatisfaction in her mind, damn it, if we hadn't given 1/3 of our variant crystals to Lin Shu and his group, we would be in first place now. Immediately after, Tian Zijun glanced at Lin Shu's team walking in, then she turned her head, looked at him with a mocking and joyful smile. She put her hands on her hips and reminded Zhou Kaixing, don't be too happy, you might not get first place. Seeing Lin Shu, he crossed his arms, his face dark, while Lin Shu calmly walked over. Immediately after, Zhou Kaixing frowned, looked at Lin Shu with a contemptuous smile, and replied to Tian Zijun, is that so? Do you really think you trash from South Academy's Class 10 can get more variant crystals than us? Then he asserted in his mind, those guys snatched the 8th-tier variant crystal. If that's included, they would definitely win. Then he added, but who would be stupid enough to hand over the variant crystal to the school? Immediately after, Lin Shu also walked to the appraisal table and poured out. The contents of the bag surprised both the appraiser and Zhou Kaixing. He crossed his arms, his eyes wide as he looked over, while Lin Shu smiled smugly and continued to pour. Immediately after, the appraiser looked at the measuring instrument, his eyes wide with terror, while the people around began to shout, "How can there be so many variant crystals? Aren't they from South Academy's Class 10? I heard they're the weakest." The table was piled high with variant crystals, and the chatter grew louder. It seemed there were even more variant crystals than South Academy's Class 1. Immediately after, an announcement sounded from the system screen. South Academy's Class 1 has obtained 280 points, ranking first. South Academy's Class 10 has obtained 280 points, ranking first. North Academy's Class 1 has obtained 258 points, ranking second. Then another announcement sounded. South Academy's Class 10 has obtained a total of 205 5th-tier variant crystals and 15 6th-tier variant crystals for a total of 280 points. Hearing this, Zhou Kaixing was also flustered, unconsciously shouting in disbelief, frowning, and losing his composure. 280 points. How could they kill so many evolved beasts with their strength? They must have picked them up by chance. This score doesn't count. Seeing his opponent's embarrassment, Tian Zijun also put her hands on her hips and mocked nonchalantly, "Oh, then you can go and pick them up too." Seeing this, Zhou Kaixing also quickly ran to the appraiser and asked, "Teacher, now that there's a tie for first place, how will the prize be divided?" He shouted angrily in his mind, "Damn it, the prize for first place in this freshman assembly is very generous. I was already sure to win these damn trash classes." The teacher saw him, also calmly turned his head to look at Zhou Kaixing. Finally he raised his hand to his chin, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought with a frown. "There has never been a tie for first place in all these years. I must ask the dean." Hearing this, Zhou Kaixing's face also turned livid with rage. He stared at Lin Shu, shouting in his mind, "They didn't hand over the 8th-tier variant crystal and their score is the same as ours. How can this be?" Contrary to Zhou Kaixing's anger, the students of Class 10 were excitedly surrounding Lin Shu and celebrating. Faced with this situation, he gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes wide, and shouted in his mind, "That's right, what about that 8th-tier variant crystal? That's mine, I must get it back." And Lin Shu raised his hand to his forehead in annoyance, glanced over and sighed with a sigh. It's actually a tie for first place. If I knew this, I wouldn't have absorbed so many variant crystals on the way back then." In a lush green area above was the school's spaceship. A week had passed. After a short week of the more than 100 freshmen who trained in the G17 abandoned area, only about 60 people were left, a mortality rate of up to 40. Lin Shu and his Class 10 classmates had just gotten off the spaceship, full of confidence and bright smiles. In Class 10, Nan Zhenghui pointed at them excitedly and said with a smile, "Great, they're all back." Seeing this, another classmate also looked over and said with a smile, "The class president and the others are all back. Great, you scared me to death." Another classmate cheered, "I told you, as long as the class president is leading the team, there's definitely nothing to worry about." Nan Zhenghui excitedly went forward and confirmed with a smile, "The G17 abandoned area is very dangerous. Hunting 5th-tier evolved beasts for their variant crystals is even harder. The results don't matter as long as everyone comes back alive." Then he added, "This time, our class performed very well in the verdant forest, earning 16th place. The entire class will receive a reward of 10,000 points." Seeing him so excited, Lin Shu and the others showed confident yet inscrutable smiles and didn't answer him. Then Lin Shu frowned and pouted with some dissatisfaction, questioning him. "Teacher, in your eyes, are the few of us really that weak? You didn't even ask about our results." Zhang Yin next to him also looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Hearing this and seeing their expressions, Nan Zhenghui was also a bit surprised and curious, looking at Lin Shu. Then he clasped his hands tightly, smiled happily, and asked Lin Shu through gritted teeth, "Oh, so what was your rank in the teens?" Hearing this, Lin Shu closed his eyes proudly, then smiled smugly and denied, No, teacher, take a wild guess." Hearing this, Nan Zhenghui became even more excited. His cheeks flushed, he hummed through his nose at Lin Shu, frowned, squinted, and shouted excitedly, "Don't tell me it's in the top 10? Seeing him guessing further and further from the truth, Lin Shu extended a finger, pointed upwards, full of confidence, and with his hand in his pocket confirmed, "First place, a total of 280 points." Hearing this resolute confirmation, the entire class was as if struck by lightning. Everyone was panicked, dumbfounded, and speechless, especially Nan Zhenghui. He stammered and asked again, "First place?" Then his eyes shone and he hugged Lin Shu, shouting uncontrollably, "Good, excellent. It's actually first place?" Then he added, "This result will probably go down in the history of Sanctuary Academy." The students also started to clamor. Seeing this, Lin Shu looked at him with an embarrassed smile, but still let him hug him. Then he reached up to scratch his face, glanced elsewhere with some disappointment, and added, "It's a pity it's a tie for first. That damn Class 1 from the South Academy actually got the same score as us." Nan Zhenghui didn't pay much attention to Lin Shu's words. With an arm around Lin Shu's shoulder, he squinted his eyes, raised a hand, and cheered, "A tie for first is still first, ha 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 ha." Seeing this, Lin Shu also leaned against him, looking at him with a surprised expression. Later in the stadium, Bailey stood on the stage and concluded the trial. For the Verdant Forest trial, first place goes to Class 1 of the North Academy. Each person is awarded 50,000 points and a gold-level martial skill card. Second place, Class 1 of the South Academy. Each person is awarded 40,000 points and a gold-level martial skill card. Third place, Class 10 of the South Academy. 16th place. Each person is awarded 10,000 points. 17th place. Hearing this announcement, the crowd below was shocked and began to murmur. Class 10 of the South Academy didn't come in last this time. Aren't they the worst? I heard that Class 10 of the South Academy did very well in the G17 Ruins trial. Then Bailey held up a plaque from the stage, squinted his eyes with a kind smile and said loudly, "Next I will announce the results of the G17 Ruins trial." Then he commented, "Truly interesting. It seems this year's freshman assembly has many capable geniuses. First place, Class 1 and Class 10 of the South Academy both tied for first place." Hearing this, the students of Class 10 of the South Academy all raised their hands and cheered loudly, "Yeah, long live Class 10, long live the class president." Faced with this result, the crowd began to whisper and discuss again. How is this possible? How could Class 10 of the South Academy be in first place? Getting 16th place in the Verdant Forest trial is one thing, but they actually got first place in the most dangerous G17 ruins. Then someone else questioned, 280 points. How many evolved beasts did they have to kill? Since when did 5th tier evolved beasts become so easy to drop? Faced with this situation, Bailey also helplessly turned to look at the dean beside him, still holding the results plaque, and asked, "We only prepared one first place prize, but now there are 2 first places. How should we divide the prize?" Then he added, "Sigh, what a headache." The dean was also frowning, his face full of difficulty. Suddenly Joe Kaixing walked out from below, frowning as he made a request. "Dean, I, Joe Kaixing from Class 1 of the South Academy, want to duel Lin Shu from Class 10 of the South Academy." A few people around him also put their hands on their hips with serious expressions, cheering him on. Then Joe Kaixing added with certainty, "Only the winner is the true first place." Hearing his words, the students of Class 1 of the South Academy also shouted their agreement. "That's right, we support a duel. Otherwise, who knows if some class cheated. That's right, we support the class president. The results of Class 10 of the South Academy are too unrealistic. Support the class president, support the duel." And Joe Kaixing still sneered confidently, glancing at Lin Shu on the other side. Seeing them so excited, Lin Shu also spoke up to confirm, "If you want to fight, I'm even more eager to fight. Am I afraid of you?" Over here, Class 10 of the South Academy also shouted excitedly, "Class president, beat him. Class 1 of the South Academy is too arrogant. Smash their mouths. Class president, we support you." Seeing this, Bailey looked from the stage at Lin Shu and Joe Kaixing standing opposite each other, and also judged with difficulty in his mind, Class 1 and Class 10 dueling. This is the first time this has happened since the school was founded. Then he leaned forward to look at the teachers of the 2 classes below and asked them, "What do you teachers think?" The dean of instruction next to him quickly crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and calmly affirmed, "I have no opinion." And Nan Zhenghui next to him remained silent. Then he opened his eyes and provoked, "Is Teacher Nan afraid of losing?" He still had his arms crossed, sneering, and continued with a provocative tone, "Don't worry, I'll have Joe Kaixing go easy on him. I won't let him cripple Lin Shu." Hearing this, Nan Zhenghui also calmly closed his eyes and said with a smile, "HMPH, since Lin Shu thinks it's fine, I certainly have no reason to hesitate," just as he wished. The teacher of Class 1 of the South Academy smiled smugly. Then Nan Zhenghui pointed at Joe Kaixing on the field, tilted his head, smiled confidently, and asserted, "I will have Lin Shu go all out and crush the so-called genius of your Class 1 under his feet." After getting the 2 teachers' consent, Bailey also quickly spoke up to confirm, "All right, there's no time like the present. This stage is all yours. Who gets first place will depend on your abilities." Then Joe Kaixing quickly drew his sword, smiled smugly, and glanced at Lin Shu and shouted, "Come on." Hearing this, Lin Shu also turned his head, smiled mischievously, and asked Luo Yu, "Little Yue, do you think I can beat him?" Hearing this, she also calmly closed her eyes and asserted, "You've already absorbed an 8th tier variant crystal. If you still can't win, you can just scram back to the city." Hearing these words, Lin Shu walked onto the stage carrying his long spear with a wounded expression, his face dark, pouting and muttering aggrievely, "You proud thing, can't you say something nice?" Below, cheers rose and fell. "Class president, go for it. Big brother Lin Shu, go for it. Class president, smash that bastard's mouth." Behind, Tian Zijun crossed her arms, squinted her eyes, and commented with a smile, "HMPH, what an ignorant thing daring to challenge Joe Kaixing." Liang Han next to her was still injured, his arm in a cast, and also asserted seriously, "It's still hard to say who will win this battle." Then the 2 stood opposite each other on the stage. Joe Kaixing looked at Lin Shu with dissatisfaction and said, "HMPH, you snatched my 8th tier variant crystal and schemed against me. Lin Shu, today I will teach you a good lesson in front of the whole school." And Lin Shu leisurely walked up to him with his long spear. Then he reached up to scratch his ear, calmly leaned on his long spear and retorted, "So many people were fighting for it at the time, how did that variant crystal become yours?" Then he added, "Dude, even if it was really yours." Then Lin Shu interrupted his own words, glanced at Joe Kaixing provocatively, frowned and sneered with certainty, "I've set my sights on it, how could I let it go?" Seeing this, Joe Kaixing also held his long sword, quickly charged at him, swung his sword upwards and shouted, "You arrogant fool, go to hell." But Lin Shu remained calm. Then Joe Kaixing pressed down on Lin Shu's long spear with his sword and shouted disdainfully through gritted teeth, "A commoner who has just advanced to the 5th tier, your strength is nothing special. You're still a long way from defeating me." At this time Lin Shu was still holding on, gripping his long spear tightly, and did not respond. Then Lin Shu retreated, drew an arc of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, and charged at Joe Kaixing. Raging flames emanated from his surroundings, flying towards Joe Kaixing, then condensed into a fire phoenix and rushed over. Seeing this, Joe Kaixing also raised his hand to block, stammering in confusion, "Why is this flame so hot?" Seeing this, Joe Kaixing also came back to his senses, frowned, and exclaimed in surprise, I remember he used this move in the tower before, but the temperature wasn't this high. Then Zhou Kaixing also rushed out of the sea of fire, his face slightly confused, his body still wrapped in flames. Then his clothes and hair began to burn, and Zhou Kaixing shouted, "If I'm hit by such a high temperature, I'll definitely be severely burned. Ah, this is bad." Then his expression became panicked. Finally, his hair was charred black, popping like popcorn. He widened his eyes, his face full of surprise, his body began to smoke, and he gritted his teeth with difficulty. Lin Shu provoked him again. "How does the rose-suckling pig taste?" Hearing this, Zhou Kaixing, also with a dark face, furiously swung his sword and shouted as he charged forward, "You dare to play with me, go to hell." He sent out a sword light using divine lightstream art. Then Lin Shu also frowned and shouted with some surprise, "Why is he so fast? I can't dodge it. I can only use this move." Thinking this, he quickly swung his long spear, drawing an arc on the other side. Zhou Kaixing still rushed over at an extremely fast speed. After the two collided, a small explosion occurred, and both were thrown back to the ground with a cloud of smoke. Seeing this, Zhou Kaixing also looked up at Lin Shu and asked again in surprise, "What kind of martial skill was that? It could actually deflect the divine lightstream art?" His eyes narrowed, and he held his sword in front of him on guard. Then he still slid gracefully and sneered, squinting his eyes, and shrieked with certainty, "Impossible! You were just lucky to block my attack rhythm just now. Once I use my movement skill, your move will be useless." Outside, Bati was observing the two while looking at their resumes. He judged that Zhou Kaixing came from a prestigious family with abundant resources, which was why they could cultivate a genius like him. Then he added, "But Lin Shu's background is too ordinary. And when he was at Star Glory Academy, he was a student with ordinary aptitude." Then he squinted his eyes, and while observing the match he gave his judgment. How could he become a 5th-tier martial artist in less than a year in such a short time? Then he listed, he didn't take any forbidden drugs, nor did he practice any forbidden arts. Lin Shu indeed leveled up on his own ability. Then Bailey watched Lin Shu fighting on the stage, seriously dodging attacks, and judged again. If that's the case, then this kid's aptitude is not ordinary but a peerless genius. It just needs special conditions to fully stimulate his potential. Then he seemed to have discovered something and was also startled, shouting, "How that spear is!" Thinking of this, Bailey's eyes widened in panic, imagining the spear, and shouted in his mind, "Black tassel?" Then he shouted his question in confusion, "What is this kid's relationship with Bailey hailing? Why would he give black tassel to this kid?" Then Lin Shu pointed his long spear at Zhou Kaixing using the frosty rainstorm pear blossom spear and shot at Zhou Kaixing, and he, while jumping and dodging the attack, commented, "Too slow, your spear." Then he swung his sword, frowned at Lin Shu, opened his mouth wide, and shouted with certainty, "You can't hit me at all." The sword in his hand flashed using divine lightstream art, and Lin Shu, while watching him, frowned and retracted his spear, secretly thinking in his mind, "I don't know what movement skill he cultivated, he's so fast I can't hit him at all." Then he made a decision, "I can only slow him down." Thinking of this, ice appeared on his hand. Then Lin Shu used another move, frosty rainstorm pear blossom spear, which also startled Zhou Kaixing as he rushed over. Outside, Bailey was already dumbfounded, his face stiff, his eyes wide, and he kept shouting, "That kid can actually use ice attribute source energy, what a talent," he judged. On the field, Zhou Kaixing also shrank back in panic. His legs were frozen, and he shouted, "This is the ice attribute." Then he panted with difficulty, and in panic and with a sweaty head he still held his sword tightly and shouted at Lin Shu, "Isn't your martial skill fire attribute?" Zhou Kaixing's legs were frozen and he couldn't move. Then Lin Shu squinted his eyes, frowned, and swept a circle with his flaming spear. Then he shouted the move's name again, "100 birds paying homage to the phoenix," and then swung his spear in a circle again, forming a fire phoenix to attack Zhou Kaixing. Then he quickly jumped up to dodge the fire phoenix but was still partially burned. He bent down, curled up, and used his sword to block, barely escaping from the scorching fire phoenix. Finally, Zhou Kaixing was sent flying, propping himself up on the ground. Then he trembled with anger, his face dark, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth as he looked at Lin Shu and asked word by word, "Ice attribute, you're not." Before he could finish, Lin Shu spoke up to confirm, "You guessed right." He raised his hand to wipe his upper lip, sneered, frowned, and confirmed again, "Your 8th-tier variant crystal has been absorbed by me." Seeing this, Zhou Kaixing also trembled with anger, his face dark, gritting his teeth and muttering, "A piece of trash like you dares to absorb an 8th-tier variant crystal, unforgivable." Then he entered a berserk state, veins bulging on his face, and shouted, "You who waste a heavenly treasure, I must kill you." His eyes turned red, and he held his sword tightly, using source augmentation art. Seeing this, Lin Shu also frowned and shouted in panic, why did his strength suddenly increase so much? Could he have also practiced a martial skill like rage? In front of him, his body was still enhancing its attributes, turning bluish-purple. Then Lin Shu also had a sudden realization, his face scrunched up, and he fell into deep thought and panic. This is the source concealment art. Then he imagined a person practicing this art, their body turning bluish-purple, and then judged, suppressed the powerful source energy in the body, and then erupted in battle, which is equivalent to a kind of power that surpasses oneself. Then Lin Shu added, the more source energy is suppressed, when it erupts, the power will be stronger. On the other side, Zhou Kaixing still held his smoking arm, one eye closed, one eye open, his entire body still emitting a dense purple aura. Lin Shu shouted and continued to judge, "This cultivation method is extremely arduous. Ordinary people can't cultivate it at all. I didn't expect Zhou Kaixing to succeed." Then Zhou Kaixing was ready, like a madman, holding his long sword, gritting his teeth, his face covered in bulging veins. He charged at Lin Shu and asserted loudly, "Lin Shu, you're dead this time." He used spirit slaying slash, Originally the battle between Zhou Kaixing and Lin Shu was evenly matched, but because he used the source concealment art his strength increased greatly. Zhou Kaixing poured all his strength into his sword and with a fierce horizontal slash he sent Lin Shu flying. Blood gushed from Lin Shu's body, and he fell to the ground on the spot. Seeing Lin Shu fall, the people around all exclaimed anxiously, "Ah Lin, big brother Lin Shu, class president, he's dead." Luo Yu stood by observing the match. Seeing everyone's anxious and panicked look, she frowned angrily and said, "What are you shouting about? Look closely, he's not dead yet." The people from North Academy's Class 1 were also quite surprised by the situation. Tian Zijun asked blankly, "That guy isn't dead just like that, is he?" Yang Hang said impatiently, "How is that possible? Can't you feel the traces he's still clearly left here? What a troublesome guy." Seeing Lin Shu get knocked down, Zhou Kaixing also breathed a sigh of relief, and his power dissipated a lot. Suddenly a cloud of white smoke rose, obscuring Zhou Kaixing's vision, making him guard his surroundings vigilantly. When he could see clearly, Lin Shu was already gone. He searched in a panic. "He's gone, it's actually a clone." Lin Shu at this time secretly thought from behind, "The shadow clone is indeed useful." Lin Shu jumped up, poured all his strength into his long spear and then used Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. This move was fast and accurate, and Zhou Kaixing also had no time to defend. His face darkened as he turned to parry with his sword, but Lin Shu's spear swiftly pierced Zhou Kaixing's shoulder. He frowned in pain, his forehead already covered in beads of sweat. The crowd watching the match below also began to discuss, did Kaixing's left shoulder get pierced again? Lin Shu has victory in his grasp this time. I can't believe the bottom feeder class president of South Academy's Class 10 could actually defeat the genius class president of South Academy's Class 1. It's too early to draw conclusions. It's just a shoulder wound, the outcome is still uncertain. Zhou Kaixing tightly gripped the spear in Lin Shu's hand and a poisonous gas quickly spread from his hand to the spear shaft. Lin Shu saw the poison spreading rapidly and didn't have time to react. Zhou Kaixing, with a vicious smile on his face, said loudly, "Haha, don't think you can beat me just like this." Lin Shu noticed the poison had already started spreading to his hand and said in a panic, "Poison, you dare to use poison?" Zhou Kaixing still held the spear tightly as the poison grew thicker, and he revealed a sinister smile. "As long as I can beat you, it doesn't matter how I do it." Invaded by the poison, Lin Shu instantly lost his strength to resist and collapsed limply on the ground. The spear was still stuck in Zhou Kaixing's shoulder. Seeing Lin Shu fall, he plunged his azure sword into the ground, then used all his strength to pull the spear out of his body. He gritted his teeth, and with a powerful pull, the spear was finally yanked out, followed by a splatter of blood. After pulling out the spear, Zhou Kaixing threw it far away and said smugly, "HMPH, since you're unarmed I won't bully you. Next I'll use my fist to crush every bone in your body." Zhou Kaixing used his ultimate skill, Black Dragon Annihilation Fist. As he threw his punch, it transformed into a powerful black dragon, smashing violently into Lin Shu. After being poisoned, Lin Shu could only lie there and take the beating, enduring nearly 10 fatal punches. As he was being hit, Lin Shu thought to himself, "Damn it, although the poison in my body isn't lethal, it's making me feel tired and weak. I can't dodge his attacks at all at this moment." Lin Shu was like a fish on a chopping block. He spat out a mouthful of blood, weakly propping himself up. Seeing that Lin Shu was about to collapse, Zhou Kaixing lifted him high. Wanting to deliver the final blow, he said viciously, "This punch will end you." Black Dragon Annihilation Fist. Zhou Kaixing's punch descended, transforming into a huge black dragon that rushed toward Lin Shu like a tornado. The ground around them caved in and shattered. The students of South Academy's Class 10 saw the tornado and all guessed the outcome in terror. "Is it over? What kind of fist technique is that? How can it have such power? We only knew Zhou Kaixing's sword skills were formidable. I never thought his fist technique would be this strong too." Zhou Kaixing looked down from above at the pile of ruins and said confidently, "If my punch lands, even if he doesn't die, he'll be seriously injured. I estimate he'll be bedridden for half a year." Lin Shu was beaten so badly he couldn't breathe. He immediately thought of the trust his classmates had in him. He didn't want to let them down. "I can't lose. I represent all of South Academy's Class 10. If I lose, they will be laughed at and ridiculed as trash just like before." Lin Shu decided to risk his life and said, "System, unlock the second-level genes." The system immediately popped up a gene unlock notification in front of him, asking if he wanted to unlock the second-level genes. Lin Shu risked his life and thought, although there's a chance of death during the unlocking process, I have to risk it. He shouted, "Unlock," and a terrifying power immediately surged through his body, causing immense pain. His muscles and blood vessels bulged, but Lin Shu still gritted his teeth and persevered, struggling in agony, thinking, "No wonder the system said there's a certain mortality rate. This level of pain can really make someone die from it." Seeing Lin Shu screaming in pain, Zhou Kaixing said in confusion, "What's going on? He looks like he's going crazy from the pain. Is my poison that potent?" Off the stage, the homeroom teacher of South Academy's Class 10 stood up anxiously and said, "Dean, does Lin Shu need immediate medical attention?" Dean Bailey observed the situation, then stopped him. "No need, he's fine," he thought to himself. "This level of pain seems like he's breaking through some kind of barrier. What kind of technique is this strange kid cultivating?" No wonder that girl even gave him the black tassel spear. After a while, Lin Shu struggled in agony, and finally the system popped up a notification. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully unlocking the second-level genes. After the gene upgrade, Lin Shu also felt a vast energy surging within his body, and his wounds had healed. With this new power, Lin Shu happily walked up to Zhou Kaixing and said with a smile, "You had fun hitting me just now, didn't you? Now it's my turn." After the second-level gene modification, Lin Shu now possessed 100 of his power. He quickly accelerated and counterattacked Zhou Kaixing. Lin Shu fiercely threw a silver storm lightning palm. Zhou Kaixing also shouted angrily, "Stop playing tricks, take my Black Dragon Annihilation Fist." Then he also quickly threw a Black Dragon Annihilation Fist. The two powerful forces collided and the two fought for 100 rounds on equal footing. Their speed was too fast for the naked eye to see, and the collision of their powers produced countless explosions. But soon, Zhou Kaixing was at a disadvantage and was sent flying by Lin Shu. Zhou Kaixing was knocked away and the surrounding ground shattered. As smoke and dust filled the air, he asked in confusion and terror, "Impossible, how could this happen?" Zhou Kaixing struggled, unwilling to accept defeat, and said angrily, "I can't lose to you. Come on, keep fighting me. The battle is not over yet." Lin Shu also rushed forward and said, "That's right, the battle won't be over until I've beaten you into a pulp." Lin Shu leapt up and with a divine wind kick he fiercely kicked Zhou Kaixing's head, knocking him down. Before Zhou Kaixing could even resist, he was tightly grabbed by the fire claw hand and couldn't move. With one hand grabbing Zhou Kaixing, Lin Shu used his other hand to unleash the Tiger Strength Fist, continuously striking Zhou Kaixing's abdomen. Then Lin Shu quickly ended the match with a Silver Storm Lightning Palm. His punch, combining powerful force and electric current, fiercely penetrated Zhou Kaixing's body, sending him flying. Boom, the surrounding ground shook with the impact. Lin Shu stood his ground and said happily, "I win." The entire stadium was still stunned by Lin Shu's swift victory. After a brief silence, cheers erupted. "He won, big brother, Lin Shu won." The crowd rose, dancing and cheering. "The class president won. Our South Academy's class 10 is number 1. Long live the class president. Long live." The homeroom teacher also happily praised Lin Shu. "Lin Shu, you are now the top of the Sanctuary Academy freshman leaderboard. South Academy's class 10 is proud of you." Dean Bailey also walked down from the stage and praised, Good, this was a truly spectacular fight. That girl really it's truly a case of a hero emerging from the youth." Upon hearing the result, a student from Zhou Kaixing's class, gritting his teeth in anger, rushed onto the stage and shouted, "Dean Bailey, I suspect Lin Shu used forbidden drugs. This match doesn't count." He and the students of South Academy's Class 1 all objected to the result. "That's right, he must have used forbidden drugs, otherwise how could he have defeated Zhou Kaixing?" The more they spoke, the more agitated they became, standing up and shouting, "Exactly, he was clearly about to lose. How did he suddenly become so strong? We from South Academy's Class 1 do not accept this. We demand that Lin Shu be inspected." Seeing the indignant crowd from South Academy's Class 1 protesting, Lin Shu stood with his arms crossed and laughed mockingly. "What a bunch of sore losers. I don't mind, inspect me as you wish." Dean Bailey remembered the scene when Zhou Kaixing's power erupted and said, "Oh, so according to you, what Zhou Kaixing used wasn't the source concealment art but forbidden drugs?" A student leading the protest against the match result said, "Zhou Kaixing used the source concealment art, we all know that, but I couldn't see clearly what method Lin Shu used to increase his strength. I suspect he didn't use a martial skill to increase his strength at all. He just used forbidden drugs." Seeing him dare to be so arrogant in front of him, Dean Bailey unleashed the power of a 9th-tier martial artist, silencing him. Martial skills are vast and profound. There are many things we have yet to know. Your inability to see it only proves that your knowledge is still lacking." The power of a 9th-tier martial artist erupted like a monster that could crush him at any moment, making him shut up and tuck his tail between his legs, not daring to have any more opinions. When he passed by the South Academy's Class 10 area, he was immediately berated by the students until he couldn't lift his head. "The dignified South Academy's Class 1 to have such character, can't you afford to lose? A loss is a loss. Don't always look at others with displeasure. Go back and wipe your tears." He was so angry his face turned livid, but he was helpless. He turned to his classmates and ordered, all right, stop arguing, quickly take Zhou Kaixing to the infirmary." Dean Bailey announced, "I now declare that for this G17 Ruins trial mission, South Academy's Class 10 has won first place. All students of South Academy's Class 10 will be awarded 50,000 points each, and the 7 students who participated in the G17 Ruins trial will receive a gold-level martial skill card." The entire South Academy's Class 10 jumped up and cheered. The homeroom teacher was also proud of his class's achievement. "Yeah, another 50,000 points awarded. A gold-level martial skill card. We've struck it rich, struck it rich." The students of South Academy's Class 1 could only watch in anger, their eyes filled with resentment as they watched them receive their rewards. If looks could kill, the students of South Academy's Class 10 would have been dismembered long ago. In the Martial Skill Pavilion, a place that stored countless martial skill cards, Lin Shu and the others, having achieved victory, were allowed to enter and choose. Each person could freely choose a gold-level martial skill card. Once inside, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the Academy's wealth. Countless martial skill cards were neatly arranged, numerous and priceless. "Look, there are so many diamond-level martial skill cards." Li Ping was a bit confused. "Are all these gold and diamond-level martial skill cards just left out like this? Aren't they afraid someone will steal them?" Lin Shu then said, Didn't you see what level the instructors protecting the martial skill pavilion are? Who would dare to steal? Besides, the way out of here is filled with alarms and surveillance. The security is tight. Luo Yu said impatiently. Stop wasting time. The diamond-level martial skill cards have nothing to do with you. Hurry up and choose a gold-level martial skill card that suits you. Lin Shu was looking around the martial skill pavilion when he suddenly saw a gold-level martial skill card covered in cobwebs. He was a bit surprised and said, "Hey, this gold card actually has cobwebs on it. To what extent has it been despised?" Lin Shu quickly brushed the dust off the card to see what kind of martial skill it was to have been abandoned. After wiping it clean, the card clearly showed Sky Dragon City Breaker, a spear technique martial skill card. On the card's surface was a giant dragon emitting a green light, looking quite powerful. Luo Yu came up from behind, startling Lin Shu. She then stepped forward to explain the card. This card is very special. I heard that in the history of Sanctuary Academy only 20 people have chosen this card to cultivate, but none have succeeded. Lin Shu looked carefully at the card in his hand and muttered to himself, "Is it that hard to learn?" Luo Yu stood behind him, silent, not knowing which card to choose. After a while she took out a card and said, "To cultivate Sky Dragon City Breaker, you need to pair it with this card to unleash its greatest power." Lin Shu looked carefully at the card Luo Yu handed over and couldn't help but be astonished. Overlord Spear Technique. Suddenly a martial artist walked over from a distance and praised, "Hee hee, you've got quite the eye, young lady." This martial artist slowly walked over and said, "You're right. A few years ago, many students wanted to learn this martial skill card, but those guys couldn't even read the information on this card." Hearing this martial artist say so, Lin Shu was a bit curious. Is it that exaggerated? They can't even read the information on this martial skill card, the martial artist said seriously. If you can read the information of Sky Dragon City Breaker and learn it successfully, combining these two cards will indeed unleash the greatest power, the martial artist added with regret. However, today you can only choose one of the two. Lin Shu thought to himself that when he chose the Burst Fist, people also said he couldn't learn it, but he still did. Just because others can't learn it doesn't mean I can't. I'm a variable. After thinking, Lin Shu made his decision. He forcefully picked up the card and said, "Teacher, I've made up my mind. It's this Sky Dragon City Breaker." After leaving the martial skill pavilion, Lin Shu returned to his rented room. He and Luo Yu walked into the room together, and Lin Shu looked excitedly at the martial skill card in his hand, saying, Let's give it a try. Maybe I can successfully cultivate it." Suddenly the door opened, and a gold-level martial skill card was thrown in, hitting Lin Shu right on the head. With a thud, he picked up the card and saw that it was the Overlord Spear Technique. Lin Shu turned his head in surprise to look at Luo Yu and asked, "This is?" Luo Yu stood at the door with her arms crossed and said calmly, "A gift for you." Lin Shu asked with some embarrassment, "You chose this card for me. What about yourself?" Luo Yu calmly turned around and said, "The martial skill cards inside aren't good. I didn't like a single one of them." Lin Shu was completely speechless at this domineering CEO-like attitude. He opened his mouth wide and thought, What's this person's background to not even care for the martial skill cards in Sanctuary Academy's martial skill pavilion? Seeing this, Lin Shu accepted it without any guilt. He held the card happily and said, "All right then, thanks." Luo Yu was about to leave, but didn't forget to put him down a few notches. "Don't get any ideas, I just think that you being too weak is embarrassing for me." Seeing Luo Yu being so cold, Lin Shu thought, "This person who's cold on the outside but warm on the inside, can't she live without putting me down?" Luo Yu had already left, and Lin Shu focused on learning the martial skill. He picked up the card Luo Yu gave him and decided, "I'll learn this one first." Lin Shu quickly placed the card on his forehead and then entered the cultivation illusion. In the illusion, Lin Shu learned several new skills. The gold-level martial skill, Overlord Spear Technique. In just a short time, Lin Shu had finished learning it. He was surprised by the functions brought by the Overlord Spear Technique. The Spear Technique is truly domineering. The Spear Techniques I learned before were a balance of offense and defense, but the Overlord Spear Technique uses offense as defense with no defensive moves at all, only attacks. Lin Shu quickly picked up his spear and rapidly performed the learned spear techniques, practicing them repeatedly until he was proficient. In simple terms, this spear technique is a life-or-death battle. He finally completely comprehended the Overlord Spear Technique. Lin Shu looked at the Sky Dragon City Breaker card on the table and said, "Luo Yu said the Overlord Spear Technique can be combined with Sky Dragon City Breaker. I've just finished learning the Overlord Spear Technique. Now I'll try Sky Dragon City Breaker and see if it's as mysterious as the old man in the martial skill pavilion said." Lin Shu slapped the card on his forehead and shouted, "Gold-level martial skill, Sky Dragon City Breaker, open." Then he kept his hand on his forehead, his face tilted towards the sky. A minute later, Lin Shu said dejectedly, "No reaction." 10 minutes later, he lost his patience and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, still no reaction." Lin Shu scratched his head, fidgeting as he stared at the card. Not even a slight reaction. Am I opening it the wrong way? Lin Shu then stood on his head and placed the card on his forehead. He said to himself, how about this? The card still had no reaction. So he changed his posture, doing the splits, bending over flexibly or like this. Finally, it turned into a posture of Lin Shu kowtowing to the card. He said to himself, maybe this will work? Look how devout my posture is. Despite trying various methods, the card still had no reaction. Lin Shu angrily slammed the card onto the table, his eyes spitting fire with rage. Damn it, this is such a ripoff. I risked my life to get first place and this is what I get. The card, having been thrown on the table and cursed at, also angrily retorted, weren't you the one who chose it? Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding, unknown energy detected. Devour? Lin Shu was about to give up when he saw the system pop up. He was surprised to find unknown energy. This card actually had unknown energy. Lin Shu placed the card on his forehead and said to the system, Devour. The system also began to activate. Ding, Devour skill activated, beginning to devour 1:10:45. During the devouring process, Lin Shu fell into a hallucination. He appeared on a battlefield surrounded by the smoke of war and corpses strewn everywhere. Lin Shu suddenly came to his senses. Suddenly, a general on a warhorse charged through the enemy lines. He brandished a spear with immense destructive power, galloping across the battlefield with his horse, cutting down enemies. The general roared, break the city. And his warhorse worked in perfect sync with him, routing the enemy, who screamed and scattered in terror. Lin Shu jolted awake from the vision, drenched in sweat. He let out a sigh of relief. He had been trapped in an illusion. Lin Shu unconsciously looked down at the martial skill card in his hand. The card had turned gray, which meant he had successfully absorbed the martial skill information within it. Lin Shu was instantly revitalized. He picked up his spear and said excitedly, to think a martial skill card could contain such mysterious energy. Not even a diamond-level martial skill card could probably do this. Was that vision just now the essence of the martial skill? Lin Shu immediately gathered his power and executed the Sky Dragon City Breaker technique. The energy gradually condensed into the shape of a dragon, but because the move's destructive power was too great, Lin Shu immediately suffered a backlash. He was sent flying, his spear clattering to the ground, and he was heavily injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Shu struggled to resist the power. Damn it, the backlash from this martial skill is so strong. The red dragon hasn't even fully formed and I feel like this power is about to tear me apart. Just as he was exhaustedly trying to hold on, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong, Lin Shu paused his training in confusion, thinking who would come at this late hour. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were a mess, and there were still traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He opened the door and asked, who is it? Manhua stood at the door with a serious expression, arms crossed, and asked, are you Lin Shu? Before Lin Shu could answer, he saw the injuries on Lin Shu's face and asked with concern, are you hurt? He rested his chin on his hand and said seriously, domestic abuse? Sigh, I heard from the people in Class 1 of the South Academy that although Luo Yu is very beautiful, she has a fiery temper and resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement. Lin Shu looked in confusion as the person before him made wild guesses without any sign of stopping. You live with her, you must get beaten up a lot, right? Lin Shu's face darkened in exasperation. He frowned and said, what the hell, you crazy person knocking on my door in the middle of the night? You're not from the neighborhood committee trying to mediate a domestic dispute, are you? Manhua had knocked on Lin Shu's door late at night. After rambling on, he finally introduced himself. I'm Manhua, a second-year student, ranked 25th among the competitive tower challengers. I heard you're the #1 freshman, so I'm here to ask if you dare to challenge the competitive tower and fight me one-on-one? Lin Shu immediately refused Manhua. Are you crazy? Why should I challenge you? You should be ranked 250th. Manhua righteously spouted a bunch of principles. As a martial artist, as the #1 freshman, you shouldn't refuse challenges. Only the weak are afraid to fight. Despite Manhua's passionate speech, Lin Shu paid him no mind. He waved his hand, turned to go back inside, and said wearily, all right, say whatever you want, I'm just a sickly weakling from Class 10 of the South Academy anyway. Lin Shu thought to himself, this kind of cheap reverse psychology won't work on me. Manhua was surprised that his words had no effect, but then he gave a cunning smile and said, you have no reason to refuse. If you beat me, this diamond-level movement skill card is yours. He took a diamond-level martial skill card from his pocket and held it in front of Lin Shu. When Lin Shu saw the diamond-level martial skill card, his eyes lit up. Though his mouth was spouting principles, his eyes were glued to the card, not moving an inch. As a martial artist, one should constantly seek challenges and cultivate martial skills. I accept your challenge. Of course, this has absolutely nothing to do with that diamond-level movement skill card. Seeing Lin Shu acting as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, Manhua was startled and thought, holy crap, this kid needs to tone it down. Seeing that Lin Shu had finally agreed, Manhua put away the card and said happily, good, I'll be waiting for you at the competitive tower next Monday. Lin Shu watched blankly as he put the card away. Manhua walked a few steps, then turned back to remind Lin Shu, oh right, I forgot to tell you. The competitive tower rankings are reset once a week. Your previous rank doesn't count anymore. You'll have to start from the first floor tomorrow. If you can't climb up, you won't even see my shadow. With that, he left calmly, leaving Lin Shu staring blankly after him. Lin Shu recalled Manhua's reminder and thought, there's a system like that? Lin Shu turned and walked back into his room, saying listlessly, whatever for that diamond-level movement skill card that fell into my lap. It's worth being a little tired. On his way back, Manhua met Ouyang Hang, who was standing in a hidden corner. Ouyang Hang spoke up and asked, Senior Manhua, did that kid agree? Manhua recalled smugly, the moment he saw the diamond-level martial skill card he was drooling and agreed immediately. Ouyang Hang said resentfully, HMPH country bumpkin, when the time comes, Senior Manhua, don't hold back. For daring to offend me, Ouyang Hang, I'll make him wish he were dead. In Lin Shu's room, he opened the system to check and found that he still had 5 lottery chances. Lin Shu thought happily, I've already gotten 2 gold-level martial skill cards before, plus a diamond-level movement skill card that just fell into my lap. Haha, my luck has been so good these past few days I have to give it a try. Lin Shu started the lottery shouting, "Spin," the system prompted. Ding. Congratulations, master, on obtaining a gold-level martial skill card, Lin Shu said happily. Yeah, gold-level martial skill card. My luck really has been great these past few days. Another spin and Lin Shu got a staff technique card. Ah, another useless staff technique. System prompt, 4 lottery chances remaining, he thought. Whatever, even if I can't use it, I can at least sell it for some money. He looked forward to the next draw. He shouted loudly at the system. The system spun again and the screen displayed 3 lottery chances remaining. This time, Lin Shu held the card, sighing in disappointment. Another useless gold-level martial skill card. He continued the lottery, and the system displayed 2 lottery chances remaining. This time, Lin Shu was furious when he saw a silver card. He cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, it's getting worse and worse. It gave me a silver card. Enraged, Lin Shu spun again. This time it was 1 million alliance coins. System prompt, 1 lottery chance remaining. By now, Lin Shu was completely losing it, roaring madly at the system. This damn system is too much, it keeps giving me junk. This is the last chance. I have to get a grand prize. This time it didn't disappoint Lin Shu's expectations. The system displayed a notification. Ding. Congratulations, master, on obtaining a mysterious gift package. Open the package, Lin Shu shouted excitedly. Holy crap, a mysterious gift package, I'm so excited. Open it right now. The system activated and opened the mysterious gift package. Ding. Congratulations, master, on obtaining a healing medicine. Lin Shu held 2 bottles of medicine, so angry he could spit blood, unable to say a word. Ah! He immediately started flailing around, crying and yelling as he cursed the system for being inhumane. How is healing medicine a grand prize? Damn system, are you just waiting for me to get hurt? Not even an introduction, truly a product with no credentials. After all the fuss, Lin Shu had no choice but to accept this grand prize. He curiously opened a medicine bottle to look. It smells quite nice. I'll try one. I'm injured anyway. Lin Shu casually put the pill in his mouth, thinking, although the system is a scam, it probably wouldn't go as far as to kill its host, right? The pill melted the moment it entered his mouth, and his injured organs instantly recovered. Lin Shu felt his whole body fill with energy, and his strength seemed to have increased slightly. After taking the pill, Lin Shu decided to try the Sky Dragon City Breaker move again. He excitedly picked up his spear and exclaimed, "Wow, the effect is actually pretty good. The injuries I got from practicing Sky Dragon City Breaker are healing. I recovered in an instant. Let's continue practicing Sky Dragon City Breaker." Lin Shu began to channel his power, condensing a fire dragon formed from a whirlwind, but just as it was about to take shape, he failed again. Lin Shu couldn't hold on and suffered another backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He sat down to rest. Still no good. Damn it, I have so much healing medicine. I refuse to believe I can't master Sky Dragon City Breaker tonight. Lin Shu practiced desperately, taking a pill every time he was injured, then continuing to practice. Luo Yu came out of the bathroom and saw Lin Shu still practicing non-stop. Sky Dragon City Breaker, PFFT. Sky Dragon City Breaker, PFFT. Luo Yu sighed while drying her hair. Is this idiot trying to tear down the house again? Despite this, she could still hear Lin Shu continuing to practice. Sky Dragon Brea, PFFT. Luo Yu ignored him and walked past. Though this kid is quite hardworking, walking into the bedroom, Luo Yu received a message. Ding. Luo Yu quickly opened it. A photo appeared on the computer screen showing a girl with another person in a forest. Below the photo was a line of text. The person you're looking for has appeared. Go to the dark forest quickly. Luo Yu stared at the photo, her expression grim as she said, "I've finally found you." Next morning in the apartment, Lin Shu woke up exhausted. His face was still covered in countless cuts and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He sighed. Damn, I actually fell asleep. Perhaps because the training was too tiring, Lin Shu had fallen asleep right on the floor, his spear and empty medicine bottles beside him. Lin Shu sat up, stretched to loosen his body, and yawned. He had trained all night, eaten all the blue pills and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. But he had finally learned Sky Dragon City Breaker. After washing up, Lin Shu felt refreshed. He remembered his challenge with Manhua from the night before and said excitedly, "I have to go to the competitive tower today. Perfect chance to use Manhua for some practice." Walking to the dining table, Lin Shu saw that Luo Yu had already prepared a rich and delicious breakfast for him. Lin Shu chuckled to himself happily. Hee, breakfast is ready too, it's great to have a wife. Just as Lin Shu was basking in his happiness, his face suddenly turned pale with terror, and he thought, holy crap, I let that slip. If that fiery girl heard me, I'd be finished. He frantically looked around but didn't see Luo Yu, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. She probably went to school early as usual in the morning at South Academy's Class 10 of Sanctuary Academy. As soon as Lin Shu walked into the classroom, he was warmly welcomed by his classmates. Morning class president. "Hello, big brother Lin Shu," Lin Shu quietly asked Zhang Yin and the others. "Have you seen Luo Yu?" Then he looked around for her. Zhang Yin and the others were a bit confused. Lin Shu peeked into the classroom and looked around but didn't see her. "Ha, she's not in the classroom," Zhang Li, standing to the side, teased. "Class president, you've only been apart for a little while, and you already miss her?" Seeing that Zhang Li was asking for a beating, Lin Shu punched him. "Mind your own business." Zhang Li held his head in pain. Zhang Yin crossed her arms and threatened, "If Luo Yu hears you, you're dead." Lei couldn't be bothered with him either, saying in disgust, Yeah, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." After school in the afternoon, Lin Shu rested his chin on his hand and asked in confusion, "Where did that girl Luo Yu run off to? I haven't seen her all morning." Lin Shu's heart was in a turmoil. He was used to training with Luo Yu, and not seeing her made him feel empty. Zhang Li, who hadn't learned his lesson from the morning's beating, came over to tease him again. Two pitiful class presidents, abandoned by their own little wives, such resentful eyes. Before he could finish, he was angrily pushed away by Lin Shu. "Get lost." Lin Shu turned to Zhang Yin and the others and said, "I'm going to the competitive tower to challenge someone now. Are you guys coming?" They immediately got excited to go and cheer him on. Zhang Yin jumped up and shouted, "The class president is going to the competitive tower again. Of course we're going." Zhang Li's eyes also lit up, and he said excitedly, "Class president, we'll cheer for you." The group headed to the Sanctuary Academy competitive tower together. When they saw Lin Shu walk in, everyone made way for him and then started whispering, "Look, that's Lin Shu from South Academy's Class 10. I heard he even defeated Zhou Kaixing in the freshman trial and is now the #1 freshman. Since when did South Academy's Class 10 get so strong? He's here today to challenge Ma Baohuo, ranked 25th in the competitive tower. Even though he's the #1 freshman, he might not have the ability to challenge a second-year senior. This kid is too arrogant." Seeing the large crowd gathered around the competitive tower, Lin Shu asked why there were so many people at the competitive tower today. Li Ping took out his phone to check the school forum news and said, "Class president, I checked the school forum. The whole school knows you're challenging Ma Baohuo, who's ranked 25th. Qin Feng said angrily. "Exactly, someone deliberately spread the news to blow things up." Lin Shu understood immediately. Someone was playing tricks. "Are they trying to make me look like a fool?" he said with a cold smile. Zhang Yin, hearing this from behind, said with displeasure, "What? It's not certain who will be laughing in the end. Big brother Lin Shu will definitely win." Lin Shu and his group walked into the first floor of the competitive tower together. At this time, the entire spectator stand was packed. The crowd here for the show was buzzing with discussion. When they saw Lin Shu walk in, they mocked, "Lin Shu is here. He actually dared to come." Some people discussed with Schadenfreude, "What floor will he get to today? I bet he'll be beaten back before he even sees Ma Baohuo." Lin Shu cracked his knuckles, getting ready to fight. Last time it took over 2 hours to get to the 20th floor. I wonder how long it'll take to get to the 25th this time. The students of South Academy's Class 10 enthusiastically cheered for him from below. "Go class president, go big brother Lin Shu." The moment Lin Shu stepped onto the stage, he was like a fish in water, swiftly finishing his opponent in one move. First floor, Lin Shu wins. Second floor, Lin Shu wins. Lin Shu wins. Third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shu had already passed the 14th floor and was preparing to challenge the 15th. Everyone in the stands was stunned by this incredible speed. Zhang Yin exclaimed, "Big brother Lin Shu, at this speed even a plane isn't this fast, is it?" Lin Shu turned around and said casually, "Below the 15th floor are all 4th tier challengers. I'm 5th tier now, so of course it's much easier. From the 15th floor on, they're all 5th tier students." The moment Bagayalu stepped onto the stage, he looked at Lin Shu with contempt. He looked at Lin Shu with disgust and said, "You're challenging the competitive tower today. You look pretty arrogant. I, Bagayalu, can't stand people like you the most." He brandished his sword and charged at Lin Shu. Not to be outdone, Lin Shu used Silver Storm Lightning Palm and sent Bagayalu flying with a single punch. He was knocked down and couldn't get up after just one hit. Lin Shu casually walked over and lightly stepped on his face. Lin Shu turned around and said disdainfully, "Sorry, my time is precious." Seeing Lin Shu defeat a 5th tier student with just one punch, the entire stand fell almost silent. Zhang Yin and the others were shocked. He beat him. "Is that all a 5th year class president has got?" Zhou Kaixing, observing from below the stage, saw Lin Shu easily defeat his opponent and gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, a bunch of trash, not a single one can stop him." "Exactly, letting a newcomer steamroll his way through like this is too disgraceful. Stop him, someone has to stop him." After the match with Bagayalu, Lin Shu met an old acquaintance, the 5th tier martial artist Bok. He waved his sword in greeting. "Oh, we meet again," Lin Shu provoked him. "Yeah, we meet again. You who lost to me." Hearing Lin Shu mock him, Bok furiously charged forward. "Damn it. Don't think you're so great just because you beat Zhou Kaixing. That kid, I've beaten him before too." At the same time, Zhou Kaixing was sneezing non-stop in the stands. "If you're going to fight, then fight. Why drag me into it?" Lin Shu also made his move. "I'm different from you. You've only beaten Zhou Kaixing, whereas I've beaten both Zhou Kaixing and you." Enraged, Bok swung his sword, but Lin Shu quickly blocked it. "Kid, don't push it," he thought. "Last time my frost skill gave him a lot of trouble. This time I'll let him have a taste of being frozen." Bok then unleashed a gold-level martial skill. 3-inch freeze. Lin Shu smiled smugly. "Another ice attribute move, I have one too. Frosty Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear." The combination of frost and spear speed formed a powerful icy tornado, crushing Bok's ice rain. The two frost powers collided, triggering an explosion. Boom, Lin Shu easily neutralized Boke's move. Seeing Lin Shu's technique, Boke was astonished. He blurted out, "This is the ice attribute, impossible. Your martial skill should be fire attribute." Lin Shu victory in his grasp would show him what true strength was. "Are you talking about this move?" 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Following the direction of the long spear, a massive ring of fire formed, encircling Boke. Boke was sent flying by the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The fire tornado swept him high into the air, then slammed him violently onto the ground, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in agony. Boke's entire body trembled in pain as he struggled to sit up. Damn it, he can use both fire and ice attributes at the same time. That's too monstrous. Last time I could fight him evenly, but this time I lost so quickly. The referee announced Lin Shu's victory. A few of Boke's classmates who were watching from the side immediately mocked him. "It's over already, you're such a waste." Hearing his classmates' ridicule, Boke's face turned livid with anger. He whipped his head around and shouted, "Shut up," but then he thought, HMPH, I'm only at the 20th floor. To get to the 25th, he still has to beat 4 more people. Starting from the 20th floor, every level is an expert. It's not that simple. Seeing Lin Shu prepare to challenge the 21st floor, Boke was confident that Lin Shu would suffer. The next few floors aren't that simple, but just a moment later, Lin Shu swiftly ascended to the 25th floor, leaving Boke flustered. He shouted in disbelief, "Damn, he's at the 25th floor already? The 21st to 24th floors are all guys, how could he be so fast?" Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Boke's friends curled their lips in disdain. "So shameless. No matter how fast he is, he's not as fast as you were at losing." At this moment, Lin Shu was facing off against Ma Baohuo. Ma Baohuo looked at Lin Shu and thought, "It's only been one night, but this kid seems to have gotten much stronger." Ma Baohuo threw out a diamond-level martial skill card and said, "You can hold on to this card for now." Ma Baohuo tossed the diamond card to the referee, causing the entire spectator stand to exclaim in shock, "Holy crap, is that a real diamond card?" The referee held up the card and replied, "All right." The students below began to murmur, "This is too much," putting up a diamond card as a bet. No wonder Lin Shu came to challenge the competitive tower. Who could resist the temptation of a diamond card? Ma Baohuo shouted. "All right, let the game begin." Ma Baohuo raised his hammer and quickly rushed toward Lin Shu, smashing it down. Lin Shu swiftly dodged. Seeing Ma Baohuo's speed and quick reaction, Lin Shu thought, "This guy is huge, but his speed is incredible." A single swing of Ma Baohuo's hammer was extremely powerful and his moves were unpredictable, causing Lin Shu some concern. His techniques were erratic and incredibly domineering. Ma Baohuo raised the hammer in his hands and smiled sinisterly. "You think you can dodge my attacks just by being agile?" Lin Shu immediately retaliated. "Who said I wanted to dodge?" He then unleashed the Overlord spear technique. The moves were unpredictable, as if thousands of spears were thrusting out at once, a perfect blend of offense and defense, incomparably agile. Ma Baohuo barely managed to parry with his hammer as the spear tips became as dense as a rain of arrows. Ma Baohuo could only defend, and Lin Shu's attacks grew faster and faster. Ma Baohuo thought, "I've watched him fight before. His spear technique wasn't this domineering and fierce. This is a completely reckless fighting style." Suddenly a long spear pierced through the air. Ma Baohuo quickly dodged, but his face was still grazed. He roared in anger. "Damn it, you want to compete in dominance with me?" Ma Baohuo swung the hammer in his hands, unleashing his ultimate skill, a gold-level martial skill, and then said fiercely, "Let me show you what true dominance is. Strike the mountain to stun the tiger." Once unleashed, the move came with immense power. Lin Shu dodged quickly. Feeling the power of that last strike, his face turned pale. That power is terrifying. Lin Shu hurriedly used the Overlord spear technique to block Ma Baohuo's strike the mountain to stun the tiger. The moment the long spear violently collided with Ma Baohuo's hammer, it triggered a deafening explosion. The immense impact left everyone in the stands in awe. Lin Shu is only a 5th-tier martial artist. This is unbelievable. But how can his explosive power be so strong? Because he blocked Ma Baohuo's strike, Lin Shu was pushed back several steps by the powerful force, barely managing to stay on his feet. When the crowd saw that Lin Shu could withstand such a blow, they looked at him with new respect. A 5th-tier martial artist can actually fight a 6th-tier one-on-one? He truly is the top of the freshman leaderboard. Lin Shu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a dark expression. A crazed look appeared on his face and he laughed loudly. "Haha, that was exhilarating. Keep it coming." He secretly channeled his internal energy and unleashed 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Raging flames surrounded Ma Baohuo. The flames, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures, rushed over, causing Ma Baohuo to break out in a sweat and cry out. How is this possible? Why is the temperature of this flame so high? Seeing that he couldn't face the flames directly, Ma Baohuo formed a protective shield around his body. When the crowd saw Ma Baohuo's shield, they all gasped and asked, "What is that? Is that a defensive method only a 6th-tier martial artist can use?" With the protective shield, Ma Baohuo withstood Lin Shu's scorching flames almost completely unscathed. The crowd was amazed. He actually blocked Lin Shu's firebird. How peculiar. Lin Shu laughed mockingly. "Well, your turtle shell is quite sturdy," Ma Baohuo said proudly. "See, this is the difference between 5th and 6th tier. If you can't break through it, let's see how you're going to defeat me. Moreover, I can compress it and attach it to my body without affecting my combat power." Ma Baohuo then executed the technique, causing the barrier to surround him, forming an outer layer of armor. Not only that, even his weapon was encased. Ma Baohuo said confidently, "You've already lost." Lin Shu was like a general on a battlefield. He charged forward fiercely. That black turtle shell consumes a huge amount of source energy. Especially when not attacking, it will quickly collapse due to insufficient source energy. Lin Shu gripped the blade in his hand, determined not to retreat. Lin Shu perfectly combined two techniques, the Overlord Spear technique and the Frosty Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. This move was a combination of the spear's deadly speed and the ice's ability to slow the enemy's agility. Freezing the enemy while delivering continuous stabs made Mabahuo exhaust himself just trying to resist. Although he had armor protecting him, he was still in a sorry state. At this point, some parts of Mabahuo's body were already frozen, and he was no longer as agile. Mabahuo thought, "This is too monstrous. This kid's flames are already incredibly hot. The temperature of his ice is also extremely low. Damn it, even with the defensive layer, my speed has clearly slowed down." Seeing that Mabahuo was beginning to weaken and unable to fight back, Lin Shu quickly focused all his power into one final blow, Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. The speed of the long spear combined with the frost caused cracks to gradually appear on Mabahuo's defensive shield. It finally shattered completely, causing Mabahuo to scream in panic. He even broke my defensive shield." Seeing that Mabahuo's shield was finally broken, Lin Shu decided to add another blow, Ultimate Art, Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. A powerful frost erupted from the spearhead, spreading out in all directions like the tentacles of an octopus rushing towards Mabahuo. Mabahuo's face turned pale with fear and sweat poured down. "Damn, do you really like using Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear that much?" Mabahuo was killed by Lin Shu's single strike. Lying flat on the ground, his hammer weapon also sent flying. The onlookers gasped in terror. "My god, Lin Shu actually broke Mabahuo's defensive shield. Mabahuo's weapon has been knocked out of the ring. How can he fight now? He's lost badly this time, even losing the platinum card." Tian Zijun from North Academy's Class 1 was observing the match. Seeing the situation, she crossed her arms and said angrily, "A bunch of idiots." Yang Hang saw Mabahuo's weapon fall but wasn't angry at all. Instead, he said confidently, "Mabahuo's best weapon isn't that hammer." Seeing that Mabahuo had lost his weapon, Lin Shu said confidently, "You have no weapon, you've lost." Unexpectedly, Mabahuo stood up, smiling sinisterly with a vicious expression. "Hee, that big hammer isn't my specialty at all." Hearing this, Lin Shu was surprised and became vigilant. Mabahuo turned his face, took out a pair of shiny metal gauntlets, his expression twisted and deranged. "Compared to that hammer, I prefer the thrill of punching with my fists." Mabahuo put on the gauntlets and said excitedly, "The game is just getting started now." He then used Roar of Fury. Originally an angry gorilla, his abilities and strength increased rapidly. Once his anger erupted, his power was enough to destroy everything. Tian Zijun observed this move and exclaimed in admiration, "Without relying on external drugs, he can rapidly increase his own strength. This is the first time I've ever seen such a martial skill." Yang Hang said seriously, "That's because this martial skill is extremely rare and can't be sought out. However, Mabahuo's family has only passed down this one martial skill." Seeing Mabahuo's sudden power increase, Lin Shu quickly thought, "This guy's martial skill is very similar to my rage, but I don't know if it has time and side effect limitations." As he was pondering, Mabahuo threw a punch at Lin Shu, who quickly raised his spear to block. His fist directly clashed with Lin Shu's long spear, completely unharmed. Strength was also evenly matched. Lin Shu's eyes widened in terror and he thought in shock, "He can actually block my black tassel spear with his fist." It seemed Mabahuo's fist strength had gained the upper hand. Lin Shu was actually knocked back. Mabahuo didn't give Lin Shu a chance to breathe, quickly leaping into the air, using the momentum to rush down and fiercely punching Lin Shu, almost nailing him to the stage. Mabahuo used his ultimate skill, flesh-crushing fists. Like a madman, he continuously threw more than a dozen punches at Lin Shu. With each punch, Lin Shu was driven deeper into the ground, and the surrounding rubble shattered. Lin Shu's classmates were terrified when they saw this scene. Everyone shouted in panic, "Big brother Lin Shu, class president." Lin Shu was lifted up by Mabahuo like a little chick and then thrown away. At this point, there wasn't a single intact part of Lin Shu's body, and the bloodstains had soaked through his clothes. Mabahuo used the Iron Fists of Rage move again. An angry gorilla with destructive power appeared, delivering a fatal blow with all its strength, piercing through Lin Shu's chest, causing him to vomit blood and pass out on the spot, a large hole in the center of his chest. Li Ping screamed in terror. His chest was pierced. Big brother Lin Shu, Zhang Yin still maintained a sliver of rationality, she said with certainty. "Impossible, big brother Lin Shu wouldn't be killed just like that." Then she suddenly remembered, "Did you forget he has a special martial skill?" As soon as Zhang Yin finished speaking, Lin Shu's physical body on the stage also dissipated. Not seeing Lin Shu, Mabahuo roared in anger. He disappeared. Mabahuo vigilantly looked around and then realized, was that just a clone? He can actually create a clone. I've never seen such a strange martial skill. As he said this, he quickly blocked Lin Shu's attack. Lin Shu thought, with my current strength I can't handle Mabahuo in his fully erupted state. It seems I can only use rage to end this quickly. Lin Shu then quickly used the rage skill, and his strength also rapidly increased. Seeing this, the crowd's jaws dropped, their eyes wide with astonishment. Tian Zijun angrily mocked Yang Hang. "Didn't you say that martial skills that instantly increase one's strength are incredibly rare?" Yang Hang also said awkwardly, "When did such a rare martial skill become so common?" Lin Shu used Galaxy Falls from the Nine Heavens. The move was beautiful, like the brilliant galaxy with long spears falling like a meteor shower towards the ground. Mabahuo was hit several times and cried out in pain. He can still stand. Mabahuo smiled and praised, "Not bad. This kind of strength makes for a satisfying fight. Mabahuo then shouted, "Come on, let's have a good fight, bloodbath rampage." At this moment Mabahuo's strength increased by another level, his muscles bulging, the clothes he was wearing were torn apart, his eyes were cloudy and his face had a bloodthirsty expression. Seeing the situation before him, Lin Shu thought in confusion, what kind of martial skill is this? He's clearly injured but his strength has increased instead. My rage has a time limit, once it's over I'll enter a weakened state and will definitely lose. Lin Shu gritted his teeth and thought, I can only use this move, Sky Dragon City Breaker. Mabahuo was not to be outdone, directly using, wreaking havoc in the void. Mabahuo saw a blurry shadow flash by. Mabahuo grabbed at it but missed. He suddenly realized, damn it, it's a clone again. Suddenly Mabahuo was pulled into an illusion. He was on a battlefield filled with the smoke of war, with soldiers' corpses strewn everywhere and raging fires all around. At this moment a general holding a long spear charged forward on his horse. Mabahuo hurriedly turned around and the general raised his long spear. Sky Dragon City Breaker. Mabahuo was pulled into Lin Shu's illusion and he panicked. An illusion? How did I get into an illusion? Mabahuo also suddenly realized that the bloody general's move was exactly the same as the one Lin Shu had just used. So Lin Shu's move and clone just now were to distract me. This is the real move. What kind of martial skill is this to be able to make the opponent enter an illusion? Although he was quite panicked by the move's dominance, Mabahuo quickly made the decision to fight with his back against the wall. No matter what move it is, I will definitely not sit back and wait for death. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his anger into his final move. Gold-level martial skill, wreaking havoc in the void. Mabahuo's powerful fist then clashed with Lin Shu's black spear. The two terrifying forces collided. At this moment a huge explosion occurred on the stage, completely destroying the entire sturdy stage. The onlookers also struggled to stand due to the loud explosion. They only had time to shout, "The power is too strong, the stage is about to be shattered." After the fierce explosion there was a hazy cloud of smoke. At this moment Lin Shu was still standing steadily, holding his long spear, while Mabahuo could no longer stand. His whole body trembled as he barely supported himself. "I didn't expect you to have such a powerful martial skill," Mabahuo finally admitted defeat. "I lost." After saying this he collapsed, his whole body sprawled on the ground. A referee announced, "Lin Shu wins." All the students of South Academy's Class 10 were moved to tears of joy. Long live the class president, hooray. He won, big brother Lin Shu won, that's awesome. The class president actually defeated a 6th-tier martial artist, Ouyang Hang. Seeing Mabahuo admit defeat he angrily punched the wall, gritting his teeth in frustration. Useless, useless, this useless Mabahuo. After the match the academy's doctor immediately came to treat Mabahuo. Zhang Yin hurriedly ran over and asked Lin Shu, "Big brother Lin Shu, are you okay?" Lin Shu waved his hand lightly and said, "I'm fine, just a little dizzy, help me up." The referee came over and handed the diamond-level martial skill card to Lin Shu. "Hey, this is yours." Lin Shu took the card, so happy he forgot his fatigue. "Holy crap, this is a top 30 movement skill in the world, flash step." Lin Shu held the diamond-level martial skill card, ecstatic. "Ha ha ha, what a huge profit. I didn't expect Mabahuo to be so rich, giving away this martial skill card just like that." Just as he was celebrating, Ouyang Hang walked over angrily and shouted, "Lin Shu, don't get too cocky," he threatened fiercely. "I will settle this score with you sooner or later." Lin Shu provoked him, enraging him to no end. "I even beat Mabahuo, what are you getting worked up about?" Suddenly Lin Shu seemed to understand something. He deliberately raised the card in his hand, a provocative smile on his face, and said, "Was this movement skill card provided by you?" "I knew it. How could Mabahuo be so generous? You used this card to get him to fight me, hoping he'd teach me a lesson for you. But you never expected that I would actually beat him." Lin Shu taunted him smugly. "Ha ha ha, Ouyang Hang, if you want to give me a martial skill card next time just say so. No need to be so roundabout." Ouyang Hang was so angered by Lin Shu that he was speechless. He turned to leave. "Lin Shu, you just wait." That evening as Lin Shu was strolling along a path at Sanctuary Academy, Tian Zijun suddenly appeared before him calling out, "Lin Shu." Lin Shu was a bit surprised and asked what's up. He then gave a mocking smile. "Don't tell me Ouyang Hang wants to give me another martial skill card and sent you to challenge me." Tian Zijun smiled, not at all angry, and said softly, "Lin Shu, you probably haven't seen Luo Yu all day, have you? Do you know where she went?" Lin Shu immediately asked seriously, "You know where she went?" Tian Zijun said, "This morning I went to the classroom to see our instructor and happened to overhear Luo Yu asking teacher Nan Zhengwei for leave. She took half a month off. I heard she's going to the dark forest to save someone." Hearing that Luo Yu had gone to the dark forest alone, Lin Shu instantly panicked, his face filled with worry. "The dark forest to save someone?" Tian Zijun continued with a smile. "Do you know about the dark forest? It's an S-rank danger zone that only martial artists of the 6th tier and above dare to enter. Luo Yu doesn't seem to be 6th tier yet. Do you think she might die there?" Lin Shu said angrily. "You're telling me this because you want me to go to the dark forest, right? And it would be best if Luo Yu and I died there together, wouldn't it?" Lin Shu saw through Tian Zijun's sinister intentions with a single sentence. She dropped the pretense, revealing a vicious expression, and said, "Aren't you going to save your little sweetheart?" Lin Shu said firmly. "Of course, I'm going. But Luo Yu and I will come back alive together." The next morning in the academic building, Lin Shu was walking from his dorm to the classroom. As he walked, he thought to himself, "Last night, I looked up information about the Dark Forest on the Martial City Alliance website. The dark forest formed last century when a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared, bringing with it a large number of plants and creatures from another dimension. The Alliance website also had some quests related to the Dark Forest, but they were all snatched up. At the main entrance of the academic building, the students of South Academy's Class 10 were arguing with some second-year seniors. Li Ping shouted, "Why are you looking for Big Brother Lin Shu? Is it because our class president beat that idiot Ma Baohuo from your class yesterday, so you're here to cause trouble today?" A second-year senior quickly explained, "Junior, you've misunderstood." Lin Shu also walked over quickly and asked, "Who's looking for me?" Everyone turned to look at Lin Shu, who was slowly approaching. Li Ping called out happily. Class President Zhang Yin followed suit. "Big Brother Lin Shu?" Seeing Lin Shu, the second-year senior asked again, "Is he Lin Shu?" Suddenly, a sexy, fashionably dressed girl walked over, greeting him with a friendly smile. "Big Lin." When Lin Shu saw her, he yelped in shock. "Xiao Ruoshui!" Xiao Ruoshui quickly ran towards him. "Big Lin, I've missed you so much." Lin Shu was held tightly in Xiao Ruoshui's embrace, his face flushing red as he struggled uncomfortably. The people around found this scene incredibly entertaining. Li Ping also watched with a red face. "Oh, what's the situation?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yin was so jealous that black smoke was practically rising from her head. "Who is that shameless woman?" The second-year seniors also said awkwardly. "Hey, we don't know either. Xiao Ruoshui only told us she knew Lin Shu, but we didn't expect their relationship to be like this. It seems quite unusual." Zhang Yin shouted jealously. "Shut up, I saw it with my own eyes." Her outburst scared the onlookers into silence, their eyes shut tight. Lin Shu finally broke free from Xiao Ruoshui's fervent hug. He asked awkwardly, "Why are you here, and you're wearing a Sanctuary Academy second-year uniform?" Xiao Ruoshui said shyly, "Why can't I be here? I was a second-year student at Sanctuary Academy to begin with. I'm your senior." Lin Shu asked in confusion, "Weren't you a medical teacher at Star Glory Academy?" Xiao Ruoshui said calmly, "My brother is the medical teacher at Star Glory Academy. He had to leave because of family matters, so I just filled in for him temporarily." Lin Shu was startled. "Filled in for him? Can you just swap out medical teachers like that? Do you know medicine?" Xiao Ruoshui smiled and said, "What's medicine? With treatment pods nowadays, you can fix any ailment, big or small, just by lying in one." Lin Shu said helplessly, "What kind of medical teacher is as irresponsible as you? It's a miracle no one died under your care." Xiao Ruoshui calmly put her arm around Lin Shu's shoulder and said proudly, "My brother took forever to get back to Star Glory Academy. The moment he returned, I ran right back here. What do you think, miss me after so long? I've heard about your outstanding achievements, top of the Freshman Assembly's G17 area trial, defeating Zhou Kaixing to become #1, challenging the competitive tower twice and beating the second-year seniors black and blue. Ha ha ha, as expected of the little brother I, Xiao Ruoshui, have my eyes on." Though she was laughing happily, her expression suddenly changed, turning dark as she said, "But I heard that little vixen from South Academy's Class 1 actually transferred to South Academy's Class 10 and is even living with you. How dare she, daring to steal my man while I'm away?" Xiao Ruoshui grew angrier as she spoke. Lin Shu quickly explained, "It's not what you think. Her rented villa is just too big and it's a waste for one person to live there, so I'm sharing the rent with her." Xiao Ruoshui said dismissively, "HMPH, so what if she's rich? I'll switch my dorm for a villa today and you can come share the rent with me." Li Ping stood to the side, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lin Shu, saying with envy, "This is amazing, two beauties fighting over the class president." Zhang Yin was fuming, crossing her arms and saying jealously, "HMPH, so what if you're rich?" Lele saw Zhang Yin's expression and broke into a cold sweat. He quickly reminded Xiao Ruoshui, "Ahem, that, Senior Xiao, maybe we should get to the point." Xiao Ruoshui turned her head and glared sharply at Lele. "What, isn't me catching up with Big Lin the point?" Lele quickly waved his hands. "Oh yes, it is." The two continued walking forward. Xiao Ruoshui then turned serious and got down to business. "Alright, so we'll talk about that when we have the chance. I came to find you today for something. We want to invite you to complete a mission with us." "A Sanctuary Academy mission." Lin Shu pointed at himself, surprised. "You second-year seniors are all a higher tier than me. What mission would you need me for?" Xiao Ruoshui explained, "We've taken on an S-rank mission to find a living mutated black-toothed spider in the Dark Forest. The evolved beasts in the Dark Forest are very powerful, but their weakness is fire. Your fire attribute martial skills are the perfect counter for it." Lin Shu smiled and said, "It's no good if there's no benefit. What's in it for me?" Xiao Ruoshui said with a pout. "HMPH, you're asking for benefits right away for helping me out. I won't let you make the trip for nothing. The mission reward is 500,000 points. Besides you and me, there are 4 others on the team. I'll give you 200,000 points, how about that?" Lin Shu thought, 200,000 points. It's not a lot for me now, but I was planning to go to the Dark Forest anyway. I'll just consider it helping Xiao Ruoshui. She did help me before after all. After a moment of thought, Lin Shu decided, "Alright, I'll do it." "When do we leave?" Xiao Ruoshui happily hugged Lin Shu and said, "Haha, I knew you'd agree as soon as I asked. We'll meet at the main gate of Sanctuary Academy tomorrow at noon. It's a deal." Xiao Ruoshui and the second-year seniors then turned to leave. She looked back to blow Lin Shu a kiss, her expression alluring as she said, "We'll go prepare first. See you tomorrow at noon, don't be late." Zhang Yin quickly ran up to him and advised, "Big brother Lin Shu, are you really going to the Dark Forest? That's an S-rank zone. It's very dangerous." Lin Shu said seriously, "Yes, I have a reason I must go." Lele at the side said with a mischievous smile, "Class president, you've been completely charmed by that senior. HMPH, I'm going to tell big sister Luo Yu. Lin Shu's expression darkened and he said no more. Before leaving, Lin Shu turned and reminded them. I'm giving the keys to the training room to Zhang Yin. You all need to train hard and not slack off. I'll check your progress when I get back. Every one of you must reach the 4th tier. Hearing Lin Shu's words, everyone in the class shivered. Ah, reach the 4th tier, class president, you might as well just kill us now. In the instructor's office, Teacher Nan shouted his objection. What, an S-rank mission in the Dark Forest? No, that mission is too dangerous. I won't approve it, Lin Shu said calmly. Don't worry, Teacher Nan, it'll be fine. I'm going with 5 second-year seniors. They're all 6th-tier martial artists. Teacher Nan's face turned red with anger as he objected. That's still a no. Do you know what the Dark Forest is? Even teachers wouldn't dare say they could come back alive if they went. Lin Shu then asked the teacher, did Luo Yu go to the Dark Forest too? Seeing Lin Shu ask, Teacher Nan was momentarily stunned. He sighed and said, Luo Yu's situation is special. She requested leave directly from the dean. I have no authority to stop her, Lin Shu said seriously. Teacher, I heard Luo Yu went to the Dark Forest to save someone. She's in trouble, so I have to go. Please believe me, we will definitely come back alive. Seeing Lin Shu's determination, Teacher Nan sighed and said, all right, you must be careful. Lin Shu said, thank you, teacher. He then left immediately. The next morning at the Sanctuary Academy main gate, Xiao Ruoshui waved and called out, Big Lin, over here. Ma Baohuo also appeared, greeting him politely. Hello Lin Shu, we meet again. Lin Shu was a bit surprised and asked, why are you here again? Xiao Ruoshui forcefully pinched his ear and said with a smile, I called this idiot over. I can't believe he dared to provoke you for a mere diamond-level movement skill card. Don't worry, I've already taught him a lesson for you. Ma Baohuo cried out in pain as his ear was pinched. Ow, 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 Senior Xiao, be gentle. Didn't I already admit I was wrong? Ma Baohuo quickly waved a hand in greeting. Junior Lin Shu, I didn't know you were an old friend of Senior Xiao's, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to provoke you even if you gave me 100 guts. Let's just say we became friends through fighting. Lin Shu also extended his hand to make peace. Alright, it's all in the past, and I should thank you for that diamond-level movement skill card, Ma Baohuo said awkwardly. That was from Wu Yang Hang. At this moment the spaceship arrived. Xiao Ruoshui quickly called everyone over. Let's go, we'll take the Academy's spaceship to Deep Blue City, and from there we'll walk to the Dark Forest in Deep Blue City. The spaceship landed at the airport. Xiao Ruoshui introduced the city to Lin Shu as they walked. Because Sanctuary Academy students often go to the Dark Forest for missions, the Academy has a dedicated spaceship that flies directly to Deep Blue City. Additionally, there are offices for handling procedures and student dormitories here. Deep Blue City is the closest city to the Dark Forest. The scenery here is quite peculiar, gradually transitioning from deep green to black all the way to the Dark Forest. Xiao Ruoshui shouted, let's move out from now on. We need to be 200% focused. We must all come back alive. At that moment at the airport, Taro was listening to a report from a group of men in black. He said with contempt, HMPH, Sanctuary Academy. A man in black noticed Lin Shu's group disembarking from the spaceship and quickly reported the situation. Young master, I just saw them come out of the Sanctuary Academy spaceship. Taro remembered that Luo Yu had killed his men and said angrily, that little brat is also from Sanctuary Academy. How dare she kill people from my Kurakawa society? I will have my revenge this time. Taro furiously ordered his subordinates, inform Ma to ambush them in the town outside the Dark Forest. Also, quickly gather our brothers in the city to support Ma. His subordinates acknowledged the order and hurried to make arrangements. Yes, young master. Taro thought of the sexy figures of Xiao Ruoshui and Guo Ling and said lecherously, leave those two women alive. It would be a waste to kill such beauties. Xiao Ruoshui led the group into the town, instructing, the town outside the Dark Forest is up ahead. We'll rest there for the night and set out tomorrow. Suddenly the group was attacked by a laser beam. Lin Shu's vigilance shot up and he shouted, be careful. Ma Baohuo immediately used his shield, forming a barrier that enveloped everyone. Dense laser beams shot at them from all directions, making Lin Shu wonder, damn it, why are we being ambushed? Ma Baohuo, supporting the protective shield, asked in confusion, who are these people? Xiao Ruoshui drew her folding fan and commanded. With so many lasers attacking non-stop, Ma Baohuo's shield won't last long. Everyone aim at your targets and take them out with long-range attacks. Everyone replied in unison. Understood. Seeing her chance, Xiao Ruoshui shouted, move. Xiao Ruoshui unleashed her ultimate move, Butterfly Dance. Her two folding fans seemed to turn into two throwing stars, shooting rapidly towards her opponents. Lin Shu used his ultimate skill, 100 Birds, paying homage to the phoenix, sending a fire phoenix straight at the enemy. Guo Ling also used her Fireblade, Guo Tansen used his Scimitar Slash, and Lingling Fa used Earth Sword Chi, after several rounds of long-range attacks from Lin Shu's group. With flickers of fire still remaining on the branches, the enemies were finally exposed and left their hiding spots. Xiao Ruoshui retrieved her two fans and held them in her hands. The rats have all come out, brothers, kill. The group roared with momentum. Kill! The enemies in black holding laser guns shouted angrily. Damn it, how dare you provoke us? Lin Shu charged forward, swiftly dodging all the lasers, executing traceless steps. He said with contempt, HMPH, compared to training with lasers in the 6 times gravity room, your attacks are child's play. The man in black threw his gun to the ground in a panic. What? He quickly drew the two swords from his back. This kid's movement skill is too strange. I didn't hit him once. He fiercely slashed at Lin Shu with both swords, but Lin Shu nimbly dodged. Lin Shu immediately used the Overlord Spear technique. thrusting out hundreds of spear shadows in a continuous stream, giving him no time to parry before he was sent flying. Lin Shu then finished him off with a rainstorm pear blossom spear. Xiao Ruoshui was fighting 2 enemies alone. Seeing Lin Shu kill an enemy with a single move, she praised him lavishly. Big Lin is so mighty, I absolutely love it. Hearing Xiao Ruoshui say this, Lin Shu got goosebumps. Can you not say such strange things during a fight? Ma Baohuo and the other seniors also quickly dispatched the assassins in black. They trembled with fear. How are these people so strong? The leader consoled them. Everyone, don't be too aggressive, just stall them. Wait for the young master to bring reinforcements. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui walked over with a vicious look. Oh, you have reinforcements? A pity you probably won't live to see them. They trembled and shouted, You, stay away. At the Kurakawa Society, Taro and his subordinates were entering the town. A subordinate came forward to report, Young Master Ma and his 10 men have already engaged the people from Sanctuary Academy. Taro said confidently. What? Shouldn't Ma be able to handle it without us? The subordinate, his face covered in blood, said. Well, young master, Ma said they're about to be overrun. Taro shouted angrily. Idiots, useless, a bunch of trash, can't even handle a few students. I don't care, tell them to hold on for another 3 minutes, we're on our way. The subordinate trembled and said, Young master, Ma said he can't even hold on for 1 minute. Taro immediately said in a panic, Buck, stop hesitating, full speed ahead. The subordinate held the communication device and asked, Young master, the vice president is very close to us, should we go and greet him? Taro shouted to report to Osan, he thought in frustration. She'll definitely call me useless, forget it, worst case I'll just call her over if there's danger. Quick, let's go hold those guys off. It'd be best if we can kill them all. If we can't, once my mother gets here, we'll show them a fate worse than death. Taro stared in horror at the 2 bodies on the ground, his face pale with fear. They're all dead, Taro said, terrified. Lin Shu and his teammates stood nearby, turning to look at him. Taro pointed at them and said, You fools, you dare to kill members of the Kurakawa Society? Do you have a death wish? Ma Baohuo pointed behind him and said, Are you with those people who ambushed us? Lin Shu said, Since you're together, we'll just get rid of you all, Taro said contemptuously. Are the students of Sanctuary Academy really that tough, daring to challenge the Kurakawa Society? Taro pointed ahead and said, And that 1,000-year-old iceberg of a woman is no different. This young master will kill you first, and then I'll kill that girl. After hearing this, Lin Shu said with confusion, A 1,000-year-old iceberg? Lin Shu asked, Are you talking about the silver-haired girl with a long sword on her back? Hearing this, Taro sneered. Oh, so you know her, that's the one. She's pretty, but she's a 1,000-year-old iceberg who doesn't know what's good for her. Lin Shu held his weapon and said, Tell me everything you know about her, and I'll spare your life. A fat man stepped out angrily and said, A 5th-tier piece of trash dares to be so insolent to the young master. Young master, they're just one early 6th tier and a bunch of 5th-tier trash. Let us members of the Kurakawa Society handle them, Taro said. All right? Taro pointed forward and commanded loudly. Brothers, let them have a taste of the Kurakawa Society's power. The men behind him charged forward, shouting, Kill! The obese man swung his flaming hammer down with all his might, but Lin Shu easily dodged it. Lin Shu shouted, You're courting death? Lin Shu used Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, the tip of his spear striking out continuously like lightning. The dense rain-like strikes hit the fat man, sending him flying. Lin Shu swung his long spear in a circle, creating a crackling vortex as he whispered, Ultimate art, another Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. The move was unleashed, stabbing straight toward the fat man who was suspended in the air, unable to defend himself. The tip of the spear pierced through the fat man's brow in an instant, killing him before he even had a chance to breathe. The fat man fell to the ground, creating a small crater. Ma Baohuo sent a member of the Kurakawa Society flying with a punch. On the other side, Xiao Ruoshui waved both her folding fans, creating a crimson wave of energy that sent several more flying. Seeing this, Taro said in shock, What kind of monsters are these guys? Lin Shu looked at Taro and said, It's your turn. Lin Shu used Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear and thrust at Taro. At the same time, Xiao Ruoshui used Butterfly Dance, sending her 2 iron fans spinning like saw blades toward Taro. Taro's face turned pale with fear. He hid behind one of his subordinates when suddenly a powerful voice roared, Stop! That person said, Barrier. A brass-colored shield appeared, enveloping Taro and his men. Lin Shu's and Xiao Ruoshui's attacks were blocked. The green-haired woman landed on the ground. She was powerfully built with bulging muscles. Seeing her, the men of the Kurakawa Society immediately said with joy, Kurakawa Yoshida Miko, you've finally arrived. A masked subordinate behind Taro said, Great, the vice president is here. The woman had a sharp face, lips painted a garish red like a monkey's butt, and eyes as sharp as blades. Ma Baohuo exclaimed, Orange Source Energy, a 7th-tier martial artist. Lin Shu said, She must be a 7th-tier martial artist. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko roared with a murderous expression, You dare kill members of the Kurakawa Society and you dare to touch my son. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko forcefully plunged her greatsword into the ground and said, I see you're tired of living. Xiao Ruoshui recognized Kurakawa Yoshida Miko's identity and immediately said in surprise, You're Kurakawa Yoshida Miko. The Federation's a rank-wanted criminal. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko sneered, Oh, I didn't expect a little brat from Sanctuary Academy to know my name. Since you already know, how could I possibly let you leave? Xiao Ruoshui showed no fear and retorted, HMPH, we're near the town outside the dark forest and the Alliance has a garrison there. Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the Alliance army? Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said disdainfully. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have built the Kurakawa Society's base here. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said contemptuously. Besides, killing a few little ants like you won't attract the Alliance army's attention at all. After speaking, Kurakawa Yoshida Miko picked up her sword and began to swing it forcefully. Xiao Ruashui quickly warned, "Everyone be careful." The three of them jumped up together, dodging Kurakawa Yoshida Miko's wave of source energy. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko didn't care and continued to swing her sword, sending out countless sharp and powerful source energy waves, sneering, "These little guys react pretty quickly. That just makes it more interesting." The waves of source energy shot toward them, interweaving into a net. Xiao Ruashui held up her fans in front of her while giving an order. Ai Lin Shu and Ma Baohuo will hold her off. Guo Ling and the other two, you go deal with those goons. Guo Ling nodded in agreement. Lin Shu, Ma Baohuo and Xiao Ruashui surrounded Kurakawa Yoshida Miko, forming a triangular encirclement. Meanwhile, Guo Ling and the other two charged toward Taro and his men. Taro took something out from an inner pocket, grinning as he said, "Kurakawa Yoshida Miko is here too, so this young master doesn't have to fight desperately. I'll just sit back and wait for you to be finished." The small round object emitted waves of deep blue ripples. Guo Ling looked at the deep blue light with confusion. The ripples formed a protective film enveloping Taro. No matter how Guo Ling and the others attacked, they couldn't break it. Taro cursed from inside. "A bunch of fools. This defensive layer is the latest tech product. It doesn't consume the user's source energy," Taro said. "So you could attack for 3 days and 3 nights and it would be useless." Looking at the men, Guo Ling said, "Since these guys want to be cowards in a shell, let them. Let's go help big sister Xiao Ruashui deal with that powerful old hag." The other two agreed. On the other side, Kurakawa Yoshida Miko leaped up and swung her sword down. Lin Shu, Ma Baohuo, Xiao Ruashui and the others struggled to block, barely avoiding being sent flying. Looking at them, Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said, "If you were all at the peak of the 6th tier, you might be able to put some pressure on me." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko mocked them contemptuously. "But you're just a disorderly mob, and there's even a 5th tier among you." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said, to be able to kill so many talented students from Sanctuary Academy at once." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said, "Just thinking about it makes me mad with excitement." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko charged toward Xiao Ruashui saying, "Let's start with you. I love destroying beautiful things the most." Xiao Ruashui hurriedly held her 2 fans in front of her to block. Xiao Ruashui was sent flying by her. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko swung her sword and used the move Tyrant Dragon Sweep. Sharp curved sword auras shot out continuously. Xiao Ruashui quickly shouted, "Everyone be careful." Everyone scrambled to use their barrier techniques. A purple source energy barrier formed. But in front of Kurakawa Yoshida Miko's sword aura, those barriers were like paper, shattering on contact. Xiao Ruashui was sent flying by the recoil. Lingling Fa and Guo Tansen fell to the ground. Xiao Ruashui and Lin Shu crashed into a tree. The two helped each other to their feet. Lin Shu asked Xiao Ruashui, "Are you okay?" Xiao Ruashui replied, "I'm fine." Xiao Ruashui said, "She broke all our defensive barriers with just one move. Is this the difference in strength?" Lin Shu thought to himself, "Rage can raise my strength to the 6th tier, and with one charge strike using the martial skill Sky Dragon City Breaker, I might be able to defeat her. But Rage and the charge strike can only be used once." Lin Shu thought, "I have to use them at the most critical moment to achieve the greatest effect." Lin Shu glanced at the smug Taro and his men. He secretly calculated that perhaps that guy was this powerful old hag's son, her liability which could be exploited. Xiao Ruashui said, "Guo Ling, you attack from the outside. Keep an eye on that group of cowards in their shell. Don't let them ruin things at a critical moment." Guo Ling nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruashui raised her iron fans again and said, "Let's attack this old witch with all our might. I've already sent a message. We just have to hold on until the Alliance army arrives." Lin Shu said, "All right." Lingling Fa charged forward with his sword using a combat move while Guo Tansen used his saber to execute Scimitar Slash. Finally, Ma Baohuo charged at the front shouting Earth Sword Chi. But he was actually using his fist to deliver a pummeling fist. Their 3 waves of attacks were blocked by Kurakawa Yoshida Miko's horizontal sword block. Lin Shu attacked as well, holding his spear forward and using ultimate art Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. The spear tip was fast and strong, wrapped in faint purple lightning, full of power, but it was still blocked by Kurakawa Yoshida Miko's sword. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said, "It's actually an ultimate art martial skill, not bad." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko sneered, "Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. It's useless against me." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko swung her sword a few times and shouted, "Die!" Seeing Lin Shu get slashed, Xiao Ruashui's face turned pale with fear and she shouted, "Lin Shu!" However, the body of Lin Shu that was slashed turned a faint purple and gradually dissipated. It was a phantom. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko was astonished. Xiao Ruashui was also startled, her face full of surprise. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko vigilantly looked around, and a blurry shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Lin Shu used Frosty Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. The sharp tip of the spear carrying chilling ice shards as it thrust forward. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko turned around and said in disbelief, "How can it be the ice attribute?" The ice shards hit Kurakawa Yoshida Miko, freezing her and restricting her movements. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it. My movements have slowed down." Seeing this, Ma Baohuo rushed forward and said, Good chance. Manhua used iron fists of rage. The punch was powerful and strong, tearing through the air like steel, making a piercing sound. Carrying the heavy might of a mountain, Kurakawa Yoshida Miko was hit and sent flying. Manhua said smugly, "Haha, I sent a 7th-year-old hag flying." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko sat up, smiling with a murderous look on her face. "A group of little ants actually managed to hit me. You're very good. This is your reward. I will tear you to pieces." The group rushed up to launch their attacks. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko swung her sword behind her, defending by attacking. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko used the move Tyrant Dragon's Tail Sweep. The blade swung fiercely forward from behind her, drawing a circle like a dragon's tail, sweeping, destroying everyone's attacks. Manhua and Xiao Ruoshui were knocked back. Lin Shu gritted his teeth, then forcefully swung his long spear, unleashing Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko smiled disdainfully. HMPH, even an ultimate art martial skill couldn't do anything to me, let alone this ordinary move. Suddenly feeling something was strange, Kurakawa Yoshida Miko whipped her head around and shouted, "Ah, so there's another Lin Shu behind me." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko shouted in disbelief, "Two Lin Shus." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko was driven mad and said, "Is it that damn clone martial skill again?" Kurakawa Yoshida Miko swung her sword forward and a source energy slash shot out. Seeing Lin Shu still charging forward, Kurakawa Yoshida Miko thought to herself, "He didn't dodge my move again. This one must be fake." So Kurakawa Yoshida Miko turned to her back and said, "This is the real one. Watch me slice you in half." But when she slashed, that body dissipated again. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko shouted, "What? How is it fake again? Just how many clones does this kid have?" A sense of unease suddenly welled up in Kurakawa Yoshida Miko's heart. She looked up in horror and saw the tip of Lin Shu's spear emitting a scorching flame, with countless flames coming from all directions. Lin Shu used the move Stellar Inferno, the tip of the spear carrying flames, stabbed straight down, its power immense and violent, unstoppable. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko shouted in confusion, "Isn't this kid an ice attribute? Why is he using a fire attribute move again?" The flames landed beside Kurakawa Yoshida Miko and exploded with a boom. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, how can a 5th-tier piece of trash release a move with such high temperatures?" Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said, "I can't dodge it, I can only defend." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko stretched out her hand and shouted, "Barrier!" A thin barrier appeared. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoshui thought to herself, "She's going to use a defensive barrier, I have to stop her." Xiao Ruoshui immediately used Butterfly Dance, throwing her iron fans at Kurakawa Yoshida Miko. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko angrily raised her sword to block the two fans, and thus the barrier disappeared. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said angrily, "Damn it!" At the same time, the other flames also fell one after another. A chain of explosions occurred, and the deafening roar was like the sky falling and the earth cracking. The powerful force shook the ground on the other side. Taro's face turned pale with fear, and he said, "Mother?" A subordinate shouted, "Vice President." The smoke and dust cleared, and a sword was deeply embedded in the ground. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko had only moved her body slightly. Her face was filled with anger, and she gnashed her teeth viciously. "I never thought a 5th-tier piece of trash could make me look so pathetic." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko held her sword with both hands, assuming a backward swinging stance, and said, "It seems I have to get serious." Taro breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Great, Kurakawa Yoshida Miko is fine. I knew it. How could a 5th-tier piece of trash possibly hurt the great Kurakawa Yoshida Miko?" A subordinate said. "The vice president is holding her sword with both hands. She's finally getting serious," another person said. "Hee hee, this kid is going to be chopped into meat paste," Lin Shu suddenly said. "Oh right," Lin Shu pointed at her and asked, "If she's an A-rank wanted criminal, then the bounty must be very high, right?" Taro said. "Of course, the bounty for capturing Kurakawa Yoshida Miko is as high as 100 million alliance coins," Lin Shu exclaimed. 100 million alliance coins? That's so much." Lin Shu turned around and said, "Let's all attack together. Kill this detestable old hag and we'll split the 100 million bounty." Xiao Ruoshui said, "All right, everyone was just worrying about what suitable weapons to choose. We were just worrying about not having money to buy weapons." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said, "Just with you trash you want to kill me in your dreams." Lin Shu, Manhua and Xiao Ruoshui leapt up. Lin Shu said, "How will we know if we don't try?" Lin Shu swung his long spear, using the move 100 Birds, paying homage to the phoenix. The tip of the spear drew a beautiful and curved arc of firelight. The firebird flew past Kurakawa Yoshida Miko. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said, "Where are you aiming, little one? Is the vanguard that weak? Are you out of strength?" Lin Shu said, "Hee hee, I wasn't aiming at you." Kurakawa Yoshida Miko turned around with unease, only to see the attack shooting toward Taro and his men. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko's face contorted with fear, and she shouted, "Taro!" But the others had already formed an encirclement around her. Blocking Kurakawa Yoshida Miko's movements, Lin Shu leapt onto the protective shield of Taro and his men. Lin Shu said, "Cowards in a shell, although I can't break this turtle shell. Roasting it with high temperatures should work, right?" Lin Shu thrust his spear down. Scorching flames poured out, roasting the protective shield. Inside, Taro screamed like a fish in a steamer. "It's so hot, so hot. What kind of fire is this? Why is the temperature so high?" His face flushed and he panted, "I can't take it, it's too hot." A subordinate suggested, "Young master, we're about to be cooked. Why don't we get out of here?" On the other side, Kurakawa Yoshida Miko furiously sent everyone flying with her sword, shouting, "Damn it, get the hell away from me, get away!" Xiao Ruoshui blocked the attack with her fan and said, everyone keep it up, over there. Taro really couldn't take it anymore and said, charge out now. Seeing this, Guo Ling turned her head and said, the turtle is crawling out of its shell. Guo Ling, Ling Ling Fa and Guo Tansen charged towards Taro and his group, their killing intent palpable. Seeing this, Taro screamed in fear, hey, weren't these people fighting Kurakawa Yoshida Miko? Why are they suddenly attacking us? Under the assault of Guo Ling's trio, the men in black fell like weeds. The three of them leapt towards Taro with their weapons. Taro watched in terror, so scared he didn't know where to run. On the other side, Kurakawa Yoshida Miko was screaming frantically, get the hell away from me. Seeing this, Lin Shu thought, HMPH, this old hag is running out of breath. Lin Shu waved his hand to activate rage, his strength soaring as currents of air radiated outwards, a purple aura coiling around his body. Lin Shu said, now's the time, Mabahuo. What are you waiting for? Mabahuo turned his head and said, let's do this. He then also unleashed Roar of the Berserk Ape. Mabahuo's muscles bulged, and the phantom of a huge powerful ape appeared. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said in surprise, how did these two guys' strength suddenly increase so much? She then asked, how can you use martial skills that instantly enhance your strength? Lin Shu leapt over, spear in hand. Lin Shu used Galaxy Falls from the 9 heavens, the tip of his spear falling like a meteor shower as dense as rain. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said in panic, he was a 5th-tier martial artist, how is his attack now at the 6th tier? Kurakawa Yoshida Miko raised her hand to create a barrier and said, no, that's not right, this strike has already reached the 7th tier, how is that possible? Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said with difficulty, my defense is about to break. Several cracks appeared on the barrier. Finally it shattered into pieces, and the attack struck Kurakawa Yoshida Miko directly. Mabahuo swung his iron fists of rage, source energy condensing around his fists, exuding immense power. Then Mabahuo sent Kurakawa Yoshida Miko flying with a single punch. Lin Shu put his hand on Mabahuo's shoulder and said, Mabahuo, we've also killed a 7th-tier-old hag. Mabahuo said, all right, for a small goal. The world suddenly changed, and the surroundings turned into a desolate battlefield strewn with corpses, the sky as red as blood. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko said, hey, what is this? She looked around and said, an illusion. Lin Shu lowered his center of gravity, holding his spear in the Sky Dragon City Breaker stance. Bright red source energy gathered, while Mabahuo swung his fist, unleashing wreaking havoc in the void. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko shouted angrily, I'll fight you to the death. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko used Tyrant Dragon's Rage, her source energy becoming berserk. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko swung her sword, colliding with Mabahuo and Lin Shu's 2 attacks. Cracks appeared on the blade, and finally the sword shattered, her body taking the full force of the attack. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko was sent flying, crashing into a rock wall which shattered. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko fell powerlessly to the ground, leaving behind a spiderweb of cracks. Kurakawa Yoshida Miko went directly to meet her ancestors. Xiao Ruoshui turned around and asked, is it over? At her feet lay Taro's corpse. Lin Shu said, don't worry, it's settled. Guo Ling said happily, I can't believe it, we actually killed a 7th-tier powerhouse. Guo Tansen said, we just coordinated the attack, it was mainly Mabahuo and Lin Shu, those 2 monsters who did it. Xiao Ruoshui watched Lin Shu and Mabahuo acting like brothers, pouting as she said, these 2 guys are cooperating so well after a fight, I'm a little jealous. Just then the military spaceship arrived. Xiao Ruoshui looked up and shouted, the Alliance Army. Xiao Ruoshui said speechlessly, they only show up after the fight is over. It was standard procedure. A man in camouflage with short blue hair and a scar by his eye asked, are you the ones who reported the Tyrant Dragon, old hag? You're still completely unharmed, and a scratch on you. You didn't file a false report, did you? Xiao Ruoshui said, it's not a false report. Go take a look and you'll know. The blue-haired man walked forward to inspect the corpse. The blue-haired scarred man exclaimed, damn, it really is the Tyrant Dragon, old hag. The blue-haired man looked up at Lin Shu and Mabahuo and asked, did you kill her? Which organization are you from? Xiao Ruoshui said, besides us, who else is here? Guo Ling said, no need to doubt, we killed her. We are students of Sanctuary Academy, here for training. The blue-haired scarred man said, they say the students of Sanctuary Academy are all monsters. I've seen it for myself today. To be able to kill a 7th-tier martial artist. The blue-haired scarred man turned to a brown-haired man and said, Xiao Zhang, send a video of the body to headquarters. The blue-haired scarred man asked, who can give me their card number? I'll transfer the 100 million bounty to you now. Xiao Ruoshui said, Lin Shu, give them your card number. After we receive the money, we'll divide it based on merit. Lin Shu said, all right, my account number is. A payment notification immediately appeared on the screen. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with the light of money as he said, ha ha ha, I've already completed my small goal. Lin Shu said, the money has been transferred to everyone. Lin Shu said, let's go. The blue-haired scarred man pointed at Taro and his group and asked, hey young man, what about these bodies? Lin Shu said, you can have these bodies. We haven't touched their backpacks or weapons. That guy from the Kurakawa Society is probably rich too, the blue-haired scarred man said. These little guys are quite sensible, the blue-haired scarred man said. Don't worry about the bodies, the evolved beasts around will clean them up, confiscate all the valuables on them and bring them back to the squad. After a while, someone appeared and said, President, the Vice President's body and the young master are here. A man with a dragon tattoo on his chest and sea blue hair cried out in pain for Kurakawa Yoshida Miko and Taro. It was the president of the Kurakawa Society, Kubo Daiji. Kubo Daiji said, "Whoever dared to kill my wife and son, I will tear them to pieces. Find them," Kubo Daiji roared, "no matter who it is. You must find them for me." The subordinates behind him replied, "Yes, in a small village next to the dark forest." Xiao Ruoshui said, "Let's find a hotel first. Lin Shu and I will go to the bar to gather information." Ma Baohuo said, "All right." In the bar, the atmosphere was lively, and the music was loud. Lin Shu looked around and asked, "Didn't they say only 6th-tier martial artists can enter the dark forest? Why do I see so many 5th-tier martial artists?" Xiao Ruoshui said, "There didn't used to be so many martial artists in the dark forest, but now the number has increased several times. I just overheard them mentioning something about Ice Lotus Fire." Xiao Ruoshui's face lit up as she said, "I found it. There's new information about the dark forest on the Martial Arts Alliance forum." Xiao Ruoshui read, "The forum says there's a cold ice lake deep in the dark forest where a type of ice lotus fire can be found. It's a substance that looks like fire but is extremely cold." Xiao Ruoshui said, "The formation of ice lotus fire is related to fluctuations in interdimensional energy and is very rare. A martial artist family is offering 10 billion alliance coins to buy ice lotus fire." After hearing this, Lin Shu thought to himself, "An extremely cold substance, this is perfect for little Yue." He thought, "I might as well try to get it since I'm going deep into the dark forest anyway." Xiao Ruoshui said, "So, these people are all here for the ice lotus fire. There's definitely going to be another bloody battle." Xiao Ruoshui sighed and said, "It seems this trip to the dark forest won't be peaceful." A group of people from the Kurakawa Society pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoshui said, "It looks like people from the Kurakawa Society." Lin Shu said, "They look like they're looking for someone." Lin Shu said, "They're not looking for us, are they?" Xiao Ruoshui said, "Probably not. We didn't leave any survivors and we took all our belongings, so it's hard to be sure it was us." Lin Shu said, "You have a point. It seems this trip to the dark forest is too unstable." The next day, the village was still shrouded in darkness, with faint light filtering sparsely through the leaves. Lin Shu's group, fully armed, stood before the stone gate engraved with dark forest entrance. A brown-haired man smiled frivolously and said, "Oh, all sorts of riffraff are coming to the dark forest now. Are you looking for the ice lotus fire?" The brown-haired man said, "Hee hee, you'll probably be killed before you even leave the town." Lin Shu turned around and said, "I don't know if I'll be killed," he continued, "but I know that if you say one more word, you'll definitely die in this town." The brown-haired man released his source energy and said, "HMPH. A 5th-tier piece of trash dares to talk to me like that." The brown-haired man leapt forward. He roared, "I think you're tired of living." The sharp tip of a spear was instantly pressed against the brown-haired man's brow. The man stopped, trembling as he said, "You?" The brown-haired man thought in terror. "So clear, he's clearly only 5th tier, how can he be so fast?" Lin Shu said, "If you dare to move, I'll pierce your head." The brown-haired man said fearfully, "Big brother, I was wrong," he said. "Big brother, you are a man of great magnanimity, please spare my worthless life." The brown-haired man shut his eyes tightly in fear, thinking that gaze is terrifying. "I feel like if I meet his eyes, I'll die instantly." Lin Shu retracted his long spear and shouted, "Scram!" The brown-haired man picked up his weapon and said humbly, "Yes, thank you, big brother, we'll scram right away." Ma Baohuo said, "You were a bit too impulsive." Lin Shu asked, "You think so?" Xiao Ruoshui explained. "Lin Shu did it on purpose," she continued. "With those foolish and reckless guys, only by speaking with strength can we reduce unnecessary trouble." Ma Baohuo replied, "What big sister says is also right." Xiao Ruoshui said, "All right, stop standing around and let's go." In a large house in the town, a voice rang out. "President, yesterday 3 teams entered the small town next to the dark forest. We've been tracking them." A subordinate handed over the information and reported, "Based on the injuries on the vice president and the young master, these 3 teams are the most suspicious." Kubo Daiji ordered, "Send more people skilled in concealment to track them. There's no cell signal in the dark forest, so follow the tracks they leave behind." Kubo Daiji said grimly, "I've already made contact. I'll see if I can get a description of the culprits from the Alliance army. Once I confirm, I'll rendezvous with you immediately." Kubo Daiji stood up, exuding an icy killing intent, and said, "Then I'll tear them to pieces." The camera pans to the depths of the dark forest where strangely shaped trees are revealed. Their trunks are covered with thick vines. Lin Shu and the other 2 were walking through the forest when Ma Baohuo suddenly noticed something strange about their surroundings. He rubbed his chin and said, "The trees in this forest are too weird. What the hell are they?" As he spoke, he pounded on a nearby tree to investigate. Xiao Ruoshui reached out in a panic to stop him. "Idiot, don't touch those trees," but it was too late. The vines wrapped around the tree trunk split and intertwined, forming a thorny rope that shot out. Ma Baohuo grabbed it and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, what is this thing?" Suddenly, countless thorny vines attacked at once. They all rushed towards Ma Baohuo, trying to pierce him. He quickly jumped back, his face pale. "Damn it, these trees can move?" Xiao Ruoshui quickly turned to Lin Shu and said, "Lin Shu, these trees are afraid of fire. Burn them with fire," he calmly replied. "All right." After speaking, he began to use 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. A powerful flame was unleashed, attacking forward. The monstrous trees were now also burning in a panic. It opened its mouth wide in terror, its eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, below its roots, the vines intertwined again, forming legs like a tripod. It began to move. After a while, they all ran away quickly. Lin Shu and Ma Baohuo scratched their heads, asking in confusion. Lin Shu asked, "Is this a real tree? How can it run?" Ma Baohuo also doubted his own reality. A big tree had grown long legs. Xiao Ruoshui, after hearing this, cursed and explained, "You idiot, the big trees in the dark forest are one of the 5 types of mutated evolved beasts. They mutated into the form of trees." Mabahuo quickly apologized. "Sorry, Sister Xiao, I was wrong." She then reminded everyone again, "Remember to suppress your curiosity. Don't touch anything randomly." The others replied in unison, "Yes." After speaking, they continued walking forward. Xiao Ruoshui added, "The light is getting dimmer here. Everyone be careful." Suddenly, a group of huge spiders appeared in front of them. It jumped on top, scaring Guo Ling into a panic, her face pale. The spider was now preparing to raise its sharp pincers to stab Guo Ling's neck. Suddenly, a familiar spear tip came through the air, the spear tip accurately stabbing into the upper body of the spider. Guo Ling had already closed her eyes, waiting for death. Lin Shu retracted his long spear, observing the spider on it, and asked with some doubt, "A 5th-tier black iron spider, is this the spider everyone is looking for?" The system also appeared, killed a 5th-tier black iron spider, obtained 2 million experience points. Xiao Ruoshui, still holding a glowing fan, turned her head and explained, "No, we came to the dark forest to find another mutated black-toothed spider, but everyone must be vigilant. Evolved beasts always appear in groups and their teeth are highly poisonous." Sure enough, countless giant spiders began to crawl towards them. Xiao Ruoshui loudly reminded, "They're coming, everyone be careful." After speaking, she turned to her 2 teammates, "Lin Shu, Guo Ling, you 2 have fire skills. You're in charge of the main attack. The others are in charge of defense." The 2 of them began to unleash their fire-based powers, then replied in unison, "Understood." Around them, countless spiders were already on fire. The system popped up another notification. Killed a 5th-tier black iron spider, obtained 2 million experience points. Killed a 5th-tier black iron spider, obtained 2 million experience points. Seeing the experience points increase, Lin Shu fought with even more vigor. "Haha, nobody snatched them from me." The system notified again. Killed a 5th-tier black iron spider, obtained 2 million experience points. He secretly calculated in his mind, 2 million experience points for one is a bit low, but as long as I'm patient and kill a few more spiders, it'll be fine. Although I killed the tyrant dragon old hag before. But that was a team effort, so the system didn't give me experience points. This time I have to earn back the experience points. Immediately after, there were continuous notifications of added points. Killed a 5th-tier black iron spider, obtained 2 million experience points. Xiao Ruoshui and the other 2 watched this scene from the outside, their faces full of black lines, speechless. Mabahuo couldn't help but feel confused. Why is he suddenly so excited? It's like he's on chicken blood. After a while, the spiders had all been roasted to a crisp by Lin Shu and the other one. He felt a little unsatisfied and said, "They're gone so quickly, I haven't had enough fun yet." He muttered to himself, "Sigh, I'm just a little bit away from leveling up. Give me a few more." Guo Ling's face turned pale with fear beside him, thinking, "Is this kid crazy?" Xiao Ruoshui, on the other hand, was full of admiration, her cheeks flushing as she praised him. "Our big Lin is the best. There are still many evolved beasts ahead. Definitely enough for you to kill to your heart's content." Lin Shu was also surprised by this attitude, then quickly turned and replied, all right, let's go then." At this time, the forest was still shrouded in darkness. Mabahuo raised his phone and looked at it for a moment, then said with concern, "It's getting dark too quickly and there are so many trees I can't tell east from west, and my phone has no signal and the compass is malfunctioning too." At this moment, a thick fog had filled the air in front of everyone. Xiao Ruoshui immediately made a decision. "It's almost dark, let's rest here for today." Hearing this, Guo Ling happily put down her backpack and said, "Finally we can rest. I'm exhausted." Saying this, she sat down leaning against a nearby rock and panting heavily. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, after reading the notification panel beside her, felt extremely terrified. His face darkened with worry. The notification was about a 6th-tier evolved beast, the black rock behemoth. Its characteristics are a massive body shaped like a turtle with a shell like a layer of hard rock. It excels at disguising itself as a rock to launch sneak attacks. He quickly raised his hand to warn his teammate, "Guo Ling, don't lean against that rock, it's a black rock behemoth." But it seemed too late. At that moment, the rock behind Guo Ling began to stand up on 4 legs, its head turned, its 2 blood-red eyes staring at the person in front of it. Then it unhesitatingly opened its mouth and charged at her. Guo Ling was trembling all over, unable to move or dodge. She just flailed her arms and legs in panic, screaming, "Ah!" At this moment, Lin Shu had already rushed over using a movement skill. With a whoosh, Guo Ling disappeared from the black rock behemoth's sight. Lin Shu had successfully picked up Guo Ling and moved her to safety. He used traceless steps, surrounded by white smoke, then gently put Guo Ling down and reminded her, "Didn't I tell you, don't touch anything randomly in the dark forest?" Guo Ling looked up with a blush and said, "Duh, thank you." The black rock behemoth, now furious, stood up completely. It roared, its 2 blood-red eyes emitting a powerful force. Xiao Ruoshui warned, "Everyone be careful." Mabahuo couldn't help but curse at this beast. "Damn, how is this guy so huge?" It opened its mouth wider, revealing a sparkling round spirit core inside. Power seemed to erupt from it, growing even stronger. A beam of energy shot straight down from the spirit core, attacking Lin Shu's group. The few of them quickly dodged the attack, but where the beam passed, the rocks on the ground were split open and sent flying into the air. The beam seemed unwilling to stop, continuing to shoot straight into the forest ahead. After the blast ended, it left behind a circular trace where the beam had pierced through. penetrating deep into the forest, and one could even see the sky behind the forest. An exclamation was heard. Whoa, that was intense. This monster's beam energy is truly terrifying. If that hit, I'd be a goner for sure. Manhua said, his mouth wide open and his face pale. Lin Shu, standing beside him, was equally shocked, but suddenly a very excited smile appeared on his face and he blurted out, "But I like it." Lin Shu thought happily, if I kill it I can level up to 26. Then he extended his hand, provoking the black rock behemoth. "Come to Papa, little turtle." Suddenly someone leapt up. It was Ling Ling Fa. He swung his sword down with gritted teeth using Earth Sword Chi. But Ling Ling Fa's sword struck the black rock behemoth like it was hitting stainless steel. It was completely unharmed. Ling Ling Fa bounced back to the ground, his face full of shock, and said, "This monster's shell is too hard, I can't break it at all." At this moment Lin Shu also began to leap up, saying, "Let me try." He once again used 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix, and flames blazed fiercely with his move. Facing the fierce flames, the black rock behemoth opened its giant mouth and effortlessly swallowed the fire. After just a moment, the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix also disappeared. Lin Shu was very alarmed. It can actually absorb my flames. Unexpectedly, the black rock behemoth opened its mouth again and spat the flames back at Lin Shu. He stood calmly in the flames, finding it rather interesting and saying, "HMPH, using my own fire against me." After spitting fire, the black rock behemoth began to step forward. Its giant foot stomped on Lin Shu's position, causing a huge explosion. He quickly leapt away to dodge, then made a judgment. "If your mouth can absorb my fire, then I'll burn you from behind." Having decided, Lin Shu circled behind the black rock behemoth, once again brandishing his spear to use 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, and a massive flame erupted again. The monster's rear was now on fire, scaring it so much that tears streamed down as it looked back. Oh no, the rocks on its body began to gradually crack from the heat of the flames. Seeing this, Lin Shu said excitedly, "Haha, the turtle shell is cracked." Rocks of all sizes fell off and Lin Shu became both confused and alarmed again. "Ha, what's this?" The monster roared loudly, its eyes turning blood red again as rocks fell from its body, scattering around. Lin Shu struggled to raise his hand to shield himself. "Not good, this is its defense mechanism." Saying this, he quickly used Mirror Clone. A moment later, his body dissipated into the space. Then a figure appeared in the air again. Lin Shu, holding his spear, shot towards the black rock behemoth, shouting, "I'll poke your eyes out too." Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Lin Shu plunged the tip of his spear into its blood-red eye. Its eyes stung with pain. The black rock behemoth let out a pained gurgle. Manhua, watching from the side, couldn't help but get excited. "Nice shot." The black rock behemoth suddenly opened its large mouth again and the round spirit core once more emitted a strong light. A beam of energy shot out from the spirit core again. The two of them quickly dodged to either side. She shouted a warning, "This thing has gone crazy, everyone be careful." The black rock behemoth was still roaring at the sky, emitting dazzling lightning. But Lin Shu was still confidently brandishing his spear, saying, "So the eyes are its weak point, then I'll poke out the other one too." Without hesitation, he used Galaxy Falls from the Nine Heavens to plunge the tip of his spear into the black rock behemoth's other eye. The black rock behemoth's other eye was pierced by Lin Shu's spear tip again. It became even more frenzied, starting to move, preparing to attack its enemy. Lin Shu quickly leaped onto its head and rolled to its back. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoshui turned to Manhua and said, "Lin Shu wants to pierce through the black rock behemoth's head, going through its eye." Manhua, get back. She was still holding her two golden fans defensively. Manhua also jumped up quickly, responding, "Got it." He immediately threw a powerful punch, wreaking havoc in the void. With Manhua's punch, a powerful force formed a golden fist. The fist shot straight towards the black rock behemoth's face. After being fiercely attacked twice in a row by the two of them, the monster quickly fell to the ground. Lin Shu bent down to observe. Then Lin Shu's spear was pulled out from the black rock behemoth's eye. While holding his spear, he thought, "Another team kill, no experience points." Then, with tears streaming down his face, he said aggrievedly, "My life is so hard." Xiao Ruoshui seemed to have noticed his strange expression and turned to Manhua, saying, "Manhua, Lin Shu worked the hardest to kill this black rock behemoth, so the variant crystal should go to him." He also responded generously, "Alright, I didn't help much either." Then Xiao Ruoshui said to Lin Shu, "Did you hear that? The variant crystal is yours." Lin Shu then turned around, his eyes shining and happily as if flowers were blooming around him, flattered everyone. "Hee, thank you seniors." Xiao Ruoshui then put down her backpack, sat down and said to everyone, "The danger is gone, let's rest here. The fact that this monster was here means there won't be any other evolved beasts in this area, so it's very safe." After a while, Lin Shu's team continued to advance. They came to the edge of a canyon and stopped. Lin Shu looked down and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "There's actually such a large fissure in the forest." He quickly backed away and assessed. "It's bottomless, I can't see anything." Suddenly, Xiao Ruoshui handed him a flashlight, saying, "Here, take this." Lin Shu took it, a little confused. "A flashlight?" Xiao Ruoshui also took out another flashlight and explained, "The black-toothed spiders are afraid of light. The moment they see it, they'll rush over like moths to a flame." She shone the flashlight beam down into the canyon. "Look, here they come." Below, countless pairs of bright eyes were looking up as if menacingly watching their food or coming up. A loud noise rang out. The creatures below were now climbing up like crabs. Xiao Ruoshui quickly turned to remind everyone, "Get your gear." Seeing that Xiao Ruoshui and the others were all holding guns while he was the only one with a spear, Lin Shu scratched his head in confusion and asked, "What are you guys holding?" Xiao Ruoshui immediately explained, "High-precision flamethrowers, an essential artifact in the dark forest." After hearing this, Lin Shu was furious. "Damn, you guys brought flamethrowers but made me the one responsible for spitting fire the whole way? What the hell?" Xiao Ruoshui immediately pouted, blinked her eyes and explained, "Of course it was to save fuel. Don't worry, these are just for backup. Big Lin, you're the real treasure in this big sister's heart." Seeing this, Lin Shu backed away with a red face. "Please, can you not suddenly say weird things when we're talking about serious business?" Manhua reminded them seriously from the side. "The black-toothed spiders are coming up, everyone get ready to fire." The few of them fired down together, burning those spiders to death. Lin Shu also used 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, while firing down, burning the spiders. The sound of an experience point notification rang out. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 5 million experience points. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 5 million experience points. He continued to fire, shouting, "Keep burning them like this, everyone, keep burning." Countless black-toothed spiders were still climbing up. Lin Shu turned around and asked, "Where are we supposed to catch the mutated black-toothed spider?" Xiao Ruoshui took the chance to answer, "Usually 1 out of every 100 black-toothed spiders is a mutated one. They should be appearing soon." The experience notification sounded again. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 4.8 million experience points. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 50,000 experience points. Guo Tenzin suddenly noticed something to the side. Seeing a pile of black-toothed spiders crawling out from another side, he said in a panic, "There are some over here too, they're already out." Lin Shu charged over fiercely, saying, "Leave the right side to me," he thought to himself. "These are all experience points. It's such a waste for you guys to burn them like this." Then countless more experience point notifications sounded. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 4.9 million experience points. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 5.3 million experience points. Lin Shu thought with great satisfaction, "Ha, the experience is rising so fast, this is awesome." His excited expression and actions while killing once again fell into the eyes of the others. Xiao Ruoshui sighed. "This kid is getting all fired up again." Manhua also said in confusion, "I don't get it. What's there to be so happy about killing black-toothed spiders?" The two of them looked at him like he was a monster. Finally, a huge spider appeared in front of Lin Shu. It quickly attacked forward. Lin Shu jumped back, dodging while saying in alarm, "What the hell is this thing? It can defend against flames. It's huge and so ferocious." Then he turned and shouted, "Hey, is this the mutated black-toothed spider?" Xiao Ruoshui immediately replied, "Yes, that's a mutated black-toothed spider, but it's been mutated for too long and is too big. We can't catch it alive. We can only catch some smaller newly mutated ones." Lin Shu excitedly gripped his spear again. "Right, since we can't catch it alive, I'll just kill you." Smoke emanated from around him. Seeing the mutated black-toothed spider crawl over, Lin Shu thought happily, "This one must be worth a lot of experience points." At this moment, the flamethrower's firepower was getting weaker. Guo Tenzin said with concern, "Sister Xiao, the flamethrowers are almost out of fuel. If we can't catch a smaller one, we'll have to kill them with our bare hands." Meanwhile, Lin Shu had already quickly plunged his spear tip into the spider's head, saying excitedly, it's fine, you still have me, the human flamethrower. No need for everyone to fight with their bare hands." Suddenly, another mutated spider jumped out from the cliff. Lingling Fa exclaimed, "Another mutated black-toothed spider." He glanced at the huge spider and said with a smile, "This one." Lin Shu, standing in the middle of a group of roasted black-toothed spiders, turned to everyone and said, "Guoling and I will hold off these spiders, you guys go catch the mutated one." The flamethrowers were all put down. Xiao Ruoshui responded, "All right, you and Guoling, be careful." Then she led everyone away, not forgetting to leave a comforting remark, "We'll come support you once we catch it." Xiao Ruoshui's group of 4 was surrounding a mutated black-toothed spider when suddenly a voice sounded, "Is that them?" At this moment, 2 masked people in black were talking. Their appearance matches the president's description, but it seems 2 people are missing. Then one person said, "Quickly inform the president." The other person immediately nodded. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared, saying, "No need to bother the president with such a small matter." The burly person in black high proudly walked forward and said arrogantly, "I can handle these flies by myself." The 2 masked people in the tree reminded her, "Sister Hai, this group killed the vice president. They can't be underestimated." Hai responded with disdain, "What? A few little flies can kill the vice president? Who would believe that?" Then she shyly held her face and said in a delicate voice, "As long as I take care of these guys and ease the president's worries, once he's happy, maybe he'll even make me the vice president. Besides, I never said I was going to charge in and kill them. Assassination is what ninjas are best at." At this moment, her eyes instantly turned into 2 shining gems, a knife in each hand, as she looked dangerously at Xiao Ruoshui's group. At that moment, Manhua sent the mutated black-toothed spider flying with a punch. The spider fell to the ground, and while it was still dizzy, Lingling Fa smiled, picked up a large box and jumped onto it. The 2 of them placed the box over the spider, trapping it. Then the 2 of them happily high-fived, caught it. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The 2 looked around. Guo Tenzin spoke with concern, "Did you hear any movement underground?" At this moment several people in black leaped out and attacked them from behind. Both of them had dark faces, flustered. Guo Tansen blurted out, "Not good, it's a sneak attack by 6 members of the Kurakawa Society." The masked people brandished their swords menacingly, shouting, "Kill!" A sword landed at their feet. The two were attacked from both sides, unable to resist. Ma Baohuo and Xiao Ruoshui had also rushed over. Ma Baohuo reached out his hand, shouting with concern, "Guo Tansen Ling Ling Fa." The masked people raised a hand and formed a hand seal. White smoke began to emanate from around them, confusing the two. Unexpectedly, they leaped down from the air again, preparing to attack Xiao Ruoshui. A shout of warning rang out. "Sister Xiao, watch out!" Ma Baohuo had already quickly jumped in front of her, blocking the swords. Xiao Ruoshui shouted in alarm. Ma Baohuo angrily threw a punch, forcing those people to retreat and dodge. He roared, "Damn it, how dare you sneak attack your old man!" Xiao Ruoshui then reminded everyone, "Group up, quickly." Adopting a defensive formation, they all stood back to back, surrounded by countless masked men with swords. Over here, Lin Shu and Guo Ling, who were holding off the black-toothed spiders, also noticed the commotion. Guo Ling said with concern, "What's going on over there? The seniors seem to be fighting someone. Let's go check it out." As she quickly finished off a few spiders, she turned to Lin Shu, who replied calmly, "Don't panic." Then he smiled excitedly and said, "Hee, we just happen to have a lot of helpers now. Give me your flashlight," he said, standing at the edge of the cliff. At that moment a woman in high heels appeared and said smugly, "You're surrounded." Haiti appeared with ghostly speed. She shouted angrily, "Brothers, kill them, avenge the young master and the vice president." The eyes of her subordinates turned red as they charged forward with their swords to kill. Suddenly, Lin Shu appeared with his long spear, standing behind her and taunting, "Hee, you're the ones who are surrounded." Haiti replied confidently, "What, you think you can surround us by yourself?" Lin Shu calmly shone the 2 flashlights behind him and replied, "Look closely. Who said I was alone? I brought a lot of friends with me." With that, he ran towards the group with a swarm of black-toothed spiders. Then he threw a flashlight to a masked man and said, "Here, this is for you." While the man was still confused, Lin Shu rushed over and added, "Those friends really like bright lights." The masked man, still holding the flashlight, scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, a swarm of spiders crawled onto his body. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground, only able to scream, "Ah!" The others immediately threw down their flashlights, crying and shouting, black-toothed spiders, get back." Seeing this, Haiti glanced at a subordinate beside her and said to Huang Mu, "Huang Mu, use your flame skill, quickly." Huang Mu immediately released a few weak fireballs and shouted, "Watch this!" Suddenly a force pierced through Huang Mu from behind. Lin Shu stood beside him, holding his long spear. Huang Mu was already beaten to the ground. Another person saw this, his face pale with fear, and shouted, "Huang Mu!" Haiti grew even more furious. She clenched her fists, a knife in her hand, her eyes red as she shrieked, "You despicable coward, how dare you launch a sneak attack?" Lin Shu replied with a cunning smile, "This is called an assassination. HMPH, isn't this your specialty? Why are you calling it despicable now?" With that, he used 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, and flames began to spread, forming a barrier that prevented the black-toothed spiders from getting closer. Then he added, "These guys can help us hold off the black-toothed spiders for a while. You guys should treat your injuries quickly." Lin Shu turned and urged everyone. After hearing this, Ma Baohuo and the other 2 quickly took healing medicine to recover. Haiti was furious. She pointed at them and shouted, "Damn it, if we're going to die, we'll die together. Charge at them, lure the black-toothed spiders over." Her men charged forward with their swords like madmen. "That's right, let's die together, let's die together." Lin Shu remained calm, picking his nose with his finger and taunting, "Just thought of this now, what a bunch of idiots." He then leaped up, and while using his fire arts, the flames began to merge, forming spiritual fire beads. The fireballs then swarmed forward, shooting towards the group of black-toothed spiders. The spiders and the masked men were blown to smithereens by the fireballs. Few people managed to dodge and fled in a sorry state. Then the experience notification sounded. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 4.9 million experience points. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 5.3 million experience points. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 4.5 million experience points. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 5.2 million experience points. A huge explosion erupted. Ma Baohuo and the others, having recovered their strength, charged up together, shouting, "Kill these bastards." They charged left and right, each one quickly and cleanly finishing off an enemy, their eyes all red with rage. Ling Ling Fa was even more furious, pounding an enemy as he shouted, "How dare you sneak attack us, I'll beat you to death, over here." Lin Shu was still fighting enemies while earning experience points. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 50,000 experience points. Killed a 5th-tier black-toothed spider, obtained 5.4 million experience points. Congratulations, Master, on your successful level up. Current level is 26, Lin Shu thought happily. "Ha, I finally leveled up." The system panel displayed Host Lin Shu level 26, strength from 463 to 489, physique 208, speed 123. Comprehensive combat power from 5,124 to 5,550. 5th-tier martial artist title. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50. Skills: Analytical Eye, Rage, Camouflage, Devour, Shadow Clone. After reviewing his information, Lin Shu was secretly pleased. The system added 26 potential points to strength. Then he extended his finger and tapped the screen in front of him. After finishing, Lin Shu shouted wildly again, "Haha, awesome, so awesome." Seeing his expression, Haiti was terrified. "Is this kid insane? He doesn't seem tired at all." Lin Shu, still full of excitement, charged at her with his long spear, saying excitedly, "Come on, come. You anti in red, come fight me." She was so scared she wet her pants, raising her hands to block. You stay away. Then a miserable scream echoed through the forest. Help! After a while the spiders were all roasted. Haiti and her subordinates were also lying scattered on the ground. Only then did Lin Shu and the others sit down, panting heavily. Mabahuo chuckled happily. Haha, we killed them all, that feels great. The three young people beside him also laughed happily. Ling Fa also made a few remarks. We wiped out the Kurakawa Society and the black-toothed spiders. This might be the best achievement of my life. After a while, at a fissure in the dark forest, Xiao Ruoshui and her group sat in front of a small pile of colorful variant crystals. She couldn't help but sigh. The people from the Kurakawa Society are really generous, giving us so many variant crystals and materials. Mabahuo happily added, Ha, plus the variant crystals from the black iron spiders and black-toothed spiders, we've really hit the jackpot this time. Xiao Ruoshui, while picking up the colorful stones and putting them in her backpack, said to everyone, Alright, let's pack up these variant crystals and materials. Let's take the weapons of those Kurakawa Society members too. After stuffing her backpack full, she stood up and continued, When we get back to the academy, we'll each get a share. Mabahuo was carrying a backpack full of things along with the box containing the mutated black-toothed spider. But he looked relaxed and happy. He said, Mission accomplished, we can go back now, Ling Fa added. Yeah, we can finally go back. Guo Ling beside him also smiled happily. Only Lin Shu waved his hand and said, You guys go first, I still have something to do, I can't go back with you all. Xiao Ruoshui immediately asked, What is it? Mabahuo was even more alarmed. Don't tell me you're going to snatch the ice lotus fire? Lin Shu quickly waved his hands and explained, The ice lotus fire, I couldn't care less about that thing. I'm looking for someone, Mabahuo asked, puzzled after hearing this. Looking for someone? Xiao Ruoshui got angry after hearing this. Big Lin, are you going to find that vixen? HMPH, don't think I don't know. Those boys from your class told me everything. Lin Shu smiled on the surface but thought angrily. Those big mouths, just wait and see how I deal with them when I get back. Then Xiao Ruoshui also turned to her teammates and said, Mabahuo, you guys go first, I'm not going either. Mabahuo was alarmed again. You're not going either? What for? Xiao Ruoshui immediately walked up to Lin Shu, held his arm and said with a pout, I have to find someone with Big Lin. I have to watch him so he doesn't lose his life for that little vixen. Lin Shu's face turned red with fear. Then he quickly avoided her and argued, No need, senior sister, I'm not that weak. Xiao Ruoshui still followed him, turning around to remind her teammates, Mabahuo, you guys go first, be careful on the road. Mabahuo was a bit dazed, only managing to shout, Hey sister Xiao, you. Guo Ling behind him spoke up, It's useless. Once sister Xiao decides something, no one can change her mind. Mabahuo could only sigh helplessly. Then Guo Ling also turned and left, saying, Let's go. Back to Lin Shu and Xiao Ruoshui. After walking for a while, they saw a group of people beaten to a pulp lying scattered on the ground. Xiao Ruoshui was the first to speak. No signs of evolved beasts. This was almost entirely a fight between martial artists. Lin Shu remained silent, observing a person with his chin in his hand. Suddenly he grabbed the man's muscular arm, then turned it over and saw a frozen wound on the man's chest. The strike was decisive and clean, the wound neat, with traces of frost power. Lin Shu's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Luo Yu. He then quickly stood up and judged. These people were killed by Luo Yu. The wounds on their bodies are all the same. Then, suddenly he turned around. Luo Yu's sword. On the ground was a familiar sword, he exclaimed. Xiao Ruoshui asked again, Are you sure it's her sword? Lin Shu had already walked over, picked up the sword to examine it and replied, I wouldn't mistake it. This sword is very precious to her. She never lets it out of her sight. For Luo Yu to leave her sword here, she must be in danger. With that, he slung the sword onto his back and then ran off quickly. Without a weapon, she's in a very dangerous situation. No, I have to find her as soon as possible. Seeing Lin Shu's anxious look, Xiao Ruoshui said jealously, HMPH, it seems you care a lot about that little vixen. But she still ran after him, muttering with a pout, I didn't see you this anxious when I was ambushed by those ninjas from the Kurakawa Society. Lin Shu quickly replied, Please, senior sister, this is different. There were so many of us then, but now Luo Yu is all alone. With that, he ran even faster, full of worry. Xiao Ruoshui's lips were still pursed as she said angrily, Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Look over there, messy footprints. Perhaps Luo Yu left in that direction. Seeing the footprints on the ground, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Ha, senior sister, you know how to track in the wild? Xiao Ruoshui immediately replied proudly, Of course, Big Lin. There's a lot more I can do. It's a pity the boy doesn't recognize my worth, treating a sister like a treasure. Then she sighed again. After a while, deep in the dense forest, a series of urgent shouts rang out. Be careful, kill it quickly. Hearing the commotion, Lin Shu said, There's a fight over there. Let's go check it out. Xiao Ruoshui then ran over, quickly reminding, Did you hear the roar of an evolved beast? That's not a fight between martial artists. Lin Shu asked seriously as he ran. Maybe they've seen Luo Yu before, or maybe they're the ones who were hunting her. At this moment, a blonde man was sent flying into the air by something and landed behind them. He let out a miserable cry as his body crashed into a large tree, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth in pain. At that moment, a bull with blood-red eyes charged at him. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his clothes and pulled him away. The bull crashed directly into the large tree. The blonde boy quickly said, Duh, thank you. Lin Shu replied with a happy smile, You're welcome, just passing by. At this moment the bull with 2 horns roared angrily. Lin Shu quickly used 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, creating a ball of fire in front of him. The bull stopped there, not daring to get closer, but still wore an angry and ferocious expression. Then the flames of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix also burned its body. Its eyes were filled with terror. At this moment the blonde boy's teammates walked up to support him and asked, "Zhang Yao, are you okay?" The other 2 also exclaimed, "Ah, what kind of martial skill is that? It burned that black-haired mad bull in an instant." Lin Shu was still attacking the bull, saying, "You beast, do you think I can't burn you to death?" He continuously used 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix to attack the mad bull. Zhang Yao's 2 teammates quickly ran away. "Damn it, get back, this fire is too hot. Oh, I'm about to be roasted." The mad bull howled in pain, and then, unable to withstand Lin Shu's flames any longer, it collapsed to the ground. Lin Shu stood beside it thinking, "I didn't get the system's kill notification. Is this beast playing dead?" he deduced. At this moment the long-haired teammate walked up and said, "Friend, thank you for your help. But this black-haired mad bull was already seriously injured by our efforts. You just came at the right time and took advantage of the situation." Lin Shu turned his head and asked, "So?" Then with an angry dark face he pointed at the few people and asked again, "This black-haired mad bull's variant crystal belongs to you?" The long-haired man still replied with an arrogant smile, "That's right, you're smart. We put in so much effort, we can't let you take advantage of us for free. Since you put in a little bit of effort, I won't be stingy. I'll give you a piece of the bull's hide." Lin Shu had calmed down by now, but his eyes were glowing red. He thought to himself, HMPH, trying to snatch a variant crystal from me, dream on. On the surface he replied happily, "If you guys killed it, then the variant crystal is yours. I won't fight you for it." The long-haired man walked up to the bull smugly saying, "This kid knows his place." He then brandished a knife, his eyes shining. "Hee. This is a 6th-tier rare evolved beast variant crystal." The mad bull suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, then abruptly stood up and charged directly at the long-haired man, sending him flying. It roared, "Moo!" The long-haired man gritted his teeth, watching with concern as the mad bull charged fiercely at him. The mad bull's horn grazed the long-haired man's chest, causing him unbearable pain. "Damn it!" Lin Shu charged forward using Charge Strike, thrusting the tip of his spear straight into the mad bull's eye. Only then did the mad bull officially kneel to the ground, and at the same time a system notification sounded. "Killed a 6th-tier black-haired mad bull, obtained 22 million experience points." The long-haired man on this side trembled with anger and pain. "Bastard, you did that on purpose. You knew that bull wasn't dead," Lin Shu said calmly. "You were careless. What does that have to do with me? Who knows if that beast was dead or not?" The long-haired man's face turned livid with anger. "You," Zhang Yao quickly tried to mediate. "Forget it. Third brother Li, you should go treat your injuries. He was indeed the one who killed the black-haired mad bull." He then gently took out a red crystal and said kindly, "Brother, we really need this black-haired mad bull's variant crystal and horn, so can I trade this variant crystal with you? It's also a 6th-tier variant crystal, and it's from a fire attribute evolved beast. It can help you a lot." Seeing that this person was decent, Lin Shu extended his hand and took it. "All right, it's a deal. This black-haired mad bull is yours." He then pulled out the sword from his back and asked, "By the way, brother, have you seen this longsword before, or have you seen a cold silver-haired girl?" A man with spiky hair raised his hand and replied, "I've seen that sword." Hearing this, Lin Shu quickly walked up, grabbed his collar and asked anxiously, "You've seen it? Where did you see it? What happened then?" The boy recalled and began to recount. "At that time I saw a cold-faced girl with silver hair, and she was using this sword. She was being hunted by many people, led by a woman with a mechanical arm." Lin Shu immediately analyzed, "A mechanical arm, is that woman Luo Yu's enemy?" Then the boy with spiky hair pointed at the sword and asked, "Why is there only this longsword? That girl, what happened to her?" Lin Shu sighed and replied, "I'm looking for her too. Thank you for the information, goodbye." After speaking, the two turned and left. A while later, Lin Shu and Xiao Ruoshui were resting by a fire. Lin Shu said, "Sister Xiao, you should sleep first. I'll keep watch while I train." Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui stretched, showing off her graceful curves. She said, "Our big Lin is such a gentleman. In that case, I'll go get my beauty sleep. I have to make myself pretty so I don't embarrass Big Lin when I stand next to him." She added another sentence which made Lin Shu blush. He then took out the variant crystal from earlier, thinking to himself, what does this have to do with whether I'm embarrassed or not? With that thought, he absorbed the variant crystal, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Suddenly, several throwing stars flew over in succession. Lin Shu's eyes shot open in alarm, and Xiao Ruoshui also quickly woke up. They both leaped to the side, dodging the two throwing stars. They both drew their weapons at the same time. Lin Shu asked angrily, "Who is it?" Just then, Kubo Daiji appeared amidst wisps of black energy, shouting, "I've finally found you." Lin Shu asked, "Are you from the Kurakawa Society?" He mentally assessed this 7th-tier martial artist with high alert. Kubo Daiji, enraged, thrust his sword forward, saying, "I am Kubo, the president of the Kurakawa Society. You dared to kill my wife, I will tear you to pieces." Lin Shu, still calm, pointed at him and asked, "You're the president of the Kurakawa Society. Doesn't that mean you're also on the wanted list?" As he spoke, his eyes lit up as if he saw dollar signs. Xiao Ruoshui at the side was already in a panic. Lin Shu spat on the ground, pointed at Kubo Daiji and asked, "Do you know how much your bounty is?" Kubo Daiji looked confused. "My bounty?" Then Lin Shu looked around, sighed and said, "It's just that we're deep in the dark forest. I wonder if the Alliance army will even dare to come collect the body. Forget it. I can just take a picture of your corpse. I'll collect the reward from the Alliance army after I leave the Dark Forest. With that, he quickly took out his phone and snapped a picture. Seeing this, Kubo Daiji went mad with rage and roared. You arrogant brat! Lin Shu smiled smugly. Fool, you were manipulated by just a few words. He then began to use 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. A powerful flame rushed forward, transforming into a fire phoenix. Xiao Ruoshui also raised her fan using the butterfly dance move. A fan was thrown out, forming a circle that carried immense power. Kubo Daiji gripped his sword tightly and said contemptuously, "Two ants think they can kill me?" He then used Flying Dragon Slash. Unleashing a wave of sword energy, Xiao Ruoshui's fan collided with the sword energy and was knocked back. She was extremely shocked. The sword energy relentlessly tore through the flames of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, splitting it in two. Seeing this, Lin Shu also panicked. Damn, he broke through the flames with a single slash. Kubo Daiji began to move, unleashing an even stronger wave of sword energy while roaring, "Die!" Lin Shu still stood there thinking worriedly, he's too fast. Damn it, I can't dodge at all. He used Earth Dragon Slash again, slashing at the ground which split open as rubble flew. Kubo Daiji cried out in astonishment. He actually blocked it. What was that? No, its defensive power is much stronger than that thing. Lin Shu, having just dodged the fatal blow, breathed a sigh of relief and thought, although he's also 7th tier, this old guy is much stronger than that old hag. Luckily, the passive defense from my 5th tier martial artist title activated, or I'd be dead for sure. Xiao Ruoshui turned her head and reminded him, Big Lin, this old guy is tough, be careful. Meanwhile, Kubo Daiji was still observing them in surprise, thinking, how could a 5th tier martial artist block my full power attack? This kid must have used some kind of trick others can't see. At the same time, Lin Shu had already used Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, and countless spear shadows shot down at him from above. Kubo Daiji quickly swung his sword, thinking through gritted teeth, let's see how many of my moves you can block. He used Flying Dragon Slash again, shooting out a sword strike that split Lin Shu's spear shadows, while Lin Shu himself was also hit by the sword energy and retreated to dodge. Kubo Daiji then shouted in disbelief, what, he blocked them all? What about that cheating defensive move from just now? Then Lin Shu also quickly used Mirror Clone, and his body dissipated into nothingness. Kubo Daiji was even more alarmed. Clone again? Lin Shu had already reappeared behind him. He used both Frost and Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear at the same time. The powerful spear shadows shot towards Kubo Daiji again, making him cry out in shock. Damn it, how is it ice attribute again? Wasn't it fire attribute just now? Kubo Daiji questioned as he struggled to block with his sword. The ice from Lin Shu's move had now solidified, freezing his legs. Xiao Ruoshui seized Kubo Daiji's opening and said happily, good chance. Without hesitation, she threw her fan using the butterfly dance move. The fan quickly struck Kubo Daiji's arm, creating a wound. His face turned livid as he roared, bastards, how dare you two little ants injure me? Then he roared in fury, die. As his voice fell, Kubo Daiji furiously unleashed countless waves of sword energy. Lin Shu used Mirror Clone again, his body dissipating into the air, then reappearing behind Kubo Daiji. Kubo Daiji had already turned around quickly, saying with displeasure, HMPH, I already knew that was a clone. Did you think you could trick me with the same move twice? His eyes suddenly turned dangerous. Kubo Daiji smugly unleashed 2 waves of sword energy. Lin Shu, unable to dodge in time, was hit by both and cried out in confusion. How could this happen? Kubo Daiji then pointed upwards with extreme arrogance and said, go to hell and atone for your sins, brat. Ha 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 ha. But at that moment, Lin Shu's body once again dissipated into the air. He had used Mirror Clone again. Kubo Daiji was now even more panicked, gritting his teeth. What? How is it still a clone? What kind of martial skill is this? How can he create clones twice in a row? He didn't notice the strange red mist that had appeared around him, but by the time he did, his entire body was already immersed in it. Kubo Daiji looked around in a panic. This is an illusion. He had been pulled into an illusion. The surroundings had turned a bloody red, the space around them seemed to be collapsing. Lin Shu then used Sky Dragon's City Breaker again, and the massive figure of a general appeared behind him. Kubo Daiji could only stare up, dumbfounded. What kind of move is this? It's so strong. He then immediately swung his sword using a gold-level martial skill. A giant beast, neither dragon nor snake, appeared behind Kubo Daiji, and it roared arrogantly, brat, although your move is strong, how could the weakest 5th-tier martial artist possibly beat me? His sword came down. It was Black Dragon Frenzy Slash. And at the same time the giant beast opened its maw and charged forward. The strange giant beast battled with the Sky Dragon General, creating a world-shaking explosion. A huge explosion erupted in the air, the pressure spreading in all directions, shattering the surrounding rocks. After the move ended, Kubo Daiji was sent flying, sliding across the ground. Lin Shu, however, was in a worse state, his body flying into the air as his hand involuntarily let go of his spear. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoshui shouted in panic. Big Lin Shu's body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater. As he spat out blood, he struggled to sit up, his face contorted in pain as he lamented, as expected of a 7th-tier martial artist to be able to nullify my Sky Dragon City Breaker so easily. Kubo Daiji said smugly, you piece of trash, it's your honor to die by my gold-level martial skill. Lin Shu spat out a mouthful of blood contemptuously and retorted, I couldn't care less about that honor. He calculated in his mind, luckily I have the rage skill to freeze time. If I activate rage and use a charge strike, even if I can't kill this old guy, I can seriously injure him. Prepare to activate rage. He thought this through gritted teeth. Suddenly someone spoke from behind. Hey, are you looking for this sword? Lin Shu turned his head in surprise and then asked who. The person's footsteps were approaching his backpack and they then unceremoniously picked it up. Seeing this, Lin Shu's face turned livid and he roared in anger. Damn it, that sword is mine, give it back. Kubo Daiji saw the newcomer and also swung his sword asking, who are you, don't interfere. The stranger was still facing Lin Shu asking, answer me, where did you find this sword? In a flash he had appeared in front of Lin Shu. Lin Shu roared even more furiously, get your filthy hands off it. But the stranger had already easily grabbed his long spear and then said with a relaxed expression, you weren't this angry when you were getting beaten so badly by that Japanese guy just now. Only then did Lin Shu panic slightly, thinking to himself, he can actually catch my long spear with his bare hands. The stranger picked up the sword in his hand and continued, it seems this sword is very important to you. Kubo Daiji observed the two of them, thinking with concern, this strange guy is very strong. Why do I get the feeling they know each other? He then began to calculate. No, if this guy is really here to help, I'll definitely lose. I have to strike first. After speaking, he gritted his teeth and swung his sword again, using Black Dragon Frenzy Slash. Only then did the stranger emit a black aura, turning around and saying, a mere fly dares to launch a sneak attack on me. Then he smoothly drew the sword in his hand, releasing a powerful aura. Seeing this, Kubo Daiji's face began to turn pale with fear. The stranger coldly unleashed countless powerful waves of sword energy, star-shattering slash. Lin Shu, observing from the side, was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. Damn, a 7th-tier martial artist was killed with a single slash? That's insane. Xiao Ruoshui, standing at the side, was equally shocked. Lin Shu thought while looking at the notification on the system screen. No wonder the system couldn't display his information, an 8th-tier martial artist. After finishing, the stranger turned his head and asked with a handsome expression, how about it, I helped you solve your trouble. In return, can you tell me about this sword? Lin Shu hugged his long spear and said with displeasure, I didn't ask you for help. But he felt a pang of regret in his heart. HMPH, you stole my experience points. However, he didn't forget to take out his phone to take a picture of Kubo Daiji's corpse, thinking to himself, that was a 7th-tier martial artist. So many experience points just gone with the wind. The stranger saw this and asked, a bit confused, pointing at him, what are you doing? Lin Shu then explained, this guy is a wanted criminal. There's no signal here, so I'll take a picture first and get the reward from the Alliance Army when I get out. His eyes were now shining, practically with the word money plastered on his face. The stranger's veins bulged on his forehead and he slapped his forehead helplessly, saying, you really are a strange person. But he grumbled in his heart, hey, I'm the one who killed him, the reward should be mine, right? He then pointed at Lin Shu and continued, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Lin Shu from Sanctuary Academy, right? Only then did Lin Shu put his phone back in his pocket, asking with slightly flushed cheeks, how do you know my name? We don't even know each other. The stranger looked at the sword in his hand and explained, the owner of this sword told me. Lin Shu then pointed at the man eagerly and said loudly, Luo Yu told you. You know Luo Yu? The stranger smiled happily. Ahem, let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Hoation. Luo Yu is my younger sister. Hearing this, Lin Shu was even more shocked and couldn't help but blurt out, ah, so you're my brother-in-law? No. This made Xiao Ruoshui, who was standing at the side, burn with jealousy. The next second, Lin Shu resumed his friendly demeanor, walked up to Luo Hoation and shook his hand happily, saying, big brother Luo Hoation, now that you mention it, I see you and Luo Yu do look somewhat alike. Luo Hoation found it hard to adapt to this change of face, which was faster than flipping through a book. But Lin Shu was still rambling on. However, Luo Yu never told me she had an older brother before. Are you also here to find Luo Yu? Luo Hoation also replied happily, I originally went to Sanctuary Academy to find that girl, but I heard she went to the Dark Forest alone, so I rushed over here to find her. Lin Shu suddenly sighed and said, I heard from a few martial artists that Luo Yu ran into enemies and was being hunted, seemingly by a woman with a mechanical arm. Luo Hoation then fell into deep thought. Enemies, a woman with a mechanical arm. Does Luo Yu have such an enemy? Seeing this, Lin Shu was furious, thinking, come on, aren't you Luo Yu's brother? You don't even know your own sister's enemies. Luo Hoation just laughed dryly and explained, I've been training outside and rarely go home. He then put his arm around Lin Shu's shoulder and said, are you also here to find that girl? Let's go together. With me here, I guarantee no one will dare to touch you. Lin Shu then asked, do you know where Luo Yu is? Luo Hoation spread his hands and replied helplessly, I don't know, but he said, I know my sister very well. To escape her enemies she will definitely stir up trouble. Lin Shu was speechless. Luo Hoation then continued, so she will definitely go to a place where martial artists gather. In the current Dark Forest, where are the most martial artists? Hearing this, Lin Shu panicked. You mean Luo Yu is likely at the place with the Ice Lotus Fire just like everyone else? But how do you know where the Ice Lotus Fire is? He asked, a bit dejected. Luo Hoation replied, reached into his chest pocket, and then pulled out something that looked like a game controller to show off. Look, I have an Ice Lotus Fire detector. Lin Shu thought speechlessly, big brother, are you really here to find Luo Yu, not the Ice Lotus Fire? Then Luo Hoation put his arm around Lin Shu's shoulder and walked away, while Lin Shu still couldn't believe what had just happened. Let's go. After calming down, Lin Shu asked, can this tool really find the location of the Ice Lotus Fire? Luo Hoation calmly replied, of course. He then pointed forward and said, look, found something. There are people ahead. Lin Shu replied speechlessly again, Big brother, I can already see them. There's a group of people ahead talking and laughing. Then Lin Shu glanced over and continued. It seems your tool can't sense the ice lotus fire, can it? It can probably only sense people. Luo Huaishan calmly put the thing away and replied, those martial artists who dare to venture into the dark forest are all here for the ice lotus fire. So the ice lotus fire must be in this direction. After hearing this, Lin Shu continued, if they are here for the ice lotus fire, they will definitely treat us as competitors and quickly eliminate us. Luo Huaishan then said decisively, HMPH, if they dare to make a move on us, we'll just kill them all. After hearing this, Lin Shu recalled how Luo Yu would say, just kill them all, and couldn't help but sigh. That tone, it's really like someone I know. That group of people, each with a peculiar hairstyle, walked over arrogantly. One of them glanced over and mocked, more people are here. Another person contemptuously chimed in, only 3 of them, and they don't sound very strong either. The flat-topped man also mocked, haha, 3 pieces of trash dare to come and snatch the ice lotus fire? Lin Shu still wore a friendly smile and waved at them. Big brothers, don't be nervous. This little brother isn't here to snatch the ice lotus fire, I just want to ask around. Has anyone seen a cool, beautiful, silver-haired young lady? By now, he was already close to the flat-topped man's face. The man still said arrogantly, kid, according to the rules of the martial world, if you want information, you have to pay. Lin Shu also chuckled and replied, of course I have to pay, big brother, but it depends on whether the information you provide is worth the money. The flat-topped man extended his hand and said, seeing that heavy-looking bag on your back, why don't you open it up and let me see what's valuable inside? If there's anything I'm interested in, I'll give you the information. Hearing this, Lin Shu waved his hand and said, sigh, no sincerity, forget it, I'll go ask someone else. Suddenly, the flat-topped man raised his weapon to block him, his eyes turning red as he said menacingly, kid, you think you can just leave after disturbing me? Lin Shu calmly raised his own long spear and replied, what else? Or are you planning to treat me to a meal? Then, without hesitation, he pointed the tip of his spear straight at the man. The man quickly raised his axe to block, but his face showed a hint of strain. So fast, in the next moment he was sent flying backward, axe and all, and knocked to the ground. Seeing their companion in trouble, the other men, instead of helping, all burst out laughing. Haha, Asan, can you even handle it? You can't even deal with a 5th-tier kid? The flat-topped man, whose name was Asan, pointed at Lin Shu and cursed angrily. This guy doesn't fight fair. With that, he used his weapon to stand up and said hatefully, damn kid, this isn't something a 2nd-tier variant crystal can solve this time. Put down the bag on your back. As he spoke, he swung his axe down. At this moment, Lin Shu and Asan were locked in a struggle, while the others watched with schadenfreude. Suddenly, a figure in red appeared and said, although this kid is only 5th tier, he can fight a 6th-tier martial artist one-on-one. Not bad. Luo Yu has pretty good taste. Luo Huaishan observed with a satisfied expression. Xiao Ruoshui stood behind him and asked, aren't you going to help? Didn't you say that with you here you'd guarantee no one would dare to mess with us on the way? Her tone was a bit dissatisfied. Luo Huaishan replied calmly, he didn't ask me for help. Besides, I can see that Lin Shu won't be at a disadvantage. After speaking, he turned to look at Xiao Ruoshui and asked, by the way, who are you to Lin Shu? Why are you always following this kid? Oh, I get it. You've taken a liking to this kid too. Are you my love rival? Xiao Ruoshui shrieked, declaring her sovereignty. I'm Lin Shu's girlfriend. Your sister is the one trying to steal him. Luo Huaishan still wore a smile and said, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? Then he kindly reminded her. But I have to give you a word of advice. You'd better be careful being my sister's love rival. If she goes crazy, even I can't protect you. Over here, the two were still engaged in a fierce battle. Asan stood unsteadily in the smoke and a companion teased, Asan, you're too weak. After speaking, the two walked up and patted his shoulder. The flat-topped man said, yeah, do you need us 2 brothers to help? Asan unhappily brushed their hands away and said bluntly, don't I know what you guys are trying to do? Only then did the long-haired man say, do what you want, let's end this quickly and deal with that kid first. The long-haired man and the flat-topped man rushed towards Lin Shu excitedly saying, hee kid, prepare to die. The men all vied to surround Lin Shu. Xiao Ruoshui roared angrily, what a shameless bunch of guys, a group of 6 tiers ganging up on a 5th tier. She then turned to ask Luo Huaishan, hey, are you really going to watch your sister's husband get killed? Luo Huaishan said with a helpless look, sigh, I was watching him. He was as steady as a rock and I was planning to keep watching. Forget it. What can I do? I'm his brother-in-law after all. Xiao Ruoshui didn't say any more, and by now she was already brandishing her 2 fans, unleashing butterfly dance. The long-haired man noticed this, glanced over, and then smugly raised his weapon to block. The fans flew back into Xiao Ruoshui's hands. She raised her weapon and said, a group of people bullying a little kid, are you treating us like we're thin air? The long-haired man licked his lips, saying with a greedy and lecherous tone, Beauty, I was originally planning to deal with you last, but if you can't wait, then I won't be polite. But before he could even feel smug, countless waves of sword energy slashed across his body. The other 2 were so scared their faces turned pale, exclaiming, what? It was Luo Huaishan who continued to use star-shattering slash. Wherever the sword energy went, it cut through everything. The men's bodies were sliced into pieces, and they could only scream in agony. The few behind were also terrified. Killed in one move. Those guys, Asan's group, they're 6th-tier martial artists. How can that guy be so strong, they thought, looking at Luo Huaishan with a mix of shock and fear. After killing them, Luo Huaishan still wore a smile and said, don't thank me, it was nothing. Lin Shu couldn't help but feel speechless, already fuming in his heart. I have to thank you, you stole my prize money. Those were 6th-tier martial artists, a huge amount of experience points. Luo Huaishan turned to the other men and said, "Do you want to fight one-on-one, or do you prefer a group fight?" Those men were already trembling with fear. At this moment an older man with a scraggly beard stepped out to mediate. "Senior, those 3 were ignorant and offended you, and you have already killed them. The things in their backpacks are your spoils of war. We have no intention of offending you, and we hope Senior with your great magnanimity will spare us." After speaking he threw out the few backpacks. Seeing this, Luo Huaishan replied happily, "Oh, you're quite sensible." Then he turned to Lin Shu and said, "Lin Shu, go get the backpacks of those 3 guys." He also replied happily, "Yes, big brother." As he walked over to pick up the bags he thought happily, although there are no experience points, getting so many variant crystals isn't bad either. Something is better than nothing. After dealing with those people, Luo Huaishan waved his hand and said, "For your sake I won't pursue this matter any further. Goodbye." Then the 3 of them turned and left. A man with a ponytail peeked out and asked the bearded man, "Lao Wang, are we just letting them go like that? That guy is at most a peak 7th tier and you're also 7th tier. Besides there are more of us." The man called Lao Wang was silent. Then he turned his head and said seriously, "Didn't you feel the killing intent emanating from that guy? Although he was restraining it, I could still feel a dense killing intent. That is a killing intent forged in a real sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. If we had made a move we would have likely all died, not a single one of us left." The scene changes. A moment later the 3 of them were still on their way. Luo Huaishan walked in front and said, "This kid is not bad. You, a 5th tier, dared to go head-to-head with a group of 6 tiers. Your courage is commendable. I admire you. As for the things in those unlucky bastards' bags, you 2 can split them." He wasn't interested. Hearing this, Lin Shu cheered happily, "Thank you, big brother." Then the 2 of them busily poured out the pile of colorful variant crystals to divide the spoils. Luo Huaishan added, "But you're still too weak." Lin Shu, who was happy about the pile of variant crystals, couldn't help but feel his mood dampened by this sentence. These 2 siblings, he thought. The image of Luo Yu saying "you're still too weak" appearing in his mind, he couldn't help but think helplessly, "What arrogant people." Suddenly Luo Huaishan seemed to sense something and quickly raised his hand to draw his sword. He swiftly slashed behind him. A giant bee was flying silently towards them and was cut in half, its body falling at Luo Huaishan's feet. Lin Shu's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "A 7th-tier killer bee, one of the most poisonous creatures in the dark forest. Big brother, how did you discover it?" He felt immense admiration for this keen perception. Luo Huaishan sheathed his sword and replied calmly, "Killing intent," he then explained. "When it launched its attack on me I could feel its killing intent, including those few people from before and the 3 martial artists just now. The moment they launched their attacks, the killing intent they emitted was already locked onto by me, and I judged their attack methods." Lin Shu scratched his head and said naively, "Killing intent, can that kind of formless floating aura be felt and identified?" Luo Huaishan said with some pride, This kind of intuition can only be trained in a real sea of blood and a mountain of corpses." As he spoke, a mountain of white bones appeared in his words, suggesting he had killed many people. Then Luo Huaishan's eyes suddenly turned fierce. "The fact that you can't feel it only means you haven't killed enough people." After speaking, Luo Huaishan happily returned to his normal state, and said that Luo Yu could also feel others' killing intent, so she could predict their moves, but she hadn't killed as many people as he had, so she was still a little bit worse than him. Hearing this, Lin Shu fell into deep thought. Luo Yu's decisive moves are because she feels the other party's killing intent. Isn't it because she has a fiery temper and just starts slashing at the slightest disagreement? The image of Luo Yu angrily drawing her sword appeared in his mind. Luo Huaishan blushed a little after hearing this and said embarrassedly, "Well, that girl's temper is indeed a bit." Suddenly a group of people flew towards them. A flat-topped man shouted as he ran, "Lao Zhan sent a signal. The location of the Ice Lotus fire has been confirmed." Several black shadows sped through the air and the person in front urged, "Quick, it's the mountaintop ahead, everyone hurry up." Luo Huaishan had already noticed them. He then said to the 2 of them, "What did I just hear? The Ice Lotus fire has appeared." Lin Shu also made a judgment. Seeing them in such a hurry, it must be true. Luo Huaishan took out his tool, which had now grown larger. He said with a rare hint of panic, "The device is reacting. The golden needle is pointing at those martial artists. Let's go, we're going too." After speaking, he ran forward without hesitation. The 2 of them quickly followed, muttering in their hearts, "So excited. And you say you're not here for the Ice Lotus fire." At this moment a crescent moon hung in the sky, and below was an eroded high mountain surrounded by a faint mist. A few martial artists below were struggling to climb, gripping the rock face to move upwards. Lin Shu and the other 2 had also arrived. Luo Huaishan, holding the tool in his hand, said, "This is the place. Climb to the top of the mountain. The Ice Lotus Lake must be up there." After speaking, he put the tool into his clothes, then sat down and channeled his vast source energy. Turned his head and left a sentence. "5th-tier kid, I'm not waiting for you." Striking first, he quickly leapt up as light as a swallow without any obstruction. Lin Shu below was still dissatisfied with what he had just said. "So what if your level is high? Let me show you what your brother-in-law is capable of." With that he quickly bent down, gathered his strength, and his whole body emanated source energy. He then used flash step to climb up, his speed not at all inferior to Luo Huaishan's. His eyes now gleamed and he used traceless steps, doubling his speed. Luo Huaishan turned around and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Damn, that's some nice movement skill, kid." Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoshui trembled below. She climbed up inch by inch with her hands, shouting loudly, That kid isn't a gentleman at all, he doesn't even know how to care for a delicate girl. She struggled to grab every protruding rock to climb up. The scene shifts to the mountaintop where countless martial artists were standing by a rather large lake as if waiting for something. A moment later, Xiao Ruoshui also climbed to the top. She jumped up and said angrily, "HMPH, I can climb up without you men." But when she saw the scene before her, she exclaimed in confusion, "So many people?" She walked forward, came up behind her two companions and asked, "What are all these martial artists gathered here for? Didn't they say the ice lotus fire is at the bottom of the lake in front of us?" Luo Huaishan seized the opportunity to act like a senior and said, "You guys don't understand this ice lotus lake yet, do you? Then I'll open your eyes." With that he kicked a nearby stone, throwing it into the lake. As the stone hit the water's surface, it immediately shattered into countless pieces, then shattered into even more pieces, turning into nothingness. The two inexperienced juniors saw this scene and shouted in unison, "It turned directly into powder." Luo Huaishan began to explain that since this strange object, the ice lotus fire, suddenly appeared here, it had changed the original properties of the lake water. The lake water is now extremely cold. Any object that touches the lake water will turn into dust and dissolve into it. But martial artists of the 6th tier and above, as long as their bodies are not injured and bleeding, can use their source energy to resist the lake water. However, the consumption of source energy is enormous. Unless you desperately absorb variant crystals to replenish your source energy, you will turn into powder within 3 minutes. The ice lotus fire at the bottom of the lake hasn't bloomed yet. Only after it blooms can it be picked with a special tool. So the martial artists here are patiently waiting for the flower to bloom. "Haha, this is the calm before the storm," he patiently explained to the two newcomers. Lin Shu was looking around like a monkey searching for something. He didn't see Luo Yu's figure. "Didn't you say Luo Yu might appear here?" Luo Huaishan said slyly. "I said it was possible, I didn't say it was definite." Suddenly, the lake surface began to make a sound. Lin Shu sat down to observe and said, "The lake water is changing." Luo Huaishan then reminded, "If I were you, I would stay far away from the lake water." Suddenly, a pile of skeletons shot up into the sky, but their heads still had eyes and lolling tongues. At the same time, a notification popped up from the system. 6th tier evolved beast, Ice Lotus Snake. Its characteristic is that it evolved into a poisonous snake after absorbing the source energy of the ice lotus fire, and its venom can turn its prey into powder. Lin Shu blurted out in panic, 6th tier ice lotus snake. Then he quickly backed away and reminded everyone, "Get back, this snake is highly poisonous." Luo Huaishan said in surprise, "Oh, this kid knows quite a lot." A martial artist couldn't dodge in time and was bitten on the calf by an ice lotus snake. The martial artist screamed, "Ah!" The ice lotus snake was still biting that piece of flesh, which was like it was melting and evaporating. Another martial artist took out a knife and shouted at the bitten person, "Quick, cut off that calf." With that he decisively swung at the arm. The martial artist whose hand was cut off now screamed in pain. My hand, when the severed arm fell, only a small piece remained, still steaming. More and more ice lotus snakes were now crawling up. The person with the knife shouted a reminder, get back quickly. Everyone else scatter too, don't get bitten by the snakes." One of them was unfortunately bitten on the thigh again by an ice lotus snake. He screamed, "Ah, help!" Only then did Luo Huaishan turn to the two newcomers and say, "See, even on the shore it's not safe. The venom of the ice lotus snake has the same properties as the ice lake." The lake surface began to boil again with a gurgling sound. More ice lotus snakes rushed up. Several martial artists shouted reminders to each other, get back, get back!" The flat-topped man and his companions turned and fled in panic. "The ice lotus snakes are coming again." One of the ice lotus snakes opened its large mouth, its tongue lolling out. It lunged fiercely at Lin Shu. Lin Shu couldn't help but be startled. "Damn, it can shoot that far," he said. He immediately used 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, and a huge flame appeared with his long spear forming the head of a phoenix to counter the charging ice lotus snake. The ice lotus snake was immediately burned by the flames and howled. A moment later, its entire body was burned down to a small section. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard, and then someone spoke. It was a red-haired man with 2 pairs of glasses, looking like something out of a display case. He continued, "Little brother, your flame skill is very impressive. How about teaming up with us to get the ice lotus fire?" The man extended a friendly invitation. Lin Shu answered bluntly, "Sorry, I already have a team." Hearing this, the man shamelessly walked over, bumped his shoulder and continued to persuade him, "There are only 3 of you, and only one is 7th tier. You're too weak. Look over there, those people have been staring at you like tigers. They seem to have malicious intent." Lin Shu looked in that direction and asked, "Are you talking about those people?" At that moment, Lao Wang and his group were staring at him with intense killing intent, but Lin Shu still replied nonchalantly, "HMPH, I killed 3 of their men before and they didn't dare to make a peep. We're not afraid of them." The strange man continued, saying it seemed they had found some strong backup, then put his hand on Lin Shu's shoulder again and said, "So think about it again, do you want us to join? If you use your flame skill to help us deal with the ice lotus snakes, you'll get your share once we get the ice lotus fire." Without a second thought, Lin Shu waved his hand and refused. Teaming up is out of the question if they dare to make a move. "Then let them come." At this, the man finally showed his true colors and began to draw his sword. "Fine, since you won't agree." Lin Shu also grew serious. The man slashed out with his sword and then roared, "Then you can go die." Lin Shu quickly raised his spear to block. The blow was a difficult one. His knees buckled to the ground. After it was over, Lin Shu began to expose him. "You're actually with them, aren't you, 7th-tier martial artist Jin Zungsun? Trying to sneak attack me when I'm not paying attention, a 7th-tier martial artist playing such insidious tricks?" The system panel also popped up a notification at this moment. Jin Zungsun, 7th-tier martial artist. After hearing this, he asked in a panic, "How do you know my name?" Lin Shu pointed at him, laughing mockingly, because he felt this person's face was as foolish as his own. After hearing this, Jin Zungsun immediately swung his sword several times in anger, shouting, "Die, just die." The move he used is decapitation. At this time, Lao Wang also began to raise his own weapon, then shouted to his teammates, "They killed 3 of our men. Did they think we would just swallow our anger and take the loss? Now we have 4 7th-tier martial artists and they only have 1. Brothers, kill them." After speaking, the men began to surround the trio of Lin Shu. Killing intent emanated from Luo Huaxian's body. He lightly drew his sword and said faintly, "4 7th tiers, is that supposed to be impressive? Ha ha ha, it seems I can have a massacre today." But Luo Huaxian didn't forget to remind his 2 newcomers, "You two be careful. When the fight starts they'll outnumber us, and I won't be able to look after you." Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui pointed at him angrily and roared, Didn't you promise that no one would dare to mess with us on the way? You're such a liar." Luo Huaxian explained nonchalantly, This is for Lin Shu's practice. If you want to accurately feel killing intent, you must experience the feeling of escaping death." After speaking, spiritual energy radiated from his entire body. He leapt up, shouting, "Lin Shu, kill everyone who has killing intent towards you, little guy." Lin Shu said no more, brandishing his spear and charging out to slaughter. Xiao Ruoshui followed closely behind. The 3 of them charged left and right, each killing an enemy with a single strike. Jin Zungsun pointed at Lin Shu contemptuously and said, "Kid, you're the weakest, I'll finish you first." Lin Shu was genuinely a bit worried now, thinking to himself that although this guy was only an early 7th tier, he was no match for a 5th tier like himself. Without using the rage skill, he didn't have much confidence. He hadn't found Luo Yu yet, so he couldn't use this final trump card. This guy thought he was a soft target. He seemed to be underestimating his opponent. He was now struggling to block his attacks. After it ended, he began to calculate. So he had to catch him by surprise. At this moment, several martial artists shouted again, "The Ice Lotus snakes are here again. Everyone fall back, fall back." They scattered and fled while Jin Zungsun still had his back to him. Seemingly not understanding what was happening, suddenly an Ice Lotus snake with its long tongue lolling out seemed to want to attack Jin Zungsun, making him shout in panic, "Damn it!" Then he quickly reached out and rushed forward, saying excitedly, "Kid, at least your death will be meaningful." He circled behind Lin Shu and said smugly, "Be my shield." Lin Shu couldn't help but curse, "Despicable." At this moment the giant snake had already opened its mouth to bite, but he had quickly used mirror clone, and his body dissipated into the air. Jin Zungsun was now in a panic. How is it a clone again? That damn brat dared to trick me again." The giant snake was now about to bite his arm, but there seemed to be no fear on Jin Zungsun's face. He raised his hand, forming a halo of spiritual energy. The Ice Lotus snake could only bite the halo. A moment later his hand was still intact. He said smugly, "But a mere snake can't possibly break my barrier." Suddenly, Lin Shu appeared behind Jin Zungsun again, and then asked, "What if you add me to the mix? Still can't break your defense?" After speaking, he gripped his long spear with all his might and unleashed a charged strike. The long spear now rushed towards his defensive barrier, causing it to shatter. Jin Zungsun turned around in a panic to look at the shattered defense. Jin Zungsun's arm was successfully bitten by the Ice Lotus snake. He screamed in terror. It hurts, it hurts." Tears and snot streamed down his face, which was already pale. Jin Zungsun placed his sword on his own arm as if he wanted to cut it off himself. He endured the pain and made a cut, shouting, "Damn it!" Lin Shu took the opportunity to use 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, while taunting, "How does the taste of ice and fire feel? Let me add some more fire for you." Jin Zungsun roared even more furiously now, his entire body emanating a dense killing intent. "You think you can kill me, a mere 5th-tier kid?" After speaking, he raised his sword with one hand to block the head of the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix as it charged to attack, but he was quickly knocked backward by the ball of fire. Lin Shu said happily, "Of course I know this move can't kill you, I just need to knock you away." Jin Zungsun's face was now pale. He turned his head to look and it was the clear green of the lake water beside him. Jin Zungsun couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, a beautiful end after all, you despicable guy." Jin Zungsun fell into the lake with a splash. He revealed a face riddled with corrosion and screamed, "Ah!" After a while, only a few pieces of clothing were left on the surface of the lake, which was still bubbling. The martial artists above saw this scene and were terrified, each one disgusted. A 7th-tier martial artist died just like that? This Ice Lotus lake is too terrifying. It must be because his left arm was broken before. He had a wound on his body. That's why he was so easily dissolved by the Ice Lotus lake. Right, if his skin were intact, as long as he fully activated his source energy to protect his body, he could definitely last for a while. At this time, Lao Wang's side was still charging fiercely towards Lin Shu, shouting, "Go to hell, kill that brat, go to hell," a voice shouted. "Watch out for the Ice Lotus snakes." At this moment, an Ice Lotus snake silently rushed towards its prey. Lin Shu also immediately turned to observe, then used mirror clone, dissipating into the air before the ice lotus snake could bite. The red-haired man was now panicked by the ice lotus snake rushing over, clone again. Then a man with a ponytail rushed over to save his teammate, swinging his long spear to fling the snake away, HMPH trying to use the same trick twice. The snake's head now turned to Lin Shu again. He cursed in a panic. Damn it, the clone was broken, not good. Then Lin Shu was bitten on the arm by the snake and he cried out in pain. Xiao Ruoshui turned around and saw this, shouting in panic. Big Lin Luohuation also looked back with dangerous eyes. Suddenly Lin Shu's eyes lit up. He was actually fine. He looked at his two arms, then was surprised. One of his arms was emitting a fire attribute, and the other was emitting a water attribute. He guessed in his heart, could it be because I used both water and fire attributes at the same time? The people on this side saw it and gritted their teeth unwillingly. How is that possible? He didn't dissolve after being bitten by an ice lotus snake. How is he fine? Damn it, too many of them are rushing over this time. Everyone be careful. At this moment, countless ice lotus snakes flew up together. As the ice lotus snake was still trying hard to bite Lin Shu's arm, he thought of another good idea. I have a bold idea. Then he opened his arms, closed his eyes, and let all the ice lotus snakes open their mouths to tear and bite him. The martial artists saw this and were terrified. Is that guy crazy? Why is he hugging so many ice lotus snakes? What a strange guy. He was bitten by an ice lotus snake just now and didn't dissolve. That was just his luck. Being bitten by 5 or 6 ice lotus snakes at the same time, he will definitely be turned to ashes. Lin Shu was bitten by the snakes and still joked. It really didn't dissolve, but the bites hurt a little. After speaking, he turned around and revealed a strange smile. Lin Shu charged towards Lao Wang's group without hesitation. They were terrified. What do you want? Don't come over here. Those people scattered and fled, screaming, help, you don't come over here. The martial artists outside saw this scene and shuddered. Is that guy still human? He has no martial ethics. Damn it, he's using the snakes to his advantage, so vicious it's best not to provoke him. The sounds of countless people falling into the water and miserable screams were heard. At this moment, another huge ice lotus snake opened its large mouth and rushed up. The crowd loudly reminded each other. Damn it, a bigger one is here, everyone be careful. Even Lin Shu couldn't help but shiver. My god, how is it so big? And the man with the ponytail was still being bitten by a snake at this time, crying out in pain. The ice lotus snake king had now bitten that person with its large mouth, devouring him cleanly. And then it continued to open its huge mouth. Its body flung Lin Shu out, and he was sent flying before he could react. Lin Shu was now in free fall, about to fall into the lake. He panicked. Not good. Then he finally fell into the lake with a splash, sending water everywhere. The people above saw this and laughed wildly with joy. One of them said with satisfaction, he threw that guy out. It's strange he wasn't flung away. He brought this upon himself. Serves him right. Xiao Ruoshui shouted in a panic. Big Lin. Luo Huatian pulled her back and comforted her. Don't go over there. Be careful of that big snake. That kid didn't dissolve after being bitten by the snake. He'll definitely be fine if he falls into the lake. The ice lotus snake king stood up again. The few people who were laughing loudly just now were sent flying not long after, screaming in terror. Get out of the way, attack, everyone attack it together. On Lin Shu's side, he was now sinking to the bottom, but his body was still intact, not corroded. His whole body was suspended in the water, surrounded by a few snakes, as if his whole body was wrapped in some kind of spiritual energy. He opened his eyes and then thought, although I didn't dissolve after being bitten by the small snakes, being completely immersed in the ice lotus lake, I can still feel intense pain all over my body. But by wrapping my whole body with source energy, I might be able to last for a while. Since I've already fallen into the lake, I might as well look for the ice lotus fire. As he thought, he began to channel his power to swim. He swam to a place with a bright light and made a judgment. Is the white light at the bottom of the lake the ice lotus fire? But when he got closer, he found that it was the figure of a woman with long hair. The girl turned around and her face became clear. Lin Shu blurted out in surprise, Luo Yu. On the surface of the lake, everything was now quietly immersed in darkness. Underwater, Lin Shu was still very surprised. Luo Yu, it's really Luo Yu. Luo Yu also saw him at this time and wondered to herself, how did he get here? Lin Shu was waving his hands and feet, looking very comical. I came to find you. As a result, I was knocked into the lake by those guys above. I wonder if Luo Yu can understand my sign language. And Luo Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression. This fool is waving his hands and feet. What is he trying to express? After speaking, she walked forward, took Lin Shu's hand and then led him away while he wondered with confusion where she wanted to take him. The two of them walked to the bright light together, and Lin Shu's eyes widened in surprise. This is the ice lotus fire. At this moment, what appeared before them was a blue flower, but its petals were clustered together like flames. He secretly judged that it didn't seem to have fully bloomed yet. Bubbles rose from under the water's surface and countless water balls appeared around them. Lin Shu thought with concern, what's going on? Is the lake bottom having an earthquake? Suddenly the petals of the ice lotus fire began to bloom and he couldn't help but blurt out, it's blooming. The petals bloomed stunningly, dazzling and brilliant. The people fighting above were also panicked by the strange phenomenon. A bald man said worriedly, what's going on? Is it an earthquake? At this moment everyone stopped to observe. The vibration was coming from the lake surface. This is a vortex composed of glowing ripples. Cheers erupted. The ice lotus fire has bloomed. The ice lotus fire has bloomed. a person shouted as if he had gone mad. Ha ha ha, the ice lotus fire is mine. No one is going to take it from me. After speaking, he quickly jumped into the water. The others saw this and also excitedly rushed over and jumped into the water. Ice lotus fire, I'm coming. Quick, go get the ice lotus fire. Xiao Ruoshui asked worriedly. So many people are jumping into the lake. Will Lin Shu be okay at the bottom? Luo Huaishan happily comforted her. That kid has a tough life, he'll be fine. At this time the martial artists were all desperately swimming downwards. Lin Shu looked up and thought with concern, not good, the martial artists have all jumped into the lake. Are they going to start snatching the ice lotus fire? Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Luo Yu pointed to a rock in the distance, and Lin Shu thought with a red face, right, hide and let them fight it out. Then the two of them swam behind the large rock to hide. The first crazy martial artist had now swum over, his face filled with a greedy expression. The ice lotus fire is mine. Suddenly he was stabbed by another martial artist with a sword. He was stabbed again and cried out in pain. Ah! At this time the martial artist holding the sword said smugly, get out of the way. The wounded martial artist now gritted his teeth and said angrily, damn it. Then his face began to be corroded and he cried out in despair. Ah! A moment later, only a few tattered pieces of clothing remained in the green water, and countless others began to fight each other. The ice lotus fire is mine, go to hell, kill them. After a while, those people also only had a few pieces of clothing left and their dying screams. Ah! And a bald shirtless man now revealed a strange smile. He reached for the ice lotus fire, laughing excitedly. Ha ha ha, I'm about to get it. His hand was already about to touch the flower. Lin Shu was observing, thinking anxiously, not good, it's about to be snatched. But when his hand touched the flower stem, the bald man suddenly cried out in pain. Ah! His entire body was quickly corroded by something like acid and he let out a miserable scream. How could this be? I'm not resigned. Lin Shu was still watching that scene in terror. Damn it, it actually dissolved. It seems you can't touch the ice lotus fire directly with your hands. At the same time he didn't notice a man with shining eyes quietly approaching from behind with a sword. He wore a mask, brandishing his sword triumphantly as he slashed down. Suddenly Gungan popped out of his pocket, its mouth wide open. He shouted in panic, what? Gungan had already leapt up and bitten the villain's face. Crunch! Gungan kicked him through gritted teeth. The man was sent flying, letting out a wail and then screamed just like the others. Ah! Gungan then grinned and swam up. Lin Shu was still shaken, thinking damn it, a sneak attack. Good thing Gungan acted in time. The people who were fighting also noticed at this moment. It's that kid. An annoyed expression appeared on Lin Shu's face as he thought, crap, I've been discovered. The people kept accusing him, it's that guy, he's not dead yet. Who's that girl next to him? Damn it, he must be hiding there to reap the benefits while we fight. As they spoke, they charged toward Lin Shu and Luo Yu. While charging, they cursed non-stop. We have to take him out first. I already found him annoying on the shore. A one-eyed man thrust his sword fiercely, but Lin Shu quickly dodged to the side. He roared at them, damn it, go for the loot. Why are you coming after me? But in his heart he was calculating. Can't use my fire skills in the water. But this move might be very useful. Thinking of this, he began to use Silver Lightning Burst Fist. His eyes turned white as he punched the man in the stomach. The man went into a free fall to the bottom of the lake, letting out a wail. After a moment, a group of people screamed one after another as if electrocuted. Ah, woo 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 woo. Lin Shu looked at his hand, thinking with satisfaction, hey, I didn't expect my Silver Lightning Burst Fist to be so powerful. The area of effect is a god-tier skill. After speaking, he was surrounded by others. They cursed non-stop. Damn kid, how dare you attack us first? Kill them. Lin Shu pointed at his face and asked innocently, hey, why are you all surrounding me? I didn't even hit you. Water conducts electricity, what's that got to do with me? Suddenly his eyes lit up with a look of realization. Luo Yu was going for the ice lotus fire. She was charging over with a serious expression. A martial artist saw this and said furiously through gritted teeth, damn it, that girl is about to get the ice lotus fire. He then charged over, brandishing his weapon and shouting, in your dreams, HMPH, don't even think about taking it from me. But Lin Shu had already appeared quickly and kicked him. He thought, Luo Yu probably saw that my Silver Lightning Burst Fist could trap them for a moment, right? With his plan set, Lin Shu continued to use the electric shock move, causing everyone to huddle together from the jolt. At this moment, Luo Yu was already close to the flower. She carefully took out a card and quickly swiped it across the stem of the ice lotus fire. After finishing, Luo Yu waited there for a moment, and Lin Shu watched her. After a little while, Luo Yu raised two fingers, gesturing upwards. Let's go to the shore. He smiled in understanding and nodded. Among the people who were being electrocuted into a frenzy saw this and panicked. Ah, the ice lotus fire was snatched. What's that card in the girl's hand? Why didn't it dissolve? The martial artists then turned their attacks towards Luo Yu. They shouted madly, great, the ice lotus fire has been taken. As long as I kill that girl, the ice lotus fire is mine. Lin Shu was still grinning happily. Ha, our little Yue is the best, all of you stop right there. After speaking, he threw a punch at the group, making them wail from the shock again. He once again used Silver Lightning Burst Fist in succession. Ah, Silver Lightning Burst Fist. The people being electrocuted still wouldn't shut up, cursing, damn kid, go to hell, you just wait, I'll tear you to pieces. The two of them, Lin Shu and Luo Yu, swam leisurely towards the shore holding hands. Let's go. Then the two of them leapt out of the water, Luo Yu still holding the ice lotus fire safely. When Xiao Ruoshui saw Lin Shu appear, she ran over worriedly, shouting, Big Lin. She hugged Lin Shu's head tightly, pressing it to her chest, and said happily, it's good that you're okay. Lin Shu cried out as if he were suffocating. MMMPH. Suddenly, the two women's eyes met. Luo Yu asked coldly, who is she? Xiao Ruoshui asked with equal displeasure, who is she? Lin Shu stood between the two girls, hesitating timidly. Oh, let me introduce you, this is my senior sister, Xiao Ruoshui, and this is my classmate, Luo Yu. Xiao Ruoshui moved closer to Luo Yu's face and said, HMPH, so you're the vixen who stole my big Lin. Luo Yu retorted, not to be outdone. What, you old hag, you're past your prime. Xiao Ruoshui asked angrily, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare. Luo Yu replied defiantly, do you want to die? Then I'll grant you your wish. Seeing this, Lin Shu quickly raised his hands to stop them, but it had little effect. Hey, we're all on the same side. Luo Huaishan also spoke up with a smile. My dear sister, are you happy to see your big brother? When Luo Yu saw him, she fumed with anger and roared, I don't have a brother like you. Get lost. Xiao Ruoshui also chimed in furiously. If you have nothing better to do, then get lost. Luo Huaishan, famous and a ruthless killer, couldn't help but be intimidated by the powerful aura of these two shrews. The ice lotus fire was still in Luo Yu's hand when surprised and joyful voices were heard. Look, that's the ice lotus fire. My God, that girl actually managed to get the ice lotus fire. Brothers, the ice lotus fire is ours. Kill them and take it. Then they approached recklessly. Lin Shu scratched his head and tried to stop them. I say, hey, can you two stop arguing for a moment? Luo Huaishan also added, yeah, there's a group of guys eyeing us like tigers. It's not too late to argue after we deal with them. After he spoke, the martial artists heard him and said contemptuously, haha, you think you can kill us with just a few people? There's only one 7th tier among the 4 of you. What a pipe dream. Luo Huaishan's expression suddenly turned grim, his eyes glinting and his body emitted an indescribably dense black aura. He shouted through gritted teeth, 7th tier, open your damn eyes and look carefully. The men shouted in terror, how is that possible? This is an 8th tier martial artist. Luo Huaishan had now revealed himself like a great demon lord. His long hair flew, his muscles bulged. He stepped forward with an excited smile and said, come at me all of you nobodies. The scarred men still said optimistically, don't be afraid everyone, he's only one person. Right, we have many 7th tier martial artists, human wave tactics. Ants can devour an elephant. As he spoke, he swung his sword down triumphantly. Luo Huaishan, like a true demon, extended his claws and said with a happy smile, then give it a try, it's been a while since I had a good massacre. Suddenly, the flower in her hand began to gradually dissipate. Lin Shu saw this and panicked. The ice lotus fire is dissipating. Luo Huaishan turned and explained, after leaving the ice lotus lake, the ice lotus fire will dissipate quickly. It must be absorbed immediately. Lin Shu looked at the dense crowd like a swarm of ants and thought worriedly, here with so many people eyeing us like tigers. Luo Huaishan then comforted him cheerfully, kid, I'll take the main attack. You handle the ones who slip through the net. Lin Shu agreed. Thinking of Luo Yu, he said to himself, this time it's my turn to protect you. Then he turned to her and said, Luo Yu, focus on absorbing it. Big brother Luo Huaishan and I will protect you. Luo Yu pondered for a moment while Xiao Ruoshui objected. I don't agree. Big Lin, there are too many of them. Lin Shu still insisted, senior sister, please protect Luo Yu from behind and then move to the front. Xiao Ruoshui was still hesitant, but what about you? Luo Yu looked up at him and said, thank you, I'll start absorbing now. After speaking, she closed her eyes and prepared to begin absorbing. Those people charged over in a panic. Damn it, that little girl is about to absorb the ice lotus fire. We can't wait any longer. Let's go all out, kill them. A figure flashed by. Luo Huaishan quickly appeared in front of the two men, threw a punch and asked, what are you looking at? He quickly punched the man in the chest, sending him flying with a miserable cry. The man's body flew deep into the forest, then fell to the ground, causing a huge explosion. The other martial artists were extremely shocked to see this. A 7th tier martial artist could be killed with a single punch. Even though he's 8th tier, that level of strength is too terrifying. Luo Huaishan charged at the group like a demon again. Scared now? Too late. Luo Yu was still absorbing. Suddenly a despicable guy approached, threatening to disrupt her. You guys can fight all you want. The ice lotus fire is mine. But right after, the tip of Lin Shu's spear appeared quickly, and he thrust at the man repeatedly. The man still said contemptuously, a 5th tier guy dares to attack me? Lin Shu revealed a cunning smile and said, have a taste of this. He began to use frost, and countless frozen spearheads shot out. It was Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Ice gradually formed on the man's body. He still couldn't believe it, muttering to himself, I remember this guy's attribute is fire, right? How can he also use the ice attribute? Then he swung his sword arrogantly and said, however, this little bit of frost is useless against me. Before he could finish, he looked down in panic. Along with an ice spear, an ice lotus snake was sticking out its tongue, waiting for prey to deliver itself. Damn it, an ice lotus snake. The ice lotus snake was small but powerful. It bit the man on the nose. Ouch! He was then quickly dissolved in midair, leaving behind a miserable scream. Lin Shu shouldered his long spear and said, know why I used an ice martial skill? Because I dug up some guys from the ice lotus lake who don't like flames. The rest of the men were enraged and charged up. Damn it, kill them, damn it, this is too much. Attack together, kill them, Lin Shu retorted disdainfully. So many people ganging up on one, you're the ones with no martial ethics. Luckily, when I fell into the lake, I grabbed some ice lotus snakes. As he spoke, he mischievously threw out a few ice lotus snakes as if they were toys. Watch this. deadly ice lotus snakes. Each one rushed out fiercely as if answering its mother's call. The martial artist jumped up to dodge, thrown into chaos. Smoke filled the air. Damn it, this guy is using ice lotus snakes as darts. My god, get out of the way. In another quiet corner under the crescent moon, Luo Yu was still absorbing the ice lotus fire with her eyes closed. Another martial artist's eyes lit up as he approached menacingly. He said greedily, "Go to hell, I won't let you absorb it anymore. Give me the ice lotus fire." But Xiao Ruoshui had already quickly used butterfly dance to stop him. Man slashed contemptuously and said, "A sixth-tier girl, get out of my way." But at this moment a ghostly figure had already appeared behind him, its eyes glinting. Luo Huatian appeared, punching the man in the back, making him scream, "Ah, how dare you ruin my sister's good fortune?" Xiao Ruoshui looked thoughtful when she saw this, while Lin Shu asked, "Why are you back again? Did you finish off that group in front?" Luo Huatian said smugly, "A bunch of small fry took care of them in 5 minutes." Looking over, the group of people was already lying scattered on the ground, completely wiped out. Xiao Ruoshui broke out in a cold sweat when she saw this, her eyes wide. Lin Shu also found it unbelievable and sighed, "This guy's speed, even slaughtering a flock of chickens, isn't this fast." The black aura dissipated. Luo Huatian gradually returned to normal. After speaking, he said nonchalantly again, "How about my moves? Want to learn? If you want to learn, I'll teach you, but you have to become my disciple and come with me to the Dark Realm." Lin Shu was shocked to hear this. This guy is from the Dark Realm. Isn't he Luo Yu's brother? That's a completely abandoned region filled with powerful mutated beast zombies and criminals wanted by the Federation. Don't listen to him. Suddenly an angry roar was heard. Lin Shu jumped and turned around. Luo Yu, who was absorbing, also opened her eyes angrily and said, "Lin Shu won't go there with you and he won't walk your path." Luo Huatian then reminded her, "Sister, don't worry about this. Just focus on absorbing the ice lotus fire. Are you still worrying about your little boyfriend here?" Luo Yu roared even louder after hearing this. "Shut up!" Suddenly her eyes widened and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Peeved, her entire body seemed to be about to be devoured by the ice lotus fire. Lin Shu shouted in panic, "Ah, Luo Yu!" Luo Huatian stood by saying helplessly, "Silly girl, this ice lotus fire is a powerful source of energy. If you get distracted while absorbing it, you'll be frozen into a statue." Lin Shu turned around anxiously. "Big brother, you can't just stand there and watch. What do we do now? How can I help her?" Luo Huatian replied helplessly, "What can I do? I don't know any fire attribute skills." Lin Shu blurted out like a fool, "Right, fire attribute skills." Then he continued, "I have the red lotus fire in my body." After speaking, his whole body began to emit a rather transparent flame. The red lotus fire. Lin Shu extended his hand and the flame traveled from his arm to Luo Yu's body as if trying to restore her balance. He thought with some difficulty, "I didn't expect it to consume so much source energy. But it's okay, I still have many variant crystals to absorb." When Luo Huatian saw this, he said with satisfaction, "This guy is absorbing 7th-tier variant crystals for Luo Yu without even blinking. It seems he truly loves her." Xiao Ruoshui stood by, just watching silently. After a while, many small black stones appeared on the ground. Luo Yu had her eyes closed, looking exhausted. Lin Shu was also sweating profusely and panting. Few finally finished absorbing. Luo Yu then spoke happily, "Thank you." Lin Shu replied with a smile, "What's the relationship between us? No need to thank me for such a small thing. Have you completely absorbed the ice lotus fire? How do you feel?" Only then did she describe how she felt. I've completely absorbed it. I can even release a white flame." As she spoke, Luo Yu condensed a ball of water attribute spiritual energy in her hand. Lin Shu also cheered happily after seeing this flame. He extended one hand and a ball of golden flame appeared. "Haha, I can do this too. Watch me, red lotus fire." With his other hand, he created a ball of blue flame, holding a flame in his hand. Suddenly, the two balls of fire rushed towards each other as if about to fight. Lin Shu shouted in a panic, "Damn it. What's going on?" Luo Huatian shouted, both angry and anxious. "You two idiots, retract your flames. Don't you know that the red lotus fire and the ice lotus fire repel each other?" Luo Yu quickly clenched her fist and the flame gradually dissipated. Lin Shu also clenched his fist nervously and it dissipated as well. Only then did Luo Huatian wipe the sweat from his forehead and explain, "The red lotus fire and the ice lotus fire are powerful opposing source energies. Once they collide, the energy will explode and not even an 8th-tier martial artist can withstand it." Luo Yu fell into silent contemplation after hearing this, while Lin Shu seemed a little excited. "Wow, is it really that strong? In other words, if Luo Yu and I team up, we can fight an 8th-tier martial artist." Luo Huatian put his hands on his hips and replied, "That's right, this will be your trump card from now on, your combination skill." Combination skill. Luo Huatian deliberately drew out the words, a hint of an ambiguous blush on his face. Xiao Ruoshui shouted angrily after hearing this, "Shut up!" And Luo Yu, blushing a little, cursed, "Pervert." Then Luo Huatian was sent flying into the sky by the two girls' punches, accompanied by a shout of "Get lost." After a while, Luo Huatian said, "All right, Luo Yu has finished absorbing the ice lotus fire, so my mission is complete. See you all later." Tonight a crescent moon hung high in the sky, yet its light was still bright enough to clearly illuminate all things in the world. Luo Huatian was carrying a massive backpack. Lin Shu stared with wide eyes and asked in surprise, "I remember you were empty-handed when you arrived." Luo Huatian chuckled and explained, "Hee, I just collected all of this from the corpses of those martial artists. They're my spoils of war." Lin Shu's face darkened as he pointed at the pile of scraps in the backpack and asked, The variant crystals are one thing, but what's with this pile of miscellaneous weapons? Luo Huaxian said. I'm an 8th tier expert. Do you think I'd still care about these things? What do you know? This is called being frugal. I can't make a trip for nothing. Right? Lin Shu was speechless and just grunted in response. Luo Yu, standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. So you came here specifically to help me get the ice lotus fire? Luo Huaxian replied happily. That's right. Who told you to be my little sister? Luo Huaxian then waved goodbye to everyone, saying, see you later, I'm off, brother-in-law. The backpack already covered half of his upper body. After he was far away, Lin Shu finally asked, isn't your brother a pretty good guy? Why were you so harsh with him just now? Luo Yu began to explain. When he was 7, the family sent him to the Dark Realm to fend for himself, but he survived and even became an 8th tier martial artist. But he has already offered his soul to the darkness, becoming a bloodthirsty beast who loves to kill. Although he's trying hard to restrain himself, one day he will be completely swallowed by the darkness. It was pitiable to imagine him as a child, still calm while being swarmed by countless demons. Even Xiao Ruoshui sighed after hearing the story. Being sent to a place like that at the age of 7, her family was too cruel. Luo Yu closed her eyes helplessly and replied, this is why the family has always been able to remain powerful. Weakness is a sin. The moon was already high, shining down on the forest. A voice spoke up. Luo Yu, we shouldn't stay here for long. Martial artists looking for the ice lotus fire could arrive at any moment. We should leave quickly. At that moment the ground was covered with the countless corpses of martial artists, each with a large hole punched through their chest. Lin Shu looked down and said, Big brother Luo Huaxian has already killed all these people. As long as we leave, no one will know we got the ice lotus fire. Luo Yu replied, I can't leave just yet. He then asked, why not? I heard you came here to save someone. Haven't you found that person yet? Luo Yu answered honestly, that was a lie for the academy. I didn't come here to save someone, but to kill someone. After speaking, she turned in a certain direction. Lin Shu blurted out, confused, kill someone. Luo Yu then recounted, 3 years ago I went to the Death Ruins with 6 teammates to hunt an 8th tier evolved beast. After we killed the beast together, a woman in the team named Zhang Haoji killed everyone to take the 8th tier variant crystal for herself. The other 5 teammates were all killed. Only I was lucky enough to survive. I swore before my teammates' bodies that I would kill Zhang Haoji to avenge them. When I received news that Zhang Haoji had also appeared in the Dark Forest, I came here. I didn't expect her to have become the leader of a martial artist organization. Instead, she secretly ambushed me. I wasn't strong enough to match her, so I deliberately lured them to the Ice Lotus Lake. I pretended to fall into the lake. For an ice attribute martial artist, as long as there are no open wounds on their body, they can stay underwater for a long time without drowning, even without releasing their source energy. I used the crevices between the rocks at the bottom of the lake to hide and wait for an opportunity, until you also fell into the lake. Zhang Haoji must have thought I was dead. She left and didn't participate in the fight, definitely hoping the martial artists would kill each other so she could reap the benefits. So she will definitely come back here. Lin Shu then asked, so you plan to wait for her here? Luo Yu replied, that's right. He didn't hesitate either. All right, I'll stay and help you. Xiao Ruoshui heard this and said worriedly, hey, are you too crazy? Staying here, you might not be able to wait for Zhang Haoji, but you'll definitely run into other martial artists. Maybe even an 8th tier one. Big Lin is only 5th tier and we're only 6th tier. How are we going to fight them? Luo Yu replied, I've absorbed the Ice Lotus Fire. I'm 7th tier now. Lin Shu also responded cheerfully, leveling up while fighting monsters is my basic routine. Xiao Ruoshui could only break out in a sweat. Ah, 2 lunatics. The scene shifts to a day later. A group of people appeared led by a woman. The 3 of them, Lin Shu, Luo Yu and Xiao Ruoshui, were hiding in a bush. He asked, is that them? Luo Yu replied, yes. After that he said, let's go, we'll set up an ambush at the Ice Lotus Lake. Lin Shu walked over to the pile of corpses, an excited expression on his face, and said, haha, hiding in a pile of bodies to launch a sneak attack. It's exciting just thinking about it. Xiao Ruoshui was speechless at this expression. This guy has some seriously strange tastes. Luo Yu said with a look of disgust, I'm not hiding under this pile of bodies. With that, the 2 girls agreed. Let's hide in the bushes. Luo Yu said, they're here. Zhang Haoji's group appeared looking aggressive. Seeing the scene before her, she was extremely alarmed. Oh, what in the world happened here? Why are there so many bodies? Are all those people from before dead? Then they began to assess the situation. I know this person. He's an 8th tier martial artist. Although he's only in the early 8th tier, he's still an 8th tier. Zhang Haoji began to inspect the bodies and the wounds, realizing that it didn't look like they had killed each other, but that someone had murdered them. Who could possibly kill so many martial artists? She then began to give orders. You guys go down and see if the Ice Lotus Fire is still there. Those few people were a bit hesitant. But Zhang Haoji roared again, what are you hesitating for? As long as you have no open wounds and protect your body with source energy, you won't die in a short amount of time. Those few guys bit their lips, their faces pale with fear, then made up their minds and jumped into the lake together. Hiding behind the bushes, Luo Yu began to calculate in her mind that she could kill these people underwater. Zhang Haoji then turned around and continued to give orders. The rest of you, spread out and continue checking the bodies. See if there are any other variant crystals or clues. They then walked towards the mountain of corpses nearby. A bald man walked closer holding his nose and said, these bodies have already started to rot. Suddenly a spear shot out. Before the bald man could even check, the spear pierced through his stomach. He looked bewildered. He immediately collapsed, joining the pile of corpses. A man with a scar over his eyes saw the movement and looked over. He walked closer and asked, "Hey Baldy, what's wrong with you?" Immediately after, a long spear thrust out from under the pile of corpses, shooting towards the scarred man. He was also sent to join his friend. The scene shifts. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the lake, several of Zhang Haoji's subordinates were still swimming downwards together. A man holding a flashlight looked around for a moment, then thought to himself, "There's nothing at the bottom of the lake. It seems the ice lotus fire has already been taken by someone else." Suddenly, another person pointed ahead and shouted, "Ahem." He turned his head and saw Luo Yu approaching coldly and cursed in a panic. Damn it, what followed was a bloody scene blurred out by the author, but everyone knew what that guy's fate was. The other two men now swam upwards in a panic, trying to escape. Luo Yu frowned and thought, trying to run, it won't be that easy. Then she also quickly appeared in front of the two men with one slash. She sent another guy to his doom. The remaining guy turned around, saw this scene and cursed. Damn it. Luo Yu continued to charge towards her next target. He managed to stick his head out of the water just in time and shouted, "He help, cough, cough. There's an ambush at the bottom of the lake." But his words were quickly cut short by a sword. Water splashed on the lake's surface, accompanied by a few coughs. The people on the shore said worriedly, "Big sister, there's an ambush under the lake." Lin Shu poked his head out from the pile of corpses and thought to himself, HMPH, little Yue revealed herself too quickly. I was planning to sneak attack a few more of them while they weren't paying attention, then use a big move to wipe them out. With that thought, he swung his long spear into the air and simultaneously used his fire art, and flames erupted fiercely. A man looked up and panicked. My god, it's a stellar inferno. The flames he released formed into fireballs, shooting towards the group of people. One person screamed, "Damn it, there's a sneak attack from behind. Everyone be careful, be careful." Ah, but they still couldn't avoid being hit by several of Lin Shu's fireballs. From the depths of the forest, an aura also emanated. It was Xiao Ruashui. She appeared with her butterfly dance move, and several people were sent flying by her power. There's someone here too. Luo Yu had also leapt out of the water. Zhang Haoji quickly created a barrier, then roared, "A bunch of useless trash, don't panic. Fall back, maintain a defensive formation." The three of them, Lin Shu, Luo Yu, and Xiao Ruashui, had now gathered together. Luo Yu stood at the front, letting out a cold snort. Seeing this, Zhang Haoji mocked, HMPH, so it's you, my defeated opponent. What, you think you can fight me just by finding a 5th tier and a 6th tier martial artist as helpers? Luo Yu replied concisely, it's enough to kill you. Zhang Haoji charged forward with her sword and shouted, I'll deal with the little girl in the middle, the other two are yours. That group of clueless guys vied to charge out. Kill, kill. Zhang Haoji, eager to win, swung her sword at Luo Yu, who quickly jumped up to dodge. A huge explosion erupted, obscuring everyone's vision, and nothing could be seen clearly. On this side, Lin Shu was still fighting two people at once. He suddenly glanced to the side. Lin Shu thought to himself, Luo Yu just advanced to the 7th tier. It's still a bit difficult for her to fight an 8th tier martial artist. I have to get rid of these guys quickly. And go help her. Sky Dragon. Lin Shu plunged the tip of his spear into the ground, and immediately countless banners appeared, like a battlefield being breached, accompanied by a huge mighty general who charged with Lin Shu towards the group. Every thrust of the spear was accompanied by the roar of a dragon's head. Those few people screamed as they were beaten by Lin Shu's attack. A bald man gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, this guy is so strong, is he really only 5th tier? At this time, Xiao Ruashui also spoke up, Big Lin, you go help Luo Yu, leave these guys to me. Lin Shu then asked, can you handle it by yourself? Xiao Ruashui replied while attacking with a wave of her fan. Don't worry. Lin Shu also quickly used Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, and countless spear tips shot out. Zhang Haoji was still within her defensive barrier. She said smugly, you little ant, you dare to sneak attack me. Then she swung her sword and unleashed a blade slash. Lin Shu was right in front of her. Xiao Ruashui blurted out in astonishment, impossible, he couldn't have been dealt with that easily, right? No, that's a clone. By the time she reacted, Lin Shu had already appeared behind her. He pierced Zhang Haoji's body with his spear, sending her flying. She narrowed her eyes and roared angrily, you despicable brat. Get lost. As she spoke, she erupted with power and a barrier appeared, sending both Luo Yu and Lin Shu flying. At the same time, Zhang Haoji threw something out, then roared again, go to hell, spiked ring. It was an iron ring designed with spikes which circled around. Seeing this, Lin Shu gritted his teeth with worry. He used his spear shaft to block the spiked ring. She laughed smugly, haha, then raised an iron hand. The spiked ring hit the spear shaft and bounced off, then ricocheted back, making Lin Shu blurt out in panic, damn it can even change direction. Zhang Haoji was now frantically using the spiked rings. Countless spiked rings vied to charge forward. Lin Shu was in a panic, damn it, here they come again. I'm dead, I can't dodge. He was constantly attacked by those spiked rings, unable to fight back. Zhang Haoji said with an arrogant expression, rookie, just stay there and play with the spiked rings. Then she turned to Luo Yu with her sword, it's your turn. She charged at Luo Yu with her greatsword, and Luo Yu also charged forward to meet her. Zhang Haoji swung her sword like a madwoman, and sword auras shot out with it. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she kept saying, go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. Luo Yu was having a hard time blocking those sword auras. A huge explosion was triggered on the ground and dust flew everywhere. On this side, Lin Shu was still struggling to resist those spiked rings. He thought angrily, damn it, I can't predict the attack trajectory of these spiked rings. This won't do. Luo Yu can't beat that crazy woman alone. He observed the two in front of him, then began to assess. Does this woman have some kind of special ability to be able to control these 3 spiked rings with her mind? His eyes stared at the iron arm on her body, and he suddenly shouted, I get it, this isn't mind control. If it's an electronic device, it must be afraid of high temperatures. A happy smile appeared on his face as if he had thought of a solution. Got it. Without any hesitation, he immediately used 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. A huge flame erupted from Lin Shu's long spear. Zhang Haoji was still mocking with her mouth wide open. Your 5th tier flame skill, how high can the temperature be? My spiked rings are all made of heat-resistant materials. But she was immediately stunned and exclaimed, how is this kid's fire so fierce, such a high temperature? Could it be the red lotus fire from another dimension? The price of underestimating others is death. Lin Shu answered cheerfully, Haha, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. That's right, the flame burning in my body is one that can incinerate all things, the red lotus fire. At this time, Luo Yu had also quickly swung her sword over, then asked, What are you looking at? Is your move the ice flame slash now? Zhang Haoji's face turned pale. This is the ice flame slash. Facing Luo Yu's powerful attack, she could only quickly use her spiritual energy to create a defensive barrier to protect herself. She was mad with anger and said with jealousy, You absorbed the ice lotus fire? How is that possible? One with red lotus fire, one with ice lotus fire. You two are too lucky. At this time, Luo Yu rushed forward and still happily answered her. I have you to thank for that. If you hadn't knocked me into the ice lotus lake, I wouldn't have been able to get it. At this time, Lin Shu also rushed forward with a sly smile. Ha ha ha, we husband and wife are both the chosen ones. Are you scared now? After hearing this, Luo Yu roared with annoyance. Shut up, if you talk nonsense again I'll kill you first. Lin Shu pretended to be dumb and replied, alright, let's get rid of this third wheel first. After speaking, he once again used 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. And a huge fiery phoenix head appeared again. Zhang Haoji inside the defensive barrier, still mocked with a stiff upper lip. Even if your fire is strong, you're only 5th tier. A 5th tier's fire can't kill me. At this time, Luo Yu also rushed forward, then used ice flame slash. Seeing this, Zhang Haoji said smugly, It seems you haven't fully absorbed the ice lotus fire yet. As long as I kill you, I can snatch the ice lotus fire energy that you haven't fully absorbed yet. Haha! Suddenly she blurted out in astonishment, how did this attack miss? At this time, Luo Yu appeared and asked, Who said I was going to attack you? At this time, Lin Shu ran far away, still excitedly saying, It's about to hit run. Seeing this, those few subordinates gritted their teeth in panic. What are they trying to do? The momentum is too strong. Xiao Ruoshui also screamed, 2 lunatics. Zhang Haoji was even more confused and asked, What are they trying to do? What's the meaning of firing one shot and running away? A blue aura appeared, and then a golden-yellow aura also rushed over. The 2 auras collided as if they had a deep-seated hatred for each other. At this time, Zhang Haoji was in the middle like the filling of a sandwich and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, no, how can this energy be so strong? Then her whole body was blasted open and she screamed miserably in the air, After the move ended, a large cloud of smoke was left on the ground. Where the explosion occurred, a crater had now appeared, and the surroundings were full of cracks. Lin Shu felt that he was really awesome and cheered. That was amazing, our combination skill is so strong we even killed an 8th tier martial artist with ease. Luo Yu then punched Lin Shu in the face, making him bleed, and then roared. Shut up! Xiao Ruoshui was still extremely terrified. You 2 lunatics, next time you use this skill. Could you give me a heads up next time? She shouted loudly. Lin Shu could only laugh awkwardly to brush it off while Luo Yu blushed and looked away, trying to avoid being noticed. The scene shifts to Deep Blue City, a place filled with towering skyscrapers. A few people are preparing to enter the city, and several guards armed with guns are observing at the city gate. Lin Shu walked up and asked in confusion, What happened? Why is this place locked down? After speaking, Lin Shu began to walk through the security gate. Luo Yu followed, walking coldly behind him. Suddenly, a soldier looked at the 2 girls with a lecherous gaze, then raised his hand and said loudly, Wait, there's a problem with this equipment. The scan cannot continue. A few crude soldiers nearby began to gossip. The captain's up to his old tricks again. The beauties are going to be harassed by the captain, how pitiful. The soldier, referred to as the captain, stretched out his dog-like legs, stuck out his tongue and said with a drooling expression, So I must conduct a personal search. Luo Yu didn't move an inch. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at him coldly and said, Move again and you're dead. Seeing this, the soldiers beside him immediately shouted reprimands. One of them had already raised his gun and pointed it at her, saying, How dare you? What do you think you're doing? Drop the sword. Lin Shu also spoke up, his face dark. We were already scanned just now. You're clearly just looking for trouble. The captain, though scared, still said stubbornly, These people aren't cooperating with the scan. There must be something wrong with them. Brothers, arrest them. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard along with an impatient voice. Too noisy. A blond man appeared and asked impatiently, What are you doing? This guy's haircut must have been done at home by his mom with a bowl over his head. How nostalgic, brothers. One of the soldiers immediately came forward to flatter him. Reporting to the colonel, These people are not cooperating with the scan. We suspect they're with those thieves and we're preparing to arrest them. Blond man glanced at the group contemptuously and said, Just a few rookies like you dare to arrest a 7th tier martial artist. Explain what happened clearly. At that moment, Luo Yu called out, Zhang Nuo. That guy, without a filter, immediately took on an angry posture and scolded. Insolent, is the colonel's name something you can say so casually? before Zhang Nuo could reply, the guy had already spoken over him. He glanced over. After getting a clear look at the person before him, he quickly said respectfully, "Yes, yes, Miss Luo." Then he swiftly slapped the soldier and scolded, "Shut up." After speaking, he approached again, bowing his head to Luo Yu. Luo Yu crossed her arms and asked, "Why are you in Deep Blue City?" Zhang Nuo, sweating profusely, immediately replied, "I made a mistake in Sky City and was demoted here. I didn't expect Miss Luo to come to Deep Blue City as well." Luo Yu turned her head and accused the guy. "What happened just now? This person tried to take advantage of me and I was about to kill him." Zhang Nuo was incredibly angry upon hearing this and roared, "To have indecent thoughts about Miss Luo, you're truly audacious. Arrest him." Zhang Nuo pointed at the red-haired man. The guy was now trembling, only able to call out, "Colonel." Luo Yu asked again, "What happened in Deep Blue City?" Zhang Nuo quickly replied, "Last night an invaluable treasure was stolen from the city lord's mansion. That's why the entire city was locked down. For the next few days people can only enter Deep Blue City, not leave. I'm afraid this will inconvenience you, Miss Luo. If you don't have a place to stay for now, I can arrange one for you." She and her teammates walked inside, replying, "No need, we have a place to stay." Zhang Nuo also replied, "All right, please take care." After Lin Shu and his group had walked away, the soldier who had been slapped still pointed at them curiously and asked, "Colonel, who on earth are they?" Zhang Nuo sighed and replied, "The Luo family of Sky City. They're the kind of people who dare to kill in broad daylight in Sky City." After walking for a while, Lin Shu spoke up, "Little Yue, how powerful is your Luo family? Even the officials of the Deep Blue City garrison are so respectful when they see you." Luo Yu closed her eyes and said impatiently, "None of your business." The scene shifts to a tall building, the Sanctuary Academy's Deep Blue City branch. The three of them walked into the Academy's hall. Luo Yu was handling procedures at the front desk. Lin Shu stood by observing while Xiao Ruoshui waited outside. Lin Shu asked in confusion, "Where is everyone? This place used to be as lively as a wet market." The old man sitting at the front desk spoke up, reminding him, "Young man, what are you talking about? How dare you compare the Sanctuary Academy's Deep Blue City branch to a wet market? It's because of the lockdown, so there's no one. I gave them all a holiday." Xiao Ruoshui outside smiled and asked, "Hello, are there any spaceships returning to Sanctuary Academy today?" The old man immediately replied, "The last spaceship for today flew off long ago. The whole city is on lockdown. No one is allowed to leave, so there are no spaceships. You'll have to stay here until the lockdown is lifted." After speaking, he revealed a smug smile. "Hee, I can get you a large room, the most luxurious kind. No one's staying in it right now anyway." The young people opposite him looked at the old man silent. Lin Shu suddenly said impatiently, "A luxurious room. It must be very expensive. You old coot, are you trying to scam our points?" he shouted, ready to argue with the old man. A bank card was placed on the table. Luo Yu waved her hand and said, "All right, book the most luxurious room." Lin Shu looked over in utter shock. The old man picked up the card with satisfaction and swiped it, saying, "Very good, what a generous boss. The 18th floor, the branch's most luxurious room, 10,000 points a night." Lin Shu once again shouted with resentment, 10,000 points a night, old man, you might as well just rob us. Do you know how hard it is for us students to earn points? The old man still smiled calmly, then seriously reminded them, "Rest well tonight and remember not to go out. There's a curfew tonight and it's very unsafe outside." Lin Shu lay alone in the room on a modern and bright luxurious bed, looking up at the extravagant ceiling, enjoying the kind of treatment only the upper class gets. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's 10,000 points a night. The entire 18th floor is a luxury suite. It has a hot spring, a sauna, a training room, a gravity room. Everything. You old coot really knows how to enjoy life. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound from outside which made Lin Shu sit up immediately. He looked towards the door leading to the living room and asked himself, "There's a noise in the living room. Could little Yue still be training?" Lin Shu frowned, his tired face showing a hint of impatience as he complained, "This training maniac is not what I imagined." When Lin Shu reached the living room, he only dared to show half of his body, peeking to see if Luo Yu was truly engrossed in her training, only to find that it wasn't just Luo Yu. Xiao Ruoshui was there too, and neither of them was training. They were just standing silently together, looking out at the bustling city at night through the huge transparent glass window. Lin Shu couldn't help but ask, "Why are you two still awake? Is there something so interesting to see outside the window?" Luo Yu and Xiao Ruoshui remained silent, but their expressions said it all. Luo Yu's brow was slightly furrowed as she stared straight ahead, her eyes filled with some displeasure. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoshui's face was beaded with nervous sweat, her eyes wide with extreme worry, her small mouth agape. Lin Shu followed their gazes and was surprised to see a strange creature before them. He stood there dumbfounded, involuntarily asking, "What's this?" In front of them, a small to medium-sized spaceship was speeding over, its speed astonishingly fast. Even through the glass door they could hear the deafening roar of its engine, which naturally caught the attention of those inside. The spaceship suddenly detonated something at its base as if to warn the people inside that it was about to crash in and to get out of the way. Lin Shu and Xiao Ruoshui were both startled and didn't have time to react. Only Luo Yu's eyes were firm, remaining calm. But besides being surprised, none of the three made any substantial move. Just before the spaceship crashed in, Lin Shu managed to shout, "Oh my god, it's crashing into us." even as the spaceship was about to crash directly into Luo Yu and Xiao Ruoshui. Regardless of the resistance from the glass door, the two of them still stood there dumbfounded, not moving an inch. The only one who reacted in time was Lin Shu, who disregarded his own safety. He didn't choose to flee first, but rushed forward to protect the two of them, shouting nonstop, "Get out of the way!" But the spaceship was about to crash into the building and showed no signs of stopping. Perhaps its goal was to crash directly into this building. Boom! The spaceship shattered a large section of the building's glass. Hundreds of shards flew through the air like a deadly snowfall. The cracks on the glass door grew larger and larger, finally shattering. The impact was expected to be significant. The head of the spaceship had already crashed directly into the room, revealing its black and white head, which looked like a husky. But one had to admit the quality of this spaceship was too good. Despite such a huge impact and a large amount of glass shards smashing down on it, it was completely unscathed. It still landed safely, albeit in a rather ungraceful posture with no damage to its surface. The manufacturer had truly been meticulous. Xiao Ruoshui was right in the path of the ship's head and couldn't dodge in time. So the huge glass shards cut her delicate skin, making her cry out in pain. Ouch! Lin Shu, despite playing the hero saving the damsel, failed to do so and was instead thrown against the wall by the immense force. Even someone as powerful as Luo Yu couldn't escape the spaceship's torment. Fortunately, she was able to control her body, so she wasn't groaning in pain like Lin Shu. The spaceship skidded across the ground, destroying everything in its path. The friction was suddenly much greater than when it was flying in the air, so sparks erupted, creating a thick white smoke that filled the entire luxurious space. Lin Shu, Luo Yu, and Xiao Ruoshui lay scattered on the cold ground, caught completely off guard. An iron door opened on the ship's body, and a team of strong, reckless men walked out from the smoke. The man in the lead, likely the leader, didn't care where he was and just ordered his men to work. "The defense force will be here in 5 minutes. Hurry up, get out of this building." Behind him were two tall men wearing identical black tight-fitting suits which looked like the uniform of some mysterious organization. They were carrying a huge iron box, and it was unclear what was inside, but they always followed the commander's orders. But at least one of them had a conscience. Seeing the innocent victims lying unconscious on the ground from the haphazardly landed spaceship, he stopped and looked at them with concern. The pupils in the room. Only then did Lin Shu slowly wake up from the rubble in front of him. His head now ached as if it had been smashed by a hammer, a disgusting feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. He rubbed his head, which had just hit the ground, hard with his left hand. He was drenched in sweat and felt awful all over. Lin Shu couldn't help but blurt out, "Oh, my head is splitting." The leader, however, was very dismissive. Not paying Lin Shu and the others any mind, he casually tossed them to a few of his subordinates to handle, then left without a second glance. "Just a 5th-tier martial artist, I'll leave him to you. Finish him quickly, then come down and meet us." The heavy iron box was handed over to 2 other guys, who carried it down in turn with many others guarding them. The 2 guys who were originally carrying the box stayed behind to finish their task and deal with the people in the room. The red-haired man let out a strange laugh, arrogant and conceited, brandishing his sword menacingly. "You're unlucky, kid, you're finished." Lin Shu, still under his blade, couldn't get up and could only crawl with difficulty on the ground littered with junk and broken bricks. Xiao Ruoshui hadn't been at the center of the spaceship's attack, and the shock wasn't as great, so she recovered faster. Before Lin Shu could even get steady on his feet, she rushed out to save him again. "Big Lin?" She used her familiar fan as a weapon, unleashing a series of spell attacks. Even if it didn't do much to the 2 men, it at least bought Lin Shu time to recover. The red-haired man thought Lin Shu was the only one in the room and hadn't looked around, so he was focused only on attacking Lin Shu and didn't notice Xiao Ruoshui. By the time he reacted, he had already been hit by her attack. Fortunately, his skills were good, so the blow was no big deal to him, just a bit careless. "There's someone else?" Lin Shu had recovered a bit, but he couldn't stand these nameless guys breaking into someone's home and trying to kill them. In his anger, he feared nothing. Damn it, breaking into a private residence and trying to kill someone. A long spear had appeared in Lin Shu's hand at some point. His face was ashen with rage, wishing he could skewer the lawless bastard, sword and all. Before the guy could react, the long spear had already shot out at an incredible speed, even creating sparks. It carried flames as it went straight for its target. This flame was none other than the 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix that Lin Shu always used to deal with vicious enemies. The power of the flame it released was not weak in the slightest. Even if it couldn't kill the opponent outright, it could still seriously injure him. Lin Shu urged fiercely, "Die!" Unexpectedly, besides the red-haired man, there was also a bald man who was his accomplice. He had been hiding, waiting for an opportunity. He aimed for a moment of carelessness from Lin Shu, who was focused on attacking his brainless accomplice, and struck. He was indeed all brawn and no brains, a sarcastic reference to an earlier thought. The attack he unleashed was not weak either. He was a capable person. It's a pity this capability was used on the wrong person and in the wrong place. He even had the gall to say, "You think you can attack me with just that?" But he seemed to have forgotten that he and his accomplice were only 2 people, while Lin Shu was not alone. Besides him and Xiao Ruoshui, there was also Luo Yu, who always spoke up at critical moments. She didn't say anything, but seeing Lin Shu being attacked, she didn't just stand by. She took action. Luo Yu shot a dazzling blue-green ice flame slash at the bald man. The powerful magic couldn't be controlled and attacked directly, swallowing the enemy. Seeing the ice power about to strike him, he was startled and amazed. The attack in his hand immediately stopped, but the ice power showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it completely surrounded him, giving him no chance to escape, while Luo Yu didn't suffer any counterattack. Only now did this bald man belatedly realize that the deep, powerful, and tenacious young woman before him, Luo Yu, was an unexpected figure, a 7th-tier martial artist. Lin Shu cleverly seized the opportunity while the bald and red-haired men were careless, changing his attack method to Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, duplicating the long spear and also duplicating the pain they were about to endure. Lin Shu now had the figure of only a wild and unrestrained youth. "Where are you looking?" Xiao Ruoshui also joined forces, casting Butterfly Dance, which became unprecedentedly powerful in an instant, surging like a tsunami to swallow those empty human dreams and fantasies of ruling the world. The combination of the three forces was an irresistible and fatal blow that even someone more skilled than Luo Yu couldn't withstand. Of course, the bald man was no exception. He was sent flying several meters away, unable to defend himself, just flying aimlessly. The red-haired man watched his companion get torn apart by the combined force of the three of them, a miserable sight. Not even sure if his life could be saved, he hesitated, not knowing whether to continue fighting or give up. There's actually a 7th-tier martial artist. In the end, this guy despicably abandoned his companion to save his own life. He turned and fled without any pity. I can't beat 3 people by myself. Indeed, only in a life-or-death situation does one know who truly cares. The companion who usually shared life and death with him ended up in a kill-or-be-killed situation today, abandoning the other to save his own skin instead of fighting to the end. Only now did Luo Yu speak, but the cold words she uttered scared the red-haired man out of his wits. "Leave your hand behind," even more terrifying. She was still holding a meter-long sword in her hand with no intention of letting go. Little Luo Yu unleashed a powerful ice flame slash, shooting it towards the desperately fleeing red-haired man. Her eyes were firm, as if to affirm that she would definitely get his agile arm today. The red-haired man was hit in the shoulder by the ice flame slash. The force of the attack was not light, making him let out a miserable scream. The ice power didn't take his arm directly but slowly penetrated his flesh. Before long it had dealt with the thick protective suit outside, revealing his smooth white skin. The ice power slowly gnawed at his arm, not letting him escape. He painfully turned his head to look, his face covered in sweat, his large mouth trembling. What kind of flame is this? It's so cold. Could this be the ice lotus fire? The ice lotus fire from the dark forest was taken by this woman? At the last moment he didn't want to die here, so he made a stunning decision. He severed the arm entangled by the ice power, leaving what she wanted for Luo Yu, and endured the pain to leave. His shoulder was now missing a strong arm, and he was filled with an intense will to live. "I don't want to die." Lin Shu stood in the distance, watching him run away in just a few seconds. He watched Lu Chao stagger away in the darkness, dragging himself along the corridor as if it were his endless hell. This path led him into an abyss from which he could never recover. Even Lin Shu couldn't help but marvel at how ruthless this guy was. To escape, he had actually cut off his own arm. Before long, the entire luxurious skyscraper began to shake, as if it were at the epicenter of an earthquake. Such a loud noise in the pitch-black night sky was definitely no small matter. Lin Shu could still feel the aftershocks in the room on the 18th floor. He judged that there must be a battle happening downstairs as well. Damn it, what level of battle is this? The vibrations could be felt even on the 18th floor. Xiao Ruoshui emphasized from the side, "Besides us, the only other person in this building is that freakish old man at the front desk. To be able to manage the Deep Blue City branch, he must be someone extraordinary." Before the two could make a decision, Luo Yu had already decided for herself, turned and walked away. "Let's go help." Xiao Ruoshui and Lin Shu followed closely behind, with Lin Shu saying smugly, "We're not going to help, we're going to watch the masters fight." A part of the luxurious building was burning fiercely, the very spot that had been directly hit by the spaceship just a few minutes ago, making it stand out in the dead of night. The bandit leader and his men had been surrounded and severely beaten by this mysterious person, taking a long time to get back on their feet. A deafening explosion thundered through the sky. A dense cloud of smoke spread out in an instant, almost covering the entire ground floor of the luxury building. The leader gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept that his most capable subordinate had been struck down by the mysterious person just like that. Could a single palm strike eliminate a 6th-tier powerhouse? The mysterious person had yet to show himself, but he angrily demanded, Who on earth are you?" Only after being questioned by his opponent did the person speak. "Me, I'm just an old man who watches the door." And he might not be a match for the old man. The powerful hand that had beaten those men so badly they couldn't even stand up actually belonged to a bald old man. His remaining hair was arranged in 3 tufts like a flower. His nonchalant and wise demeanor was enough to drive the bandit leader mad. The old man said gently, "Let me guess, you stole the treasure from the City Lord's mansion, the Deep Blue City Lord's mansion, right? Am I correct?" But the bandit leader roared impatiently, "This is none of your business, Scram, if you know what's good for you." Putting aside whether he knew the old man's true identity, he failed even at respecting his elders, lacking the most basic respect for a senior. Even if he obtained this treasure, he would surely not do anything good with it. The old man pointed at him and commanded, "Take it from your chest and I'll let you go." But how could this guy possibly obey? He had ruined his good fortune and now wanted to order him around, ordering him to give up such a precious item. To be honest, he wouldn't obey and back down even in his dreams. To him, this request was too absurd, so he couldn't even maintain his composure for a few seconds and shouted again, "In your dreams, I bet my life on this thing." The old man had already given him a chance to repent, but he didn't take it, so there was no need for the old man to show him any mercy. The old man rolled up his sleeves, revealing a sturdy arm covered in wires, and said softly, "Fine then, I'll kill you first and take it back." Before the old man could make a move, the red-haired subordinate who had just fought Lin Shu and the others ran over, clutching his injured arm, and reported in a panic, "Boss, we're in big trouble. It's terrifying. He's already started a massacre." The leader had never faced such a situation directly before, only relying on his subordinates to throw their weight around. So how could he know how cruel a real battle was? His subordinate had only managed to escape with his life and report to him after losing an arm. But he just cursed him coldly, "You useless piece of trash, you can't even handle 3 students." The red-haired man panted as he explained, "Boss, that little girl is 7th tier, and she can use the ice lotus fire from the dark forest." Only then did the leader's eyes widen as he asked in return, "What? One of them can use the ice lotus fire?" The subordinate pointed to his fresh wound and said, "My hand was injured by the ice lotus fire." The old man pondered for a moment, calculating to himself, "It seems the ice lotus fire was taken by that group of little brats. Haha, as expected of my Sanctuary Academy students." At this moment, Lin Shu had also just arrived downstairs. Seeing the situation on the ground floor, he estimated that it wouldn't be easy for the old man to deal with this group of strong young men, so he shouted, "Senior, are you all right over there?" The 3 of them, Lin Shu, Luo Yu, and Xiao Ruoshui, stood behind the old man with their heavy weapons like a reinforcement squad, a powerful and invincible team of 4. The old man chuckled and joked, "This old man is fine, just needed to stretch my old bones. I didn't expect to run into this kind of situation, and you all still remembered this old man." The leader, unconvinced, dared to point at the 4 of them and make a declaration completely unafraid of the heavens, without even considering who his opponents were. "The 2 of you will be taken care of by the 3 of us. Today is your doomsday. First, go kill that old man." His 3 subordinates were like loyal dogs, very obedient to their master's words. As soon as the order was given, they immediately moved into action. Understood. They were indeed resolute, charging fiercely at the old man, vowing to kill him. Kill them. It was just a pity that their soaring determination couldn't withstand their foolish minds and limited abilities. They lunged forward, wanting to kill Lin Shu and the others in one go, but the 4 of them didn't react, standing as still as statues. Only then did the old man speak, his words a threat. "As long as I'm here, no one is to lay a finger on my students." The old man just waved his hand, his expression serious, instantly making the atmosphere even heavier. This group of fools would certainly not be able to escape the old man's grasp. A dazzling beam of magical light poured out like billions of stars in the Milky Way, converging to form an infinite power, enough to crush a person. With this power alone, the 3 men were thrown into the air and their weapons were instantly destroyed by the old man. This was the terrifying power of heaven and earth reversal, the old man's ultimate skill. Every time he fought, heaven and earth reversal would send the 3 men spinning in the air for a long time before they landed. The impact was not light and their injuries were surely significant. It seemed this time these 3 men would either be dead or severely injured. These 3 were no match for the old man to begin with. For him, dealing with them was as easy as flipping his hand, not worth mentioning. The leader, who had always been arrogant and considered himself superior, was the real thorn in the old man's side. The old man leaped up and went straight for him, directly declaring war. Again, the leader was startled, not expecting his most capable subordinates to be so easily defeated by this old man with a single palm strike. He was not skilled, so how could he fight this highly skilled old man? His conceited face already showed extreme tension, sweat pouring out like he was in a shower, but his brain was busy thinking of a countermeasure. He still had 2 bald men protecting him. However, the old man only took 2 seconds to break his line of defense, sending him and the 2 men flying into the air while the old man remained completely unharmed. An infinite light emanated, shaking the earth. Those guys must have been immersed in the magic created by the old man with no way to escape. Lin Shu witnessed the entire process of the old man handling the situation, his face already clearly showing admiration. He couldn't help but marvel at this person. The old senior handled it so quickly. Can there really be such a person in the world? The old man had already arrived next to the heavily protected iron box, which had tens of thousands of mechanical locks to ensure absolute security. While checking the iron box, he glanced at Lin Shu and said, "Didn't this old man already tell you I'm just a gatekeeper? Come take a look. What kind of treasure is it that the city's defense force would mobilize troops for?" Inside such a large and thick iron box, there was only one simple treasure, a solitary stone resting on pure white cotton like a luxurious diamond ring. Lin Shu and the old man stared at the stone before them. Lin Shu asked curiously, "Is this a meteorite?" The old man treated it as a treasure, easily picking it up to observe, but he didn't forget to praise his student. "Not bad, you know your stuff, kid. This thing is a rare forging material." The old man suddenly did a 180-degree turn and asked him probingly, "What, you want it? Tell me if you need it." Lin Shu didn't expect that the old man who had fought so hard to retrieve this precious treasure would be willing to hand it over to him. Is this a bit too unreasonable? The doubts in Lin Shu's mind kept rising, turning into words. Is the old senior really going to give such a valuable thing to his disciple? The city's security forces will be here in a few minutes. How can his disciple escape with this thing now? The old man explained gently. I'm giving it to you because you showed concern for me. As for those people, I have a way to talk to them. The old man still noticed Luo Yu at the side and suddenly interrupted his conversation with Lin Shu, turning to her and saying, Young lady, you're from the Luo family of Sky City, right? I owe the Luo family a favor. This thing is a gift for you. Lin Shu jealously remarked from the side, Tisk, giving away something that doesn't belong to you and calling it repaying a favor. The old man is so generous. The old man said no more, just easily broke the stone in half as if it were nothing. Inside the stone there was actually a blue crystal shining with light like a brilliant piece of crystal. Lin Shu was amazed to see this incredible scene. The old man had actually broken the stone he was planning to give them in half. He couldn't help but shout, Wait, didn't you say you were going to give this to us, old senior? What are you up to? The old man held up the blue crystal and observed it carefully. He laughed and said, Silly child, when I said forging material, I was referring to the stone inside the meteorite. Although the meteorite itself is a good forging material, it's not even 1% as good as this stone. He turned around and walked towards Lin Shu, Luo Yu and Xiao Ruoshui, saying as he walked, Hurry up and take it, the security forces are coming. He turned back, took out the small stone from the meteorite and carefully placed it in the heavy iron box. He glanced meaningfully at Lin Shu and the others and said seriously, The city lord doesn't know about the existence of the stone inside, so we need to return the stone to him. But before Lin Shu and the others could act, and before the old man could finish, the sturdy glass wall of the building was blown open. Flames and thick smoke rolled in at the same time, growing more intense with each passing second, as if about to swallow the small space on the ground floor. This was probably the security team that had infiltrated the room, retrieved the meteorite and stored it away. One of them rushed to the front, the muzzle of his gun aimed directly at the four people not far away, and threatened fiercely, Nobody move, hands up, this building is surrounded. No one is getting out. The old man frowned, his face showing displeasure, and he reminded them in a deep voice, Captain Zeng, do you dare to bring people to invade the Sanctuary Academy branch? Zhang Nuo, dressed in the security team's uniform, walked out from the surrounding security forces. He nervously recognized that the person in front of him was not a stranger but someone he shouldn't mess with. The tension was clearly written on Captain Zeng's face. Elder Shaw, please forgive me, we didn't know you were here. Luo Yu suddenly noticed the title Zhang Nuo had just used and thought for a moment. Sha, so his surname is Sha. Lin Shu didn't know who this old man was either, so when Luo Yu mentioned it, his curiosity grew. Do you know who he is? It took Luo Yu a long time to realize that the person she had just slighted was actually a very important figure. This person might even be someone they would never have the chance to meet in their lifetime. Could he be Sha Sheng, the vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance and the founder of Sanctuary Academy? Zhang Nuo scratched his head, smiling sheepishly as he admitted his mistake. Sorry, Elder Sha, we were chasing the robber's spaceship and had no intention of offending you. But the glass wall behind Captain Zeng had already been blown open into a large hole, and the glass was shattered into 100 pieces. What was left? Elder Shah briefly explained the robber's situation to Zhang Nuo. They've been dealt with by me. There's another one upstairs. The item in the safe is what was lost from the city lord's mansion, right? You'd better check it here. Captain Zeng observed the robbers lying on the ground, then looked at the intact safe. Zhang Nuo's face lit up with joy when he saw the safe was intact without a single scratch or sign of being stolen. Thank you, Elder Shah, for your help. Quick, identify the faces of all the deceased and check the items in the safe. A few subordinates immediately obeyed, checking from top to bottom, their expressions somewhat nervous. Reporting Colonel, facial recognition shows they are indeed the suspects from the city lord's mansion. Another subordinate in charge of checking the safe reported in a panic. Reporting Colonel, it is indeed the meteorite. It's just, Zhang Nuo immediately went forward to check upon hearing this. Just what? He didn't expect that what was before him was still the lost meteorite, but it was no longer whole. The subordinate reported nervously, the meteorite inside is broken in half. Zhang Nuo quickly waved his hand in dismissal. It doesn't matter as long as it's still whole and nothing is missing. After hearing this, Luo Yu and Xiao Ruoshui looked at each other, puzzled. Do they really not know there was another stone inside the meteorite? Are they really just giving up what's inside the meteorite like that? Lin Shu had already understood what Elder Shah had said earlier. They really didn't know about the existence of the blue crystal inside. It turned out they really didn't know there was a crystal inside the meteorite. The stone and the safe had been packed up and were ready to be moved out. Zhang Nuo was the last to stay, thanking Elder Shah for helping them turn the tide. On behalf of the city lord, we thank you again for your help. As for the damaged parts of this building, a professional repair team will come tomorrow morning to fix it for free. Elder Shah nodded in acknowledgement, not even looking at Zhang Nuo as he agreed. The city lord is thoughtful. Thank him for me. Elder Shah, Lin Shu, Luo Yu and Xiao Ruoshui watched as Captain Zeng led the security team away with the heavy massive safe. No one spoke. Before long, Elder Shah also left, instructing the three of them. You can't stay on the 18th floor anymore. I'll arrange other rooms for you. Whether the three of you stay in one room or separate rooms, don't worry, I won't charge you. Lin Shu felt that they couldn't waste so much money on the 18th floor and not get what they were supposed to enjoy. Wouldn't that be a waste of money? He spoke up defiantly to demand justice. Hey, this room on the 18th floor is so expensive, and we haven't even stayed a full day before it was destroyed. Shouldn't you refund our money? Besides being the vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance and the founder of Sanctuary Academy, Elder Shah was also a businessman who would never let himself take a loss, so Lin Shu's proposal was something he would never agree to. We are not responsible for any natural disasters or man-made calamities. Go back to your rooms and rest. Maybe the spaceship will be able to travel back and forth to Sanctuary Academy normally tomorrow. Elder Shah had just been so kind and amiable, but now, the moment Lin Shu mentioned changing rooms, he was flatly rejected. Lin Shu felt that this old man was simply a crooked merchant. The next morning, when the sun was at its highest point, the sky was blue with white clouds and the sun was shining brightly. The building that had been damaged by thieves and the security team the previous night was now being carefully repaired. Scaffolding surrounded the building. It seemed the repair costs were not small. Lin Shu dragged his exhausted body out of the room, yawning as he complained, "So sleepy." Lin Shu walked in front with Luo Yu and Xiao Ruoshui following closely behind. The three of them were dressed in neat combat uniforms, making it easy for them to move. Only Lin Shu was chattering on, complaining, "Who starts construction at 3 in the morning? I didn't get any sleep at all." As the three of them walked into the lobby, they saw a shocking sight. It was packed with people with almost no empty space. It seemed that what happened last night had made them forget that this was originally a bustling place, not a ruin left behind by a terrible battle. Lin Shu was surprised by the crowded scene in front of him and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, why are there so many people?" Xiao Ruoshui explained. "The matter has been resolved, so Deep Blue City should be back to normal. It's always this lively here." A female staff member suddenly appeared in front of the three, interrupting them. "You three must be students Lin Shu, Luo Yu, and Xiao Ruoshui, right?" The girl handed them 2 letters and added, "President Shah specifically instructed me to give these to you. Also, the spaceship will depart at 9 a.m. You can all rest in the waiting room." Lin Shu took the letter, shook her hand in thanks, and didn't forget to ask, "Where is President Shah?" The female staff member replied. "President Shah went out early this morning to handle other matters." After getting the news from the girl in front of him, Lin Shu thought of Elder Shah again. He really is Sha Sheng, the vice president of Sanctuary Academy. Unexpectedly, the envelope contained a notification for Lin Shu's Warrior Star ranking competition. As soon as Lin Shu opened the letter and saw this good news, he jumped up excitedly, showing it off. "Wow, is this an invitation to the Warrior Star ranking competition?" Lin Shu turned to show off to Luo Yu and Xiao Ruoshui, smiling foolishly. "Its value is definitely higher than an ordinary Warrior Star ranking. That old man is a bit of a freak, but he's not a bad person. He knows he owes us." Xiao Ruoshui and Luo Yu also received letters with the exact same content as Lin Shu's, but their expressions were completely different. Xiao Ruoshui was overjoyed, while Luo Yu was lost in thought, showing no signs of happiness. It was as if she already knew she could do it. Lin Shu thought about the deadline for the ranking competition. It was still half a year away. He secretly resolved in his heart, "It seems I must go all out for the next 6 months, otherwise a 5-star warrior like me will be laughed at if I participate in the ranking competition." The spaceship had already arrived at the building. It was indeed a luxurious vessel, much better than the small spaceship used by the robbers yesterday. The spaceship docked at the building for a short while, picked up the students, and immediately set off for the next stop. Lin Shu's group had already settled in on the spaceship. Suddenly, a stranger's call caught the attention of the three. "Hello, student Xiao Ruoshui." A blue-haired man in a bright beige uniform greeted them with a slow, warm smile. "I didn't expect you to be here on a mission too. What a coincidence." His attention quickly shifted to Luo Yu, who was sitting in the corner by the window. "And this beautiful lady is..." Xiao Ruoshui didn't really like this guy who claimed to be her friend. The moment he started hitting on Luo Yu, she got angry. "Jin Junsho, aren't you afraid of getting your face hurt, so you never dare to go on missions?" Jin Junsho laughed and denied it. "This time I was entrusted by my class advisor to go to Desert City, south of the Dark Forest, for an important mission." This guy looked quite handsome too, a fine-looking fellow. He should be very popular with the girls at the academy, but his character was not as bright and beautiful as his appearance. Lin Shu was sitting quietly without saying a word, but Jin Junsho arrogantly made a demand as if it were a government order that others had to obey. "Hey, I want to sit in that seat. You move somewhere else." It was obvious that Jin Junsho wanted to sit between the two beauties, Xiao Ruoshui and Luo Yu, like a young master in a bar with a beauty on each arm. Did this idiot really think of himself as a young master, ordering people around for no reason? Lin Shu got hit by a stray bullet just by sitting there. He hadn't even provoked this guy, so how dared he order him around like he was his father? Not only did Lin Shu not move, but he crossed his arms and provoked him. "Who do you think you are? You want me to give you my seat? Are you out of your mind?" Jin Junsho thought he was superior to others, and that everyone had to listen to what he said. Without distinguishing right from wrong, he pointed at Lin Shu's face and scolded him. "What did you say? A fifth-tier rookie student dares to talk to a senior like that?" His level of idiocy was on par with his character. He also felt it was too good a deal for Lin Shu to be accompanied by 2 beauties, so he secretly planned to humiliate him. "This idiot actually gets to sit with 2 beauties. I have to humiliate him in front of them." Even after Lin Shu said that, he was still shameless and wanted to get physical, threatening fiercely, I asked you nicely to move and you still don't know what's good for you, what a misjudgment. This Jin Junsho wasn't bad-looking, but his character was beyond comment. The ridiculous reasoning he came up with was enough to make someone punch him. Lin Shu was never afraid of unreasonable people like this. His right hand was already charged with energy, ready to fight at any moment. I've never been patient with people like you. Jin Junsho pushed his luck even further, threatening fiercely, it's useless, let's just fight. Are you looking to die? Lin Shu still took into account that they were on the Academy's spaceship and couldn't cause too much damage or disrupt the normal flight, so he only used the less powerful silver lightning burst fist, which was enough to seal away this idiot who called himself a senior. As soon as Lin Shu's fist touched Jin Junsho's, it made a considerable sound. Jin Junsho's arm completely absorbed Lin Shu's lightning and twitched for a long time. The intense pain traveled to his brain and then spread throughout his body, making him cry out in pain. Ouch! Jin Junsho clutched his numb arm and blurted out, this kid is ruthless, did he really injure me with his first move? Oh no, it's just that you underestimated your opponent, senior. Lin Shu's expression was serious and he warned through gritted teeth, you should be glad you're still on a Sanctuary Academy spaceship, otherwise your hand would have been crippled long ago. Jin Junsho, unconvinced, wanted to attack again. This time with his foot, it seems he wants to crush Lin Shu's head. This bastard, I'll definitely kill you. Lin Shu was sure he was no match for him, and he didn't want a fight to break out on the spaceship, but if the other party had already declared war, he didn't mind playing along. With that effeminate voice, you dare to talk about killing me? Just at the most tense moment as a fierce battle was about to erupt, a voice timely stopped everything. Stop it, it's over, the Dean's office is here. This time both of them are dead. The Dean's office happened to appear at this moment, preventing the fight from happening. He pulled Jin Junsho, stood between him and Lin Shu, and criticized them sternly. How dare you defy the Academy's discipline and fight on the spaceship, how audacious. If this isn't severely punished, such things will happen many more times in the future. So he showed no mercy and directly administered the punishment. When you get back to the Academy, I will report this to the Dean's office. 3 days of confinement. Jin Junsho started the fight first, yet he didn't know the severity of his actions and even tried to play the victim. He's definitely worthy of an Oscar. Playing the victim, holding his arm and saying in a delicate voice, Teacher, I've been wronged. He started it. Teacher, look, my hand is almost crippled. Lin Shu wasn't the main culprit, so of course he wasn't afraid. Anyway, he was an upright person, so he argued only the real culprit would try so hard to argue and clear his name. I really can't learn that. Oh, still acting. Fortunately, this teacher from the Dean's office was a reasonable person, so no matter who started it, as long as they participated in the fight. Therefore, they must all be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. So he made a decision that baffled both Lin Shu and Jin Junsho. I don't care who started it, you're both getting confinement. If you fight again on the way back, I'll cripple you. Jin Junsho and Lin Shu watched Teacher Lu turn and leave. Jin Junsho said to Lin Shu, you're going to have a hard time being confined in Sanctuary Academy, kid. Lin Shu watched Jin Junsho leave as well, thinking this guy was a real question mark. Is this kid out of his mind? It's not like he's not getting confined himself. Lin Shu walked up to Luo Yu and asked, the teacher was here just now, why didn't you speak up for me and let that sissy get the first word? Luo Yu looked at him with a not-so-friendly gaze and said, being confined will be good for you. Lin Shu felt it was unfair and immediately retorted, what the hell, what's good about being confined? Luo Yu just said, you'll know when the time comes. Then the spaceship quickly departed. The spaceship had already flown back to the Academy. Lin Shu cheered happily, we're finally back. Lin Shu walked with Luo Yu and Xiao Ruoshui. Lin Shu said, I'm going to report to Teacher Nan. Xiao Ruoshui smiled sweetly and said, Big Lin, I'm heading back to. I'll calculate the points for this mission and then transfer your share to you. Lin Shu's eyes lit up as he said, great, I can earn some pocket money again. Lin Shu turned his head in surprise and asked Luo Yu, hey, don't you need to report to Teacher Nan? Luo Yu frowned and looked at Lin Shu coldly, saying, no need, I already requested leave directly from the Dean. Lin Shu felt both embarrassed and bewildered, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and said, oh, you're still the impressive one. This is the Academy entrance. Lin Shu hurried to report to Teacher Nan. Teacher Nan, I'm back. Lin Shu didn't seem to receive a warm welcome. Teacher Nan pointed at him angrily and scolded him for a bit. You brat. Can't you let me have some peace of mind? A fifth-year student went to the dark forest for a life-and-death battle. And just after surviving by the skin of his teeth, he gets into a fight with someone else on the spaceship. Lin Shu stood there stunned, asking in confusion, Teacher Nan, I just got off the spaceship, how did you know about this? Teacher Nan threw a tablet at Lin Shu's face and said, the disciplinary notice has already been issued and the vice president also called. It would be hard for me not to know. Lin Shu sighed helplessly. Are the people in the Academy office that fast when it comes to handling student affairs? Lin Shu looked at the notice on Teacher Nan's tablet. It was a disciplinary notice about Lin Shu and Jin Junsho fighting on the spaceship. Lin Shu felt extremely disgusted and frowned. Normally it might take them half a month to handle a request. Teacher Nan carefully reminded him. You're missing the point. Didn't you notice where the confinement is? Lin Shu still asked blankly. Where? Teacher Nan also wanted to retort at this guy. He answered, the confinement location for Sanctuary Academy is the Thunder Domain, in the northern part of the Academy. Teacher Nan said seriously, the Dean keeps many 8th-tier Thunderbirds there. Thunderbirds can summon lightning from the heavens and earth, so where there are thunderbirds there are always dark clouds and thunderstorms. If you're hit by the lightning summoned by a thunderbird you'll be seriously injured. Although you can be treated in time, you won't die, but being struck by lightning until you're charred on the outside and tender on the inside is a kind of pain not everyone can endure. Teacher Nan looked at Lin Shu again, showing concern. And you're only a 5th year, you don't know how to protect yourself with source energy, which is even more dangerous. Hearing this, Lin Shu probably understood a little. He thought to himself, so it's the Thunder Domain. That's why Luo Yu and Xiao Ruoshui said it would be good for me. After this incident, Lin Shu was actually quite satisfied. The electric shock training in the gravity room, even at maximum power, has no effect on me anymore. This Thunder Domain might be able to take my lightning resistance and lightning attribute skills to the next level. Teacher Nan saw Lin Shu's indifferent expression and became even angrier. You look so carefree. You'll know how terrible it is to be confined there tomorrow. Also, I heard that Jin Junshou completed an important mission for the academy this time, so he only received a written reprimand and doesn't need to be confined. Lin Shu was struck by lightning upon hearing this and immediately cried out, God, that's so unfair, and why do I have to be punished tomorrow morning? I just escaped death and haven't even had a good rest yet. Teacher Nan turned away, ignoring Lin Shu, and told him, you have no one to blame for this. Hurry back and rest. I'll take you there tomorrow morning. The scene shifts to Lin Shu returning from Teacher Nan's place. The Federation's delivery spaceship did not land to deliver goods at night. Lin Shu watched it fly across the sky in surprise. Federation delivery, he asked Luo Yu. Is little Yue busy with online shopping right after she got back? Lin Shu was surprised to see Luo Yu operating a strange machine. He asked, what is this? Luo Yu didn't answer, just asked Lin Shu to give her the black light spear and his crystal. Lin Shu asked her, confused, what are you going to do with the black light spear and the crystal? Luo Yu glanced at Lin Shu and said, of course, I'm going to forge a weapon for you. Lin Shu imagined Luo Yu busy forging a weapon and couldn't help but blurt out, I didn't expect my little Yue to know how to forge weapons. Thinking of her in a tight outfit, sweating while forging a weapon, Lin Shu drooled and secretly praised, hee, isn't that too tempting? Luo Yu interrupted his perverted thoughts, saying, you're overthinking it. This is a fully automatic intelligent forging machine. Lin Shu's face darkened and he cried out, hey, what's with that expression like you're throwing away trash? What do you mean by throwing my precious weapon and valuable meteorite crystal in there? When the materials were sufficient, the forging machine started to operate. Smoke rose and all the mechanical programs were ready. Luo Yu only said that the forging would be completed in 3 days. Lin Shu stood behind, craned his neck to look and asked curiously, you seem so skilled at operating this. Do you have this kind of forging machine at home too? Luo Yu replied coldly, we have 10 and their functions are even more advanced than this one. Lin Shu blurted out in disbelief, you have 10 and they're better than this one should be cheap, right? Luo Yu said lightly as if money were paper, it's not expensive, each one is only 100 million Federation coins. Lin Shu felt dizzy after hearing that. He counted and estimated it must be in the hundreds of millions, he stammered pointing at the machine. 100 million Federation coins. Did you already spend 100 million while I was reporting to Teacher Nan? However, Luo Yu frowned and asked in return, 100 million Federation coins, is that a lot? Lin Shu turned to a corner and cried alone, I don't want to talk to rich people. The scene shifts to the Thunder Domain, north of Sanctuary Academy, where the sky is filled with lightning. Teacher Nan and Lin Shu stood in front of a door. Teacher Nan said, this is it. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck a nearby mountain. Lin Shu broke out in a cold sweat, my God, that lightning is so thick. Teacher Nan brought Lin Shu to the registration entrance of the Thunder Domain in the northern district of Sanctuary Academy. The teacher above confirmed that Lin Shu was a first-year 10th grade student confined for 3 days. His identity was confirmed and Lin Shu's expression was ugly. He was truly unwilling. Just then, Lin Shu saw another boy being carried in, smoking from being electrocuted. Zhang San from Class 5 Grade 3 needs emergency rescue. His face was charred black and his skin was burned. He was carried into treatment chamber number 4 for treatment. Lin Shu pointed at Zhang San and asked, this guy is in a miserable state. What crime did he commit? The teacher replied. He stole someone else's martial skill card, was caught on the spot, and was confined for 5 days. Today is the 4th day and he has been carried back 8 times. Lin Shu's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he asked, carried back for emergency rescue 8 times in 4 days? Are those who are confined electrocuted until they're almost dead, then revived and electrocuted again? The teacher said coldly and lightly, yes, as long as they're not electrocuted to death, they will be electrocuted until they are half dead, until the confinement period is over. Lin Shu chuckled dryly and said, that's really vicious. Teacher Nan had nothing to say to him either. You're only scared now? You should have thought of this earlier. The teacher told Lin Shu to take off his clothes and put them in the locker next to him, then follow him. Lin Shu quickly covered his body in fear. What? Why do I have to take off my clothes? The teacher said. I'm not asking you to take everything off. You can keep your underwear on in case someone deliberately wears insulating clothes. Seeing Lin Shu's reluctance, the teacher shouted, hey, someone come help him take off his clothes. Lin Shu quickly said, haha, I'll do it myself. After taking off his clothes, the teacher led Lin Shu out. He also said, "You only need to stay here for 3 days. Then he comforted Lin Shu. "We monitor you 24 hours a day and can treat you at any time so you don't have to worry about dying." That brown-haired guy laughed and teased Lin Shu. "Haha, another unlucky guy has come." That blue-haired guy also laughed and said, "And he's only in the 5th grade, what a bummer." That orange-haired guy also laughed and said, "I bet he'll be carried out in less than an hour." The guy with pineapple-like hair added, "Great, it'll definitely be worse than Okamoto II." Lin Shu looked up at the sky, where a flock of thunderbirds was circling, summoning lightning. Watching them, Lin Shu couldn't help but shiver. So these were the legendary 8th-tier thunderbirds, and there were so many of them. A kind-hearted boy told Lin Shu to stop looking around and sit down to adjust his state and prepare for the lightning strike. Lin Shu immediately obeyed and sat down. "Okay, thank you, senior." Lin Shu closed his eyes and felt deep within his body. The sensation made him let out an "oh wow." He didn't expect the spiritual energy here to be so abundant. No wonder, without spiritual energy to aid in recovery, as many people as came here would likely be beaten to death. Everyone shouted anxiously, "The thunderbirds are starting to summon lightning. Everyone get ready." Fierce lightning was gradually gathering, expected to be extremely powerful and terrifying. The lightning had already struck. It was strong enough to send rocks flying everywhere, and the people sitting on the ground were also sent flying. But the impact of the lightning didn't stop there. The boy who had helped Lin Shu earlier had already deployed a shield, forming a circle around himself to avoid the lightning strike. Everyone else did the same, deploying their shields at this moment. Lin Shu felt a little panicked. Damn it, they can all use shields to protect themselves, and they're all martial artists above the 6th tier. It's not fair at all. What are you still thinking about? The lightning had already struck Lin Shu, charring him black and making his hair stand on end. Lin Shu screamed loudly, "Ah!" Seeing this, the orange-haired person immediately said, "It's over. This guy is about to die." The others also looked over with concern. He couldn't even last for a quarter of an hour. Just as he was about to give out, Lin Shu suddenly received a notification. Electrical energy detected. System activating passive skill, Devour. Lin Shu looked in surprise at his hands, which were charred by lightning and almost crippled. They had suddenly recovered as if nothing had happened. "Devour has begun. I thought being struck by lightning was hell, but I didn't expect it to feel like heaven." Lin Shu laughed loudly. "Ha, my experience points are soaring, although my body hurts. This feeling is awesome." Lin Shu greedily looked at his hands, thinking, what if I run a cultivation technique right now? He immediately did so. It's amazing, this electrical energy can even refine my body. Finally the lightning stopped, but Lin Shu's body was in tatters. The teacher called out anxiously, "Quick, he can't take it anymore. Carry him away." Lin Shu tried his best to reply, "I'm fine, I don't need treatment." The teacher became even more worried. "Quick, he can't take it anymore. Carry him away, don't push yourself too hard or you'll really die." Lin Shu waved his hand for them to leave. "I said I'm fine, so I'm fine. Go away, don't stop me from getting struck by lightning." The teachers were all bewildered. Has this guy been struck silly by the lightning? The boy who had helped Lin Shu earlier walked over and praised. "To be so resilient after a direct hit, this student is really impressive." Lin Shu immediately asked him, "Senior, when is the next lightning strike?" The kind-hearted boy said, "In an hour. Use this time to regulate your breathing and recover your strength." Lin Shu let out a long sigh and said dejectedly, "Sigh, I have to wait another hour. That's too long." The kind-hearted boy was completely speechless with Lin Shu. Had he really been struck silly by the lightning? He had never seen anyone so eager to be struck by lightning. A flock of thunderbirds continuously circled in the air, and bolts of lightning struck down with thunderous booms accompanied by someone's miserable screams. The medical staff walked in with a stretcher and carried out the student who had been knocked unconscious by the lightning. They wondered in confusion, are these thunderbirds on stimulants, summoning lightning day and night without any rest? Another medical staff member immediately agreed, "Yeah, they usually go back to their nests to rest at 9 p.m. What's going on today?" As soon as he finished speaking, the person walking in front immediately turned back to look. He watched Lin Shu cultivating amidst the lightning, shook his head and thought, is this guy really only 5th tier? How can he be unharmed by such a lightning strike? At first he didn't seem to be able to handle it well either, but in just one day he had completely adapted to the lightning. A drop of sweat trickled down the medical staff's cheek as he clicked his tongue and said, "What an insulator, what a freak." On Lin Shu's side, after absorbing all the lightning power, the system reported new information to him. Host Lin Shu, level 27, strength 512, physique 222, speed 128, comprehensive combat power 5550, 5th tier martial artist title. When attacked there is a 30 chance to reduce damage by 50. Skills include Analytical Eye, Rage, Camouflage, Devour, Mirror Clone. After reading it, Lin Shu laughed happily. I've leveled up again so quickly. After 3 days of confinement I should be able to reach at least level 29. He looked down at his fists and the electric current flowing through his body. As long as he reached level 30, he could advance to a 6th tier martial artist. Moreover, his silver lightning burst fist and Devour had been significantly enhanced. Lin Shu jumped up and down happily in the crater created by the lightning, shouting loudly, "Let the lightning get even stronger, over here." The medical staff watched his abnormal behavior speechlessly. "I think this guy's brain has been fried by the lightning." Then someone suddenly pointed to the sky, breaking the strange silence. "Oh my god, look ahead, there's a huge flock of thunderbirds swarming over in the sky," someone shouted. "Something's wrong with the Thunderbirds," quickly informed Director Zhang. They immediately turned to look. Lin Shu was over there, extremely excited. "It must be this idiot showing off too much and angering the Thunderbirds." The person next to him nodded in deep agreement. "Undoubtedly, that must be it." High in the sky, a Thunderbird opened its beak and let out a piercing shriek. Its eyes glowed, and the next second they all swooped down towards Lin Shu in unison. He started running for his life. "What's wrong with these birds? Why are they all coming after me?" Lin Shu ran towards the few medical staff members who were also scared and quickly backed away. "Not good, the Thunderbirds are starting to surround him." "I told you it must be this guy showing off too much and angering the Thunderbirds." What a bad temper to make the usually docile Thunderbirds attack in a group. The person running in front turned back and shouted, "You guys still have time for sarcasm. This kid might be pecked to death," quickly informed Director Zhang. Lin Shu was pecked a few times by the Thunderbirds. "You guys are going too far." His eyes lit up as he glanced at the Thunderbirds. "You stupid birds think I'm easy to bully?" Lin Shu clenched his fists and burst out with power. He roared, "Get lost, all of you." A few Thunderbirds were stunned by the electricity released from Lin Shu's body, their eyes rolling back as they fell to the ground with their mouths open. Lin Shu laughed. "This move actually works. I can't believe I created a new skill by accident. I have to give this move a name. What should I call it?" He thought for a moment, then looked back at the flock of Thunderbirds launching a new round of attacks. "Right, let's call it Flash of Lightning." But Flash of Lightning seems to be missing some fire. A crazed expression appeared on Lin Shu's face. His lips curled upwards. "Then let's add some fire to it." A golden light began to appear in Lin Shu's hand. He waved his hand and pushed it towards the flock of Thunderbirds, unleashing the Flash of Lightning attack. The few medical staff members beside him widened their eyes. Is he really only 5th tier? Has Director Zhang been notified? Why isn't he here yet? The two of them watched Lin Shu excitedly chase after the Thunderbirds like he was catching chickens, feeling a bit speechless. If he's not quick, the Dean's Thunderbirds are going to be beaten to a pulp. Just then, someone walked over from the distance. It was Zhang Wei, who shouted loudly, "Lin Shu, are you okay?" Suddenly, his and Director Zhang's footsteps beside him both stopped. They saw Lin Shu sitting on the ground panting while the surrounding Thunderbirds had all been knocked to the ground. Some were on their backs, their wings flailing as they gasped for air. Others were lying on the ground, their eyes filled with tears. Zhang Wei stammered, "Did you injure all of these?" Lin Shu nodded. "Yes, but don't worry, they're not dead. I held back. After all, they're the Dean's pets." Director Zhang sat down silently and looked at the Thunderbirds on the ground. He looked up at Lin Shu. "You know these are the Dean's pets? The Dean entrusted these precious Thunderbirds to me. How am I supposed to explain this to him?" Zhang Wei scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Director Zhang, it was the Thunderbirds that attacked first. Lin Shu was just defending himself. Are you suggesting he should just stand there and be pecked to death by the Thunderbirds?" Director Zhang was fuming, pointing at Lin Shu. "This student has no shame, constantly absorbing the lightning summoned by the Thunderbirds. The Thunderbirds attacked him out of an instinct to protect their food." Lin Shu retorted, not to be outdone, "I didn't do it on purpose either. It's mainly because I'm also cultivating skills related to lightning." Director Zhang sighed and waved his hand. "Forget it, Teacher Nan. Take him to the infirmary for treatment. I'll report the situation to the Dean. As for how much to compensate, I'll let him decide." Lin Shu rubbed his hands together and asked in a small voice, "Director Zhang, with so much happening here, is my confinement order over?" Director Zhang glanced at him. "In your dreams. You've only been here for a day and you've already beaten the Thunderbirds like this. I'm increasing your confinement period. Even if there are no lightning strikes, you have to stay for the full 7 days to earn points." This news hit Lin Shu harder than a lightning strike. He shouted, "My God, Director Zhang, it really wasn't my fault." Time passed just like that, and Lin Shu was finally released. As soon as he reached his doorstep, he called out, "Little Yue, I'm back." Lin Shu said cheerfully, "Did you miss me?" Luoyu turned her head to look at him. "You really beat the Thunderbirds to a pulp. Your control over lightning must have greatly improved, right?" Lin Shu immediately tensed his muscles and showed off to her. "Of course, and by more than just a little." Luoyu interrupted his triumphant expression and handed the weapon to Lin Shu. "The black light spear has been forged. Try injecting your lightning into the patterns on the spear's body." Lin Shu's eyes lit up. "This design is so cool." Saying that, he immediately followed Luoyu's instructions and injected lightning into the spear's body, creating a new move called the Black Light Silver Lightning Spear. Lin Shu laughed. "It's absolutely perfect." He rushed over to hug Luoyu. "Thank you. I don't know how to repay this kindness. I can only offer myself to you." But the next second he was sent flying by Luoyu's punch. All Lin Shu knew was that he was left with 2 streams of blood coming from his nose. "Yes." Lin Shu was lying in his room when he suddenly shouted, "Gungan, get off, get off!" Lin Shu reached out to block Gungan's attempt to jump on his face. "I was just locked up for 7 days and electrocuted to death. Can't you let me sleep a little longer?" Gungan pointed at something, chattering nonstop. "Abba, Abba, Abba." Lin Shu followed its direction and looked. He saw a backpack on the sofa and asked Gungan in confusion, "Is there a strange sound coming from the backpack?" Lin Shu walked over and carefully unzipped the backpack. The moment he opened it, his eyes widened. Inside the backpack, an egg was hatching and a tuft of green feathers was sticking out from a small hole in the eggshell. The next second, a small bird appeared inside. It raised its head and looked around. Lin Shu and Gungan stared at it blankly. "Oh no," it hatched. The little bird's eyes lit up and it opened its mouth and chirped a few times. Lin Shu reached out and picked it up. "This little guy's body is so cold it's quite comfortable." A bird that just hatched will treat the first creature it sees as its mother. Does it think of me as its bird mom? However, before Xiao Xiaobai could answer, Lin Shu saw it collapse weakly in his hand, panting heavily. What's wrong? You were fine just now. Lin Shu looked around in a panic. Could it be that the temperature of his hand wasn't suitable for its attribute? It seems I must prepare a special breeding environment for it. He rushed to the cabinet and turned everything inside out. Lin Shu quickly found a box for ice cubes and then put Xiao Xiaobai inside. I'll go online and buy you a refrigerated box right away. For now you can stay here. As soon as it was put in the box, Xiao Xiaobai quickly regained its vitality. Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems it really was an environmental issue. He stood up and walked into the kitchen. Little Yue, come and see, I'm the bird dad and you're the bird mom. Walking into the kitchen, besides the food on the table, the kitchen was empty. Lin Shu placed Xiao Xiaobai on the table, then pulled up a chair and sat down. Little Yue went to school early again. Lin Shu ate while opening the system panel. He had accumulated 3 lottery chances before. Let's try my luck now that I have this precious bird. System lottery. After one draw, the system immediately sent the prize to Lin Shu. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a large number of variant crystals, Lin Shu said with disgust. This again. Xiao Xiaobai and Gungan sat on the table drooling as they looked at the newly dropped variant crystals. They heard Lin Shu mutter, they're all 3rd tier, not much use to me now. He noticed the little bird's expression and immediately picked up a crystal to offer it. This stupid bird can't possibly want to eat variant crystals too, can it? As if in response, Xiao Xiaobai immediately swallowed it in large mouthfuls, even letting out a few happy chirps. Watching Xiao Xiaobai and Gungan eat with relish, Lin Shu had a headache. 2 money-guzzling beasts in the house. How is this old father supposed to live? Lin Shu looked up at the lottery wheel as the system continued to announce the results. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a diamond martial skill card, Bati tempering art. Lin Shu's eyes lit up as he held the card. Body tempering art. This cultivation technique was created 400 years ago by the man known as the muscle maniac, Divine Machine Muscle Man. By exercising one's own body and will, one can gain powerful close combat abilities. After the initial joy, Lin Shu belatedly realized that he already had 2 diamond martial skill cards, but diamond martial skill cards could only be cultivated after reaching the 6th tier. I must level up as soon as possible and reach the 6th tier. Pulling himself together, Lin Shu ordered the system to continue the lottery. After spinning the wheel, the system announced, Congratulations, host, for obtaining a special martial skill card, sweeping across 1,000 armies. Lin Shu looked down at the card in his hand, which was printed with many strange symbols. A special martial skill card, not a gold card or a diamond card. What's so special about it? He placed the card on his forehead. Let's see what it is. The system replied, Host, this special martial skill card is a set card. You must collect a complete set to cultivate it. The system's words made Lin Shu go mad with anger. He threw the card on the table. How a set card? I only got one after 3 draws. Gungan and Xiao Xiaobai, who were busy eating the variant crystals, also turned to look at him. Time passed and Lin Shu returned to Sanctuary Academy. The students of Class 10 shouted happily, Brother Lin Shu, you're finally back, Class President. If you didn't come back, someone was going to go crazy with worry. We heard you were put in confinement as soon as you got back for fighting, and you even punished the Dean's pet Thunderbirds. That's so awesome. Lei looked at Lin Shu. Class President, how did you find Sister Luo Yu? How did you save the damsel in distress in a dangerous place like the Dark Forest? Zhang Li, standing beside him, nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Right, we want to hear about this the most, Lin Shu answered mysteriously. This story has to start with me finding Luo Yu's fallen longsword in the Dark Forest. Just as he said this, a deadly roar came from behind him. Don't you have training to do? Everyone looked up and saw Luo Yu walking in from outside. Sister Luo Yu. Luo Yu ignored the other classmates and walked straight to Lin Shu, pulling him away. You wasted 7 days of cultivation time and you still have time to chat here? Go to the gravity room and train, Lin Shu asked nervously. The gravity room? How many times gravity are you planning to use? Luo Yu said coldly. 10 times. After hearing her, Lin Shu desperately reached out to his classmates for help. 10 times, oh my god, save me! Before everyone could even consider whether to save Lin Shu, someone ran in and shouted, Zhang Yin, Li Ping, the people from Class 7 are here again. Li Ping frowned. What are those losers doing here again? Lei asked them if they should tell the class president. Zhang Yin shook his head. Don't disturb the class president. Let's go take a look. Outside, the students from Class 7 were making a scene. Last time's competition doesn't count. We were just messing with you. We weren't serious. Let's have another match. Zhang Yin stepped forward to face them. Van Damme, a loss is a loss. Why should we have another match with you? Van Damme looked at her composed expression, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. I was hoping to beat Class 10 in the competition while Lin Shu and Luo Yu were away. I never thought a bunch of losers like you would win. Now our Class 7 is the laughingstock of the whole school. He said loudly, don't think you're so great just because you won once. The bottom feeders will always be at the bottom. Zhang Yin looked at him contemptuously. Beaten by the bottom feeder class, does that mean you're even worse than us? Van Damme's pupils constricted and the veins on his forehead bulged. You're asking for it, woman. He raised his fist and charged at Zhang Yin. Asking for it? Van Damme's fist was gently blocked by a hand. The newcomer was Lin Shu. The students of Class 10 exclaimed in surprise, Senior Lin Shu. Even Van Damme was stunned. Lin Shu. The students of Class 7 couldn't believe it. They were a little scared. When did he get back? Lin Shu turned and asked Zhang Yin, what's going on with these people? I've only been gone a few days and someone already dares to cause trouble at our door. Qin Feng immediately said, Class President, while you were away, the Academy just held a grade-level competition. Classes from the same grade form teams of 5 to compete against another class's team. For every match won, the Academy gives a reward. Li Ping also stepped forward to complain to Lin Shu. That guy from Class 7 wanted to beat us while you and Luo Yu were away, but we ended up winning. Lin Shu was surprised. Class 7 actually won. Not bad. It seems no one slacked off while I was gone. Van Damme stood by, listening to their gloating and frowned. This is insane. It was our carelessness last time that gave you an opportunity. Let's have another match. We'll definitely beat you. Lin Shu turned to look at him. Still not convinced? Then I'll give you another chance, he said confidently. All of you come at me together. If you can beat me, I'll let Class 10 have another match with you. And Luo Yu and I won't participate. Van Damme immediately smiled. Good, you said it. He clenched his fist and charged forward, unleashing a frost-splitting fist. Don't blame us for ganging up on you. Lin Shu's lips curved into a slight smile as he prepared to make his move. Silver lightning burst fist. The punch sent Van Damme flying into the air. The students from Class 7 were so scared they all charged up together. Don't split up. Lin Shu kicked repeatedly with his right leg, landed a fire claw with his left hand, and added a silver lightning burst fist, completely routing them. The students of Class 7 were sent flying, falling like ripe fruit. Lin Shu snorted coldly. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Van Damme got up and fled with the other members of Class 7, saying before he left, just you wait. Seeing Lin Shu easily defeat them, Zhang Yin said excitedly, Senior Lin Shu, you seem to have gotten much stronger after your trip to the Dark Forest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement. Yeah, with the class president here, we might even be able to defeat Class 5 and Class 6 in the class competition. Lin Shu looked at him helplessly. Look at you, so spineless, he said with a smile. Our goal is to defeat all the other classes and become the top class in the North Courtyard. The students of Class 10 were as pumped up as if they'd been injected with chicken blood, all shouting, all right, let's go train, don't hold me back in the competition. The next day another class came looking for Class 10. Lin Shu, get your ass out here. Lin Shu slowly walked out with the students of Class 10. What's been going on lately? All sorts of riffraff are coming to our door to make a fuss. Sanye, leading the 5th-year students, looked at him unhappily. This is insane. The trash from Class 10 is too arrogant. Will Class 5 officially declare war on you? We'll settle this in the arena this afternoon. Li Ping, standing beside him, suddenly pointed at his phone and said, Class President, the Academy Forum has exploded. Someone said you're going to fight all the classes in the North Courtyard, and you even called all the first-year students in the North Courtyard trash. Lin Shu looked at it and frowned. Look, this was posted yesterday afternoon. It must be Class 7 deliberately trying to stir up trouble and make enemies for us. But this is good too. It saves me the trouble of sending out challenge letters one by one. He turned to the students of Class 5. All right, see you in the arena then, but do me a favor and ask the other classes if they want to challenge us. Tell them to get ready too. His lips curved into a slight smile as he said, after I'm done with you, I'll take them on. It'll save time. Sanye frowned, shouting at Lin Shu, you bastard, you're just a bottom feeder class and you think you can beat us? Dream on. The students of Class 5 echoed him. That's right, Class 10 is trash. They left after their warning to Class 10 will make you pay this afternoon. Just wait and die. Zhang Yin stepped forward and asked Lin Shu, Senior Lin Shu, who are you going to pick for your team? Those guys just now were all at the peak of the 4th tier and that Sanye is already at the 5th tier while we've just entered the 4th. Lin Shu comforted her. It's fine, aren't I also 5th tier? Don't worry, besides we still have senior sister Luo Yu. Luo Yu glanced at him. Call me when it's time to fight Class 1. I'm not participating in fights against other classes. Lin Shu tutted. What? You don't think any of the other classes are challenging enough except for Class 1? Luo Yu answered nonchalantly. Class 1 isn't very challenging either, I just don't like them. The students of Class 10 were collectively dumbfounded. Lin Shu thought to himself, when it comes to acting cool, I only respect little Yue. That afternoon in the Sanctuary Academy arena the stands were already packed with students, and the referee was already in place. Lin Shu led Class 10 into the arena. Zhang Wei looked at him. Did you post that thread on the forum? Lin Shu shook his head. Not me, although I can be a bit arrogant sometimes, I wouldn't post such a brainless inflammatory thread. Zhang Wei nodded. All right, I didn't think it was you either. Unexpectedly the next second Lin Shu added, if I were to post it I definitely wouldn't just curse the North Courtyard. I'd curse all the first-year students in the entire academy as trash. Before Zhang Wei could say anything the announcement sounded. The competition will now begin. Sanye, holding a long spear, looked at them, ready to die. Lin Shu shouldered his black light spear and asked them, how's your little life in the sun? Use a spear, want me to teach you? These words successfully enraged Class 5. They all charged up at once, attacking Lin Shu with the 8-God Spear, the Kusanagi Spear and the 2nd-tier armor-piercing Tang Battle. Sanye pointed his spear tip at him. You go first. Lin Shu frowned. Focus fire first and take out the biggest threat. That's somewhat smart. He gently channeled electricity into the black light spear, using the Overlord Spear technique. Lin Shu sneered to himself, but in the face of absolute power this little trick isn't enough. Lightning coursed through the black light spear. Lin Shu prepared to unleash the Overlord Spear technique. He calmly watched the members of Class 5 charge at him. Lin Shu's lips curved upwards. He gently swung the black light spear in his hand in a circle, then let it go. The members of Class 5 were immediately sent flying. Lin Shu then stepped forward and kicked one of them in the stomach. The members of Class 5 turned their heads in shock and called out to Sanye, Class President, how is this possible? Lin Shu then pointed in the direction of the sun. With your skills, you dare to use a spear? He shot him with his spear. Lin Shu snorted coldly. Pathetic. The members of Class 5 immediately panicked. Kneel and surrender. Both of our strongest have been taken down. What should we do? Do we still fight? In contrast to the despondent mood of Class 5, Class 10 was ecstatic. The Class President is mighty. Qin Feng smiled confidently. This is in the bag, he shouted. Class President, just finish off these 3 small fry too. Unexpectedly, the next second Lin Shu had already sat down on the ground. The 2 strongest have already been taken down by me. He looked up and smiled at them. I'll leave the next 3 to you. The remaining 4 in the team were immediately dumbfounded. Zhang Yin said worriedly, Senior Lin Shu, aren't you going to finish them all at once? Qin Feng said anxiously, Don't, Class President. The 4 of us are only 4th tier, facing 3 who are also 4th tier. Lin Shu shrugged, I don't care. That's your problem. If you lose, I'll jump from here. Hearing that Lin Shu wasn't participating, the members of Class 5 were as pumped up as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. Then we won't be polite. These guys from Class 10 are very cunning. Be careful they don't set a trap. Right, maintain formation, don't let them beat us. Zhang Li's side also showed a sinister expression. In that case, everyone, let's let the Class President test our training results. Qin Feng grinned. All right. Zhang Yin still looked at the surrounding situation with some worry. Zhang Li was the first to charge up using his special skill, Mountain Sweeping Divine Tiger. Class President, this is my new martial skill, please test it. Next was Qin Feng. Class President, this is my martial skill, Splitting Mount Hua, please test it. And Li Ping. The 3 of them called out one after another. Class President, watch my sword wind slash. Class President. This move of mine is called Star Splitting and Moon Cleaving. Class President. And this move of mine. Lin Shu was speechless from them constantly calling his name. How embarrassing. The people from Class 5 were getting impatient from their shouting. Can't you fight without calling your Class President? Isn't it annoying? Zhang Yin's lips curved into a slight smile. Someone's finally losing their cool. She charged up and swung her sword using horizontal blade slash. Zhang Yin shouted confidently, Get down here, after taking out one person. She and Qin Feng immediately attacked one person together. Now it's 2 against 1, still not surrendering, we've won. Lin Shu's lips twitched. Although it was a bit embarrassing, these guys used their brains when they fought. After a fierce battle, the announcement sounded, Class 10 wins this competition. The students of Class 10 cheered. Well done. Back in the classroom, they were still excited. That was a great fight, Qin Feng chuckled. Yeah, the Class President's chain kicks turned Sanye into a pig's head. It was so satisfying to watch. Lin Shu interrupted their celebration. We've only beaten 2 classes. There are still 5 more. You can't slack off on your training. Suddenly, they heard someone passing by discussing, Quick, look at the forum. A new student named Yu Muchen reached the 30th floor of the arena tower on his first day. What? So amazing. Zhang Li turned to Lin Shu. 30th floor, isn't that higher than senior Lin Shu? So strong? Lin Shu explained to him. I only reached the 20th floor on my first day. I only got to the 25th after agreeing to Ma Baohua's request. Luo Yu, holding a tablet, said to Lin Shu, I've already downloaded Yu Muchen's battle video. You should take a look. Lin Shu was stunned. Why do I have to watch it right now? Luo Yu replied coldly. Because you're arrogant and like to make enemies. I estimate it won't be long before Yu Muchen comes looking for you. Lin Shu was speechless. That's not arrogance, that's pride, okay? Who's more arrogant than me, always talking about fighting and killing? Lin Shu lowered his head to look at the video Luo Yu gave him. The weapon he used was actually a cannon, also similar to an ordinary long spear. Luo Yu added, the senior he defeated is a 7th tier martial artist nicknamed Sword King from Class 5 of the North Courtyard's 5th year. Lin Shu frowned. A 7th tier martial artist was easily defeated by him. This guy is indeed very strong. Just then Ouyang Heng walked over from behind. Are you guys watching Ouyang Cheng's match video too? Lin Shu turned around. Ouyang Heng. He smiled and asked, You're not here to give me another diamond card, are you? Ouyang Heng roared in annoyance. No, Lin Shu asked again. Then are you here to fight our North Courtyard Class 10 in a competition, but it's not your Class 8's turn yet? Wait until we've beaten North Courtyard Class 1, Ouyang Heng said. Zhang Yin, standing beside him, trembled secretly. So arrogant? Ouyang Heng interrupted loudly. I'm not here to fight you, I'm here to make a deal with you. Please come over here and talk. Lin Shu walked closer to him. You want to make a deal with me again? Are you crazy? Ouyang Heng held a card in his hand. I hope you can exchange the Diamond Martial skill card Flash Step that I gave you before. Lin Shu dug his ear. That's what Ma Baohua and I fought to the death to win. You think you can just exchange it? Besides, Flash Step is the 3rd ranked movement technique in the world, priceless. Ouyang Heng flipped the card in his hand. This diamond card is also a movement technique martial skill card called Shadow Clone. It's the 20th ranked movement technique in the world. His lips curved into a slight smile. I know you have a clone skill. If you combine it with Shadow Clone, it will definitely be unexpected. As soon as Ouyang Heng finished speaking, Lin Shu immediately put on a fawning expression and lunged over. I'll trade. Ouyang Heng took a step back in fear. Your attitude changed way too quickly. After his excitement, Lin Shu suddenly paused. Wait, why are you suddenly being so nice? What's the scheme? Ouyang Heng frowned and pouted. What scheme could I have? To tell you the truth, that diamond card was something my dad went through a lot of trouble to get from the family elders. If I lose it, I'll definitely be kicked out of the house by my dad. Lin Shu stroked his chin. You should have thought of this earlier. It's not impossible to give you this card, but you have to promise to do one thing for me. Yang Hang asked warily. What is it? Lin Shu leaned in and whispered in Yang Hang's ear. It's nothing big, you just need to do as I say. Yang Hang's face immediately turned red after hearing it. No, absolutely not, I won't do that kind of thing. Lin Shu shrugged and turned to leave. If you don't agree, then forget it. Anyway, I'm almost at the 6th tier, I can just use this diamond card then. Yang Hang thought for a moment and finally compromised. Alright, I'll agree. The two exchanged cards. Give me the flash step card. Lin Shu nodded. Deal. Lin Shu waved at Yang Hang. Remember what you promised me. He looked down at the shadow clone card in his hand. The 20th ranked movement skill in the world, what a steal. A few days later in the Sanctuary Academy arena, Lin Shu said to Zhang Yin, after a few days of competition, only Class 1 is left. Zhang Yin nodded. Ever since Class 1's Zhou Qixing was defeated by Senior Lin Shu, he's been training outside. The one leading the team today is Yang Fan, a martial artist who has already stepped into the 6th tier. Lin Shu's lips curved into a slight smile. Doesn't matter who it is as long as they're eliminated. He turned his head and said, Li Ping, you don't need to go up. Let Luo Yu go. Li Ping nodded. All right. He stood behind them, cheering them on. Go everyone, the announcement sounded. Class 1 and Class 10 contestants, please enter the arena. Yang Fan stood there waiting, shouldering a large broadsword. You must be Lin Shu, right? I'm Yang Fan and I'm not the same as that useless Zhou Qixing. Lin Shu nodded. You're right, you're not the same. I'll defeat you in even less time than it took to defeat Zhou Qixing, the announcement sounded. The match begins. Yang Fan immediately charged forward with his broadsword, a flurry of blades and shadows at the same time. 3 people rushed towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu, you're a traitor to Class 1, we'll definitely make you pay today. Luo Yu lifted her chin at them. Come on, they immediately swarmed her. Go die, Luo Yu snorted coldly. Zhang Yin shouted. They're trying to outnumber them, let's go help. However, another person rushed up. You 3 little kids, your opponent is me, Tang Taihu. His hammer smashed towards Zhang Yin. She gritted her teeth and endured the attack, and the next second she was sent flying by Taihu. Zhang Yin leaned against the railing, her body trembling. Zhang Li and Qin Feng also rushed at him. Bastard, take this, Taihu sneered. Fools. Zhang Li and Qin Feng were immediately sent flying. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Is this the strength of Class 1? The 3 of us can't even block a single move. Zhang Yin wiped the corner of her mouth. It's fine. With Luo Yu and big brother Lin Shu here, we'll definitely win. The students of Class 1 in the stands laughed heartily. The bottom feeders will always be bottom feeders, they can't even block a single move. Now it's 5 against 2, Lin Shu and Luo Yu are sure to lose. That little girl Luo Yu, we have to make her suffer this time. Yang Fan stood opposite Lin Shu. There are only 2 of you left. As long as I keep you busy, Luo Yu will definitely lose fighting those 4 alone. On the other side, Luo Yu was fighting 3 people with Taihu charging at her from behind. Yang Fan raised his broadsword again, unleashing a flame slash, but I'll finish you off first. Lin Shu's mouth twitched when he saw it. Damn it, trying to test me with fire again, are you an idiot? He brandished the black light spear in his hand, unleashing 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix with a loud boom on the arena stage. The pupils behind Yang Fan's glasses suddenly constricted. He hadn't expected Lin Shu's flame to be so powerful. Lin Shu asked contemptuously, is this all a 6th-tier martial artist is capable of? Yang Fan swung his broadsword again, unleashing Flame Devour. No matter how strong your flame is, it's useless against my blazing flame broadsword. This broadsword was forged from a special fire meteorite from outer space. It can absorb flames and convert them into its own power. He swung his broadsword to test his flame. Lin Shu retaliated with a freezing attack. The 2 forces of ice and fire collided. Lin Shu's ice pierced through Yang Fan's flame and shot toward him. Lin Shu's lips curved upwards as he smiled. Forgot to tell you, I can use ice attribute skills too, but there's an even more powerful ice attribute user on the field, right behind you. Only then did Yang Fan suddenly realize that Luo Yu had appeared beside him at some point. What? Those 4 pieces of trash couldn't even stop her. Lin Shu stood with the black light spear on his shoulder. Sorry, the 4 pieces of trash you mentioned have already been knocked off the stage by Luo Yu. Yang Fan turned his head abruptly. She took down 4 people so quickly, could she be 6th tier too? Luo Yu unleashed an ice flame slash, saying with disgust, you talk too much. Luo Yu coldly used ice flame slash. Lin Shu followed closely behind, unleashing 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix. Yang Fan was caught between the double attack of ice and fire like a sandwich. A huge roar echoed across the arena. With the announcement of Class 10's victory, the students of Class 10 jumped for joy. We won, we've defeated all the classes in the North Courtyard. Long live Class 10. Zheng Wei smiled at them and said, congratulations on becoming the #1 class in the North Courtyard. Qin Feng asked boisterously. Teacher Nan, what's our reward this time? I heard there are a lot of rewards, I wonder what they are. Zheng Wei smiled, his eyes narrowing. You defeated 9 classes and earned 9 reward points. However, if you get 10 points, the reward will be upgraded by 1 level. Qin Feng frowned. 10 points, but there are only 9 other classes. Lin Shu asked, does Teacher Nan mean we have to fight Class 1? Zheng Wei nodded. You'll fight the South Courtyard's Class 1. They also defeated the other 9 classes in the South Courtyard. You and the South Courtyard's Class 1 will have a championship match. So you will have a championship match with the South Courtyard's Class 1, Qin Feng said with a smile. The genius of the South Courtyard's Class 1 Yang Hang was already crushed by our class president Lin Shu. This championship match is a sure win for us, Zheng Wei reminded them. Don't underestimate your opponent this time. The South Courtyard's Class 1 not only has Yang Hang but also Yu Muchen. He reached the 30th floor of the arena tower on his very first day. Zhang Yin turned to look at everyone. You muchin, he's actually in the South Courtyard's Class 1. The students of Class 10 looked at each other. It's normal for such a genius to be assigned to the South Courtyard's Class 1. That guy must be at the peak of the 6th tier, right? Luo Yu, standing by, said calmly, No, Yu Muchin is already 7th tier. Everyone in Class 10 was shocked. Oh my god, 7th tier, he's too strong, how are we going to fight him? Lin Shu smiled and comforted them. Don't worry, with Luo Yu and me here. Even if he's 7th tier, we'll make him accept his defeat. In the evening, everyone left the training ground. Luo Yu walked up to Lin Shu and asked, Are you that confident we might lose this time against Yu Muchin? Lin Shu was stunned. He didn't expect her to say that. It wasn't her style. He smiled at her and said, Don't worry, we'll definitely win. After speaking, Lin Shu turned in another direction. Luo Yu asked, Where are you going? Lin Shu waved at her. I have something to do to ensure we don't lose. At night, deep in the woods, Lin Shu walked over slowly. You're early. Yang Hang looked at him with disgust. Isn't it just about beating Class 1? You dawdled until now. I've been waiting for half an hour. Lin Shu asked him, I asked you to help me find a charging station. Did you find it? Yang Hang glanced at him. Is there anything Yang Hang can't do once I set my mind to it? Follow me. The two arrived at Sanctuary Academy's charging station. Lin Shu whispered, It's just a charging station, yet it's hidden so secretly. Yang Hang nodded, Of course. If it were attacked, the entire Sanctuary Academy's power would be paralyzed. He frowned and asked Lin Shu, Why did you ask me to bring you here? Lin Shu took out a few small bombs. Take these bombs and help me lure the surrounding staff away. Yang Hang was startled. Bombs? You're not planning to blow up the charging station, are you? Lin Shu shook his head and pointed in a direction. They're just incendiary bombs, not very powerful. Go burn down those few trees over there. Yang Hang rolled his eyes. You want me to set a fire? What on earth are you planning to do? Lin Shu said eagerly, then quickly ran off. I need to go charge up. You're from a big family, you have to keep your word. Yang Hang looked down at the bombs in his hand, gritting his teeth. Bastard, I wouldn't have agreed to this if I'd known. A while later, sporadic explosions were heard from the woods. A few people guarding the charging station were startled. What happened? There are explosions and a fire over there. They quickly ran into the woods. Quick, get some people to go check it out. Lin Shu was already near the charging station and heard the explosions. He grinned and jumped over the fence and went inside. That punk Yang Hang did a good job. Lin Shu walked slowly to a cable. There are no cameras here. This spot will do. He raised his fist and punched down, starting to charge. The cable was broken by Lin Shu's punch, creating a hole that revealed the wires wrapped inside. He enjoyed the feeling of the electric current rushing into his body. I'm definitely reaching level 30 tonight. System notification. Powerful external energy detected. Activating Devour skill. Converting to experience points. Inside the charging station, Teacher Li was checking around with a group of people. What on earth is happening outside? Is someone really audacious enough to cause trouble at Sanctuary Academy? Suddenly, a red alarm lit up. Teacher Li was startled. It's over. The power is out. Sanctuary Academy's charging station was now plunged into darkness. In the woods, Yang Hang was being chased by the guards of the charging station. Quick, put out the fire. If I catch him, I'll make him wish he were dead. Who on earth did this? Yang Hang was terrified. What did that guy do to cause such a huge commotion? I'm going to be killed by him this time. Teacher Li glanced over and ordered his men. The backup power has been activated. Everyone search for me. We must catch the bastard who damaged the charging station. They quickly responded, Yes, sir. On the other side, the system was still helping Lin Shu absorb. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 30. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of 6th tier martial artist. Lin Shu's lips curved upwards. I'm a 6th tier now too. Lin Shu closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. The system updated his new information. Host Lin Shu, level 30, strength 552, physique 258, speed 160. Comprehensive combat power 6000. 5th tier martial artist title 30, chance to reduce damage by 50 when attacked. 6th tier martial artist title unchanged. Skills. Analytical eye, rage, camouflage, devour, mirror clone. Lin Shu was now charred black all over, dancing with excitement. I can finally cultivate the diamond martial skill card, and my 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix is a growth type skill. Its power can continue to increase. Just then a group of people suddenly ran over. Who's hiding there? Get out here. He was startled. It's over. I've been discovered. Lin Shu jumped over the fence. He ran quickly. The people from the charging station shouted, I saw him run that way. Several guards from the charging station gave chase. After him, don't let him get away. They all ran in one direction, overlooking a person hiding behind the roots of a tree. Lin Shu's lips curved upwards. As long as I close my eyes and don't move, you won't find me. Suddenly, Teacher Li's figure appeared behind him. You brat, so you were hiding here. Lin Shu immediately spun around. It's over. Teacher Li reached out to grab him, still trying to run. At the critical moment, Lin Shu immediately used the mirror clone skill. Teacher Li's pupils shrank, looking at the empty space before him. He disappeared. He sniffed the air, a smell of charred ash, a burnt smell. After he damaged the wires, he seems to have been electrocuted. But why is he still so lively? Teacher Li thought quickly. Could it be that brat who injured the dean's thunderbirds? At this time, Lin Shu had also sneaked back home. Is little Yue asleep? He tiptoed in. I hope she doesn't see me looking like an African charcoal briquette. The moment he thought that, Luo Yu immediately flew out of the room with her sword. Who is it? Lin Shu quickly shouted. Don't little Yue, it's me. Luo Yu looked at him doubtfully. Lin Shu, she moved closer for a better look. How did you end up like this? Was the power outage just now related to you? Lin Shu scratched his head and grinned foolishly. It was all for the competition the day after tomorrow. She crouched down and looked at him. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the infirmary? Lin Shu shook his head. No need, I'll be fine after taking some medicine. He thought, the people from the charging station are looking for me everywhere. Wouldn't going to the infirmary now be walking right into a trap? Lin Shu quickly finished washing up. He muttered to himself while drying his hair. After advancing to the 6th tier, not only has my strength increased but my healing ability has also improved a lot. He looked down at his hands. Now let's try my halo. Lin Shu focused his mind and activated the halo. He opened his eyes and looked. Why was his halo different from others? It even had electric sparks. Lin Shu tried to reach out and touch the halo surrounding him. The halo is electrified. It can not only defend but also attack. This is my own unique skill. As soon as he finished speaking, the halo disappeared. Lin Shu was startled. It consumes stamina too. Looks like I can't use it for too long each time. Then he took out a few diamond cards, held them in his hand and began to learn the diamond martial skill cards. Lin Shu placed a diamond card on his forehead. 10 minutes later he was still standing there motionlessly, even after half an hour. Besides the spiritual energy around him growing denser, there were no other changes. Lin Shu was panting. He frowned at the card in his hand. This card has drained my stamina, but there's no reaction at all. Could it be because I just reached the 6th tier and the accumulated power in my body is not enough to activate this card? Lin Shu threw the card in his hand. I knew Yang Hang wasn't that kind at this moment. The system sent him a few suggestions. Anomaly detected in the host's reception of the martial skill card. Use Analytical Eye? Lin Shu asked doubtfully. Can Analytical Eye be used on diamond cards? The system replied. The host has reached the 6th tier. The Analytical Eye skill has been upgraded, unlocking more ways to use it. It guided Lin Shu. Host, please place the diamond card on your forehead and activate Analytical Eye. Lin Shu did as he was told. Can it be used like this? The system immediately began to analyze. After a while, a lot of text flew out of the diamond card. The system reported brute force analysis successful. Host can now receive the information. Lin Shu was stunned. It's over. This diamond card contains so much information. Can't I even activate it with my current strength? He held his head and groaned. My head is about to explode. I can't hold on much longer. Just then, the system sent another notification. Special external energy detected. Activating Devour skill. After absorbing all the information, Lin Shu fell to his knees, his nose bleeding profusely. What kind of diamond movement skill card is this? It almost killed me. If it weren't for the Analytical Eye and Devour skills, this card would have been useless. He wiped away the blood from his nose. Did Yang Hang give me this card to kill me? However, Shadow Clone is indeed the 20th ranked movement skill in the world. It really goes well with my Mirror Clone. Lin Shu supported his trembling body and walked to the sofa to rest. The moment he sat down, he took out another card. Let's try this diamond martial skill card, Body Tempering Art. It shouldn't be as life-threatening as the last one, right? Lin Shu made up his mind. For the competition the day after tomorrow, I'll risk it all. He placed the card on his forehead. This diamond martial skill card seems quite simple to learn. Suddenly, Lin Shu's eyes shot open. He threw the card on the ground. Damn it, what kind of body tempering art is this? Is it yoga? A moment later, Lin Shu was on the floor, his butt in the air in a yoga pose. He muttered to himself, doing this pose is so embarrassing. Lin Shu cursed while doing the splits. Who created this kind of body tempering art? They must be a pervert. Gungan hid behind the wall, watching Lin Shu train and mutter. For the competition the day after tomorrow, I'll risk it all. The next morning, Lin Shu was at home, sleeping on the floor in the same yoga pose from last night. Luo Yu walked up behind him and kicked him in the butt. Get out. Lin Shu got up. I just learned a new cultivation method, but the poses are a bit ugly. Luo Yu turned and left, saying coldly, breakfast is ready. Finish eating and go train. Lin Shu said to her, I'm not going to the training room today, I'll practice at home. He thought, these embarrassing training moves can only be practiced at home. Luo Yu turned her head to look. Suit yourself. Lin Shu yawned. He had been practicing strange poses all night and felt like he was about to collapse. At the Sanctuary Academy training ground, Yu Muchen looked at Yang Hang and asked, you look very nervous. Yang Hang nodded. A little. After all, I've already lost to him once. Yu Muchen lifted his chin. You don't have to worry because you're not playing this time. Yang Hang frowned at him. What do you mean? Yu Muchen pointed at a few people behind him. Nothing. You're not the only 6th tier in the South Courtyard's Class 1. The 4 of them and I have better chemistry. Just then an announcement sounded. Contestants, please enter the arena. Yu Muchen left with a few people from Class 1. Watch closely. Under my leadership, the South Courtyard's Class 1 will not lose to a bottom feeder class again. Yang Hang gritted his teeth. Bastard, not even letting me, the class president, play. Then he grinned. I'll be waiting to see you get your teeth knocked out by Lin Shu. On the arena stage, the South Courtyard's Class 1 was facing off against Lin Shu's North Courtyard Class 10. Lin Shu tilted his head and looked at Yu Muchen. Where's Yang Hang? Why isn't he playing? Yu Muchen replied contemptuously. There's no need for him to play. Lin Shu frowned. He's the class president. Why wouldn't he play? Are you looking down on me? Who do you think you are? You dare to speak for the South Courtyard's Class 1? Yu Muchen frowned, staring at Lin Shu with a vicious look in his eyes. Yang Hang laughed from below. It takes a villain to deal with a villain. Lin Shu needs to keep it up. The final announcement sounded. The match begins. Yu Muchen immediately led the charge. Test them out for me. A man with a mace tried to attack Lin Shu from the left, while another tall burly man blocked his right. On the other side, Zhang Yin, Li Ping, and Qin Feng were surrounded by others. You little rookie should just get off the stage. Yu Muchen walked up to Luo Yu to greet her. Luo Yu, long time no see. Luo Yu just frowned and didn't answer him. Luo Yu and Yu Muchen's weapons clashed, creating a loud clang. He looked up at her. Luo Yu, is there a need for this the moment we meet after all? Luo Yu pointed the tip of her sword at Yu Muchen. Over here, 3 figures had already been sent flying out of the arena. Zhang Yin gritted her teeth. 4th tier against 6th tier. They couldn't even last a few seconds. The big guy laughed mockingly at Lin Shu. Your friends can't even take 1 hit. We're all 6th tier. Lin Shu smiled. He raised his hand and unleashed 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Is 6th tier that impressive? Lin Shu thought. This is a good chance to test the upgraded power of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The big guy immediately activated his halo and even mocked Lin Shu. Rookie, do you understand the 6th tier? 6 tiers can defend with a halo. Your attack is useless. Lin Shu laughed loudly. Let's see how long you can defend. He unleashed more 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, all aimed at one target. A series of explosions sounded. The big guy looked up at his halo. Damn it, doesn't this guy's martial skill consume source energy? His other 2 companions immediately ran over. Quick, come help block him. At this moment, Lin Shu jumped into the air again with the black light spear, unleashing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix dance, and a phoenix flew behind him. He said loudly, that was just the birds, now for the real deal. The big guy's eyes widened. Before he could finish speaking, a huge boom sounded from the arena. The big guy was directly knocked to the ground by this 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix dance. He lay on the ground with his eyes rolled back, snot running down his face. Qin Feng and Li Ping hugged and cheered. The class president took down another one. The class president is amazing. Zhang Yin wasn't as happy as them. She frowned looking at the arena. Luo Yu seemed to be at a disadvantage. She hadn't expected Yu Muchen to be so strong. In the arena, Yu Muchen was attacking Luo Yu with the long spear in his hand. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Luo Yu, have you not improved at all these past few years? Luo Yu snorted coldly and didn't answer. Lin Shu, carrying the black light spear, was about to charge at that bastard Yu Muchen but was quickly blocked by the remaining 3 first years. Kid, where do you think you're going? Your mistress is getting bullied. Can't take it anymore, can you? One of them mocked. You're surrounded by us. Let's see where you can run. The 3 of them attacked Lin Shu at the same time, and a loud boom echoed from the arena. Below, Zhang Yin, Li Ping, and Qin Feng's faces turned pale. Lin Shu, the smoke and dust on the stage obscured their vision, and they could only see a few flashes of lightning from within. When the wind blew the smoke and dust away, everyone could see clearly that the 3 had not hit Lin Shu at all because he had already activated his halo. The few first years were stunned. What? Lin Shu stood confidently in his halo looking at them. Zheng Wei in the stands was also very surprised. That's Lin Shu's halo. This kid, he's already reached the 6th tier. He raised his hand and dug his ear, and before they could speak he said, forgot to tell you, I have a halo now too. The people from the South Courtyard's first year were furious. Damn it, so what if you're 6th tier? I'll shatter your halo. The 3 of them charged madly at Lin Shu's halo again. He stood inside, calmly raised his hand and mocked, think you can handle a halo, little brats? Lin Shu clenched his fist and a bolt of lightning immediately spread across his halo. It was the lightning halo skill. The few South Courtyard first-year students surrounding Lin Shu were immediately electrocuted, their eyes rolling back. All they could do was scream in despair. Zhang Yin said in surprise, Big brother, Lin Shu's halo can actually conduct electricity. The few first years gritted their teeth in disbelief. How can this be? His halo is electrified. Just after unleashing the electric shock, Lin Shu charged up again with his black light spear using Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. My turn. The South Courtyard first-year student standing in front of him cursed, Damn it, my body is still paralyzed. He immediately activated his halo to protect himself. This is too much. Lin Shu unleashed an ultimate move with a backhand strike, roaring, get the hell off the stage for me. Lin Shu directly attacked the guy's halo with Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. The guy was stunned. What? His halo was instantly shattered and he himself was kicked off the stage. Li Ping cheered, great, another one is down. However, before his body could hit the ground, he shot out a grappling hook. The South Courtyard first-year student successfully pulled himself back onto the stage. Lin Shu shouted, damn it, there's a mechanism like that in his combat suit. Referee, isn't that cheating? The referee shook his head. Mechanisms on combat suits are also considered weapons. It's not cheating. The match continued. The students of North Courtyard Class 10 were immediately dissatisfied. Damn it, that's not cheating. Are you blind? Unfair. They clearly don't want us to win. Unfair. Zheng Wei stood by and said to them, the school really doesn't have such a rule. He looked up at the arena and sighed inwardly. Those teachers of the high-year good classes definitely don't want to see Class 10, which has always been at the bottom, win the championship. Lin Shu. It's all up to you. The South Courtyard first-year student, having just escaped death, began to taunt smugly again. A bottom feeder class should have the self-awareness of a bottom feeder. The championship, it doesn't belong to you. Lin Shu smiled. It seems many people in Sanctuary Academy don't want us to win. He used the shadow clone skill and said loudly, then I'll win just to show you. At this moment, Ouyang Heng below had gone crazy. He held his head and shouted, how can it be? He actually learned shadow clone. For over 10 years, many people in the family couldn't learn it, and some even became cripples from forcing it. That's why I treated it as a useless card and traded it with him. But he actually learned it. This freak, he's too much of a freak. Lin Shu swung the black light spear in his hand, a powerful strike that swept across the arena. Get down! A guy was sent flying down shouting, why is it me again? And the guy with the trident-like hair shot out his grappling hook again. It's not that easy to get me off the stage. Lin Shu directly grabbed the grappling hook and sent an electric current through it. You want to use a despicable trick in front of me twice? Remember, don't use conductive materials next time. The other side was immediately zapped by Lin Shu's current, the smell of barbecue filling the air. He screamed in pain. Lin Shu smiled confidently at the South Courtyard first-year student. He was electrocuted out of his mind. The sword in the South Courtyard student's hand fell to the ground and he fell backward. The remaining two gritted their teeth. Damn it. They charged up at the same time. Kid, get down. One of them took out a hidden rope from his clothes. The other also threw one out from behind him. Two grappling hooks once again entangled Lin Shu, binding his hands at the same time. The two men pulled tightly on the ropes binding Lin Shu. He frowned, trying to trap me with steel wires. Lin Shu released the electric current from his body, shouting, get lost. The two men were immediately frozen by the electricity. One of them still stubbornly pulled the rope. Come on, I can strangle you before I'm electrocuted to death. Lin Shu grinned. You think this is all the electricity I have? Lin Shu gritted his teeth, tensed his body and released even more electric current which burst out with a boom. The two ropes binding Lin Shu gradually broke into several pieces. He unleashed a flash of lightning accompanied by a sky-shaking roar. Go! Qin Feng and Li Ping jumped up. Another two are down. The class president is amazing. On the other side, Luo Yu had coughed twice, spitting up blood. Lin Shu walked over to support her. Luo Yu, you're injured. Luo Yu pursed her lips and didn't answer. Lin Shu asked her, are you not feeling well? He secretly observed Luo Yu. It seemed Luo Yu hadn't used her full strength today and was heavy-hearted. You step back and treat your wound, I'll deal with him. Lin Shu shook his head to cast aside other thoughts. Whatever, let's win first. Yu Muchen rested the tip of his spear on the ground and mocked. Lin Shu, you just beat 4 pieces of trash. You think you can challenge me with just that? Overestimating yourself. Lin Shu shrugged and replied calmly, how will we know if we don't try? Yu Muchen suddenly grinned, his tone changing as he said, let me tell you a secret. Luo Yu is my fiancé. Lin Shu was stunned. Fiancé? Lin Shu turned to look at her in pain. Luo Yu. No wonder Luo Yu was so preoccupied, he thought. At this moment Yu Muchen suddenly attacked again, using a dragon strike. Idiot, where are you looking? The blade on his spear tip immediately struck Lin Shu's chest. The two of them were immediately locked in a struggle. Yu Muchen used a judgment move to fight Lin Shu. Both were simultaneously knocked back. Luo Yu shouted, Lin Shu, she looked at him, don't listen to his nonsense. Hearing Luo Yu's denial, Yu Muchen continued, this marriage was arranged by the heads of our two families. Luo Yu interrupted him. I don't agree, don't think anyone can control me. Yu Muchen suddenly asked her, Luo Yu, you haven't fallen for this kid, have you? Luo Yu said coldly, it's none of your business. However, Yu Muchen didn't mind her coldness and continued to taunt, but with this kid's strength it's impossible for you two to be together. Today I'll crush him under my foot and make you see reality. Lin Shu raised his head to look at Yu Muchen. Luo Yu, go down and treat your wound, I'll deal with him. Luo Yu was silent for a moment, then she nodded and turned to leave. Okay, I believe you. Don't you dare lose. Luo Yu quickly jumped off the stage. Her unexpected move made the people from North Courtyard Class 10 as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Qin Feng held his head. Why did Luo Yu leave on her own? Zhang Li was also dumbfounded. What's the class president doing? If they fought Yu Muchen together, they'd definitely win. Zhang Yin stood by and interrupted the two lunatics. Both of you shut up. I believe in Big Brother Lin Shu's choice, he will definitely win. Yu Muchen tilted his head and looked at Lin Shu. Are you trying to have a man-to-man duel with me? For a woman, Lin Shu shook his head. He grinned at Yu Muchen. I just want to close the door and beat a dog in private. This provocation enraged Yu Muchen. He once again unleashed a dragon strike. Are you looking to die? Lin Shu quickly activated his halo to protect himself. Yu Muchen's eyes lit up. I've trained to resist electricity since I was a child. He prepared to use Dragon's Roar shakes the heavens again, saying contemptuously to Lin Shu, this little bit of electricity is useless. A blue dragon roared and flew towards Lin Shu. The blow directly shattered his halo. Lin Shu was knocked back a distance. He stabbed the black light spear into the ground to steady himself. Yu Muchen didn't give Lin Shu time to adjust and charged at him again. Your halo can't block my attacks at all. The two of them fought all across the stage. Yu Muchen mocked, this is the difference. Lin Shu unleashed a continuous chain 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Yu Muchen looked up at him. Let me show you my halo. He activated his own halo. Lin Shu's chain 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix only hit the halo and didn't touch Yu Muchen at all. Lin Shu swung the black light spear in his hand again, unleashing another move. Then try this one. His attack directly hit Yu Muchen's defensive halo head-on. The next second, Lin Shu's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils contracting. Lin Shu's body was knocked back a few steps by the halo's repulsive force. He said in surprise, his halo can actually counterattack? Yu Muchen stepped out of his halo, preparing to unleash a new Dragon's Roar shakes the heavens, and replied to Lin Shu with a cold snort. Don't think your halo is the only one that can have additional attributes. The moment Yu Muchen attacked, Lin Shu used Mirror Clone in time to dodge. Yu Muchen frowned. Damn it, it's a clone. From above, multiple Lin Shus were attacking Yu Muchen simultaneously. He blocked while retreating. Damn it, this must be a diamond grade movement skill. How could a kid from the boondocks know this kind of skill? Suddenly sensing something, Yu Muchen turned to look behind him. Lin Shu was there getting a running start, the fire of the phoenix surrounding his body. Yu Muchen gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, Lin Shu stomped the ground and leapt up. This time it was an all-out fire forges the starry sky. A world-shaking boom came from the arena. Lin Shu landed and steadied himself. Is it over? Unexpectedly, through the flames, he saw Yu Muchen standing there completely unscathed, except that his clothes had been burned to ashes. He frowned tightly at Lin Shu. How can this little bit of fire do anything to me? Yu Muchen stood there confidently with his spear, looking at him provocatively. Lin Shu pursed his lips. This guy actually managed to break through my fire forges the starry sky. This time Yu Muchen unleashed another move. Great mighty heavenly dragon, he said loudly. Let me see your diamond skill. Lin Shu grinned. Perfect. I have a dragon too. He swung the black light spear in his hand. Sky Dragon breaks the city. Lin Shu and Yu Muchen shouted at the same time and charged at each other. The arena once again erupted with a huge boom, leaving a 100-meter radius in complete disarray. Smoke and dust filled the air, accompanied by flying debris. Zhang Yin and the others stood below, shaken by the aftershocks. After the smoke was blown away by the wind, two figures gradually appeared on the stage. Zhang Yin frowned, trying hard to see. Who won? At this moment, Yu Muchen was already in a posture of falling forward. The next second, he immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Lin Shu raised the black light spear high as the announcement from the stands declared Lin Shu wins. He shouted proudly, I won. The students of Class 10 jumped for joy. Big brother Lin Shu won. Long live the class president. Long live Class 10 won. Class 10 won. The entire class quickly rushed onto the stage. Class president, I love you to death. Long live the class president. The class president is amazing. Lin Shu smiled at Luo Yu, who was walking towards him. He called out to her happily, Luo Yu, I won. Lin Shu's eyelids grew heavy. He murmured, won. Then Lin Shu also collapsed on the ground, losing consciousness amidst the calls of the Class 10 students. Class president, the class president is down. The class president fainted. Sanctuary Academy Infirmary. 2 days later, Lin Shu groggily opened his eyes. He was now lying in a treatment pod. Zhang Li called to him from outside the glass cover. Class president, you're finally awake. Qin Feng stood by and said happily, you've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Lin Shu quickly used his hands to cover his naked body. I was. Luo Yu, why are you here too? Zhang Li laughed loudly. Luo Yu has been taking care of you these 2 days. She's already seen everything. Qin Feng winked. You're a married couple. What's there to be shy about? The moment they finished speaking, Lin Shu and Luo Yu each punched one of them, sending them to the ground. Get lost. Li Ping was speechless. These two hotheads, they deserve it. Luo Yu handed him a set of clothes. There's a bathroom with clean clothes over there. Go take a shower. Teacher Nan and Zheng Wei came by a few times, saying Dean Bailey was looking for him for something urgent. Lin Shu watched Luo Yu's departing figure. Dean Bailey is looking for me for something urgent. Could it be that my electricity stealing has been exposed? After changing his clothes, Lin Shu went straight to the dean's office. Teacher Li, Dean Bailey. The moment he walked in the door, Teacher Li pointed at his nose and accused him. It's him. Lin Shu's mouth twitched. It really was exposed. He braced himself and asked in return, Teacher, who are you? What charging station? Teacher Li shouted loudly. This kid is still trying to argue. A real man takes responsibility for his actions. Who else in this academy cultivates the lightning attribute? Lin Shu pouted. Teacher, do you have any proof? Even though you're a teacher, you can't just randomly accuse a student. Bailey looked at Lin Shu. Kid, what kind of proof do you want? His hand touched the red button on the desk. Then I'll show you the proof. The screen showed a video of Lin Shu fighting a flock of thunderbirds. Bailey said, you got put in confinement for fighting on the spaceship, and as a result you injured all the thunderbirds I was raising. They still haven't recovered, and it's only been a few days since you stopped. And then ran to the power station to steal cables, causing a power outage across the entire Sanctuary Academy. He looked up at Lin Shu. You kid, you're a real troublemaker. Lin Shu was dumbfounded. Hadn't that punk Yang Heng said there were no cameras in the power station area? That kid had really screwed him over. Teacher Li looked at the irrefutable evidence against Lin Shu. What else do you have to say? Lin Shu quickly raised his hands in surrender. The Thunderbird incident really wasn't entirely my fault. I didn't know it would turn out like that. I did cause the trouble at the power station, but I also wanted to quickly improve my strength. I wanted to lead Class 10 to victory. I wanted to make everyone who looked down on Class 10 see them in a new light. Bailey stared at Lin Shu. This unyielding, stubborn temper is quite to my liking. But if you make a mistake, you must bear the consequences. How about this? I'll give you a chance to make amends, he continued. Recently, we've detected a strange energy fluctuation under the Academy Island, and we need to send someone down to investigate. You are the strongest among the 6th-tier martial artists and the most suitable candidate. As long as you complete this investigation mission, you won't have to face any further punishment, Lin Shu asked, puzzled. Sanctuary Academy is full of masters. 7th and 8th-tier martial artists are everywhere. Why choose a 6th-tier martial artist like me? Bailey sighed. There's no choice. There are many evolved beasts under the Sanctuary Academy Island. He paused for a moment, thinking of the situation in the sea, and then continued, if we send high-tier martial artists down, it might cause them to panic, which could trigger a terrifying beast tide. Lin Shu rubbed his hands together and asked excitedly, So what's in it for me? Teacher Li flared up at him. You kids still dare to bargain? Bailey stopped Teacher Li and answered Lin Shu. As long as you complete the mission there will be plenty of benefits, he said to Teacher Li next to him. Teacher Li, you can go back first. I have a few things I want to say to this kid alone. Teacher Li nodded. All right, he snorted coldly as he passed Lin Shu. Teacher Li quickly walked to the door and left the dean's office. Bailey stood up and looked at Lin Shu. Now let's talk about something else. In this class competition, Class 10 won first place. All the students who didn't participate will receive 50,000 points and a gold skill card. You and the other 4 participating students will receive 100,000 points and 2 gold skill cards. He reached out and opened a drawer, continuing, and your performance in this competition was outstanding, therefore I've personally decided to reward you with a diamond skill card. Bailey held 3 cards in his hand. There are 3 spear technique skill cards here, you can choose one. Lin Shu asked doubtfully. Why are you only rewarding me? We don't even know each other. Bailey rubbed his forehead. Yes, we don't know each other, but a certain special person asked me to take care of you. Otherwise, with my temper I would have expelled you from Sanctuary Academy long ago. Lin Shu asked suspiciously. A special person's request? Who is it? Could it be my little Yue? Bailey shook his head. Although Luo Yu is from the Luo family of Sky City, she can't just push me around either. He glanced at Lin Shu. Do you remember Bailey Hailing, who you met on your way to Sanctuary Academy, the one who called himself your master? Lin Shu tilted his head and thought for a long time before he remembered who Bailey Hailing was. Lin Shu clapped his hands. So it was that master from back then. He pointed at Bailey. Her surname is Bailey, just like yours. Your family, you're her grandfather. Bailey dodged the question. What our relationship is none of your business. You just need to remember that your black light spear was tricked away from me by her. Lin Shu replied with a dry laugh. So that's how it is. Thank you, Dean Bailey. Then Bailey continued. Also let me tell you, Yu Muchen is the disciple of one of the 5 founders of Sanctuary Academy. That old man is narrow-minded. Since you defeated his disciple, he will definitely find a chance to deal with you when he comes back. Lin Shu chuckled. Let him come. I've never been afraid of anyone. Bailey impatiently shooed him away. Get lost. I'm annoyed just looking at you. Lin Shu obediently and quickly left the dean's office and ran home. Little Yue, I'm back. The moment he entered, Lin Shu was stunned. He saw Luo Yu sitting by the door feeding a ball of white cotton to Xiao Xiaobai. Xiao Xiaobai turned its head and glanced at him. Lin Shu shouted in panic. Oh no, what the hell is this white cotton ball? Hearing Lin Shu's words, Luo Yu replied, It's Gungan, it seems to have evolved. Lin Shu looked at the ice cube wrapped in the white cotton ball in front of him. This is Gungan? He looked down at it. How did it become so ugly? She asked him, Where did you catch it? Lin Shu thought for a moment and replied, In an underground laboratory inside a 6-tier 6-vine sunflower beast. I thought it was a 6-tier crystal, but it turned out to be this toy. Luo Yu nodded and asked again, What did Dean Bailey want to see you about? Lin Shu shook his head. Nothing, he just talked about the rewards for the competition and the confinement for injuring the Thunderbirds last time. She looked at him suspiciously. Is that all? Lin Shu scratched his head guiltily. Yes, that's all. Luo Yu didn't ask any further. She turned and walked into the house with an if you don't want to tell me then don't expression. After taking 2 steps, Luo Yu stopped. She tilted her head and said to Lin Shu, The engagement between me and Yu Muchen was decided by our families without my consent. I don't agree and it has nothing to do with me. Lin Shu moved closer, his face almost touching hers. Little Yue, you care about my feelings so much. Do you really like me? Luo Yu punched Lin Shu coldly in the face. Hit lost. Time passed, and 2 days later at the seaside, Lin Shu was in a diving suit preparing to enter the water. A Sanctuary Academy staff member walked up and handed him a dagger. It's not convenient to use a long spear underwater. This is a dagger from Dean Bailey. It's very high quality. Don't lose it. Lin Shu took the dagger and strapped it to his arm. The staff member checked it and added, The energy fluctuation has appeared again. Now is a good time to go down and investigate. Lin Shu nodded and walked forward. Let's go. The 2 people behind him added another instruction. Dean Bailey has already arranged for a team of 6-tier martial artists to be on standby for support if there are any abnormalities underwater. Lin Shu didn't respond and quickly jumped into the sea, diving rapidly into the depths. Lin Shu had already reached the coral reef at the bottom of the sea. He had swum a long distance. The small fish circled around Lin Shu as if curious about him. Suddenly he stopped. This is Lin Shu looked at the huge building in front of him. Damn it, I didn't expect the island under Sanctuary Academy to be man-made. What a massive project this is, the person on the shore responded. How is it? Isn't it ridiculous? Lin Shu looked around and saw a large fish ramming the building in front of it with all its might. The system immediately popped up with information about this creature. 5th-tier black-toothed fish, an extraterrestrial creature characterized by sharp teeth that can chew through various hard substances. Lin Shu shouted in a panic, Hey, did you see that? These seem to be extraterrestrial creatures. The person on the shore was shocked. Where did these monsters come from? Why are they attacking the protective shield? Quick, get Dean Bailey over here. After speaking, Lin Shu dived deeper. I'll go down and take a look. The Academy staff member instructed. Be careful. After diving a little deeper, Lin Shu's eyes suddenly widened. He stared in shock at the spatial rift at the bottom of the sea. There's actually a spatial rift under the island? The person monitoring on the shore frowned. This is trouble. After a while, Lin Shu reported again. The spatial rift is disappearing on its own. Lin Shu turned to look around. What the hell? I've never seen a spatial rift disappear so quickly. The person on the shore said to him, we can't explain it either. See if there are any other spatial rifts around. Lin Shu looked at the energy fluctuation reported by the system panel in front of him. A new energy fluctuation has appeared not far to my left. The person responded, I've detected it too. Lin Shu swam deeper again. I'll go down and take a look, the person monitoring instructed. Be careful. After bypassing the other side of the protective shield, Lin Shu spoke again. There's someone ahead. This person isn't even wearing a diving suit. The system quickly provided Lin Shu with information. L-247 Model Artificial Intelligence Robot. Lin Shu was stunned. Another artificial intelligence robot. The people on the shore also saw this through the camera. We see it. The situation seems to be more serious than we imagined. The robot was holding something. And a strange crystal. The circuit in front of it immediately opened, and then it opened an even larger spatial rift than before. Lin Shu frowned. The spatial rift has appeared again. Was it created by that strange device in the robot's hand? The person said. We're analyzing it. Then Lin Shu shouted again, damn it, this spatial rift is at least 10 meters long. A large group of strange creatures suddenly poured out of the spatial rift. The system provided Lin Shu with information. 5th-tier stonefish, an extraterrestrial creature characterized by a hard shell and extremely high defense. Those stonefish charged forward with all their might, scrambling to ram the protective shield under Sanctuary Academy. Lin Shu swam to another location. He observed and said, the robot is using a device to create spatial rifts, attracting extraterrestrial creatures to attack the protective shield under the island. Everyone send people down to support. The person on the shore immediately gave orders and replied to Lin Shu, Dean Bailey has already arranged for a team of 6th-tier martial artists to be on standby for support. Lin Shu swam towards the robot. Good, it seems the spatial rift can't be maintained for long. That guy must have run off to create spatial rifts elsewhere. I'll see if I can buy some time. The person above nodded in agreement. Thank you for your hard work. Be safe. He quietly approached the robot from behind. At this moment, it was about to open another spatial rift. Suddenly hearing a sound, the robot turned its head, then immediately activated its attack function. Enemy detected. Attack. Lin Shu quickly dodged its laser attack. Damn it, I've been discovered. The robot raised the strange object in its hand and said loudly, discovered. Executing secondary protocol. Activating at 100 power. The object in the robot's hand immediately released a powerful energy. Lin Shu covered his face with his hand, enduring a bit of the energy's impact. Damn it, this guy is trying to activate that device with all its might. Lin Shu's eyes suddenly widened. He turned around abruptly. Damn it, the spatial rift is right behind me. Lin Shu shouted through the communication device, do you see this? This spatial rift is over 10 meters long, and it's still expanding. The number of alien creatures is also increasing. Everyone, think of a solution, quick. At this moment, a conversation was heard in the observation room. Reporting to Dean Bailey, we have discovered that the evolved beasts at the bottom of the sea are gathering. Bailey looked at the situation. The evolved beasts at the bottom of the sea have sensed the threat of the huge spatial rift, so they've become agitated. He looked at the monitor screen in front of him. It won't be long before a beast tide is triggered. Bailey frowned. His mood didn't seem to be very good, and there were still many alien creatures constantly pouring out of the spatial rift. He ordered his men behind him. All teachers lead the students of the 6th tier and above to gather at the Sanctuary Academy beach and prepare to deal with the beast tide. Academy security team members put on diving suits and go down to support Lin Shu. His subordinate nodded. Yes. On Lin Shu's side, the person on the intercom asked him, Lin Shu, what are you doing? Lin Shu replied, the spatial rift is still expanding. I want to snatch the device from the robot's hand and see if I can stop the rift from expanding. The person above immediately stopped him. No, stop your actions immediately and return to the surface. The underwater evolved beasts have been enraged by the power generated by the spatial rift and have formed a beast tide. The voice from the intercom was very agitated and serious. Thousands of underwater evolved beasts are rushing towards you. At this time, Lin Shu had also seen swarms of evolved beasts rushing towards him. He screamed, why didn't you say so earlier? I can even see the beast tide. At this moment, those alien creatures also suddenly sensed the energy of the evolved beasts. The two sides immediately started fighting. Lin Shu reported, dumbfounded. The evolved beasts and the alien creatures are fighting. One of them even opened its mouth and charged at Lin Shu. He cursed, damn it. Lin Shu quickly drew his dagger and stabbed it in its head. The fish was knocked unconscious with one blow after dealing with it. Lin Shu quickly searched for the robot. The next second he saw it being devoured by several alien creatures. Lin Shu put away his dagger. Daring to cause trouble at the bottom of Sanctuary Academy with this level of skill? He swam to the items left by the robot. Lin Shu thought, that device must be a treasure. I'll turn off the headset and camera first. I'm going to take it secretly. He looked at the stone in the strange device. This fell out of the energy crystal. Lin Shu reached out to touch the crystal, and the system immediately popped up. Special energy detected. Activating devour skill. Beginning to devour. Devouring complete. 10 million experience points obtained. Lin Shu's eyes widened. I didn't expect to gain 10 million experience points in one go. He looked up and around. There are so many fragments here. Lin Shu quickly swam to another fragment. I've struck it rich this time. At this moment, in another corner of the sea, an octopus suddenly waved its tentacles violently. The next second it leaped onto the shore. The Sanctuary Academy staff immediately reported loudly, "The second wave of the beast tide is here. Everyone defend." The evolved beasts this time are of a higher level than the last. Everyone be careful. The Sanctuary Academy staff quickly charged up to fight the evolved beasts brought by the beast tide. Suddenly at this moment a huge bird cry was heard and everyone below looked up. They saw Bailey standing on the back of a large bird and cheered excitedly, "It's Dean Bailey and the 9th tier flame rock." The next second his rock immediately spat out flames, clearing the evolved beasts on the beach. The Academy staff shouted, "They've come to support us." Another octopus had half its head casually sliced off by Bailey. The cheers from below continued, as expected of Dean Bailey and the 9th tier flame rock. He landed on the ground amidst the cheers and walked up to everyone. "Killing these evolved beasts is as easy as cutting vegetables. He's so strong." Bailey turned his head to assess the current situation. This sea area had been cleared. The security team immediately went into the water to search for Lin Shu and deal with the evolved beasts and alien creatures at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Luo Yu also rushed over. As soon as she arrived, she loudly questioned Bailey. "Old man Bailey, where is Lin Shu?" Bailey turned to look at Luo Yu. "He should still be at the bottom of the sea. The communication device on him seems to be broken. We can't reach him." Luo Yu snatched the diving suit handed over from the side. She frowned at Bailey. "You sent him down." She walked towards the beach, glanced at Bailey and warned, "So you'd better pray he's okay. If anything happens to him, I'll kill you." Bailey was stunned, thinking to himself, what's so charming about that Lin Shu? The two people behind him also broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, this little girl is so reckless. She actually dared to say she'd kill Dean Bailey. Is she angry for her boyfriend? Bailey composed himself and immediately ordered loudly, "What are you two still standing there for? Get in the water and support Luo Yu. Find Lin Shu." Everyone quickly responded and jumped into the sea. Yes, Lin Shu held the device. "It seems it can't be used anymore. Throw this away." He held the strange crystal in his hand and threw away the outer casing. Strange. Lin Shu looked down carefully at the crystal in his hand. "Why hasn't this crystal been completely absorbed by me like its fragments?" Lin Shu turned and wanted to swim to the surface. "Forget it, I'll take it back first. I shouldn't stay here long. Let's go." Suddenly, a sound of seaweed drifting came from behind him, and one of Lin Shu's legs was entangled. The system immediately reported 4th tier mutated seaweed, characterized by being mutated after a virus infection. It is corrosive and aggressive. Lin Shu pulled out his dagger and cut the seaweed, entangling him. Just a 4th tier creature dares to mess with me. However, as soon as he cut this one, his hand was entangled. Then his left leg was also entangled. His limbs and body were tightly bound by the seaweed. Just then a fish swam over from somewhere, opening its mouth to swallow Lin Shu. He shouted, "If I don't show what I'm made of, you'll think I'm a pushover." Lin Shu activated the electric current in his body, unleashing his flash of lightning ultimate skill, but those evolved beasts didn't seem to know fear and continued to swim towards him. Lin Shu frowned. Still not done? Suddenly his pupils contracted. In front of Lin Shu was a new wave of monsters. Accompanied by a huge creature, he was stunned. "What is this?" The monster opened its large mouth and devoured. Lin Shu muttered, "This is bad." The system reported information. "This is an 8th tier alien creature, the furious black whale, characterized by being the overlord of the ocean with extremely strong stomach acid that can devour anything." Lin Shu panicked. An 8th tier alien creature. He muttered, "I'm only 6th tier, I have to defeat it quickly." The black whale suddenly glanced at Lin Shu and opened its large mouth again to suck in. He flailed his arms and legs. "Does it see me as a snack?" The entire seawater and the surrounding creatures were almost sucked into its mouth. Lin Shu prepared to release his electric current. "You want to eat me? Aren't you afraid of chipping a tooth?" He threw out a flash of lightning, and streams of electric current hit the monster. It violently swung its tail at Lin Shu, and he was immediately sent flying to the bottom of the sea. Lin Shu crashed into a rock, gritting his teeth. Not good. The black whale opened its large mouth again and charged towards Lin Shu. He immediately activated his halo, but was still swallowed by the black whale. Suddenly its eyes widened, and the next second it spat Lin Shu out. He glared at the black whale. "If this goes on, I'll definitely lose. I have to get away quickly." Before Lin Shu could come up with a plan, the black whale opened its large mouth and swam over again. Lin Shu gripped his dagger tightly and stabbed it in its eyeball. The fish shook its body in pain. Lin Shu was thrown elsewhere by its movements, and the dagger in his hand also fell. Seeing this, the black whale opened its mouth again, wanting to swallow him. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the black whale, Lin Shu activated his halo in time. When Luo Yu arrived, she only had time to see Lin Shu being pulled into the black whale's belly. Luo Yu shouted in panic, Lin Shu." She drew her sword and charged towards it. Damn beast, spit Lin Shu out. Lin Shu had already tumbled down the digestive tract and landed in the black whale's stomach with a thud. He shouted, "This guy swallowed me again." Lin Shu reached out and punched its stomach fiercely, kicking and punching frantically. "I'm hard to chew, spit me out." Outside, the black whale suddenly rolled its eyes back and kept shaking its body as if it were in great discomfort. Luo Yu stared at it silently. "It seems to be in great pain," she thought. Could Lin Shu be attacking it from inside its belly? Luo Yu raised her sword again. "Lin Shu, hang in there, I'll cut it to pieces." Luo Yu charged forward, continuously slashing at the black whale's body, and at this time the whale's stomach had already begun to secrete that special corrosive stomach acid. In just a moment, all the creatures it had swallowed were reduced to skeletons. He clenched his teeth and endured. Is this the consequence of using the rage skill's weakening effect? Lin Shu's halo also gradually disappeared. This guy's stomach acid is very strong. He recalled the information provided by the system. This is an 8th-tier alien creature, the furious black whale, characterized by being the overlord of the ocean with extremely strong stomach acid that can devour anything. Lin Shu frowned in pain and his body immediately showed symptoms of a burning irritability. He looked at his hands, which were being corroded by the stomach acid. If I keep being corroded like this, will I become the whale's excrement? I'm not willing to accept this, and at this time, Luo Yu also noticed something was wrong. The whale opened its large mouth and charged towards her. Luo Yu quickly dodged, then assessed the situation. The black whale is no longer in pain. What happened to Lin Shu? Why did he stop attacking? Luo Yu frowned tightly. Lin Shu, you can't die. She fiercely stabbed the whale's eye with her sword. Go to hell. The whale opened its large mouth in pain. And at this time Lin Shu was already exhausted inside. He muttered, am I going to die? Lin Shu's eyes felt a little heavy. Little Yue will definitely be very sad, right? The next second Lin Shu forced himself to cheer up and cursed loudly. Damn it, I'm not that easy to kill. Lin Shu struggled to climb out of the pile of stomach acid in the black whale. I'm not a failure. The system unlocked the 3rd-tier gene. The system immediately sent a notification as instructed. Unlock the 3rd-tier gene immediately. Note: during the unlocking process there is a 10 mortality rate, a 20 coma rate, and a 30 chance of unpredictable circumstances. Lin Shu desperately ordered unlock. Although there's only a 50 success rate, it's still better than becoming whale excrement. The system quickly executed and the 3rd-tier gene began to unlock. Lin Shu's body was enduring extreme pain. He screamed miserably. And outside, the black whale's body was already covered with countless wounds, and some places were even frozen. Luo Yu's sword still exuded a cold frost. She used an ice flame slash to cut at the black whale. Go to hell. At this time on the shore, all the evolved beasts had been dealt with. The academy staff stepped forward and said to Bati, reporting to the dean, all evolved beasts and alien creatures have been eliminated. Sanctuary Academy students and staff have suffered 48 casualties with no deaths. He nodded. Very good, continue to treat the wounded. A diver surfaced and reporting to the dean, all members of the guard team have returned. But we haven't seen Lin Shu and Luo Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion was immediately heard from the sea and seawater splashed up. Bati and a few people next to him were shaken. They looked at the sea surface where some strange things were floating. What happened in the sea? So many fragments of evolved beasts. What kind of skill is this so powerful? And on this side, Luo Yu had also surfaced with Lin Shu on her back. The people from the academy quickly said, it's Luo Yu and Lin Shu. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Great, they're finally back. That terrifying attack just now wasn't caused by Luo Yu, was it? It wasn't until she completely surfaced that everyone saw the numerous wounds on Lin Shu's body. Someone hurriedly shouted, Lin Shu is so badly injured, quick, call the medical staff. The medical team quickly rushed over to give Lin Shu first aid. However, Luo Yu spoke up to stop them. One more step forward and you die. The medical staff immediately stopped in fear and said in a low voice, Luo Yu, put Lin Shu down, we will treat him. That's right, you're also injured. You need timely treatment. We won't do anything to Lin Shu. Luo Yu still firmly refused. No one can touch him. I can carry him to the medical spaceship. Just like that, Luo Yu carried Lin Shu and left directly. Bati watched her departing figure. This girl is really angry. He sighed to himself. Just now, if anyone had dared to stop her, she would have killed them, right? Bati held his forehead with a headache. I originally just wanted to give that kid a chance, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. And because of it, I've offended the genius girl of the Luo family. Bati's sigh seemed to echo through the sky. Sigh, what a pain. 3 days later in the Sanctuary Academy infirmary, everyone was gathered around Lin Shu's treatment pod. When on Earth will the class president wake up? The doctor stood by and reported. His body is recovering very quickly, but I don't know why he's still in a coma. Is he even human? He was so badly injured, yet he recovered in just 3 days. His body seems to be evolving. What kind of skill did he cultivate to be able to do this? I really want to cut off a piece and study it. As he said this, he looked up and met 3 sharp gazes. Xiao Ruoshui warned, what did you just say? Luo Yu stared at him. Are you looking to die? Zhang Yin frowned. Say that again and see what happens. The doctor was terrified. I didn't say anything. The next second he had already fled the ward in a panic. Xiao Ruoshui stepped forward and said, Luo Yu, you've been guarding here for 3 days. Go get some rest. I'll watch him. Luo Yu shook her head. No need, I'm not tired. Xiao Ruoshui asked Luo Yu, you don't trust me. I haven't done anything to Lin Shu. At this moment, Zhang Li and Li Ping were whispering on the side. Luo Yu is probably most worried about senior sister Xiao. All she can think about now is how to overthrow Lin Shu. Xiao Ruoshui's sharp ears heard them and she spoke up, you too. She turned around and smiled sweetly at them. Are you looking to die? Zhang Li trembled. Senior sister Xiao, please spare us. Li Ping begged her. Sister, please spare us. In the principal's office, Bati asked, hasn't Lin Shu woken up yet? His subordinate reported, not yet, but his recovery ability seems to be evolving. He was so badly injured, yet he recovered in just 3 days. Bati was thoughtful. Every time he encounters danger, his power will increase. I really don't know what level he will eventually reach. He asked another person, how is the situation at the bottom of the sea being handled? Has the robot been salvaged? The person replied. The rift at the bottom of the sea has completely disappeared and the evolved beasts have stabilized. The robot was salvaged this morning and has been dismantled and analyzed. He reported that the robot was an old model of an intelligent robot from the last century, and nothing was found by analyzing its chip. The device that could activate the spatial rift was severely damaged and the energy crystal on it had also disappeared. Bailey lowered his eyes. It seems that this investigation of the spatial rift has come to nothing, the person then asked. Dean Bailey, have you heard about what happened near Area E99? In the last century, due to the energy leaked from the spatial rift, a large area of Area E99 was frozen. At that time, countless zombies and evolved beasts in Area E99 were frozen. He frowned and said seriously, recently, the spatial rift has suddenly disappeared. The frozen zombies and evolved beasts have been resurrected one after another, swarming towards Star Brilliant City and White Emperor City. His tone was solemn. The Federation is mobilizing martial artists to go to Area E99 and the surrounding cities for rescue. Bailey waved his hand. I know all of this, just get to the point. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he smiled. Someone has discovered intelligent robots of the same model in the zombie swarms in these cities. He was shocked. What? Could it also be related to the disappearance of the underwater spatial rift and the spatial rift in Area E99? Hurry up and send people to investigate. The person smiled. I've already sent people. Bailey nodded. Good, if there are any problems, report to me immediately, the subordinate replied. Yes? On Lin Shu's side, the system suddenly notified, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the third-tier gene. In the sea of consciousness, Lin Shu seemed to be suspended in the universe. He looked down at his hand. It took so long to unlock this time. The system explained because the host body was seriously injured, it was unlocking and recovering at the same time, it said happily. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new skill, Talent Domain. After the talent domain is activated, the host will form their own domain. In the domain, the 5 senses of the host and the clones will be enhanced and their power will be greatly increased. Lin Shu's eyes lit up. A damn domain, this is a skill that only 9th-tier martial artists can use. The system is awesome. The system immediately demonstrated it for him. Currently, the domain radius is 5 meters and the duration is 1 minute. Lin Shu was surprised. 1 minute? That's even shorter than the rage skill. Suddenly he saw a black shadow behind him, and the next second it turned into an ugly zombie that pounced on him. Lin Shu shouted, "What the hell is this?" He suddenly opened his eyes. Was it a dream? The few people from Class 10 outside also saw it immediately. Zhang Yin cheered. "Big brother Lin Shu is awake," Zhang Li shouted loudly. "The class president is awake." Medical staff. A few days later in Lin Shu's home, he was practicing with the black light spear in his room. His body had completely recovered after unlocking the 3rd-tier gene. My power has improved by leaps and bounds. I should have reached the peak of the 6th tier now, right? Luo Yu suddenly appeared and threw the crystal she got from the sea that day to him. Here. Lin Shu was surprised. "So you had it." "I thought I lost it when I was unconscious." Luo Yu explained, "I took it from the pocket of your diving suit that day and kept it for you." He nodded. "Right. Do you know what this energy crystal is?" Luo Yu shook her head. "I've never seen it before." Lin Shu was a little disappointed. "Even you don't know?" Just then, Xiao Ruoshui's voice came from outside. "Big Lin, your big sister is here to see you." Xiao Ruoshui walked in. "Big Lin, the glacier in Area E99 has melted. Do you know about the news of zombies and evolved beasts invading the surrounding cities? Star Brilliant City is also close to Area E99 and has been invaded. I plan to go to Star Brilliant City to help." Lin Shu looked up at her. "You want to go save your brother?" Xiao Ruoshui shook her head. "He's wandering outside all day, not in Star Brilliant City. But I stayed at Star Brilliance Academy for more than half a year and made many friends. I should go see them both emotionally and rationally." She asked him, "I know you have no parents and are an orphan and Star Brilliance Academy has already expelled you, so are you going?" Lin Shu's mind immediately flashed to Luo Li, Song Ni and Yang Tian. He said in a low voice, "After all, I grew up there and I miss Star Brilliant City very much. I'll go with you." Xiao Ruoshui said happily, "I knew Big Lin wouldn't have the heart to let his big sister go alone." Luo Yu, who had been listening on the side for a long time, suddenly spoke up. "Don't move, I'll go with you too." Xiao Ruoshui looked at Luo Yu and teased her with a smile. "Little Luo Yu, are you worried about me being alone with Big Lin? Don't worry, I'll find some more helpers." Lin Shu smelled the gunpowder between the two and quickly spoke up to mediate. "All right, I'll go ask Dean Bailey for leave now." Xiao Ruoshui asked him, "Do you still need to go to Dean Bailey to ask for leave?" Lin Shu nodded. "Yes, I still have a score to settle with that old man." Bailey, who was mentioned by Lin Shu, immediately sneezed. In the principal's office. Lin Shu slammed the table. "Old man, you've caused me a lot of trouble." Bailey looked at him. "I heard that although you were seriously injured this time, your muscles have evolved and your strength has greatly increased. So you should thank me for giving you this opportunity." Lin Shu looked at him angrily. "Muscle evolution and strength enhancement are the reasons I practice martial arts. What does it have to do with you? You caused me to be seriously injured this time." You have to compensate me with a diamond martial skill card. Bati picked up his cup and took a sip of water. We have salvaged the intelligent robot and the device that can open the spatial rift, but we haven't found the mysterious energy crystal on the device. I wonder if you have seen it? Lin Shu answered without changing his expression. What does it have to do with me that you didn't find the energy crystal? At that time, both the intelligent robot and I were being attacked by more than a dozen alien creatures. Bati looked up at him. The situation was so critical. Why didn't you ask for help but instead turned off all the headsets and cameras? Lin Shu pointed at him and scolded loudly. You old fox, what do you mean? Do you suspect that I swallowed the energy crystal? My diving helmet was shattered by the alien creatures and I almost drowned in the sea. And you still suspect me? Bati avoided his gaze. You brat, your psychological quality is really good. I can't even trick you with this. Forget it, it doesn't matter if we didn't find the energy crystal. He took out 2 cards and placed them on the table. If you do things for me, I won't treat you unfairly. The 2 cards Bati took out were Blazing Flame Leg and Heaven and Earth Shattering. He explained, this is the mission reward. 2 diamond martial skill cards. I know that besides your spear techniques, your martial arts are also very good, so I specially chose them for you. Lin Shu quickly picked them up and put them in his pocket. You're somewhat conscientious. He was secretly happy in his heart. Plus the spear technique diamond skill card I got from this old man before. I now have 3 diamond cards. Then Lin Shu continued, by the way old man, Luo Yu and I as well as a few second-year students want to take leave and go to Star Brilliant City. Bati was puzzled. If you're asking for leave, go to your teacher. Why come to me? Lin Shu grinned. You're the dean. If 5 or 6 students are asking for leave at the same time, shouldn't we inform you? Bati was speechless. He nodded, alright. How about I give you a month's leave? Not only will I give you leave, but I'll also arrange for a private spaceship to take you to Star Brilliant City. Faced with Bati's sudden kindness, Lin Shu quickly took a step back. You agreed so quickly and you're even giving us a spaceship? You don't have some other scheme, do you? Bati stroked his beard. Don't put it so harshly. I just got news that an identical intelligent robot was discovered near Area E99 amidst the floods and zombie tides. He took a sip of water. I was just about to send people to investigate and then you showed up. Lin Shu looked at Bati. I just escaped death. Who would dare to accept your mission? He sighed to himself. How did I fall into this old fox's trap? Bati explained. What happened at the bottom of the sea was an accident. Not every mission will present such a good opportunity. He thought of Luo Yu. As long as you find any useful clues, you will all be rewarded. You know I'm generous, kid. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Except for that girlfriend of yours. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shu agreed. All right, we'll take this mission, Bati nodded. Very good, very straightforward. I'll arrange a spaceship to take you to Star Brilliant City tomorrow morning. The next day in the spaceship waiting hall, Xiao Ruoshui and Manhua were already there. She waved at Lin Shu. Big Lin over here. Lin Shu and Luo Yu walked over. He pointed at the person next to Xiao Ruoshui. Didn't you say you were getting help? Why is there only one person? Xiao Ruoshui said confidently. I've already looked into it. The zombie tide and most of the evolved beasts that escaped from Area E99 are below the 5th tier. With the 4 of us, 3 are 6th tier. And 1 is 7th tier. With a lineup like this, do we need to be afraid of a 5th tier zombie tide? Lin Shu nodded. That's true. The spaceship is here. Let's go. The 4 of them walked into the spaceship and were stunned by the space inside. Manhua's eyes widened. Is this Dean Bati's private spaceship? Are we taking this? Lin Shu nodded. Sorry, you guessed right. Xiao Ruoshui praised. Our big Lin really has clout. Only Luo Yu asked Lin Shu. Did that old man give you another mission? He told her honestly. Little Yue is as sharp as ever, but it's nothing, just a small investigation in Area E99. Xiao Ruoshui sat on the sofa and snorted. I knew that old fox was up to no good. But it doesn't matter, it's worth it to enjoy a luxury spaceship. Luo Yu remained silent. The spaceship began to take off and soon flew a certain distance. Manhua suddenly shouted, Everyone look outside. They all looked down to see ruins and rubble, with floods submerging entire cities. I didn't expect the melting glaciers of Area E99 to flood 5 surrounding cities, and with so many zombies and evolved beasts. Just as he finished speaking, the spaceship suddenly shook. Lin Shu asked the pilot. What's happening? The man reassured them. Everyone calm down, we've been attacked by a 7th tier evolved beast. Lin Shu looked at Xiao Ruoshui. 7th tier, zombie tide? Didn't you say there were only 5th tier zombies and evolved beasts? Xiao Ruoshui was also confused. That's the information I got. The spaceship pilot analyzed the situation. The 7th tier evolved beast just now was an aquatic type. It can only ambush us in deep water areas. Once we fly out of that area, we'll be safe. The shallow water areas mostly have 5th tier zombies and evolved beasts. Everyone flew for a while longer. A crew member announced, Everyone, we are about to arrive at Star Brilliant City. We will land on the roof of the Sanctuary Academy branch building in the southern district of Star Brilliant City. Lin Shu looked down at the scene through the window. Monsters were attacking humans. He sighed. This is tragic. Manhua added, the security personnel in Star Brilliant City are too incompetent. How did they let the zombies rush into the city? The spaceship landed on the roof of a tall building. The pilot said to them, Contact the Academy once you complete the mission. We will come to pick you up immediately. Good luck. Lin Shu led the group out, a smile on his face. Star Brilliant City. I'm back. Several zombies and evolved beasts were pushing deeper into the city, their hands clinging to the fences. The zombies and evolved beasts were currently gathered at the entrance of Star Brilliance Academy, trying to climb in. The soldiers on the city walls immediately picked up their weapons. Fire, don't let them climb the walls. Explosions rang out one after another, blowing away the bodies of some zombies and evolved beasts. But they seemed to be immortal, falling into the sea only to swim back. Those people trembled. 5th tier, these zombies are all 5th tier. It's over, we're not going to make it. At this moment, a few more bird cries were heard from the sky. Zombie birds with their sharp beaks dived down. Amidst the screams of panic, someone shouted, "We can't hold them back, fire!" The zombie birds swooped down swiftly, tearing at the soldiers on the city walls. They roared in despair, "Help me!" A moment later, someone shouted, "Oh no, the zombies have breached the academy." An announcement echoed throughout Star Brilliance Academy. Spaceships from high above vied to land on the tarmac. All teachers and students get on the spaceships quickly. The teachers followed the instructions, organizing the students to board the spaceships. Hurry, hurry! At this moment, Yang Tian suddenly ran over to Luo Li and said, "Oh no, Teacher Luo, student Zhang Xiaowei isn't in the group." Luo Li panicked. "What?" a female student said. "Xiaowei bumped into someone when we were leaving earlier and we haven't seen her since." Luo Li was worried she must be injured. "What should we do?" Just then, someone else shouted, "The gate has been breached." The guards on the academy's perimeter scattered and ran. "All the zombies and evolved beasts have rushed into the campus. Run, run." Luo Li thought for a moment, then instructed, "Yang Tian, you're responsible for getting the students to the spaceship. I'll go find Zhang Xiaowei." Yang Tian was startled. "What, Teacher Luo? The zombies have already broken into the campus." "Teacher Luo, it's very dangerous." Luo Li said to them seriously again, "I am your teacher and I must be responsible for you." At this moment, Director Lin walked over and roared at Luo Li, "Why are you so slow, Luo Li? Get the students from your bottom feeder class onto the spaceship quickly." Luo Li turned around and replied, "Director Lin, there's still a student from our class who hasn't arrived." Director Lin said contemptuously, "Just a good-for-nothing from a bottom feeder class. If she's dead, she's dead." Luo Li said loudly in anger, "Director Lin, what do you mean by that? Aren't the students in our class still students?" Director Lin frowned. "Are you trying to make everyone stay here and wait to die with you? A bottom feeder class should know its place." Yang Tian looked at him angrily. "What's wrong with a bottom feeder class? When you expelled Lin Shu, he was also in a bottom feeder class. Now he's a star at Sanctuary Academy." Director Lin sneered. "So what if he's a star? If he's so capable, let him come out and save you now." At this moment, another wall was knocked down by zombies and evolved beasts. The students panicked. "The zombies are here." The zombies frantically poured in. At this moment, a student suddenly pointed in one direction. "Zhang Xiaowei is over there." Luo Li turned his head and saw Xiaowei slumped in a corner against the wall. Luo Li quickly ran in that direction. "Yang Tian, get the students to the spaceship. I'll bring her over." Yang Tian shouted at Luo Li. At this moment, a zombie was pouncing on Xiaowei. Luo Li arrived swiftly and kicked it away. He pulled Xiaowei and ran. "Let's go." Suddenly, another evolved beast lunged from the side. It tackled Luo Li to the ground. Xiaowei shouted, "Teacher Luo!" He roared, "Don't wait for me, run, run." Xiaowei was stunned. The evolved beast lowered its head and bit Luo Li's shoulder. Yang Tian's face turned pale as he shouted, "Teacher Luo!" Just then, 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix dance arrived in time. The fiery phoenix sent the nearby zombies and evolved beasts flying. Luo Li was stunned. This flame is so strong." Another ice flame slash split a zombie in half. Butterfly dance and mountain suppressing tiger also swept through like the wind. Students of Star Brilliance Academy cheered. "Look, 4 martial artists have arrived. Great, the Federation must have sent high-tier martial artists to support Star Brilliance City. These people are so strong they can even kill 5th-tier zombies. That's not right. I heard the Federation's high-tier martial artists are all in the center of Area E99, besieging the high-tier evolved beasts and the zombie king." Yang Tian saw that Luo Li was saved and breathed a sigh of relief. 4 figures gradually emerged from the smoke and dust. The zombies lay on the ground motionless. Luo Li looked blankly at the people in front of him. Lin Shu spoke first to greet him. "Long time no see, Teacher Luo Li." He was surprised. Lin Shu." Xiaowei helped Luo Li up. He looked at Lin Shu in surprise. Lin Shu." But before the two could exchange more pleasantries, another wave of evolved beasts surged over. Lin Shu stood in front of them. "Teacher Luo, now is not the time to catch up. You and this student should go back to the spaceship first. Wait until we've dealt with these zombies." Luo Li and Xiaowei quickly ran back to the spaceship. He urged Lin Shu, "Be careful, everyone." As soon as Yang Tian saw Luo Li return, he asked, "Teacher Luo, are you all right? Was the leader of those 4 masters really Lin Shu?" Luo Li nodded heavily. "Yes, that master is Lin Shu. He was once your classmate, once my student." Yang Tian jumped up. "Lin Shu, did you hear that? The high-tier martial artist leading us is Lin Shu. Our bottom feeder class is Lin Shu." Everyone became excited. "Lin Shu, is it really Lin Shu? Our class actually has such a talent. So what if we're a bottom feeder class? Bottom feeder class is the best." Only Director Lin's face was grim and he said nothing. On the other side, Lin Shu and the others were fighting the zombies and evolved beasts. Everyone sighed at the difference. The 5th-tier zombies that Star Brilliant City was helpless against were like vegetables being chopped in front of them. They seemed to be all 6th-tier. Their gazes fell on Lin Shu. It's been less than a year since Lin Shu left Star Brilliance Academy, and he's already 6th tier. How on earth did he cultivate? Luo Li stood beside them and shook his head. Not just 6th tier, He pointed at Luo Yu. That cold-faced young lady is a 7th-tier martial artist. The students of the bottom feeder class became excited. My god, 7th tier, the city lord of Star Brilliant City is only 6th tier. Could this cold-faced young lady be Lin Shu's girlfriend? If that's the case, Lin Shu is truly our role model. Luo Li pointed to the other side to show them. He explained, everyone look, although Lin Shu is 6th tier, his combat skills have far surpassed the 6th tier level. Even a 7th tier martial artist might not dare to be careless in front of him. This kind of combat skill can only be honed through countless life and death situations. He paused, then emphasized, so you can't learn his path to growth. After a fierce battle, Lin Shu, Luo Yu and the others dealt with all the zombies and evolved beasts on the Star Brilliance Academy campus. They walked towards the spaceship amidst a chorus of cheers. They're so strong, they've eliminated so many 5th-tier zombies and evolved beasts. We're safe now, right? As soon as they got close, Yang Tian rushed over and hugged him. Long time no see, thank you. If you had come any later, you might not have seen me again. Lin Shu comforted him. Didn't I make it? The students of Star Brilliance Academy's bottom feeder class looked at him with excitement. Lin Shu, you're amazing, you're our idol, thank you. At this moment, Xiao Ruoshui walked up to Yang Tian and scolded him. You heartless brat, isn't your big sister good enough for you? Yang Tian was startled and pointed at her. You really are Sister Ruoshui, how did you end up with Lin Shu? Xiao Ruoshui sidled up to Lin Shu and said, actually I'm also a student at Sanctuary Academy, but now I'm Big Lin's girlfriend. The moment she finished speaking, Luo Yu's sword moved. She said coldly, I dare you to say that again. Xiao Ruoshui chuckled and teased her. Luo Yu is jealous. Yang Tian pushed Lin Shu. Good for you, kid. A beauty on each arm. Lin Shu's mouth twitched. We're just classmates, just classmates. Lin Shu looked up and saw Director Lin standing at the spaceship's entrance. Director Lin, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. I wonder how the Zhang family is doing. I still have a score to settle with them. Director Lin looked up at him. Lin Shu, don't think you can disrespect the Zhang family just because you're 6th tier. If you dare to provoke the Zhang family, are you looking to die? Lin Shu shouldered his black light spear and looked at Director Lin with great interest. Is that so? I came to Star Brilliant City on a mission for the Dean of Sanctuary Academy. If the Zhang family dares to touch me, they can wait to face the wrath of Sanctuary Academy. Director Lin frowned and didn't answer. At this moment, the principal of Star Brilliance Academy quickly walked over. Lin Shu, thank you for your support. What happened before was because the Zhang family was too powerful and the academy didn't dare to directly confront them, so I hope you can forgive us. Lin Shu looked at him with disgust. No need to be so polite. To be honest, your lives are of no use to me. I only saved them for the sake of our past teacher-student and classmate relationship. The principal was a bit embarrassed, but still replied, no matter what, we will always remember Lin Shu's kindness in saving our lives. According to the order of the Star Brilliant City Lord, we must go to White Emperor City for refuge. Does Lin Shu want to go with us? After hearing this, Lin Shu coldly refused. No need, we still have a mission. The moment he finished speaking, the person next to the principal immediately reported in a hurry. Principal, 2 of North Star Academy's spaceships have been destroyed by a giant evolved beast. There are still many students who haven't evacuated. They are requesting our support with a spaceship. Yang Tian suddenly spoke up. North Star Academy, isn't Song Ni at North Star Academy? Lin Shu gritted his teeth. Damn it. The principal glanced at his attitude, then smiled and ordered the person beside him, go support North Star Academy at the fastest speed. The person immediately replied, yes. Lin Shu smiled. Thank you, Principal. We shouldn't delay any longer. Let's go to North Star Academy now. The principal nodded. All right, be careful. When the crisis is over, I must hold a banquet on behalf of the Academy's teachers and students to thank everyone. Over at North Star Academy, the situation seemed even more severe. The city walls had collapsed and evolved beasts had pushed deep into the campus. The students in the academy were in a panic. When will the rescue spaceship arrive? Everyone is rushing to the spaceship. They shouted, don't push, let me go first, I'm a girl. I'll go first, help. A few students looked at each other blankly. By the time that giant monster finds us, we'll all be dead. At this moment, someone suddenly stood at the entrance and said, wait a little longer. The teacher just said a spaceship from Star Brilliance Academy is already on its way. Coincidentally, someone looked up and saw a spaceship flying over. They were overjoyed. Look, it's a spaceship, a spaceship. The students of North Star Academy seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. Great, we're saved, they cheered and leapt for joy. The announcement sounded, comforting everyone. All students, don't push. Line up to board the spaceship. The spaceship slowly descended amidst the cheers. Great, it's a spaceship, a spaceship. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We're saved. Suddenly, someone shouted, oh no! He pointed behind him. That giant monster is coming this way. Everyone once again panicked and started pushing. Let me get on the spaceship. Don't push, everyone, don't panic, maintain formation. At this moment, Huan Hao and his group of bullies walked over. All of you get lost, Huan Hao pointed at the students. You lowlifes get lost. They kicked away the people standing at the spaceship's entrance. Get lost, move aside, what are you looking at? Huan Hao coldly turned and ordered. What are you still standing there for? Close the spaceship doors, Sheba said anxiously. But there are still many people who haven't boarded. Huan Hao immediately slapped him, knocking his face to the side. Sheba, what do I care if these people live or die? My life is worth much more than theirs. Hurry up and close the door for me. Sheba rubbed his head and walked to the door lock. Yes, he raised his hand and grabbed the lever. Just then, Song Ni stepped forward to stop him. Stop. Song Ni looked at Huan Hao and scolded. Ba Huan Hao, are you even human? You're actually thinking of abandoning your teachers and classmates to escape alone? Without another word, Huan Hao raised his hand to hit Song Ni. 100 of you dying isn't worth as much as my life. Get lost. Just as his palm was about to fall, someone suddenly grabbed his hand. Huan Hao turned his head abruptly. Bastard, how dare you meddle in my business? I see you're tired of living. The person was Lin Shu. He looked at Huan Hao and said provocatively, "That's right, I've been tired of living for a long time. If you have the guts, then kill me." Huan Hao trembled slightly, his breathing rapid. He felt an unprecedented pressure. Since when did Star Brilliance Academy have such a strong martial artist? And there were 4 of them. Lin Shu frowned and snorted coldly. The next second he broke Huan Hao's hand without hesitation. Huan Hao trembled as he looked at Lin Shu. You dare? Do you know who my father is?" Lin Shu said dismissively. "I don't care who your father is. Trash doesn't deserve to be on my spaceship." Lin Shu kicked out and Huan Hao was immediately sent flying out of the spaceship. Lin Shu turned around. "Song Ni, long time no see." Song Ni was stunned. Brother Lin Shu?" She threw herself into Lin Shu's arms. "Is it really you? Brother Lin Shu, are you here to save Song Ni?" Song Ni thought she'd never see you again. Luo Yu walked up to Lin Shu's side and asked unpleasantly, "Who is she?" Xiao Ruoshui's face also darkened. She had rushed over and it turned out to be for this beautiful girl. "What's the relationship between you two?" she said. Lin Shu stammered. Don't misunderstand, she's a neighbor I grew up with in Star Brilliant City." Xiao Ruoshui immediately understood and added, "The girl next door, childhood sweethearts, a close friend." Lin Shu held his head and shouted, "Senior sister Xiao, don't add fuel to the fire, you'll get someone killed. That giant monster outside is still on a rampage." Lin Shu quickly ran out. "The monster is here, let's deal with it first." Xiao Ruoshui wanted to stop him. "Don't change the subject." Lin Shu ran off the spaceship. He said to the people around him, "Don't be afraid everyone, we'll deal with the monster. Everyone line up to get on the spaceship. Anyone who deliberately causes trouble will end up like that guy just now." Song Ni shouted anxiously, "Brother Lin Shu, be careful." Song Ni's friends finally came forward and asked her, "Song Ni, is that handsome guy the brother Lin Shu you've been thinking about? Didn't you say he's studying at Sanctuary Academy? How did he end up at North Star Academy? Could he be here to save Song Ni? Who are those 2 powerful-looking older sisters? Song Ni, it looks like you have some competition." They looked outside where Lin Shu and the other 3 were fighting the giant monster together. Those people spoke again. "That monster is at least 5th tier. With such a huge body it could totally take on a 6th tier martial artist. Song Ni, I didn't expect your brother Lin Shu to be so strong." Song Ni was also a little stunned. It had been less than a year since he left Star Brilliant City, and brother Lin Shu was already a 6th tier martial artist. She stared at Lin Shu without blinking. "Brother Lin Shu, Song Ni can never catch up to you. I can only watch you from afar." Lin Shu flew up with his black light spear. He thought he had finally met a worthy opponent, but he didn't expect this fool to be nothing special either. The giant monster was panting heavily, and suddenly it threw its head back and roared. The nearby evolved beasts were immediately startled as if they had received a signal. They swarmed over, rushing towards North Star Academy. Someone standing on a rooftop looked down and immediately shouted, "That monster is summoning the evolved beasts in the city. There are too many of them. Can a few high-tier martial artists handle them?" The students once again fell into a panic. Let's go, this spaceship is full, let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll die here." A crew member immediately entered the cockpit and asked, "Captain, should we take off?" The captain glanced at him. "What did those high-tier martial artists say? Do you dare to take off?" "I'm afraid we'd be shot down as soon as we took off," Lin Shu grinned. "It summoned all the evolved beasts in Star Brilliant City. It can save us a lot of time." Xiao Ruoshui frowned. "But there are so many of them." Lin Shu plunged his black light spear into the ground. "With me here, don't worry." Lin Shu quickly activated his talent and someone exclaimed, "My god, a domain, that kid is a 9th tier martial artist." Lin Shu held the black light spear and swung it at the ground. "Everyone, kill to your heart's content." Ma Baohua looked down at his body. "Is this the effect of the domain? I feel like my strength has increased again." "Lin Shu, how did you do that? Aren't you only 6th tier?" Xiao Ruoshui stood by, covering her mouth and giggling. "He's truly the one I've set my sights on." "Amazing." Everyone stood on high ground, looking down at the situation below. Song Ni's friends came forward and asked her, "Song Ni, isn't he your brother from next door? How could he be a 9th tier martial artist? Could he be an old monster who relied on medicine to regain his youth?" Song Ni turned around and roared at them, "Impossible. He's my brother Lin Shu, not some old monster." A teacher spoke up. "He's so young it's impossible for him to be a 9th tier martial artist. This might just be a rare martial skill." Another person spoke up. "Domain type skills are not only rare but also not easy to cultivate. What kind of monster is this kid?" Suddenly someone shouted, "Look, they're rushing over." Lin Shu shouted, and he and Luo Yu each unleashed 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix in an ice flame slash, sending the few monsters at the forefront flying. Xiao Ruoshui and Ma Baohua also rushed up excitedly and sent them flying. The few people on the rooftop were stunned. So strong, their presence is terrifying. The students watched for a while and panicked. "Is this the killing intent of a high-tier martial artist? I feel like I can barely stand." The sound of fighting was continuous over there. Smoke and dust filled the air and that giant monster also staggered to its feet. It roared a few times then charged straight over. Lin Shu smiled just in time. He leaped up, brandishing the black light spear in his hand, and threw a series of fire forges the starry sky attacks. They fell like a meteor shower. The students on high ground were shaken by the force. What kind of move is that? The flames are so strong I can feel the heat even from this far away. The evolved beasts were scattered by Lin Shu's flames and the giant monster was burned to a crisp. Luo Yu looked up at it. Trying to run, she flexed her wrist and unleashed an ice flame slash. That monster was gone for good. The people on the rooftop saw the full picture and cheered great. The giant beast has been dealt with and the beast tide has been mostly wiped out. We're saved, we're saved. Manhua stepped forward and asked Lin Shu, should we give chase? He shook his head. Just a few small fry, no need to chase them. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot towards the fleeing monsters. The evolved beasts were continuously shot down by laser guns. A group of people in camouflage uniforms ran out from somewhere. Everyone be careful. The beast tide just now rushed here. It seems there was a fierce battle. The giant monster is gone. Jinhai was stunned. This is Li Yi's eyes widened. My god, the evolved beasts have all been wiped out. Even that giant monster. Jinhai looked at the 4 figures in the distance. Could it have been them? Li Yi quickly shouted, say seniors please wait. Lin Shu heard the voice and looked back. Jinhai and Li Yi were dumbfounded. Lin Shu laughed heartily. So it's brother Jinhai and senior Li Yi. What did you guys call me just now? Seniors? I don't dare. Li Yi stepped forward and asked, did you kill all of these? Lin Shu nodded yes. Li Yi asked Lin Shu, you Lin Shu aren't you? You've reached the 6th tier as a martial artist? Lin Shu readily admitted. Yes. Li Yi immediately hugged him. That's great Lin Shu. It seems leaving Star Brilliance Academy back then was the right choice. Jinhai explained to his teammates, everyone, this is the Lin Shu I often mention to you. He's a specially recruited student from Sanctuary Academy. Amazing. Then Jinhai looked at Xiao Ruoshui and Manhua's group. Lin Shu introduced them as his friends from Sanctuary Academy. Jinhai smiled at them and said, a pleasure to meet you. Lin Shu put his arm around Li Yi's neck. He's my close buddy from the Star Brilliant City Alliance Army. He patted Li Yi's shoulder. By the way, how is Captain Qin Jie doing now? Jinhai said, Captain Qin Jie is already a colonel. Lin Shu laughed heartily. He got promoted, that's great. Jinhai added, he's guarding White Emperor City, commanding the Alliance Army of several cities to block the floods, evolved beasts and zombies. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. That's the exclusive spaceship of the Piao family's head in White Emperor City. What are they doing here? The spaceship landed on the roof of the building. The people who got off immediately shouted, where is my young master? Why didn't my young master leave immediately? The principal immediately stepped forward and answered, so it's Butler Jin. North Star Academy's spaceship was destroyed by that giant monster. That's why he couldn't leave. Butler Jin retorted, isn't there another spaceship in the square? The principal explained. That's a spaceship from Star Brilliance Academy supporting us. The teachers and students are currently boarding. When Butler Jin heard this, he immediately said angrily, what, it's so dangerous and you're still concerned about others? Have you forgotten who has been helping North Star Academy all this time? You should have immediately sent the young master to a safe place. At this moment, Huan Hao was helped over by 2 subordinates. He called out to Butler Jin, you're finally here. You must seek justice for me. Butler Jin quickly ran to Huan Hao's side. Young master, your wrist. What happened to your wrist? Seeing his dangling hand, Butler Jin's eyes widened. It was broken. He turned and roared at the people present. Who did this? Get out here. The rooftop became lively because of Butler Jin's appearance. Lin Shu also happened to arrive and heard his question, so he answered nonchalantly, I did it. Lin Shu frowned at Butler Jin. Is there a problem? Butler Jin looked at Lin Shu a little hesitant. His aura is so strong. This is a 6th-tier martial artist. How did my young master provoke a 6th-tier martial artist? Butler Jin cleared his throat and said, this gentleman, I wonder how my young master has offended you. Is there some misunderstanding? Lin Shu pointed at the spaceship over there. I brought that spaceship here. Your young master tried to board it without my permission, and he even wanted to abandon everyone else and escape alone. Hearing the reason, Butler Jin said unconvinced, he just wanted to board the spaceship. There's no need to be so heavy-handed, right? He thought to himself. So these are people from Star Brilliance Academy. Since when did Star Brilliance Academy have such a high-tier martial artist? But since they're from Star Brilliance Academy, no matter how high their rank is, they can't touch our Piao family. Lin Shu sneered, is disregarding the lives of others a small matter? You bastard, do you believe I'll throw him to the zombies right now? Butler Jin said menacingly. Don't think the Piao family is afraid of you just because you're a 6th-tier martial artist. Even the dean of your Star Brilliance Academy has to bow his head when he sees our family head. Lin Shu stroked his chin, amused. This fool thinks I'm from Star Brilliance Academy. That's fine too. I like pretending to be weak to catch a tiger. When they find out we're specially dispatched students from Sanctuary Academy, it'll scare them to death. Xiao Ruoshui asked loudly in the cold. Is the Piao family a big deal in White Emperor City? Manhua's eyes widened. Are you looking to die? Just then, Jinhai also caught up and greeted them. Butler Jin, is it? They helped the Alliance Army eliminate the zombies in Star Brilliant City and are honored guests of the Alliance Army. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Seeing that he couldn't fight a losing battle, Butler Jin had his bodyguards take Huan Hao onto the spaceship. Let's go. Before leaving, Huan Hao turned back and cursed, you bastard, just you wait. Luo Yu finally spoke up, raising her hand and making a throat-slitting gesture. Kill him, don't leave any loose ends. Lin Shu shook his head. Forget it. I can't just kill someone as soon as I get back to Star Brilliant City. Jinhai, listening on the side, his face turned black. These two are actually discussing killing someone in front of everyone. And in Star Brilliant City, Jinhai walked up to persuade Lin Shu. Brother Lin Shu, listen to my advice. Don't provoke the Piao family. They are the #1 family in White Emperor City, and I hear they even have a 7th tier elder guarding them. They're very powerful. Lin Shu was stunned. Is 7th tier that powerful? I've even killed an 8th tier martial artist. Jin Hai quickly went along with him. Yes, brother Lin Shu is the most powerful. After everyone finished chatting, Song Ni ran up and called to Lin Shu, Brother Lin Shu, where are you guys going next? Why don't you come back to White Emperor City with us? Lin Shu smiled and refused the little girl's invitation. Now that Star Brilliant City is safe, we still have a mission from the academy, so we can't go to White Emperor City. Song Ni was a little disappointed. Okay, Lin Shu patted the little girl's head. Don't be sad, once we finish our mission, we'll definitely come to White Emperor City to find you. You have to treat us to a meal then, okay? Song Ni jumped up. Really? That's great. Jin Hai also added, Brother Lin Shu, don't forget your brothers. Come find us for a drink then, we won't go home until we're drunk. Lin Shu nodded and promised them, definitely. At this moment the phone in Song Ni's pocket rang. The little girl took out her phone to answer. As soon as Song Ni said, hello mom, an anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Song Ni, are you still in Star Brilliant City? Come to White Emperor City quickly, something happened to your dad. Song Ni was stunned. What dad? What happened to dad? Her mother said he was beaten badly and is now in the best hospital in White Emperor City. You have to come quickly. Song Ni's voice trembled. Beaten badly? Yes, I'm already on the spaceship. I'll be in White Emperor City soon. Song Ni looked up at Lin Shu. Brother Lin Shu, my dad was beaten badly in White Emperor City and is in the hospital now. Lin Shu was surprised. Are Uncle Yi and Aunt Mei in White Emperor City? Song Ni nodded. Yes, my parents are doing a small business in White Emperor City. Lin Shu immediately took Song Ni's hand and turned to leave. Quick everyone, get on the spaceship. We're going to White Emperor City now. Song Ni said anxiously. Brother Lin Shu, didn't you say you still have a mission from the academy? Lin Shu turned back and explained, Uncle Yi has taken care of me since I was a child. Now that he's in trouble, how can I just stand by and do nothing? I'll definitely find the person who hurt Uncle Yi and make him regret being alive in this world. Everyone followed Lin Shu's order and quickly boarded the spaceship. As the spaceship door was about to close, Lin Shu stood there and bid farewell to the Alliance Army. Brother Jin Hai, Senior Li Yi, I'm leaving first. The two waved at him. Okay, goodbye. The two watched the spaceship fly away and sighed. That unlucky guy hit Lin Shu's friend. He's in big trouble this time. 3 6th tiers and 1 7th tier. White Emperor City is going to be lively. Li Yi looked at Jin Hai. Captain Qin Jie is in White Emperor City right now. We should report what happened here to Captain Qin Jie and ask him to help. Jin Hai nodded. Okay, I'll go report it now. In the best hospital in White Emperor City, Song Ni ran to find Dong Mei. Mom, how's dad? Dong Mei was talking to Dr. Bai, and when she heard the call, she turned around. Song Ni, you're here. She was surprised to see Lin Shu. Little Lin, aren't you away at school? Lin Shu nodded at her. Hello, Auntie Dong Mei. I'm back on a mission from the academy to investigate Star Brilliant City. Song Ni pulled Lin Shu over and explained to Dong Mei, Mom, zombies attacked North Star Academy and the spaceship was destroyed. Many teachers and students were trapped. If Brother Lin Shu hadn't arrived in time, I might not have seen you again. Dong Mei took Lin Shu's hand and said emotionally, Thank you, little Lin. With what happened to Uncle Yi, I can't imagine if anything had happened to Song Ni too. Lin Shu shook his head. Auntie Mei, what happened at North Star Academy is in the past. How is Uncle Yi now? How did he get so badly injured? Dr. Bai, who was standing nearby, heard his question and explained. Mr. Yi has broken bones in his arms and legs and needs surgery as soon as possible. Will you choose regular treatment or recovery fluid treatment? However, the cost of recovery fluid treatment will be very high. Lin Shu picked up his backpack and said to Dr. Bai, Use the best recovery fluid. Money is not an issue. Are these 5th tier variant crystals enough? If not, I still have money. Dr. Bai pushed up his glasses and looked at the large pile of 5th tier variant crystals. My god, so many 5th tier variant crystals, it's enough, definitely enough. Please go to the front desk to pay. I'll arrange the surgery right away. After Dr. Bai left, Song Ni ran over and said, Brother Lin Shu, these are the variant crystals everyone worked so hard to get from killing zombies and evolved beasts. How can you give them to me? Dong Mei also refused. Little Lin, these are too valuable, we can't accept them. Lin Shu smiled at the two of them. I'm an orphan. If it weren't for Uncle Yi and everyone taking care of me, I might not have survived until now. You are my family. He took Dong Mei's hand and walked to the front desk. Auntie Mei, let's go pay. We can't delay any longer. Luo Yu, Sister Xiao, you two stay here with Song Ni and wait for me. At the front desk, Lin Shu took the opportunity to ask for the full story. Auntie Mei, who did Uncle Yi offend? How did he get beaten so badly? Dong Mei lowered her eyes and recounted. This morning he was driving and hit a luxury car. There were 3 people in the car and without a word they beat Uncle Yi up like that. Lin Shu patted her shoulder. Auntie Mei, do you know who beat Uncle Yi? Dong Mei shook her head. Little Lin, don't ask any more. We can't afford to provoke those people. Let's just consider it bad luck. Lin Shu's eyes gleamed. Don't worry, Auntie Mei. Just tell me who he is. If he dares to touch Uncle Yi, not even the gods can save him. Lin Shu and Dong Mei stood silently at the front desk, recalling the morning's events. After a while, she finally said it was the young master of the Piao family in White Emperor City, Piao Wanfu and his men. Lin Shu's face darkened. The Piao family again, they just won't stay out of trouble. Seeing his attitude, Dong Mei quickly tried to stop him. Little Lin, the Piao family is powerful in White Emperor City. Let's just drop it, give up. Lin Shu smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After paying, the two returned to where they were. But Lin Shu stopped. He saw Xiao Ruoshui and Mabahuo arguing with Dr. Bai. Didn't we just agree? Why can't he have the surgery all of a sudden? Yeah, explain yourself. Lin Shu went up and asked, what's going on? Song Ni answered, crying, when they went to pay at the front desk. The doctor got a phone call and then he said the operating rooms were full and they couldn't operate on Dad. Lin Shu flared up. He turned and grabbed Dr. Bai by the collar. I paid and now you're telling me you can't operate? Are you kidding me? The doctor was terrified and quickly said, I'm sorry, we can refund your money. Please go to another hospital. Lin Shu lifted Dr. Bai higher. I'm not going anywhere. You'd better get the patient into surgery or I'll tear this hospital down, Dr. Bai stammered. This is White Emperor City, you can't do this, he shouted. Security, security. A few security guards ran over from a distance. This is the best hospital in White Emperor City. Who dares to cause trouble? Mabahuo and Xiao Ruoshui blocked their path. It's us, is there a problem? The security guards were a bit worried. That aura is 6th tier. How did Dr. Bai offend a high-tier martial artist? Dr. Bai's eyes widened. 6th-tier martial artist. Lin Shu's lips curved into a smile. If I killed you right now, do you think White Emperor City could stop the four of us? He stammered. What's going on? Is someone behind this telling you not to operate? Without another word, Lin Shu immediately unleashed his power, which filled the entire hospital corridor. Tell the truth if you don't want to die, Dr. Bai quickly begged. Don't kill me, I'll talk, he answered, trembling. The vice president called and told me not to operate on the patient. Lin Shu threw him to the ground. Take me to the vice president. Dr. Bai nodded like a pecking chicken. Okay, I'll take you. Just then someone walked up. A few men in blue clothes kicked over several security guards. Out of the way, you dogs, get lost. What are you looking at? They turned to look at Xiao Ruoshui. There's a pretty girl here. You big guy, be good. The bald man in the lead approached Dong Mei. Hey, you're from that old fool Yi's family, right? I didn't expect you to have so much money for surgery. He smiled. That old man hit the young master of the Piao family's car. He has to pay, right? Go to the front desk and get the money back. Lin Shu stepped in front of Dong Mei. Sir, I paid for the surgery with variant crystals. I have some more here. I wonder if it's enough to compensate for young Master Piao's car? Hearing this, the man leaned closer to Lin Shu's backpack. This kid is sensible, so many variant crystals must be enough. However, as soon as he got close, he froze. His face turned pale. These are all 5th-tier variant crystals. They trembled as they looked at Lin Shu. You, how many 5th-tier evolved beasts did you kill? Lin Shu grabbed his wrist. Not many, just all the 5th-tier evolved beasts in Star Brilliant City. The man's eyes widened. All the 5th tier. Without another word, Lin Shu directly broke his wrist. The bald man clutched his deformed wrist in pain. He looked up at Lin Shu. You're a 6th-tier martial artist. Lin Shu still didn't answer and lightly applied pressure to his other arm. The bald man's eyes were bloodshot with pain. My God, the few men who came with him were also scared and backed away. 6th tier. They turned and ran, ignoring the bald man on the ground. Run, why is there a high-tier martial artist here? However, after just a few steps, they saw Xiao Ruoshui and Mabahuo blocking their way. The two of them released some pressure. Where are you gentlemen going? The three men fell to the ground. There's another 6th tier. They're all 6th tier. They all knelt before Lin Shu. I was blind to have offended you. Please spare me, spare me, spare me. Lin Shu looked at them grimly. Uncle Yi's arms and legs were broken. Today I'm going to break yours too, he said coldly to Dr. Bai behind him. Doctor, your operating rooms will probably be working late tonight. The men in blue quickly added, Sir, we're from the Piao family. Please spare us for the sake of the Piao family. Lin Shu snorted coldly. I was just about to settle the score with the Piao family. He charged at them aggressively. I'll take some interest from you guys first. The sound of thump echoed through the hospital corridor. After a while, the four men were all lying on the ground in unique twisted positions. Dr. Bai was trembling, so scared that his nose was running. This. Lin Shu turned and walked towards him. He asked with a smile, Can you take me to the vice president now? Dr. Bai quickly agreed. Okay. In the vice president's office of White Emperor City's best hospital, a group of men in blue also stood guard outside. Young Master Piao was talking to the vice president. No unauthorized personnel. Lin Shu sneered. So there are watchdogs. I came looking for the vice president and got an unexpected bonus. There were 3 people in the office now. Piao Wanfu took a sip of tea and listened to the dean opposite him. Young Master Piao, please rest assured. I've already taken care of it. That guy's surnamed Yi will be out of here soon. He chuckled. He's just asking for it, offending young Master Piao. Wanfu said contemptuously. My men said that Yi's relatives seemed to have paid for his surgery, and it was all in variant crystals. The dean smiled fawningly. Since that guy surnamed Yi damaged young Master Piao's car, these variant crystals should naturally be yours as compensation. The moment he finished speaking, the office door was kicked open. 2 guards fell in like ripe persimmons. The dean stood up abruptly. Who dares to cause trouble here? Lin Shu greeted them nonchalantly. Sorry, these 2 watchdogs wouldn't let me in, so I had to be a bit rough. Wanfu frowned and roared at Lin Shu. How dare you hit my bodyguards? I see you're tired of living, he pointed and commanded. Mr. Li, take care of him. The man called Mr. Li immediately charged up with a kick, unleashing a fierce tiger fist. Lin Shu immediately smelled it. 6th tier 2, but not good enough in front of me. He extended a hand and blocked Mr. Li's punch with a fire claw hand. The 2 forces exploded on contact. Mr. Li held his hand and retreated. He looked at Lin Shu. You're a 6th tier martial artist. Wanfu was stunned. 6th tier. Lin Shu's eyes glinted. Piao Wanfu, right? You dare to touch my Uncle Yi? He rushed towards Wanfu, looking to die. Mr. Li stood in front of Wanfu, quickly extending his hand to stop him. A misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding, sir. For the sake of the Piao family, please show mercy. He blocked Lin Shu's attack and quickly said to Wanfu, young master, go quickly. Wanfu quickly slipped away, leaving Mr. Li to deal with Lin Shu. However, before he could run 2 steps, he was blocked by Luo Yu. She looked at Wanfu coldly. He looked at Luo Yu with a pale face as the tip of the sword approached him. Wanfu remained frozen in fear. Mr. Li spared a glance over. Young master, when he saw the tip of the sword about to touch Wanfu's throat, he quickly abandoned Lin Shu and ran over. Mr. Li pushed Wanfu away in time, taking Luo Yu's sword for him. Both fell to the ground. Mr. Li lay on top of Wanfu. He touched the wound on his chest. This girl's power is no less than that kid's. How does that guy surnamed Yi have such strong relatives? Mr. Li quickly helped Wanfu up and turned to Lin Shu and Luo Yu. It was my young master's fault. We're willing to compensate. He quickly offered 5 million, no 10 million. This attitude successfully angered Lin Shu. He walked up to the two of them grimly. What is being rich a big deal? What is 10 million to me? Today I'm going to let him know what it feels like to have his arms and legs broken. Just then a group of people rushed over. Officer Jin led the way in. Stop, who dares to cause trouble in White Emperor City? The dean immediately pointed at Lin Shu and the others. Officer Jin, it's them. Arrest them quickly. Wanfu also quickly found his backer. Officer Jin, you came just in time. These two want to kill me. Officer Jin said loudly, how dare you fight in my jurisdiction? Arrest them. The few policemen immediately surrounded Lin Shu and Luo Yu. They took out their handcuffs, preparing to arrest the two. Lin Shu frowned. Piao Wanfu injured a civilian and you do nothing, yet you want to arrest us. Luo Yu snorted coldly. Blind fools, kill them all. Officer Jin pointed his gun at them. This is White Emperor City. How dare you openly defy the Federation government? Suddenly a new group of people walked in and shouted, everyone stop. This group of people went up and surrounded Officer Jin and his men. The newcomer was Qin Chang. He lowered his eyes to look at Officer Jin and scolded coldly. Officer Jin, you have a lot of nerve, daring to arrest a soldier with a 1-star medal. Officer Jin turned in surprise to look at Qin Chang. What, a soldier with a 1-star medal? He turned his head in disbelief to look at Lin Shu. Qin Chang continued coldly. Not just a 1-star medal, the 4 of them have also assisted the Federation Army in fighting the zombie swarms in Star Brilliant City. I am applying for a 2-star medal for them. Officer Jin was stunned. Zombies? They eliminated the zombies in Star Brilliant City? The people surrounding Lin Shu and Luo Yu also looked at each other. Officer Jin bowed 90 degrees to them. I'm sorry, I was blind to have offended such distinguished guests. Please forgive me. Qin Chang waved his hand. I'll take it from here. You can all leave. Officer Jin saluted him, then ordered his subordinates to leave together. Understood, withdraw. Officer Jin and his men quickly ran off. Only then did Lin Shu have some time to look around. Where's young Master Piao? He ran off again. Then his gaze inadvertently fell on the dean, who was still present. But there's still someone here. Lin Shu showed a terrifying smile. Seeing Lin Shu walk towards him, the dean was so scared he collapsed on the ground. Mr. Lin, it's all my fault. I'll arrange the treatment right away. Please spare me. Qin Chang looked at him with a cold face. Get lost. The dean groveled and got up. I'm leaving right away. After everyone had left, Qin Chang walked up and patted Lin Shu's shoulder. You, such a freak. You reached the 6th tier in less than a year. Lin Shu smiled at him. Captain Qin is not bad either. You're a colonel now. Qin Chang shushed him. What's the use of being a colonel? It's just an empty title. A martial artist should be like you, strengthening your own abilities. Come, let's talk. He sat on the sofa. The Piao family has a lot of power in White Emperor City. Although you're strong, you have to be careful of their tricks. While the two were talking, Lin Shu was already targeted by a sniper. As the bullet broke through the glass and flew in, Luo Yu shouted in time, Lin Shu, be careful. Lin Shu quickly dodged, leaving a huge bullet hole in the ground. Lin Shu said to Qin Chang, a sniper? Qin Chang gritted his teeth and cursed. Bastard, how dare you cause trouble in my jurisdiction again? Lin Shu hid behind a chair and observed for a while, then said, should be in the building opposite. Qin Chang ordered his subordinates, surround the building opposite immediately. We must find that sniper. His subordinate quickly replied, understood. The next second, Lin Shu rushed towards the window. I want to see who dares to shoot at me. Qin Chang quickly shouted, hey, this is the 8th floor. Lin Shu kicked the glass and rushed out, summoning his pets at the same time. Gungin, Xiaobai, help me stall that bastard. Qin Chang stuck his head out the window and watched Lin Shu fly up the wall like Spider-Man, sighing, although a 6th-tier martial artist can't fly yet, this ability to scale walls is amazing. In the building opposite, a sniper was packing up his things. Damn it, missed, let's retreat first. Suddenly a shadow covered his head. From high above, a large bird and an unknown object were diving down. Gungin directly pounced on the killer's face and bit him. The man yelped in pain and quickly shook his head to get Gungin off. At this moment, Xiaobai also flew over and blew a breath of air. His leg was immediately frozen. The killer muttered, such a strong aura. He pulled Gungin off and threw it away forcefully. Damn beast. Just then, a hand had already reached the railing on the top floor. Lin Shu quickly rushed in, finally caught up. The killer was so scared his tongue almost fell out. This is the 28th floor. How did you climb up? Are you a monkey? Lin Shu held the black light spear and smiled gently at him. I'm not a monkey. I'm here to kill a chicken, he said loudly. Punish evil and promote good. Lin Shu pushed the black light spear forward, unleashing 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix. But before he could unleash the second move, his leg was shot several times. Lin Shu looked up and quickly locked onto the sniper's position in the opposite building. There were even helpers. At that moment a few more people kicked open the rooftop door and rushed in. The killer stared at Lin Shu. He had thought the job was a failure since he hadn't hit him, but he never expected Lin Shu to come to them. Lin Shu looked at them coldly. It seems you were hired to kill him. Now tell me who your employer is and I might let you have a quick death. The men were enraged by Lin Shu's attitude. The killer shouted, "Arrogant, kill him." Lin Shu looked at them and assessed the situation. He hadn't expected these martial artists to all be 5th tier. He swung the black light spear in a circle and unleashed 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix. Just then 2 more bullets shot toward him. Lin Shu quickly sidestepped to dodge, having forgotten about the snipers. Seeing that they had successfully hindered Lin Shu, the 2 snipers smiled smugly. However, they were completely off guard, as Luo Yu had already approached them from behind. It wasn't until Luo Yu made her move that the killer whipped his head around. He managed to agilely dodge the attack, but another one fell. He quickly drew the short knife from his body. The killer stabbed at Luo Yu. Go die. At the same time on the other side, Xiao Ruoshui also arrived in time to support Lin Shu. Big Lin, I'm here to help you. She quickly explained her reason for being there to Lin Shu. Manhua is protecting that little girl's family. He told me to come help you. The leader of the assassination group stood in the distance, assessing Lin Shu's party. He hadn't expected a small hospital to have 3 high-tier martial artists. This job was a huge loss. He frowned, thinking that things couldn't go on like this. The leader shouted, "Assemble!" The few assassins entangled with Lin Shu all stopped. Even the 2 on Luo Yu's side quickly turned and left. Before long they had all assembled, standing behind their leader in formation. He said, "But since we took the job, we can't give up halfway, or we'll dishonor the name of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Group." Xiao Ruoshui frowned slightly. The Fierce Tiger Assassination Group. They really spared no expense hiring these guys to assassinate us. Lin Shu looked at her. You know the Fierce Tiger Assassination Group? Xiao Ruoshui nodded. Although the members of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Group are all 5th tier, they cultivate a joint skill called the Fierce Tiger Formation. The Fierce Tiger Formation can merge the spiritual power of 7 people, greatly increasing their strength. It said they once defeated an 8th tier martial artist. The leader looked at Xiao Ruoshui, surprised that this little girl knew so much. He raised his sword high and swung it, ready to show her what they were capable of. The 7 of them immediately unleashed 7 tigers descending the mountain. Over here, Xiao Ruoshui also used butterfly dance. Luo Yu unleashed ice flame slash, and Lin Shu's 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix, simultaneously countered the Fierce Tiger Assassination Group. A loud bang immediately echoed from the rooftop. The Fierce Tiger Assassination Group took a step back. They blocked it. The leader ordered, "Use that move." His subordinates immediately got into position. "Yes, sir." The leader chanted, "7 tigers." He raised his longsword high as he uttered the final word of the technique. 1. He swung his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy. This blow left even Luo Yu speechless. Lin Shu and Xiao Ruoshui suffered minor injuries. He frowned. I didn't expect a joint skill to be able to unleash such beautiful 8th tier power. Lin Shu gritted his teeth. That was certainly an eye-opener. He stood up and said confidently, "In return, let us show you our joint skill." "No, it's a fusion skill." Luo Yu glanced at Lin Shu. "Shut up." Before long, Lin Shu brought out his Crimson Lotus Fire. Luo Yu followed suit with her Ice Lotus Fire, and the 2 forces of ice and fire merged into one. Xiao Ruoshui quickly moved to the side. These 2 are going crazy again. The leader of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Group was startled. Crimson Lotus Fire, Ice Lotus Fire. His pupils constricted. Just who in the world were these 2? A phoenix formed from the fusion of ice and fire appeared before them. The next second, a tremendous force erupted from the rooftop, shaking the entire area. Qin Chang, standing over at the hospital, was also pushed back by the shockwave. What? He frowned. This is 8th tier power. My god, which 8th tier martial artist has come here to cause trouble after a while? Qin Chang also made his way to the top floor of the opposite building. Lin Shu had his black light spear pressed against the leader's neck and said, "Who sent you to kill me?" The leader looked up at Lin Shu. "It was the Piao family's young master, Piao Wanfu. I'll be waiting for you bastards in hell." As soon as the leader finished speaking, Lin Shu quickly sent him on his way. He muttered in disgust, "The Piao family again." Lin Shu turned to look at the newcomer. Qin Chang looked at him blankly. "Lin Shu, did you cause that huge commotion just now?" Lin Shu nodded. "Yes, it's a joint skill I cultivated with Luo Yu." Qin Chang gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Amazing to be able to unleash such a powerful 8th tier martial artist's skill. After checking the area, Qin Chang's team member reported, "They are members of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Group." He pointed at the leader on the ground. "This is the leader of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Group, an S-class wanted criminal." Qin Chang leaned in for a closer look. What? An S-class wanted criminal dared to enter White Emperor City? Lin Shu was also stunned. A wanted criminal? Qin Chang nodded. There was a flood in Area E99, and it's chaotic. Some criminals have taken the opportunity to sneak into White Emperor City and cause trouble. We've caught quite a few recently. Lin Shu looked at Qin Chang. Before this old man died, he told me that Piao Wanfu of the Piao family hired them to assassinate me. Qin Chang frowned. The Piao family has always been arrogant and domineering in White Emperor City, but I never thought they would dare to collude with an S-class wanted criminal from outside the city. After the matter was resolved, Lin Shu didn't linger. He stood up and bid farewell to Qin Chang. "Captain Qin, I'll leave the rest to you." Qin Chang turned to look at him. "Lin Shu, where are you going?" Lin Shu tilted his head and said, To give them a taste of their own medicine, of course, I'm going to wipe the Piao family from White Emperor City. Qin Chang hurriedly chased after Lin Shu and grabbed him. Lin Shu, don't be impulsive. This is White Emperor City. If you openly kill members of the Piao family, you'll be wanted by the Federation Army. Lin Shu's brow furrowed tightly. The Piao family dared to try and assassinate me to my face. If I leave White Emperor City, who knows what will happen to Uncle Yi's family? I must eliminate this threat for them. Qin Chang was silent. Just then a spaceship flew over. Qin Chang looked up and saw that it was the exclusive spaceship of Sima, the city lord of White Emperor City. The spaceship landed on the top floor. The cabin door opened and a man walked out. He was surprised to see Qin Chang. He stepped forward to greet him. So it's Colonel Qin, my apologies. He pointed at Lin Shu. I am here on the city lord's orders to invite Lin Shu and his friends to the city lord's mansion. Lin Shu looked at Qin Chang. City Lord Sima? Qin Chang was a little worried. It seems the commotion you made just now alarmed the city lord. Qin Chang stood in front of Lin Shu. I'll go with him. However, the man refused. Colonel Qin, the city lord only invited Lin Shu and his friends. Don't worry, the city lord said he just wants to meet the son of an old enemy. Qin Chang stiffly turned to look at Lin Shu. Luo Yu and Xiao Ruoshui were also stunned. The son of an enemy. The man led Lin Shu and his group onto the spaceship. Lin Shu smiled at Qin Chang. Don't worry, Colonel Qin, I'll be right back. He nodded at him. Please notify my teammates over at the hospital. Once everyone was on board, the spaceship took off immediately. Inside the spaceship, Lin Shu asked the butler. I've never met City Lord Sima. How would he know my father? The butler answered respectfully. The City Lord is a martial artist from Star Brilliant City. You're from the same hometown, he recounted proudly. The City Lord is a 7th-tier martial artist and has been in office in White Emperor City for less than 2 years. He came from a humble background and through diligence and hard work earned his position as City Lord on his own merit. Lin Shu frowned and thought. A powerful expert from Star Brilliant City. After a while, Lin Shu and his group arrived at the City Lord's mansion. The butler led them inside. City Lord Lin Shu is here. Hearing this, White Emperor City's Lord Sima immediately turned to look at him. He was very excited. The resemblance, it's uncanny. He patted Lin Shu's shoulder. You look exactly like your father, Lin Yishao. Sima warmly welcomed them. Come, let's sit and talk. Lin Shu sat on the sofa and spoke with Sima. City Lord Sima. Did you know my father? Sima nodded. Your father and I were classmates. When we were teenagers, we studied together at North Star Academy in Star Brilliant City. Later, I left the academy on my own to make my way in the world. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed. As he spoke, his mood grew somber. I never expected that when I returned successful, things would have changed so much. Sima looked at Lin Shu. I received your father's belongings. Lin Shu, you've had a hard life all these years. Lin Shu shook his head and said, I was less than 5 years old when they passed away. He looked at Sima. I don't even remember what my parents looked like. Sima then began to tell him what happened next. After learning what happened to your parents, I've been investigating in secret. Lin Shu was surprised. What did you find out? Sima recounted the information he had. 15 years ago, a few rich young masters were playing a hunting game in Star Brilliant City, he said through gritted teeth. That night, more than 20 people in Star Brilliant City were killed and your parents were among them. A glint of hatred flashed in Lin Shu's eyes. So their deaths weren't an accident. Do you know who those people were? Sima shook his head. I only found out that those people were from Sky City, but I don't know their specific identities. The City Lord of Star Brilliant City at the time was afraid of offending them. And covered the matter up. Lin Shu was burning with rage. Can we find the City Lord from back then? Sima lowered his head. That person, in order to curry favor with Sky City, has already become a citizen there. Just then, Luo Yu, who was sitting beside him, suddenly spoke up. I can find them. Sima looked up at her. And you are, young lady? Luo Yu replied softly. I am from the Luo family of Sky City. Sima's eyes widened. The Luo family from Sky City? He stared at Luo Yu for a moment, then turned back to Lin Shu with a smile. My boy, I didn't expect that not only are you powerful enough to be accepted into Sanctuary Academy, but your connections are also so extensive. If your father knew this in the afterlife, he would be very happy. After speaking, he expressed his anger about the incident Lin Shu had encountered earlier. I already know about the Piao family matter. You don't need to handle it yourself. I will give you a satisfactory resolution. The Piao family has been arrogant and oppressive in White Emperor City and I've wanted to deal with them for a long time. Lin Shu cupped his fists and thanked him. Thank you, City Lord Sima. Sima quickly waved his hand. Don't call me that, it's too formal. Just call me Uncle Sima. Lin Shu obediently smiled and replied. All right, Uncle Sima, could I trouble you to send people to protect Yi Songni and her family? Sima patted his shoulder. Don't worry, the Yi family are your benefactors. I will definitely protect them. 3 days later, Songni came to see Lin Shu off. Brother Lin Shu, my dad is recovering very well, you don't have to worry. Qin Chang also came. He stood behind Sima and said, The members of the Piao family have all been arrested. They won't be causing any more trouble, you can rest assured. Sima then greeted Lin Shu. Aren't you staying for a few more days? Lin Shu smiled and said to him, The investigation mission in Star Brilliant City is complete, and the Academy has notified us to go to the Thunder Domain to investigate a newly appeared spatial rift, so we won't impose any longer. Sima nodded. If it weren't for my duties I would love to go see the Thunder Domain as well. He instructed Lin Shu, it must be very complicated there now, with powerful experts everywhere. You all must be careful. Lin Shu nodded. Don't worry, we will be. Lin Shu turned and walked onto the spaceship. He waved to Sima and the others below. Goodbye everyone. Song Ni said loudly. Goodbye brother Lin Shu, I'll definitely work hard to get into Sanctuary Academy. Sima smiled at him. Have a safe trip. Over in the Thunder Domain the entire sky was shrouded in darkness. A bolt of lightning struck down from high above. Mabahuo shivered. It's over. If I get hit by lightning, I'm definitely going to heaven. Just then another bolt of lightning struck down. Mabahuo shouted, Quick, dodge. Luo Yu suddenly kicked Lin Shu in the butt. Aren't you going to train? Caught off guard, Lin Shu was immediately struck by the lightning that had just come down, making him grimace in pain. Mabahuo was terrified. It's over, that was so ruthless. Xiao Ruoshui smiled and said, It's fine, he cultivates lightning attribute martial skills. The moment Lin Shu was struck by lightning, the system immediately notified him that it had detected powerful external energy, activating the Devour skill and converting it into experience points. Clap. Mabahuo slapped his hands together. I remember now, this guy once electrocuted the Vice Dean's Thunderbirds to death. The entire academy lost power that time. I heard someone damage the power grid. It wasn't him, was it? Xiao Ruoshui held her forehead. You'll have to ask him about that. Lin Shu laughed dryly. Luckily I have experience from stealing electricity last time, so I bought a combat suit that can absorb lightning. I won't have to be embarrassed by torn clothes anymore. Mabahuo, standing nearby, immediately chimed in. So it was really you who caused the blackout last time. Amazing. You even dare to steal power from Sanctuary Academy. Lin Shu grinned foolishly. You caught me. Just then, cries for help suddenly came from the forest. Help! A group of people ran out supporting each other. Help! Behind them an evolved beast was in pursuit. The system reported information to Lin Shu, single-horned thunder rhino. A 7th-tier evolved beast characterized by its enormous size and ferocious strength. Its power doubles when injured. Lin Shu was surprised. A 7th-tier evolved beast, the people in front shouted again. Help me, we know where the spatial rift is. Lin Shu quickly latched onto those words, the spatial rift. He swiftly charged forward to rescue them. Lin Shu plunged his black light spear into the ground for support. Using it as leverage, Lin Shu shot forward. The single-horned rhino took a flying kick from Lin Shu. Afterward, Lin Shu landed lightly in front of it. Over here, Mabahuo also charged up. He activated the skill Rage of the Berserk Ape. Mabahuo sent the single-horned rhino flying into the sky with a single punch. He grinned from ear to ear, took out a 7th-tier beast with one punch. I'm awesome, right? However, the single-horned rhino suddenly lipped up. Xiao Ruoshui shouted at him, Awesome my ass, it's about to use its ultimate move. Quick, dodge. The single-horned rhino's horn shot out a bolt of lightning carrying immense electrical power. Mabahuo calmly ran behind Lin Shu. It's fine, I have a place to hide now. Lin Shu didn't have time to react and could only cry out, Crap! Then he was electrocuted until his whole body went numb. The system notified him that it had detected powerful external energy, activating the Devour skill and converting it into experience points. Lin Shu shouted, Mabahuo, you've got some nerve using a teammate as a shield. Mabahuo laughed dryly. I was just doing it for your own good, letting you take a few more lightning strikes. The few people who had been crying for help were terrified by this scene. They could defeat a 7th-tier evolved beast with a single punch and kick, and they could still jump around after being struck by lightning. What kind of monsters were these people? Luo Yu stepped forward and warned Mabahuo, If you dare use him to block lightning again, you can go die. Mabahuo whispered a complaint to Xiao Ruoshui. Who was it that kicked Lin Shu into the lightning zone just now? Talk about a double standard. The single-horned rhino charged at them. Lin Shu thrust his black light spear at it, unleashing Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. However, this move didn't injure the single-horned rhino at all. Only then did Lin Shu panic. It's over, I can't pierce its armor. Luo Yu, standing nearby, reminded him, Use Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear to focus your attack on a single point. Lin Shu smiled at her and said, Little Yue is still the smart one. Okay. Lin Shu followed Luo Yu's instruction, picked a spot on the single-horned rhino and attacked it with Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Sure enough, the single-horned rhino's armor was instantly pierced. Lin Shu followed up with another thrust, piercing its flesh. It was a success. The single-horned rhino cried out in pain and angrily tried to gore Lin Shu with its horn. Just then, Luo Yu charged up with her sword. Let me. Her gaze was sharp. Luo Yu used Ice Flame Flash to strike the single-horned rhino's weak point. Its eyes rolled back into its head. Then Lin Shu, Mabahuo, and Xiao Ruoshui jointly unleashed 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix, Rage of the Berserk Ape, and Butterfly Dance. The single-horned rhino was beaten with nowhere to hide, and a moment later it collapsed on the ground belly up. The few people who had been crying for help were still in shock, never expecting them to eliminate a 7th-tier evolved beast so easily. At this moment, someone ran up from behind. Captain, where did they go? The man called Captain stepped forward and cursed. You guys actually attracted a thunder rhino and were chased all the way here, you bastards. Then he looked up. Is it true? Is it dead? The captain pointed at the rhino's corpse lying there. Did you kill it? The person who had just been crying for help answered honestly. Not me, these 4 killed it. The captain stared intently at Lin Shu and his group. To be able to kill a 7th-tier evolved beast so easily, it must have been a coincidence. He brazenly walked forward and said, Thank you for your help. But we discovered this thunder rhino first, and someone was injured trying to kill it. So, Lin Shu held the variant crystal in his hand and finished his sentence for him. So this 7th tier variant crystal belongs to you? The captain nodded. Yes, and there are many other valuable materials on the Thunder Rhino. They're all yours, Lin Shu asked nonchalantly. What if I don't give it to you? The captain looked at him with a fake smile. What? Then we'll just have to take it from your corpse. Luo Yu reached out and drew her sword. With a gentle swing she cut the captain. You're asking for it. Xiao Ruoshui also drew her fan and walked up. You've got a lot of nerve trying to steal something from me. Ma Baohuo cracked his knuckles. Watch me break your bones. The three of them flew towards the group, and before long they had beaten them until they were crying and howling. The captain held a knife, looking at them warily. Are these people really this strong? He leapt towards Lin Shu, wanting to capture their leader first. I'll kill you. Lin Shu looked up at him. You think I'm the easiest to bully? He waved his hand and unleashed 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix, the blazing flames roasting the captain to a crisp. He fell to the ground, the sound of his fall shaking the surroundings. A moment later, Luo Yu and the others had dealt with everyone. The blonde man who had initially cried for help backed away step by step. Don't kill us, please spare us. Lin Shu walked up to him and said, Tell me the exact location of the spatial rift and I'll spare you, the man said anxiously. I'm sorry, I don't actually know the exact location of the spatial rift. I was just trying to get you to help. Luo Yu once again drew her sword. Then go die, the man hurriedly pointed at the captain. Don't kill me. Although I don't know the exact location, the captain has a map in his bag. Ma Baohuo walked up and searched the captain's body. Let's see. Soon he found a piece of paper. Found it. Ma Baohuo opened it. Yes, there is a map and it even marks the location of the spatial rift in Thunderclap Valley. Lin Shu walked deeper while looking at the map. The map noted that a certain area was frequently struck by lightning and had a large number of evolved beasts. It must be the spatial rift. Suddenly Luo Yu spoke. Hide! Lin Shu and the other two looked at her blankly, then quickly hid as Luo Yu had instructed. Lin Shu asked what was going on. Luo Yu gestured for them to be quiet and not make a sound. At this moment a group of about a dozen people passed by where they had just been standing. One of them came into Lin Shu's view. He called out, Big brother-in-law. Luo Yu quickly covered Lin Shu's mouth. Shut up. Suddenly the brother-in-law noticed something and the person behind him asked, What's wrong? He said, I think there's someone here. Lin Shu muttered worriedly. We've been discovered. However, the next second an evolved beast suddenly flew in front of the group. The brother-in-law snorted coldly. So it's just a beast that doesn't know its place. He reached out a hand and gently grabbed it. With a slight movement of his wrist, the brother-in-law dispatched the evolved beast. He casually threw it aside. Let's go. They passed by the place where Lin Shu and the others were hiding one by one. Only after they were far away did Lin Shu stick his head out. He asked Luo Yu in confusion, Why didn't you say hello to big brother-in-law? How didn't you greet him? Luo Yu frowned and said, These people are all from Sky City, and they've also trained in the underground world. They're very dangerous. Ma Baohuo said, Plus this 7th tier evolved beast was killed in one move. Luo Yu nodded. That's not surprising. They're all 8th tier and they've all cultivated powerful skills. Xiao Ruoshui asked Luo Yu, Are these people also here for the new spatial rift in Thunderclap Valley? Luo Yu shook her head, saying she wasn't sure. A small spatial rift wouldn't be enough to attract this group. There must be a greater opportunity. If it's in Thunderclap Valley, it must be related to the lightning attribute. She turned to look at Lin Shu, determined to win this opportunity for him. Ma Baohuo pouted. All the good things are for Lin Shu. True love. Xiao Ruoshui told him to shut up. A moment later they went deeper inside. Lin Shu shouted, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. He looked at the scorched evolved beast and smiled confidently. Over 100 5th tier electric ants, gained over 200 million experience points. I'm rich. Ma Baohuo watched Lin Shu's elation speechlessly. This guy always rushes to the front whenever something happens, laughing his head off. Is he addicted? Suddenly they heard a huge roar from the forest. Be careful, there are too many of them. Don't hold back or we'll all die here. Lin Shu and Luo Yu turned to look in the direction of the sound. It seemed like a fierce battle was taking place there. When they got closer to the location, they saw a group of people fighting evolved beasts. The system immediately sent all the information to Lin Shu. Dark Spirit Fruit, a mutated fruit tree that absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Its fruit can enhance a martial artist's power, and only one is needed for each tier. 5th tier Thunder Armor Beast, sharp claws, high defense, skilled in lightning attacks, likes to live in groups near mutated fruit trees. Lin Shu drooled. Dark Spirit Fruit again. Ma Baohuo's eyes also lit up. This is a rare treasure. Over there, someone slashed at the back of a Thunder Armor Beast. However, it was unharmed and he was electrocuted instead, his mind in a daze. The man was chased by the Thunder Armor Beast and immediately ran for his life. Lin Shu sighed. Although they're only 5th tier, the paralyzing effect of lightning is hard to defend against. These people can't take it. Lin Shu quickly shouldered his black light spear and rushed over to deal with these troublesome Thunder Armor Beasts first. Lin Shu rushed into the center of the battlefield, sweeping away a group of Thunder Armor Beasts. He snorted contemptuously. This little bit of electricity isn't even enough to scratch an itch for me. The few people around stared blankly at Lin Shu fighting alone. Who is this person? How is he not paralyzed by the lightning, so strong? After a few exchanges, the Thunder Armor Beasts were enraged by Lin Shu and roared. They charged at Lin Shu in groups. A large-scale electric shock occurred in front of everyone. Those few people were so scared their mouths hung open. It's over. The Thunder Armor Beasts are enraged. With so many Thunder Armor Beasts attacking at once, even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin. Smoke and dust filled the air and they couldn't see the situation clearly. It wasn't until the wind blew the smoke and dust away that they saw the thunder armor beasts were paralyzed and stiff from Lin Shu's electricity. He grinned and the few people were surprised. Lin Shu said proudly, "Let me show you what real lightning is." Lin Shu's halo suddenly lit up and the thunder armor beasts hanging on it were terrified. The next second Lin Shu used his ultimate move, Flash of Lightning, sending all the thunder armor beasts flying. The thunder armor beasts were all stiffened by Lin Shu's electricity. The few people stared blankly at the 360-degree reversal of the situation. It's over so quickly, they're too strong." One of them walked up to Lin Shu. "Thank you for your help." He thought for a moment and added, "Most of the thunder armor beasts were killed by you, so the dark spirit fruit should belong to you." The man asked hesitantly, "But we also want the dark spirit fruit. I wonder if you would be willing to sell it." Lin Shu silently sized up the man in front of him. A moment later he walked up and patted his shoulder. "Brother, you're too polite. Eating more dark spirit fruit is useless. We only need 4. You can split the rest among yourselves." The man was overjoyed. Really, thank you so much." Lin Shu told him to go ahead. "I've never eaten a dark spirit fruit before. I wonder what it tastes like." Suddenly someone shouted loudly, startling Lin Shu and the man. "Stop, you dare touch what belongs to young Master Bai." A group of people in black clothes walked over from behind. The man said to Lin Shu, "They're from the Purple Lightning Sect." Young Master Bai spoke. "Since you know we're from the Purple Lightning Sect, why haven't you scrammed yet?" A few people around shouted and scolded him. "When did Thunderclap Valley become the private property of the Purple Lightning Sect? You didn't even kill a single thunder armor beast and now you suddenly show up to snatch the spoils." Young Master Bai looked at them contemptuously. "Purple Lightning Sect, I'm one of the top sects in Thunderclap Valley. Are you small fries something you can afford to provoke? I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, you'll all stay here." 1. At this moment a sword light swept past. A bloody gash immediately appeared on young Master Bai's neck. He clutched his neck tightly. Luo Yu said coldly, "What's the point of wasting words on this kind of person? Just kill him." Young Master Bai was furious and immediately ordered his subordinates to attack. "You dare to touch me? Leave the 2 women alive, kill the rest." The people from the Purple Lightning Sect quickly rushed forward. Kill them all." They surrounded Lin Shu's group of 4. Lin Shu smiled and said, "Trying to plot against me again? You're really tired of living." Young Master Bai frowned and looked at him. "You want to die? I'll grant your wish." Another person walked up and asked the man who had been talking to Lin Shu earlier, "Brother, are we leaving or not?" The man frowned and stared intently at young Master Bai. "The Purple Lightning Sect is too overbearing." He ordered his subordinates to deal with him. Young Master Bai leapt up, wanting to give Lin Shu a purple lightning slash. Lin Shu easily blocked the move. Young Master Bai laughed loudly and cursed Lin Shu. "Idiot, you dare to use a metal weapon against a Purple Lightning Sect skill." Lin Shu looked at him. "Is that all you've got and you dare say you play with lightning?" He gently used a backhand strike with lightning. Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Lin Shu said, "Let me show you my lightning." Young Master Bai was shocked by Lin Shu's move. You can use lightning attribute skills too." At this moment a few more bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Young Master Bai retreated in fear. "Didn't they say the deeper you go into Thunderclap Valley, the less lightning there is in the sky?" He looked up at the sky. Could it be because he and I keep using lightning skills that it attracted the lightning? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting a tree behind them. Lin Shu tilted his head and laughed mockingly. "Why so ugly? Isn't this the Purple Lightning Sect's territory?" Another bolt of lightning struck down, and young Master Bai was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. "It's over." He turned to run, but Lin Shu grabbed his clothes and pulled him back. "Don't run, this stuff is great." Young Master Bai cursed Lin Shu. "Let go, damn it." A terrifying bolt of lightning struck the 2 of them directly. He was electrocuted until his whole body was numb and his laughter could be heard through the 9 heavens. While young Master Bai was electrocuted, his face contorted. The man called out to Lin Shu worriedly, "Brother." The people from the Purple Lightning Sect were also terrified. "Young Master." A moment later the lightning stopped and Lin Shu appeared behind the smoke and dust. It was only then that someone saw young Master Bai's terrified expression. "It's over. Was he electrocuted to death?" Lin Shu looked at the person in his hand and sneered, "Purple Lightning Sect, how will you compensate me?" The people from the Purple Lightning Sect saw young Master Bai in Lin Shu's hands and shouted, "Young Master Bai, you threatened Lin Shu. You killed young Master Bai. The master of the Purple Lightning Sect will definitely tear you to pieces." Lin Shu looked at them like they were idiots. "He caused so much trouble and was struck dead by lightning. What does that have to do with me?" The person talking to Lin Shu took the opportunity to shout, "Kill them, leave none alive." The 2 sides rushed at each other frantically. After a fierce battle, the person walked up to Lin Shu and said, "Brother Lin Shu, we've confirmed no one escaped." Lin Shu smiled at him and said, "I'm really sorry, I've involved everyone." The person looked at his brothers behind him. "It's fine, the Purple Lightning Sect has been acting tyrannical near Thunderclap Valley for so many years. I've long been unhappy with them. I was planning to take my brothers and leave this place after this job." Lin Shu said to him, "You don't need to share the benefits from these martial artists with us. Give them to your brothers." Everyone cheered happily. The man said to Lin Shu sincerely, "Thank you." Lin Shu urged them, "It's not safe to stay here for long. Let's pick the dark spirit fruit and leave." The man nodded. "Okay, we'll deal with the body so it's convenient to leave." The 2 sides parted ways here for now. "Take care, goodbye." Lin Shu's group also tried the dark spirit fruit. He sighed, "A dark spirit fruit is really good. I feel my strength has increased a lot." Lin Shu looked at Xiao Ruoshui. "Everyone eat up and meditate and regulate your breathing. Luo Yu and I will stand guard for you." Before Xiao Ruoshui could answer, Manhua suddenly turned around. Behind him was a group of 5th-tier mutated creatures, thunder armor beetles flying towards them. Characterized by fast flight and the ability to release large currents, Manhua waved his hand to swat them away. Careful, however, he was accidentally electrocuted, his face contorting. Lin Shu walked up to deal with him. These are mutated creatures, thunder armor beetles. They looked up at the sky. So many mutated creatures, Xiao Ruoshui frowned. They must have escaped from the spatial rift. Lin Shu turned and chased after them. The direction these thunder armor beetles are flying is definitely the spatial rift. Let's go take a look. In another corner of Thunderclap Valley, a huge spatial rift was opening. Bai Quan spoke. 10,000 purple lightning sect. I must obtain the Thunder Lotus Fire. Elder Wan stood by and replied, Bai Quan, if you want to get the Thunder Lotus Fire, you'll have to get through me first. As soon as the leader finished speaking, the two sides shouted and charged at each other again. Lin Shu's group hid on the side observing the situation. Luo Yu said, the Thunder Lotus Fire has really appeared. Lin Shu nodded. The two sides are fighting over the Thunder Lotus Fire. Xiao Ruoshui frowned. It's the purple lightning sect again. Luo Yu looked around. The Thunder Lotus Fire must be near the spatial rift. The four of them searched carefully. When they got close to the spatial rift, they finally saw a yellow flower lying below. Lin Shu's eyes lit up. Look, is that the Thunder Lotus Fire? Luo Yu nodded. Yes, she said to Lin Shu. These two are at the peak of the 7th tier. We can't beat them. We have to wait for an opportunity. At this moment, an alien creature appeared in the spatial rift. It quickly grabbed a person and attacked. Bai Quan was startled. Another 8th tier. He proposed to Elder Wan. Elder Wan, we must join forces to deal with this 8th tier beast. Bai Quan added. How about we eliminate this beast first and then decide the winner? What do you think? Elder Wan also quickly agreed. All right, Lin Shu quickly rushed up. Good chance, I'll go get that thing. There's lightning over there, everyone stay away. Lin Shu approached the Thunder Lotus Fire like lightning. He stared at it intently. This kind of composite power seems to require a special item to obtain. I wonder if I can just take it with my bare hands. Lin Shu stood there hesitating for a moment. And suddenly someone below turned to look at the Thunder Lotus Fire. He happened to see Lin Shu and shouted, It's over, someone is stealing the Thunder Lotus Fire. Bai Quan turned his head abruptly. Really? Lin Shu gritted his teeth. Damn it, I've been discovered, I'll risk it. Bai Quan watched Lin Shu pick the Thunder Lotus Fire with his bare hands and laughed mockingly. Idiot, picking the Thunder Lotus Fire with your bare hands, just wait to be electrocuted to a crisp. However, in the next second, Lin Shu had already shouldered his spear and run off. Let's go. Elder Wan and Bai Quan looked at each other. Damn it, he's actually fine, Bai Quan ordered. After him, Elder Wan also said, Don't let that kid get away. However, the alien creature pounced again. Bai Quan and Elder Wan were cornered by it. Damn beast, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Shu quickly ran to Luo Yu and the others. The four of them ran headlong to another part of Thunderclap Valley. Luo Yu pointed in one direction and said, There's someone ahead. Lin Shu frowned. Have those two old guys caught up? Any more electricity and I'll be fried. Luo Yu shook her head. No, it's the people from Sky City. Lin Shu said again. That's fine, big brother-in-law is here. Suddenly, Luo Yu said to him, Use the Thunder Lotus Fire. Lin Shu was stunned. Use it, someone will die. Luo Yu directly kicked the Thunder Lotus Fire into his mouth. Use it when I tell you to. Lin Shu choked on the Thunder Lotus Fire. Little Yue, are you trying to murder your husband? Lin Shu's cheeks were puffed up. He was about to fall asleep from choking. Suddenly another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The internal and external forces combined and Lin Shu screamed in pain. System notification. Powerful external energy detected. Activating Devour skill. Converting to experience points. Manhua stood not far away and complained to Xiao Ruoshui. Is this the legendary love-hate relationship? Xiao Ruoshui said with disgust. Shut up. At this moment, big brother-in-law suddenly spoke up. I sense the aura of the Thunder Lotus Fire. They walked over and saw Lin Shu screaming. One of them shouted. The Thunder Lotus Fire was swallowed by him. Big brother-in-law was stunned. How is that possible? He quickly rushed at Lin Shu. Kill him. There's still time to take out the Thunder Lotus Fire. Xiao Ruoshui and Manhua turned their heads warily. Luo Yu also sensed someone pouncing over and flew to block big brother-in-law. You dare! Suddenly, one of them shouted. Stop! Big brother-in-law turned his head. Luo Hoatian, are you trying to stop me? Hoatian said coldly. Are you blind? Don't you recognize my sister? Big brother-in-law looked back in confusion. Luo Yu, after getting a clear look, he said in surprise. It really is Luo Yu. Big brother-in-law flicked his hand and turned to leave. Fine, do as you please. Luo Yu remained silent. Hoatian walked up and spoke to her. Luo Yu, we meet again. Luo Yu, Dad wants me to take you back. Luo Yu coldly refused. I'm not going back. Hoatian continued. That kid from the Yu family told Dad everything about you and Lin Shu and even took the initiative to break off the engagement. Dad is very angry and wants me to capture you and bring you back. Luo Yu gritted her teeth and said, That bastard you much and I will definitely kill him. Luo Yu turned to look at Lin Shu. After he's done absorbing the Thunder Lotus Fire, I'll go back with you. Hoatian reached up and smoothed his hair. Luo Yu, I know you like this kid and want to protect him, to let him grow up quickly, but you can't protect him for his whole life. Besides, as a man, he shouldn't be protected by a girl. Luo Yu's gaze was still fixed on Lin Shu behind her. One last time. After he's done absorbing it, I'll go. A glint flashed in Hoatian's eyes. He was gradually losing his patience. Dad has already given the order. If you don't go, he'll kill Lin Shu. Luo Yu, if you're disobedient, don't blame me for being ruthless. Luo Yu held her sword and looked at Huaishan. You dare. At this moment, Lin Shu spoke again. Luo Yu, go with him, go on, don't worry about me. I know you're very good to me, and I don't want you to go either, but I can't always hide behind my girlfriend and have her protect me all the time. Luo Yu looked at Lin Shu silently, then listened to him continue. I will rely on my own strength to enter Sky City and come to you, please believe me. We'll see each other again soon. Luo Yu was silent for a long time, then she reached up and took something off her neck. Luo Yu walked up and handed it to Lin Shu. Lin Shu looked up at Luo Yu's departing figure. Luo Yu, don't worry. In less than a year I will enter Sky City and stand before you, I swear. Xiao Ruoshui had been watching from the side, and only then did she speak up. A pair of star-crossed lovers, sister, will fill your heart and comfort you. Ma Baohuo interrupted her high spirits in a low voice. Sister Ruoshui, those people will be here soon. We should find a safe place for Lin Shu to absorb the Thunder Lotus fire. Xiao Ruoshui nodded. Before I came here, I noticed a very hidden cave up ahead. Let's go there. A day passed and Lin Shu and the others were still hiding in the cave. Ma Baohuo asked Xiao Ruoshui, Sister Ruoshui, it's been a day. Is Lin Shu okay? Xiao Ruoshui sighed. The lightning element in the Thunder Lotus fire is both violent and fierce. It won't be absorbed so quickly. Just then a commotion was suddenly heard from outside, reporting to the sect master. The detector senses a very strong lightning attribute power in this cave. What are you waiting for? Go in and take a look. Yes, Xiao Ruoshui cursed. Damn it, it's been a day and these people still won't give up. Ma Baohuo frowned. They're even using a detector. Shameless, let's hide in the deepest part. The three of them entered the depths of the cave and came to a lake, the water surface shimmering with a dazzling emerald green light. Ma Baohuo's mouth dropped open. I didn't expect there to be another cave below. Xiao Ruoshui looked at them. Everyone be careful, this cave doesn't look very safe. Bai Quan and Elder Wan had also entered. They looked at the deep pit in front of them. There's another cave below, everyone be careful, look at that skeleton. It seems there's a powerful evolved beast here. Ma Baohuo hid in a crack in the rock and said worriedly, They caught up so fast, they're really persistent. Xiao Ruoshui whispered. I have a detector, we can't hide. Ma Baohuo gritted his teeth. Damn it, then let's rush up and fight them. Xiao Ruoshui shook her head. They have 2 7th tier, rushing up is just sending ourselves to our deaths. She turned to look at Lin Shu and asked, Lin Shu, when are you going to finish absorbing? Lin Shu looked at the progress, which was already at 80, and replied, I'm not sure either, it should be soon. He said to them, Has everyone sensed the lightning attribute aura below the abyss? Xiao Ruoshui turned to look at the lake below. Is there something in the water? Lin Shu nodded. Although it has deliberately hidden its aura, I can feel a very strong lightning attribute evolved beast at the bottom of the abyss. Ma Baohuo was confused. Why would it hide its aura? Xiao Ruoshui frowned. Is it because we've entered its territory so it's preparing to attack? At this moment, the people from the Purple Lightning sect had finished their reconnaissance and returned to report to Bai Quan, reporting, We've discovered lightning elements at the bottom of the abyss. Bai Quan cursed. Idiot, hiding in a deep pool again. Elder Wan laughed loudly. This time we can catch them in a trap. Lin Shu stood behind Ma Baohuo and Xiao Ruoshui and said, Those guys have also discovered the thing at the bottom of the deep pool. Ma Baohuo looked at the thing in his hand in surprise and asked, Thunder Lotus fire, haven't you already absorbed most of it? Lin Shu smiled and replied, This is a low-quality product I made by releasing the energy of the Thunder Lotus fire in my body. Xiao Ruoshui was puzzled. What are you trying to do? Lin Shu grinned. Since it's a lightning-type evolved beast, it won't be able to resist this Thunder Lotus fire. He looked at the deep pool below. Let me stir up this pool of water. Lin Shu quickly jumped down. He quietly came to the side of the lake. Come to Papa. A pair of eyes appeared in the deep pool. It was an 8th tier evolved beast, a lightning poison python, characterized by having both deadly poison and lightning dual attributes and being extremely ferocious. Ma Baohuo's face turned pale. Damn it, such a big snake, Xiao Ruoshui analyzed. This aura is at the peak of the 8th tier. Lin Shu waved the fake Thunder Lotus fire in front of it. Little snake, look what I have in my hand. The snake went straight for Lin Shu. He turned and ran. Come, Lin Shu said loudly to Ma Baohuo and Xiao Ruoshui. You two hide, I'll lead this snake over. Ma Baohuo was speechless. This guy is really crazy. Xiao Ruoshui muttered to herself, so desperate. The reason Lin Shu's power can grow so fast is because he's crazy. Lin Shu ran quickly, kicking up a cloud of smoke and dust. Bai Quan turned to look. What's going on over there? It looks like a fight. Lin Shu was running towards Bai Quan and the others. Old man Wan, what do I see? The Thunder Lotus fire. Elder Wan laughed loudly. Does this kid know he can't escape, so he's actively bringing the Thunder Lotus fire to our door? Lin Shu ran and shouted, Hello everyone, I've brought my little snake. Only then were Bai Quan and Elder Wan shocked. Damn it, an 8th tier evolved beast. The snake opened its mouth and shot out a ball of spiritual power which hurtled straight ahead. With a loud bang it smashed into the ground. A few people from the Purple Lightning sect were shaken and grimaced. Bai Quan panted. This bastard actually deliberately led the giant python to us. The snake once again pounced at the crowd. Luo Yu used flash step to quickly dodge. The giant python didn't bite Lin Shu but grabbed another person. It tilted its head back and swallowed him. After eating it stuck out its tongue and looked at them. Bai Quan cursed loudly. How despicable. He turned to look at Elder Wan. Old man Wan, we too will tie up that snake. My people and your subordinates will surround that kid. Whoever gets the Thunder Lotus fire first gets to keep it. Elder Wan nodded. All right, it's decided. Bai Quan ordered loudly. Old man Wan and I will tie up that snake. Everyone kill that kid for me. Elder Wan and the disciples of the Purple Lightning sect all replied in unison, yes, yes. They ran to chase Lin Shu without hesitation. The people of Elder Wan and Bai Quan shouted, kill him, take the Thunder Lotus Fire. Xiao Ruoshui and Ma Baohuo also joined the battle to deal with their opponents. Big Lin will help you, get the hell out of my way. Xiao Ruoshui said to Lin Shu, you continue to absorb, we'll hold them off for you. Lin Shu looked at the system notification that showed 95 completion and nodded. Alright, just a little more. Xiao Ruoshui suddenly said, Ma Baohuo, let's have a good fight. Ma Baohuo nodded. Alright. On the other side, Bai Quan and Elder Wan's men were in chaos. They saw the python open its mouth and shouted, be careful, this beast is about to fire a scare shot. Bai Quan raised his hands. I'm of the same attribute, let me stop it. You attack from the side. However, in the next second the python spat out some kind of emerald green liquid. Elder Wan was stunned. Wasn't it a lightning ball? The layer of poison went straight for Bai Quan's protective shield. It quickly corroded the shield. A few drops fell on Elder Wan's hand and the bones were immediately exposed. Bai Quan's eyes widened. It's poison. The python seemed to have had some kind of mechanism triggered and it kept spitting poison. Elder Wan and Bai Quan quickly dodged. Quick, get out of the way, it's poisonous. A few disciples below didn't have time to escape and were immediately hit. They shouted in despair, help, it hurts so much. Xiao Ruoshui frowned. The poison is too strong. At this moment the system also sent Lin Shu the latest notification. Power absorption complete, followed by Lin Shu receiving 2 or 3 more notifications. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up, current level 33. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up, current level 34. At the same time, Lin Shu also received his latest information panel. Host Lin Shu, level 34, strength 700, physique 330 increased to 397, speed 220, comprehensive combat power increased from 7,500 to 798. 5th tier martial artist title 30 chance to reduce damage by 50 when attack not replaced. 6th tier martial artist title, skills. Analytical Eye, Rage, Camouflage, Devour, Clone. Lin Shu stood up and stretched his body. I leveled up twice in a row. The Thunder Lotus Fire is still amazing. After adding some potential to my physique, my combat power is close to 8,000. One more level and I'll be a 7th tier martial artist. Lin Shu raised his hand and said confidently, let me end this battle. The surviving members of the Purple Lightning sect's eyes immediately lit up as they looked at the thing in Lin Shu's hand. This Thunder Lotus Fire seems a little bigger. Idiot, you didn't even absorb the real body of the Thunder Lotus Fire. They quickly ran towards Lin Shu. Brothers, get him. Even the python that was attacking Elder Wan sniffed something. It turned its head to look in another direction, and in the next second it flew over quickly. Elder Wan muttered to himself. What the hell is that bastard up to? Bai Quan also looked at Lin Shu. No matter what, we can't let that giant python swallow the Thunder Lotus Fire. Lin Shu held ice and fire in his hands and said to Ma Baohuo and Xiao Ruoshui, Sister Xiao, Brother Ma, you two get away. The farther the better. Xiao Ruoshui looked at Lin Shu. Big Lin, you're not trying to use that perverted move again, are you? Lin Shu fused the 2 things in his hand. He replied to Xiao Ruoshui, I've already successfully fused the 2 flames. Now even without Luoyu, I can perform the fusion skill myself. Ma Baohuo asked Xiao Ruoshui blankly, Sister Ruoshui, Lin Shu wants to. Xiao Ruoshui didn't let him continue and pulled him away. Don't ask, just run. Lin Shu laughed wildly. Come on, don't you want composite energy? His voice echoed in the cave. I still have a red lotus fire. Elder Wan's eyes widened as he watched Lin Shu fuse the 2 flames in his hand. What kind of damn luck did this kid have? He actually has 2 composite powers. Bai Quan shook his head. No, the aura from those 2 composite energies is too terrifying. Lin Shu chuckled at them. This move is called. He suddenly clapped his hands together. Lin Shu completely released his energy with Sky Thunder igniting Earth Fire. Bai Quan was stunned. What? In the next second the lake water immediately rose. The rocks above also rumbled and fell. Ma Baohuo was completely confused. Crap, what kind of move is this? It's too perverted. After Lin Shu bombed the cave, only smoke and dust remained. Evolved beasts and humans lay scattered on the ground. The python's eyes were glazed over and it struggled to turn and flee. Lin Shu was surprised. This beast is still alive? The python fell into the water with a plop. Lin Shu quickly chased after it. The 8th tier crystal is getting away. Sister Xiao, Brother Ma, I'll leave this to you. Xiao Ruoshui shouted at Lin Shu. Big Lin, be careful. Lin Shu didn't have time to respond and rushed straight into the deep pool. Lin Shu fell into the lake and swam deeper, following the trail of blood. Lin Shu frowned. Why do I feel a burning sensation swimming in this deep lake? He looked at the blood floating in the water. Could this giant python's blood be poisonous? Lin Shu held the black light and swam deeper with difficulty. I must end this quickly. Lin Shu quickly caught up to the python. He shouted, where are you running? Lin Shu used a black light move and stabbed straight into the python's vital point. The python's eyes immediately rolled back and it showed no signs of life, its blood flowing out and mixing with the water. Lin Shu trembled with pain. It hurt so much. He approached the python. Quick, get the crystal, then get out of here. Lin Shu quickly got the 8th tier crystal, but the system suddenly sent another notification. External power detected, activating Devour skill. 5 in progress. Lin Shu looked at the text that was converting to experience points in surprise. He thought to himself, the The system also said this poison is an undetermined power, and it started to absorb, so Lin Shu continued to soak in the water, and the progress had already reached 35. Since that's the case, he would absorb this poison first. At this moment on the lake surface, Ma Baohuo and Xiao Ruoshui were anxiously waiting for Lin Shu. The giant python is dead. Why isn't Lin Shu back yet? Xiao Ruoshui shouted. Big Lin, we've collected all the valuable things. Let's go. At this time the system had also absorbed 100. Lin Shu was swimming up. The python's blood was indeed a good thing, although it was absorbed quickly. He felt his whole body had been tempered. Lin Shu surfaced and only then replied to Xiao Ruoshui, I'm coming. The three of them quickly left this place. This cave is too big, it's better for us to go back the way we came. Ma Baohuo complained. The python's corpse is definitely a good thing, but unfortunately it's too big for us to take. In Thunderclap Valley, several arrows flew from nowhere and attacked them. Lin Shu's eyes widened and he quickly reacted to dodge. He reached out and pushed Xiao Ruoshui beside him. Be careful. There's an ambush. An arrow pierced Lin Shu's left shoulder. After pulling it out he shouted, Who is it? Get the hell out here. The person in the darkness shot several more arrows. Fool, you've been hit by my poison arrow. You only have a few seconds to live. Lin Shu sneered. This little bit of poison is useless against me. Lin Shu unleashed 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Phoenix danced toward that direction. Since you won't come out, I'll force you out. Lin Shu's fire phoenix flew into the forest. With a loud boom, Lin Shu's flames instantly lit up the sky. Screams rang out. It's over. How can the flames be so strong? My hair's on fire. They quickly fled. Xiao Ruoshui grinned. Ma Baohuo couldn't wait either. The two of them used Rage of the Berserk Ape and Butterfly Dance to deal with those people. Lin Shu looked at them. Is that all? Are they all hiding in the shadows? Just then, Ma Baohuo pointed at their clothes. Look, there's a symbol on their clothes. Lin Shu was puzzled. A lightning symbol. Could they be from the Purple Lightning sect we dealt with last time? Xiao Ruoshui shook her head. The Purple Lightning sect's clothes are different from theirs. Ma Baohuo thought for a moment. I've seen this symbol at the entrance of Thunderclap Valley before. They seem to be from the Thunder Knights. Lin Shu praised after hearing it. What a cool name. He went forward and opened their two bags. There were many good things in the bags, including Alliance credit cards. Xiao Ruoshui clicked her tongue. It seems the Thunder Knights are no good either, just a bunch of robbers. Lin Shu held a pile of variant crystals in his hand and laughed happily. Next time we run into the Thunder Knights, show no mercy, kill them all. Are these guys rich kids? Suddenly, screams and the sound of a chase came from the forest again. Trying to run, not so easy. Hand over the 8th tier variant crystal. Ling Lingfa, you take Guo Ling and go first, I'll hold them off. No. We'll go together. Lin Shu signaled Xiao Ruoshui and Ma Baohuo to be quiet. Someone's coming. Xiao Ruoshui frowned. Could that voice be? As soon as Xiao Ruoshui saw 3 people running out of the forest, she shouted, Ling Lingfa, Guo Tansen, Guo Ling. Lin Shu's eyes widened. Crap, is it really them? At this moment, Guo Ling also saw everyone. She shouted, Senior Sister Xiao, Lin Shu, Ma Baohuo. Xiao Ruoshui looked at them. What are you guys doing here? Guo Ling replied. We took a mission from the academy to collect things in Thunderclap Valley. Ma Baohuo asked Tansen, Don't you know Thunderclap Valley is very dangerous right now? Tansen explained. We didn't know a spatial rift had appeared in Thunderclap Valley when we took the mission. Just then the people chasing them also caught up. They laughed loudly. You have companions? That's perfect. Hand over all the bags on you. Then one of them saw the 2 corpses on the ground and shouted, That's Goblin and Leviathan. He stared at Lin Shu. Did you 2 kill them? Lin Shu readily admitted. Yes, do you need me to send you on your way? The man from the Thunder Knight's lips curved into a cold smile. How arrogant, he ordered loudly. Brothers, charge. Avenge Goblin and Leviathan. The members of the Thunder Knights immediately drew their arrows and fired continuously. Their poison arrows flew through the air. Lin Shu quickly activated his halo. Everyone be careful, the arrows are poisonous. Countless arrows rained down. In the next second they were stiffened by Lin Shu's electric current. Lin Shu's lips curved into a smile. Is this the upgraded halo after absorbing the Thunder Lotus fire? It's awesome. The people from the Thunder Knights were stunned. How could this be? The commander ordered. Shoot, keep shooting, pierce his defense. Just like that, each person had a bow and arrow. The Thunder Knights kept attacking Lin Shu and his group. He smiled at them and said it would be rude not to return the favor. Lin Shu swung the black light in his hand, activating Flash of Lightning, returning it to you. The poison arrows were deflected back, knocking down many members of the Thunder Knights. Some people jumped to dodge them. It's over. What kind of move is this? Quick dodge. Lin Shu sneered. Let me see what you rich kids can do. Lin Shu activated his talent domain again. Tansen stood in the domain and laughed loudly. This is the feeling. I can take on 10 of them, Ma Baohuo said with a smile. This is a domain. Guo Ling also felt much better. I feel my strength has increased dramatically. Ma Baohuo was the first to charge up. How dare you offend Sanctuary Academy? Brothers, kill. As soon as a few members of the Thunder Knights saw the talent domain, their faces changed. In a domain, his pupils suddenly constricted. That kid is... Lin Shu didn't give him time to think. Soon he used Flash Step to approach those people. The man from the Thunder Knights shouted, we're from the Thunder Knights, you can't kill us. But Lin Shu had already plunged the black light directly into his chest. Lin Shu looked down and said lightly, So it's you who killed members of the Thunder Knights. Lin Shu snorted coldly. It's settled, a bunch of paper tigers. Only then did Lin Shu call out to everyone. Quick, don't just stand there, hurry up and see what good stuff they have in their bags. After a round of searching, a pile of variant crystals was poured onto the ground. Lin Shu's eyes lit up. They really are rich kids, so many good things. Ma Baohuo, everyone, don't be shy, take whatever you want. Lin Shu suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and asked Tansen, By the way, what exactly is your mission here? Tansen explained. The mission is to collect 10 6-tier or above lightning attribute variant crystals. Lingfa said with a smile. We had only collected 3, but now the mission is complete. Guo Ling nodded. Yes, thank you to the Thunder Knights for the gift of variant crystals. Xiao Ruoshui glanced at them. I heard the Thunder Knights mention something about an 8th-tier variant crystal just now. Guo Ling nodded. Yes, we found it. Isn't that great? Lin Shu was incredulous. Since when did 8th-tier variant crystals become so cheap? You can just pick them up? Tansen nodded affirmatively. It's true, we happened to run into a dangerous situation and picked it up. The situation was dangerous. Did you also reach the spatial rift? Tansen and the other two nodded. Yes, right near the spatial rift. They recounted what had happened just now. Many martial artists had died there, their heads or limbs chopped off by a strange sharp blade. Tansen voiced his suspicions. We suspect it's an alien creature that came out of the spatial rift. It's invisible, its forelimbs are sharp, and it can easily kill its enemies, he added. We personally saw a 6th-tier martial artist being easily killed, but we didn't see what kind of creature it was, so we knew we couldn't beat it. After picking up an 8th-tier variant crystal from a martial artist's bag, we quickly came back. Lin Shu nodded. Although he was curious about what kind of creature it was better not to investigate such a dangerous place. Xiao Ruoshui agreed with him. Yes, if you've already completed the mission you should go back, Tansen nodded. Okay, at the entrance of Thunderclap Valley, someone was shouting. Out of the way, don't block the road. Lin Shu and Ma Baohuo turned to look. A group of Thunder Knights were dragging the corpse of the giant python over. He glanced at it and said dismissively, See that? This is the power of our Thunder Knights, an 8th-tier evolved beast. How dare you be so arrogant in front of our Thunder Knights? You're looking to die. Ma Baohuo frowned. Lin Shu was clearly the one who killed that giant python. Xiao Ruoshui gritted her teeth. She had never seen such a shameless person. Lin Shu crossed his arms and looked at them coldly. An 8th-tier evolved beast is full of treasures. It's a pity we didn't take it then. They got it for free. Suddenly, a member of the Thunder Knights called out to Lin Shu and his group, You stop right there. He approached Lingfa. Everyone sees your bags are bulging. You must have had a good harvest in Thunderclap Valley, right? Would you like to trade with our Thunder Knights? The price will definitely satisfy you. Lingfa replied lightly, No need. They left just like that, leaving the members of the Thunder Knights standing there. Suddenly he roared, Stop, did I say you could leave? Lin Shu turned back to look at him. The man from the Thunder Knights stood in front of them and said loudly, This is something that belongs to our Thunder Knights. Not selling it to us is looking down on our Thunder Knights, isn't it? Lin Shu's lips curved into a smile. The Thunder Knights? Are they that impressive? The man from the Thunder Knights' mouth twitched. This brat is so arrogant. He ordered, Brothers, get them, kill them. The members of the Thunder Knights drew their arrows and continued to shoot, but all the arrows were blocked by Lin Shu's halo. This trick again, can't you try something else? Then he waved his hand and deflected those arrows back, returning it to you. Several members of the Thunder Knights were hit by arrows and could only scream. They continued to act arrogantly. Who's causing trouble here? How dare you ambush our Thunder Knights? They moved forward and surrounded Lin Shu and his group. Don't let them run, brothers. Kill them. Tansen frowned. There were a lot of them. Lin Shu sneered. It's fine, they're all paper tigers. Ma Baohuo nodded. As long as we don't let them hide in the distance and shoot arrows. Lin Shu roared. The members of the Thunder Knights were successively defeated by ultimate moves like 100 Birds paying homage to the Phoenix, Silver Lightning Burst Fist, Butterfly Dance, and Rage of the Berserk Ape. Just then another arrow flew over. Tansen ran over and pushed Guo Ling away. Guo Ling, be careful. This arrow directly pierced Tansen's abdomen. Guo Ling was stunned. Guo Tansen. Lin Shu frowned unhappily. Someone's ambushing us. Ma Baohuo scanned the surroundings. Who is it? Get the hell out here. Guo Ling quickly fed the medicine to Tansen. Quick, take the medicine. Just then someone slowly walked over, his whole body shrouded in lightning. Someone exclaimed, This person is the great elder of the Purple Lightning sect. What? The 8th-tier master? Lin Shu gritted his teeth. An 8th-tier master. The elder of the Purple Lightning sect stared at Lin Shu. I finally found you. You brat with dual attributes of lightning and fire. You killed our Purple Lightning sect's master and so many disciples. Hearing these words, the faces of several members of the Thunder Knights changed. What? These people killed the master of the Purple Lightning sect. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Should we make a move? Make a move, my ass. Let's retreat quickly. The elder of the Purple Lightning sect's eyes lit up. He conjured an arrow and held it in his hand. The elder of the Purple Lightning sect roared, All of you go to hell. He unleashed Purple Lightning Heartpiercer at Lin Shu. He quickly turned and fled, kicking up a cloud of smoke and dust from the ground. The elder of the Purple Lightning sect used Purple Lightning Evasion to approach Lin Shu. He gritted his teeth and dodged. So fast, the elder of the Purple Lightning sect waved his hand, hitting Lin Shu's back. He rolled a few times before stopping. Lin Shu struggled to sit up and wiped the corner of his mouth. None of us are his match, he called out to everyone. Run. Get out of Thunderclap Valley. The people from the Purple Lightning sect blocked the entrance. Trying to run? Not so easy. You killed our master. You must be torn to pieces, they shouted. Don't let them run. Avenge the master. The elder of the Purple Lightning sect roared angrily. Kill them. Xiao Ruoshui looked at Lin Shu. What should we do? We're surrounded. Lin Shu focused on thinking of a countermeasure. We can't break through the encirclement, so we'll run deeper into Thunderclap Valley. They stared at the forest full of dangers. Xiao Ruoshui was puzzled. Run further in, back to that cave again? Lin Shu's lips curved into a smile. No, led them to the vicinity of the spatial rift. Swung the black light, unleashing a move to buy time, then shouted, Run? Lin Shu directed them to quickly retreat into the depths of Thunderclap Valley. Only then did Xiao Ruoshui realize. You want to, Lin Shu nodded. Yes, the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. For revenge, they will definitely chase us to the end. He turned his head to look at the pursuing members of the Purple Lightning sect behind him. Lin Shu thought of the invisible alien creature again. I'll lead them to the dangerous area with the invisible monsters. The elder of the Purple Lightning sect sneered at Lin Shu and his group. A bunch of fools running back into the depths of Thunderclap Valley. You can't escape this time after them. The disciples of the Purple Lightning sect immediately nodded. Yes, Tansen ran while looking back. Crap, so many people are chasing us, Mabahuo frowned. Is it worth an 8th-tier master to deal with the 6 of us? Lin Shu explained to them. I want to use the invisible monsters near the spatial rift to wear them down, then find a way to deal with that 8th-tier old man. Mabahuo was a little worried, but the invisible monsters are also very dangerous. Lin Shu comforted him. Trust me, I can handle it. In the spatial rift area, many martial artists had already lost their lives. Lin Shu and his group were stunned. Did the invisible monsters do this? Xiao Ruoshui looked around. It seems there are many monsters. Lin Shu narrowed his eyes, and the analytical eye skill immediately let him see the appearance of this mysterious monster. It was a 6th-tier mutated creature, the invisible mantis, characterized by being invisible and only appearing when attacking. Its scythes were extremely sharp and the entire forest was filled with these invisible mantises. Lin Shu smiled triumphantly. Damn system, I love you to death. Mabahuo asked Lin Shu, are we really going to cross this forest? Just then, the people from the Purple Lightning sect also caught up. They were there. Kill them, leave none alive. Lin Shu nodded and answered Mabahuo. This is the only way left, everyone must follow me without any slip-ups. Lin Shu leapt lightly, then told them to jump 3 steps in the 3 o'clock direction. Then a group of people gathered and struck strange poses with Lin Shu. Lin Shu kept directing, jump 2 steps in the 12 o'clock direction, bend forward in the 9 o'clock direction, jump over in the 5 o'clock direction. Xiao Ruoshui was strange. Why haven't we been attacked? Did the invisible monsters leave? Lin Shu shook his head. No, the invisible monsters are right next to us. It seems that as long as we keep a certain distance they won't actively attack. Pay attention to the 12 o'clock direction, bend down and slide over. Just then the people from the Purple Lightning sect had reached the edge of this area. So many people have died. Great Elder, this place is a bit strange. Should we continue to pursue? The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect roared. A bunch of cowards. Didn't you see they're fine? After them. The people from the Purple Lightning sect cursed inwardly. Damn old man, why don't you go yourself? Just then a mantis was waiting on a person's head. As soon as he arrived, a mantis chopped off his head. The people from the Purple Lightning sect shouted, ambush! A group of invisible mantises rushed out of the forest and people screamed continuously. Help, help! A few quick reacting disciples immediately activated their halos. Quick, defend! They activated their halos, thinking they could save their lives. However, the invisible mantises still swooped down, cutting the halos and the people in half with one blow. The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect was a little wary. What on earth is it? The others were also nervous. It can actually destroy halos so easily, it's terrifying. When a mantis approached the Elder of the Purple Lightning sect, he quickly grabbed it. The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect jumped into the air. Only then did he realize it was a mantis. Invisible mantis, it must be a mutated creature that escaped from the spatial rift. Then he looked at Lin Shu and his group who were doing gymnastics. Why aren't they being attacked? Looking at their strange poses. Maybe they can dodge the invisible mantises. Lin Shu was bending over, guiding everyone in the 5 o'clock direction, bending over and shaking his hips. The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect reached out to attack them. Damn it, what a bunch of nonsense. He unleashed Purple Lightning Shield. Stay right where you are. Lin Shu quickly sensed it, then shouted, it's over, quick, dodge. In the next second the place where they had just been standing exploded. The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect quickly approached Lin Shu. He raised his hand. Go to hell. Lin Shu quickly dodged to the side and he jumped to a high altitude to escape in 2 or 3 steps. The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect turned to run, but he didn't expect Lin Shu to kick something down from above. A gift for you. The Elder frowned at Lin Shu. What is this kid kicking? By the time the Elder of the Purple Lightning sect reacted, an invisible mantis was already standing in front of him. The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect was a beat too slow before he shouted, damn it. The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect cleaved the mantis in half with a backhand strike. You brat, Lin Shu grinned, then used a flash step skill to deliver a series of kicks. A kick here, a kick there, and another one here. Hundreds of mantises flew straight towards the Elder of the Purple Lightning sect. He killed them while cursing at Lin Shu. You despicable brat, there are many invisible mantises but they can't do anything to me. Lin Shu sneered. They can't do anything to you, but what about them? The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect was stunned. What? Behind him, the disciples of the Purple Lightning sect were being mercilessly attacked by the invisible mantises. They shouted, Great Elder, save us. The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect said loudly, damn it, get out of my way, I'm leaving this forest. A few disciples of the Purple Lightning sect immediately ran away. The Great Elder ordered, run, get out of here. Great Elder, be careful. The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect frowned at Lin Shu. You brat, you deliberately led us here. Lin Shu nodded. This is a gravesite I specially chose for you. He thought to himself, the invisible mantises are almost all dead, now I can focus on dealing with him. Lin Shu immediately activated his talent domain. Tansen, Mabahuo and the others became excited. It's appeared again. The feeling of this power has grown stronger again. This is great. The Elder of the Purple Lightning sect was stunned. How is this possible? This is a domain, Lin Shu roared. Brothers, kill. He charged forward with the black light in hand. Guo Ling, Tansen and the others also shouted as they charged forward. Over here. Xiao Ruoshui and Ma Baohuo also joined the battle and charged forward together. The elder of the Purple Lightning sect channeled his skill, his whole body surrounded by lightning. Even if the domain is enhanced, what can a bunch of 6th and 7th tier brats do to me? He charged madly towards them. You'll all die here. The sound of explosions rang out continuously in the forest. Lin Shu shouted and Ma Baohuo also charged up. Lin Shu activated the rage skill, and Ma Baohuo also used Rage of the Berserk Ape. While Lin Shu and Ma Baohuo were preparing, the elder of the Purple Lightning sect was unexpectedly attacked by Xiao Ruoshui and Tansen. What? He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, these two brats actually know skills that can instantly boost their power. Suddenly the elder of the Purple Lightning sect stopped. He stood up straight and looked around. This is Lin Shu swung the black light and unleashed a sky dragon breaks the city move, while Ma Baohuo also rushed up using his ultimate move Havoc in Heaven. The two of them charged at the elder of the Purple Lightning sect from both sides at the same time. He activated the Purple Lightning Dragon's Roar skill to deal with him. The old man shouted, "Brat, don't be so arrogant." Lin Shu was sent flying high into the air by a critical hit. He used the black light to steady himself. Lin Shu quickly rushed up again using Power Strike. The elder of the Purple Lightning sect was stunned. What? Lin Shu successfully pierced his body. System notification. Successfully killed an 8th tier martial artist, obtained 8.8 billion experience points. Lin Shu's expression hadn't even had time to relax when he turned to look at the fallen elder of the Purple Lightning sect and gained another 8.5 billion experience points. It was a pity that the previous 8th tier expert was killed with Luo Yu wasting too much experience. Ma Baohuo stepped forward and said, "Did we take down another 8th tier expert? This is our best record." Xiao Ruoshui looked around. The other martial artists seemed to have all run away. Lin Shu shrugged. Those cowards were scared to death, not worth worrying about. The forelimbs of the invisible mantises can break through halos. They'll definitely sell for a lot of money, and there are plenty of bodies to loot. Great, Ma Baohuo and Guo Ling were very happy. We've struck it rich this time. It was worth risking our lives. Everyone walked to the exit together and left Thunderclap Valley. They chatted as they walked. What's Lin Shu going to do next? Nothing. When we get back to the academy, the Thunder Knights at the entrance surely won't stop us again, right? Those bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong definitely won't. A few days later, Lin Shu returned to his home. He shouted loudly, "Gung'an, Xiaobai, I'm back." Xiaobai immediately ran over to greet Lin Shu and Gung'an. He hugged Gung'an and said, "Did you guys miss me? In less than a month you've all grown quite a bit. You must have eaten a lot of my variant crystals, right?" Lin Shu looked up and suddenly saw a blurry figure. He called out, "Luo Yu." After a moment, Lin Shu came back to his senses. Luo Yu had returned to Sky City. "For now you won't be able to see your mother either." Just then, Zhang Yin and the others also came to visit. "Class president, you're back. We were all worried to death."